Chapter 1. The Eerie Advertisement. Do you aspire to become a deity? Do you yearn for immortality, to live forever, unscathed by death? Do you desire a life filled with thrilling twists and turns, reminiscent of a cinematic adventure? Do you wish to be a superhero, a savior of the cosmos? Do you long to be the chosen one in a realm of your own? Do you wish to possess the allure of both Scarlett Johansson and Elizabeth Olsen? Add the public account. Guide to interviewing for time travelers to discover more details. Purely fictional, any resemblance to real entities is purely coincidental. Mingyu stared blankly at the advertisement before him. It was rather crude, a large yellow paper adorned with bold red lettering. The ink and paper appeared to be the cheapest available, with ink bleeding through it nearly every pause. The handwriting was remarkably abstract, clearly penned by someone who had not touched a pen since completing their compulsory education. Even discount advertisements outside a 2-yuan store were more elegantly crafted than this. The only redeeming aspect was the inclusion of 2 enticing photographs of Scarlett Johansson and Elizabeth Olsen. These images elevated the seemingly deceptive advertisement into a legitimate promotion for educational materials. Have promotional tactics for adult websites become this competitive? Mingyu muttered to himself, bemused by the risk of such advertising plastered on the entrance of Taoist temple. It seemed that successful salespeople would not overlook any potential customer. Shaking his head with a smile, Mingyu carefully tore down the 2 photographs and committed the public account's address to memory before ripping the large yellow paper from the door. Could it be that the use of yellow paper and red ink was intentional due to the temple's nature, akin to cinnabar and talisman paper, aligning with the temple's aura? Otherwise, it's hard to explain why they would intentionally use such materials for a handwritten advertisement. The cost must be exorbitant, especially with the 2 photographs included. In that instant, Mingyu felt a newfound respect for them. Pushing the door open, he entered the courtyard. He made his way into the main hall, forming a Tai Chi gesture with his hands and casually waving them before the 3 Pure One statue, offering a silent greeting before retreating to his modest resting quarters. Though this was a Taoist temple, the room contained a wardrobe, a desk, and a computer with a poster of Avengers Endgame adorning the wall. It was a simple room, reminiscent of a typical student from a lower middle-class family, far from the expected abode of a professional Taoist priest. This was undoubtedly linked to Mingyu's background. While he was legally recognized as a Taoist priest, in reality, he was merely an orphan taken in by his master. His master treated him well, rarely denying him anything aside from the occasional payment for assisting in funerals. He was raised like a normal child, attending school, and in terms of Taoist practices, his master only taught him a few breathing techniques and health exercises, neglecting to instruct him in talisman creation, divination, or feng shui. As his master would say, "What era are we in? Feudal superstitions are obsolete. Cultivating good health and excelling in studies are what truly matter." Mingyu did not disappoint his master throughout his academic journey. He consistently ranked among the top students. Had it not been for his master falling gravely ill during his senior year, forcing Mingyu to take a year off, gaining admission to a prestigious university would have been well within reach. Yet, despite Mingyu's diligent care, his master passed away a year ago, leaving behind the temple as a sanctuary for him. The small temple located in the urban-rural fringe of a county had long lost its incense offerings. While his master was alive, he could handle funerals, offer divination, and maintain a semblance of income. With his master's departure, the temple not only lost its revenue, but also incurred debts amounting to several tens of thousands. Mingyu was compelled to take another year off from school. Today, he had just cleared all debts, preparing to enroll again in September for a repeat year, balancing work and study to retake the college entrance examination when he encountered that peculiar advertisement. Not only was Mingyu a Marvel enthusiast, but he was also an ardent fan of Scarlett Johansson and Elizabeth Olsen. Films like The Endgame and Old Boy, rich in artistic flair, had been viewed countless times. This advertisement undeniably struck a chord with his repressed desires. He entered the public account's name and clicked through. After a prolonged moment of buffering, the screen of his phone suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of heat emanating from his hand. What the hell? It's just a public account. There's no reason for my phone to react this way. As he voiced his frustration and released the scorching device, he simultaneously noticed numerous cracks spreading across the surface of his phone. With a sudden whoosh, the shattered phone dispersed, and the golden light transformed into a portal resembling a tangible doorframe, which enveloped Li Mingyu entirely. He vanished without a trace. Inside an abandoned building, the golden portal appeared midair, and Li Mingyu's disheveled form plummeted from a height of over a meter, stirring up clouds of dust. Damn it! I should have learned divination from that old man. At least I could have foreseen this calamity. Li Mingyu grumbled, rubbing his backside as he stood up. The dust-covered floor, the nearly crumbling facade, and the precariously hanging strip lights made it evident that he was in an abandoned office building. Why he considered a building became apparent when he glimpsed outside through the fractured exterior. He was at least 70 or 80 meters above the ground. Surrounding the structure were several dilapidated high-rises, and in the distance lay an expanse of desolate, grayish land, evoking the feeling of a wasteland. Where am I? The first question arose in Li Mingyu's mind as he recalled the bizarre advertisement and the public account. Guide to interviewing for time travelers. Had he truly traversed dimensions? Upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered a solitary desk behind him. A chair faced away from him, while a massive monitor rested on the armrests, at least 50 inches wide, resembling an oversized tablet. Is this what they call an interview? A remote one? Li Mingyu called out, but no response came. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the chair and sat down heavily. The screen before him flickered to life. Chapter 2. The Chosen Anchor? Accompanied by a somewhat grating static noise, the screen filled with a flurry of snowflakes. The sound and visuals resembled a computer's startup screen, maintaining this for a few seconds before bold, blood-red letters appeared in the center. Are you ready? Yes or no? Li Mingyu possessed an exceptional linguistic aptitude. Since entering puberty, he diligently studied both Japanese and English to comprehend the intricate narratives of art films from the West and Japan, unlike some classmates who would fast-forward through a 90-minute film in mere minutes. This made him appear quite unsophisticated, lacking any elegance. After years of effort, his command of Tokyo dialect Japanese and American English was impressively authentic. Thus, the simple English on the screen posed no challenge for him. No, Li Mingyu resolutely declined by opening the door. Suddenly transported to such a peculiar place, only a fool would choose yes right away, as if he were some child of destiny. After uttering a firm no, Li Mingyu still felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite sitting upright in his chair, his calves were tense, poised to spring into action at any moment. However, 2 full minutes passed without any response. The screen remained static, displaying the same prompt asking if he was ready. Was it a touch screen? Li Mingyu furrowed his brow and stood slightly, rising on his toes to reach out and tap no on the screen. No response. Tap again. As the ripples of color spread across the screen from his repeated touches, it remained unyielding. What could this mean? Li Mingyu sat down again, perplexed. Before he could process this, a white arrow suddenly appeared on the screen, resembling a cursor. The cursor wobbled in the center for a moment before darting directly towards yes. Are you kidding me? Li Mingyu slammed his hand on the table, but the cursor had already clicked on yes. A sound akin to a game level up echoed from the screen, followed by a processed electronic voice. Welcome, applicant. Congratulations on making the correct decision by selecting yes. How about no? Are you blatantly cheating? Li Mingyu exclaimed, rising from his seat. The formal interview begins now. Please maintain your focus. The speaker appeared utterly indifferent to Li Mingyu's reaction and continued with the introduction. As the voice faded, the content on the screen gradually transformed. The text morphed into video, but the lighting was adjusted, leaving Li Mingyu with a blurred view of a large office desk occupied by 3 shadowy figures. Peering at the top of the screen, he indeed spotted a hole resembling a camera lens. I forfeit this interview. Can you send me back? Li Mingyu interjected before the speaker could respond. The familiar golden portal and the desolate world outside led him to speculate about the identity of these figures. However, this was too surreal. Regardless of whether his guesses were correct, he chose to keep his distance from this unimaginable situation. He was merely a student taking a break from school to work, not a chosen one with a grand destiny. He had his own plans for life. The figures before him seemed taken aback by his preemptive strike. They exchanged glances, and the figure in the center cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, ahem. In truth, We've only prepared a one-way ticket for you. The interview is merely a process. To put plainly, we need you, our world needs you to save it, Mr. Lee. And what if I refuse? Lee Mingyu inquired, staring at the shadow on the screen. You won't refuse. The central figure asserted confidently, because whether you like it or not, we will cast you into our world. It is on the brink of destruction, and if you refuse to complete our task, you will become a casualty of that world. Thus, you face two choices. First, accept the task, and we will provide you with extensive assistance to ensure your success. I assure you, the rewards will far exceed your imagination. Second, you can accompany that world through your final moments. Therefore, please make your choice. The figure on the left added, extending his right hand, indicating that Lee Mingyu could begin. What a choice. Previously, they had cheated him into selecting now. They had blocked all avenues. Lee Mingyu recalled scenes from Hong Kong dramas where police threatened gangsters, cooperate, or they would leak information about them being informants. Has anyone told you three that you are despicable scoundrels? Knowing he was indispensable to them, Lee Mingyu let his emotions spill forth without reservation. I completely understand your feelings. If you're willing to cooperate, I wouldn't mind if you extended greetings to all the women in our families. After all, if you refuse to help, everyone we know and everything we possess will vanish, including this damn place and the three of us. The central figure shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps you could save your greetings for a future visit. Lee Mingyu maintained his stoic demeanor, allowing himself a moment of catharsis. Since retreat was not an option, he had to look ahead. Are you now agreeing to accept our task? The speaker pressed. Do I have a choice? Lee Mingyu replied with a self-deprecating smile. But I have one more question. Why me? We have screened many individuals worldwide. Firstly, they must possess a thorough understanding of our world. Secondly, because our world differs significantly from yours, we need those with the potential to become extraordinary beings. Out of over 50 million people, we have chosen you, Mr. Lee. You are the only one who meets our criteria, the chosen anchor. The figure on the right spoke up, adjusting his glasses before continuing. The golden portal in this desolate world, particularly the phrase the chosen anchor, clarified for Lee Mingyu where he had been taken. The Marvel Universe, the void where the time variance authority exiled anomalies. The Marvel Universe truly is the Marvel Universe. Despite his previous suspicion, the confirmation left Lee Mingyu ambivalent. He felt exhilarated by the opportunity to witness and partake in this extraordinary realm, along with the prospect of acquiring superhuman abilities. Yet, he was but an ordinary person, destined to venture in a Marvel's world and save it. What right did he have? Bingo! As expected of our chosen anchor, you indeed possess an impressive understanding of our world. The central figure snapped his fingers, delighted. Lee Mingyu rolled his eyes. Being a Marvel fan didn't require divine insight. One last question. How do I save your world? And what constitutes this so-called extraordinary physique? Or how can I obtain those extraordinary powers? Firstly, you have two questions. Secondly, as for what you must do, we have prepared a super equipment for you, an intelligent smartwatch capable of spatial folding. It contains not only ample resources for your mission, but also an artificial intelligence to answer your queries. It will guide you in accomplishing our task. As he spoke, a dimensional portal of mobile phone size appeared above the table, and a seemingly ordinary smartwatch fell from it. It landed precisely beside Lee Mingyu's left hand and, as if possessing a life of its own, fastened itself onto his wrist. How do I use this? And, apologies, Mr. Lee, but we are out of time. Have a pleasant journey. Goodbye. Before Lee Mingyu could finish, the central figure waved his hand, interrupting him, while a golden portal appeared behind Lee Mingyu, moving directly towards him. With a flash of golden light, Lee Mingyu vanished without a trace. Damn, he still had things to say. The figure on the left slammed the table. Silence, you brutish beast. Can you answer his questions? Who knows how he gains powers? I'm not a deity, retorted the central figure. Yet you should know how he can save the world. Can he truly become our world's anchor? The figure on the left turned to the right. Oh, not look at me. I merely proposed a theory, which is the only course of action available to us at this moment. As for its potential success, that is a question for the divine. Moreover, our time is truly running out. The figure on the right sighed in resignation, casting a glance outwards. The exterior of the shattered building mirrored the desolation, where, on the horizon, an indistinct darkness seemed to devour everything within the confines of space. Chapter 3. The Young Scarlett, which fortunately, Mingyu did not overhear the words of the three shadowy figures behind him. Otherwise, his composure would have shattered once more. Why use the term again? Because just moments prior, his mental state had already crumbled. Those three insufferable interviewers not only deprived him of the opportunity to choose for himself, but also offered no more than a few words. They merely handed him a tattered watch and unceremoniously cast him aside. It would have been acceptable had they at least provided a safe landing spot. Instead, he was unceremoniously flung onto the rooftop of a two-story building, where a gaping hole, wide enough for a person to fall through, awaited him. Mingyu plunged straight through that opening. If this were not a meticulously planned maneuver, who would believe it? This building not only had a hole in the roof, but also a similar one in the floor of the second story. To further complicate matters, the ground floor featured a deep pit, resulting in Mingyu experiencing a free fall from a height of 7 or 8 meters. As the wind whistled by his ears, he crashed into the pit with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air. A sharp pain pierced his chest, as if he had collided with an exceptionally hard object. Gasping, Mingyu inhaled sharply, feeling an excruciating stab in his ribcage. He understood, then, that at least one of his ribs must have fractured. Upon opening his eyes, Mingyu was nearly overwhelmed with rage. Lying atop him was a bomb, towering at least half his height. It appeared that this very bomb had plummeted from above, crashing through the building and landing on the ground floor without detonating for reasons unknown. In the midst of such a peculiar and perilous scenario, he cursed the trio of figures in his mind, lamenting the fact that he had not even caught their names, an aggravating oversight. Nevertheless, regardless of his irritation, Mingyu had to stifle his frustration and focus on the immediate predicament. Realizing that he still had feeling in his hands, he attempted to rise. However, as he moved, the strain on his chest, muscles, and bones elicited another wave of intense pain, preventing him from lifting himself more than a couple of centimeters before collapsing heavily once more. "Do not move," came a child's voice, innocent and tentative. Turning his head slightly, Mingyu noticed two children, approximately 8 or 9 years old, peering at him from beneath a bed in a nearby room. A boy and a girl, both of similar age, huddled together, their eyes wide with fear. Mingyu found himself in the living room of the house, which had been designed in such a way that its floor was slightly elevated compared to the adjacent rooms. Thus, he lay in a pit within the living room, and as he turned his head, he locked eyes with the two children through the doorframe. "Why, you mustn't move. That bomb could explode at any moment." The boy spoke, his voice trembling. The girl, slightly behind him, clung tightly to the hem of his shirt, her gaze filled with dread. "Fear not. Even if I wish to move, I am unable." Mingyu Raplia, a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth betraying his predicament. He had intended to inquire why the two children had not fled the house upon discovering the bomb. But the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries from outside made it abundantly clear that the outside world was far more perilous than the bomb within. Are you all right?" The girl's voice wavered, emboldened by the presence of an adult, especially as the bomb was mostly shielded by the man who had fallen from the sky. "I should survive, though I may not be able to move for a while." Mingyu began, but then his eyes widened in realization. The silent bomb, the chaotic war outside, and the two children peeking from beneath the bed. "What are you planning?" The boy tensed, sensitive to the sudden shift in Mingyu's demeanor. He stood protectively in front of the girl, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are you Pietro? Pietro Django Maximoff? And that must be your twin sister, Wanda, correct?" Mingyu exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. This was no mere pretense. He had indeed encountered the younger versions of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The fact that he had arrived in the midst of such significant characters suggested that his arrival was not arbitrary, lending an air of credibility to his situation. Lost in his thoughts, Mingyu suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist. Glancing down, he remembered the watch he had brought with him. It seemed to sense the transition to this new realm. After vibrating a few times, it presented a line of ethereal text before him. "Binding successful. Coordinates confirmed. Earth, 199999, Sokovia. Target identified. Wanda, Django Maximoff. Mission unlocked. Gain the trust of the young Scarlet Witch. A mission? Li Mingyu mused, realizing that this so-called intelligent watch was akin to a game assistant, yet it failed to disclose any rewards for the tasks it presented. Given the current circumstances, shouldn't he be devising a way to extricate himself from this perilous situation? Hey, he internally complained, though the watch remained unfazed by his grievances, continuing its function. Do you know us? How do you know our names? Who are you? The boy's rapid-fire questions jolted Li Mingyu back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingyu fabricated a response. I'm a friend of your father, Django, right? He often speaks of you both. You're lying. My father has never mentioned an Asian friend, and if you know our full names, then you must also know my mother's name for us to believe you. The boy countered, his skepticism evident. After all, these children were not so easily deceived. They understood enough to be cautious, yet their understanding was still limited. Chapter 4. Innate Chaos Magic Mary. I certainly remember your mother's name. I swear, Mary is the most stunning gypsy woman I have ever encountered, without exception. You cannot fathom the extent of my envy for your father, truly. As a seasoned aficionado of Marvel films, how could I not have delved deeply into the formidable character of Scarlet Witch? The film does not elucidate this because the new comic series introduced new elements post the emergence of the cinematic universe. For those who have seen the older versions, or those who merely replicate the X-Men background, do not argue. With so many facets of the Marvel universe, who is to say what is correct? I work at a nearby Chinese restaurant, and every time your father passes by, he makes a point to greet me. We share delightful conversations, and he always mentions you too. Just now, it was the bombardment outside that reminded me of Django, my only friend in this city. I had intended to visit you, but upon witnessing the chaos outside, I opted to ascend to the rooftop and traverse over, only to discover that there was a gaping hole in your roof. Li Mingyu has followed the old Taoist since childhood. The old man would venture out to read fortunes and assess feng shui, spouting nonsensical claims. Over time, Li Mingyu became quite proficient in this dubious art, enough to easily deceive a couple of children. The crucial aspect of his identity was that it bore no flaws. In any universe, as long as one is on Earth, which city lacks a few Chinese restaurants? Indeed, after Li Mingyu concluded his words, the children sighed in relief, and Pietro was eager to crawl out from under the bed to assist him. I'm truly sorry, Uncle. We misunderstood you. Thank you for coming to our rescue and getting injured in the process. 2 bombs fell on our house. The first one has already exploded, and my parents are. I will find a way to save you. Wait. Li Mingyu swiftly raised his hand to halt the eager Quicksilver. The innocence of children is pure. In their desire to save him, they did not fear the impending explosion of the bomb. Stay back. I am fine. Do not forget there is a bomb below. Once it is safe outside, you must leave first. I will find a way myself. Moreover, the most crucial matter, do not call me uncle, I am not yet 20. You may call me brother or by my name, Li Mingyu. The hierarchy of kinship must not be disturbed. A photograph from an advertisement flashed through Li Mingyu's mind, along with memorable scenes from films such as Old Boy and Martha Marcy May Marlene. Time passes swiftly. The 10-year-old girl has matured in the blink of an eye, and he can afford to wait. Thank you, Uncle. Li. The young Quicksilver was deeply moved by Li Mingyu's words. He was unaware that Li Mingyu had broken ribs and perhaps even pierced organs. As long as he remained still, it was better, without a doctor nearby. Any movement could lead to internal bleeding. Though he did not comprehend how the task mentioned could aid him in escaping his predicament, Li Mingyu, well versed in the storyline, understood that according to the original plot, Wanda and her brother would face the unactivated bomb for 2 full days. The worst-case scenario suggested that Li Mingyu would be rescued 2 days later. Given his current condition, he should be able to endure for that long. If he could not, there was no alternative. He could only find ways to communicate with the 2 children. I am so sorry. Children, I do not know your parents. God, Django is such a wonderful person. Since he is no longer with us, I must ensure your safety. Listen, children, once the bombardment ceases, you must find a way to exit quickly. Once you reach a safe place, seek help for me. This bomb is extremely dangerous. You cannot remain here. Li Mingyu feigned dramatics. It will be fine, Li. You will be all right. We will all be safe, right? Wanda, touched, gazed at Mingyu with her big, watery eyes, exuding compassion. Pietro, we will be fine, and so will Lee, right? The helpless twins, bereft of their parents and engulfed in the fear of an imminent explosion, clung to Mingyu, their late father's good friend, as their sole pillar of support and kinship, repeatedly murmuring that everyone would be okay. Being a boy, Quicksilver quickly wrapped his arms around his sister in comfort. But as Wanda's gaze grew increasingly resolute, Mingyu suddenly felt an inexplicable energy permeating his body. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping through every pore, entering his being. It felt like a mild electric current, causing every cell in his body to tremble with a slight tingling sensation, a kind of numbness enveloping him. What was happening? Mingyu instantly sensed something amiss. Wanda Django Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, born with innate chaos magic, capable of altering reality. Her powers are not fully activated. What does this mean? Is the change within me a result of her? Indeed, not only the changes within you, but also the bomb beneath you. The first bomb killed her parents, yet the second fell without detonating. This is no coincidence. Are you suggesting that the terror of life and death awakened Wanda as potential, altering reality and transforming this bomb into a dud? Mingyu recalled having seen such speculation on various sites, though it had never been officially confirmed. He had dismissed it as overinterpretation, but it turned out to be true. Exactly. The Mind Stone bestowed upon her the ability to control and perceive others' hearts, further accelerating the activation of her chaos magic, with reality-altering abilities inherently hers. Then does that mean Quicksilver's abilities also stem from Wanda? Correct. Faced with the imminent danger of the bomb, Wanda wished for her only support, her brother, to escape this place swiftly. Thus, she planted a seed within Quicksilver. So, it is. Mingyu had not anticipated that Quicksilver's abilities in the MCU originated in such a manner, with the Mind Stone merely acting as a catalyst. Otherwise, out of thousands of test subjects, only the twins genuinely possess superpowers. What about myself? If the energy coursing through me originates from Wanda, have I inadvertently usurped Quicksilver's mutation? What abilities has she bestowed upon me? Mingyu was filled with anticipation. Regardless of the nature of the ability, possessing an additional power in the Marvel Universe translated to greater safety. Regarding this matter, I apologize. I do not have relevant data before the ability manifests. However, I can assure you that this energy will expedite the recovery of your injuries and present an opportunity for your body to evolve. Is that so? Mingyu felt a surge of pride, believing that the fracture of his rib was not in vain. Moreover, he could sense that energy continuously flooding into his body. Every cell felt as if it were electrified. He could not tell if it was merely an illusion, but he sensed his body brimming with strength. No, this does not seem to be a mere illusion. Mingyu felt the influx of power accelerating, as if he were a balloon being inflated, his body swelling increasingly. Warning, a significant amount of energy is surging into the atmosphere. Wait, did you not say this was the transformation of chaos magic upon me? Was this energy in the air? Spiritual energy? This is Marvel, not a realm of cultivation. Chapter 5. The thunder that strikes you is on its way regardless of whether it is the Marvel Universe or the realm of cultivation. The law of conservation of energy remains immutable. Energy cannot materialize from thin air. Whether through mutation or training, energy, or what might be referred to as spiritual essence, is fundamentally indistinguishable. From a young age, Mingyu followed a Taoist master, not having learned the art of talisman crafting or ghost catching. Yet he diligently practiced martial arts and the principles of breathing and wellness without fail. The Taoist methods of maintaining health involve drawing the energies of heaven and earth into one's body, utilizing the cosmic energy to nourish one's self. Unfortunately, the energy present in the air of the real world is virtually negligible. Although he had not absorbed any significant energy, the rigorous training was not in vain. Whether through martial arts or breathing techniques, he refined his own body. In his youth, when he first embarked on this path, he fantasized about cultivating inner strength akin to the heroes in martial arts novels, aspiring to become a master of the martial world. However, Upon realizing that such extraordinary powers did not exist, he continued his daily practice unabated. In addition to honing his physique, he discovered that meditation and focused breathing enhanced his mental clarity and memory, enriching his vitality. For over a decade, he maintained this routine, and due to the malleability of his energy channels during childhood, his body now exhibited a remarkable openness to energy flow. The distinction between the two worlds became apparent to him the moment he crossed over and engaged in meditation, though he was unceremoniously thrust into this new reality, immediately confronting overwhelming sensations. It was through a fortunate twist of fate, amidst great anxiety and fear, that Wanda instinctively invoked her magic, fully activating the gateway within Li Mingyu's body. After years of training in an environment of scarce energy, arriving in this new world transformed Li Mingyu's energy channels as though they had surged from the depths of the ocean to the surface. Once the switch was flipped, his body became a vacuum, drawing in the cosmic energy that flooded towards him like a tidal wave. Crack, crack, crack. As Li Mingyu slightly rose, executing a few movements from the 8 pieces of brocade, his chest emitted a series of crisp sounds as his fractured ribs realigned. Subsequently, inspired by an inner calling, he sat cross-legged on the ground, adopting a posture of 5 hearts to the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling each cell within him rejoice as the spiritual essence flowed through his meridians, transforming his body. This was a primal elation of life in response to evolution. And oblivious to Wanda and Pietro nearby, Li Mingyu entered a state of deep meditation. Upon entering this meditative state, the absorption of energy accelerated, and his body's orifices opened simultaneously, giving rise to several visible energy whirlwinds around him. This extraordinary spectacle left the 2 children hiding beneath the bed, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Pietro, did you see that? Oh my God, this is Kung Fu. Is every Chinese person a Bruce Lee?" Pietro stammered, recalling the martial arts films he had viewed, which were grounded in practical combat. Li Mingyu's display was nothing short of miraculous, a concept utterly foreign to a typical Westerner, who would struggle to comprehend the essence of Taoist practices and internal cultivation. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu's form reminded Pietro of the mages and sorcerers depicted in comic books. Regardless of the specifics, what mattered was that the more formidable Li Mingyu became, the safer he and his sister would be. For a 10-year-old who had just lost their parents, the sudden appearance of their father's friend represented their only refuge and familial connection. "Rest assured, we will be fine," Pietro reassured his sister before turning his full attention to Li Mingyu, who was contorted in an unusual posture. He began to entertain thoughts of asking Li Mingyu to teach him martial arts. Engrossed in his practice, Li Mingyu was oblivious to the murmurs of the 2 children. He instinctively surrendered himself to the process, allowing his body to greedily absorb the influx of power. However, excess can lead to discomfort. Similar to a person who has fasted for an extended period and is suddenly presented with an extravagant feast, one is bound to overindulge and feel unwell. Li Mingyu's body, too, absorbed energy recklessly, quickly reaching its capacity. Yet, driven by an instinctual hunger, he continued to intake more than was advisable. Exceeding one's limits is seldom ideal, and the same applies to the energy channels. Overfilling can lead to discomfort. While one can expel excess food, how does one release an overabundance of energy? In truth, Li Mingyu could alleviate his condition by practicing some internal martial arts. While it might be slow, it would be safe. However, in his current days, he instinctively executed a lightning technique. This was the only spell he had mastered, primarily because it was visually impressive. Yet, due to the decline of spiritual essence in the real world over the years, the legendary Taoist arts had lost their efficacy. The thunder summoning technique, to be candid, was only partially understood by his master, who had merely entertained Li Mingyu with a rudimentary version of the spell. This incomplete spell could summon lightning but could not discharge it, rendering it an imperfect technique. Unbeknownst to Li Mingyu, as he confronted this energy-rich world, he instinctively unleashed the spell he had practiced in his youth. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, as he formed the hand seal, dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder rumbled ominously. A bolt of lightning, thick as an arm, descended directly towards him. The roof and the second floor of the building were struck, and the bolt pierced through the opening, heading straight for his crown. Oh my! Li Mingyu barely had time to react as the thunderbolts surged toward him, obliterating his body, bones, flesh, and meridians, turning them to ash. Just as he was on the brink of becoming a charred remnant, the chaotic magic dormant within him activated. The reason chaos magic is deemed the most formidable is that if Wanda harbors a sufficiently intense desire for something, it can alter reality without regard to logic. In Li Mingyu's case, Wanda's fervent wish was for him to be strong, powerful enough to protect her and Pietro. The crimson chaos magic erupted within Li Mingyu, restoring him both inside and out, even rendering him stronger than before. However, as Wanda was still in her childhood, her chaotic magic lacked the full potency required to contend with the formidable might of the thunder, resulting in a fierce struggle within Li Mingyu's body. Chapter 6. The mutated power of lightning crackle. The might of heavenly thunder, ultimately a formless essence, was dwindling. Yet before Li Mingyu stood the tearful little Wanda, her eyes glistening with worry. When a sudden bolt of lightning struck Li Mingyu, Wanda's heart raced with anxiety, fervently wishing for his safety. It was precisely due to Wanda's unwavering spirit that Li Mingyu, after enduring countless cycles of dissolution and reformation, gradually infused his being with traces of lightning's power. As the final remnants of heavenly thunder dissipated, small serpentine arcs of electricity began to emerge, albeit in a striking crimson hue reminiscent of Wanda's chaotic magic. Fortune for misfortune, not only had his body fully recovered, but its strength had multiplied exponentially, and he had unexpectedly acquired the power of lightning. Once he grasped the changes within himself, Li Mingyu could scarcely contain his laughter, pondering if he truly was the fabled chosen one. In a distant location, three figures observed the data transmitted back to them on their screens, erupting into a collective cheer. Thank the heavens. When that lightning struck, I feared the worst. Yet, with Wanda's assistance, he has managed to harness the power of thunder. Truly, he is our chosen hero. The central figure, brimming with excitement, danced about and then clapped the shoulder of the person to his right, inquiring, "Incredible. You not only calculated that Wanda's magic could bestow him with the seed of power, but you also foresaw the lightning strike itself. By the heavens, if you were a woman, I would passionately kiss you. With you on our side, victory is assured." I did not foresee it. The individual on the right adjusted his glasses, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. You did not? The central figure's hand froze midair. Indeed, we were uncertain whether Wanda could even activate his powers. How could we anticipate what would transpire next? In the sacred timeline, the fates of all are subject to unforeseen events, leading to the creation of countless parallel universes. How could I possibly predict Li Mingyu's actions? Do not forget, he hails from the source world. The figure on the right shrugged helplessly. Well, the outcome is favorable, so it seems the divine is on our side. Victory is within our grasp. The central figure, momentarily taken aback, then joyfully embraced his companions. Get away. The figure on the left forcefully shrugged off the embrace. Thud. Newly empowered, Li Mingyu, akin to a child who has just received a beloved toy, eagerly leaped from the pit and unleashed a punch against the kitchen wall. The house, already partially demolished, had the remaining wall teetering precariously. His punch created a gaping hole, scattering bricks and concrete in all directions. Li, be careful of that bomb. Pietro's timid voice echoed, snapping Li Mingyu back to reality. The two children, initially terrified, had forgotten the bomb as threat in their moment of panic, only to be startled back by Li's powerful strike. Oh, my apologies. It was unintentional. My body has undergone some changes and I am a bit overly excited. I understand. The heavens have granted you the strength to protect us. Little Wanda gazed up at him with wide, earnest eyes. Indeed, but it was not the heavens. It was a beautiful little angel. Li Mingyu smiled at Wanda's adorable face. Now let me rescue you. Assured that the bomb posed no immediate threat, Li Mingyu strode confidently toward it. While it was harmless within the room, the ongoing bombardment outside rendered it unwise to linger. Such a large bomb in the vicinity could frighten the children, especially considering the profound childhood trauma this bomb had inflicted upon the twins in the original narrative. As he reached for the bomb, a thought struck him. His watch possessed a dimensional space that should allow for storage. With a mental command, a confirmation option appeared before him. Without hesitation, he selected yes, and as his left wrist approached, the bomb vanished from sight. Wow! Mingyu once again astonished the two innocent children, who now believed even more firmly that he was a divine savior. You are amazing. Not only do you possess martial prowess, but also magic. The bomb had tormented the children for hours, and as it finally disappeared, Pietro cheered and rushed towards Mingyu. Little Wanda, being more reserved, hesitated until Mingyu opened his arms to her, at which point she beamed and joined the embrace, forming a trio of joy. You are truly incredible. Of course, I am your guardian knight. What is magic compared to my mastery over thunder? Mingyu struck a pose reminiscent of Iron Man, showcasing his newfound abilities. Lightning palm. As he spoke, a slender red arc of electricity shot forth from his palm, reaching a length of about 40 to 50 centimeters before erupting into a shower of sparks that dissipated into the air. Lightning can be quite dangerous for children. Allow me to find you something to eat. After acquiring his powers, Mingyu spent an entire day and night with the two children amidst the ruins of the house, waiting for the sounds of bombardment to fade before finally emerging from the wreckage. Before departing, he made a point to carry the bodies of the deceased siblings to a scenic location for burial, mindful of the lack of complex customs in the foreign land. A memorable spot was all that was needed for the siblings to find their way back. Mingyu had grown accustomed to his newfound strength. Now, possessing a physical prowess of at least 20 tons, truly a superhuman feat, lightning had become an intrinsic part of his energy. In the parlance of fantasy novels, one might say Mingyu had cultivated the true essence of lightning. However, the energy within him was still somewhat limited. While he could augment his close-range attacks with lightning, long-range assaults remained a distant goal. Having gathered the benefits of his current situation and gained two young companions, Mingyu resolved to set forth toward America. His watch, affectionately dubbed Beachy, a playful moniker for the AI-enabled device, informed him that by completing his first minor task, he not only gained power but also stabilized the timeline significantly. To further fortify this world, he needed to engage with more narratives and characters. Clearly, the epicenter of such stories lay in New York. Come, Beachy, plot a course. We must find a city with an international airport. Mingyu, having procured an SUV from an unknown source, set off with the two children toward the swirling vortex of Marvel's tales. Chapter 7. Odessa, Sokovia. In the realm of reality, this nation does not exist. Upon arrival, Mingyu discovered that this small country lies nestled between Romania and Hungary. Marvel sources merely describe it as a landlocked nation in Eastern Europe. For the sake of narrative development, there are those in the know, so please refrain from criticism. Thank you. Initially, Mingyu intended to take the twins to Budapest. After all, it is the capital of Hungary, boasts an international airport, and is relatively close to them. However, to his surprise, the supposed ample supplies prepared for him in the space of the enigmatic entity consisted solely of enough military hardware to equip hundreds of individuals, with nothing else in sight. No money, no food or drink. Only 3 comic books unsuitable for children. It is crucial to note that in this world, Mingyu is effectively an undocumented individual. He would struggle to navigate not just the United States, but even the neighboring countries without proper identification. Faced with this predicament, Mingyu was forced to scavenge a false passport from a pile of corpses, acquiring a meager sum of cash and an aging off-road vehicle, at least 15 years old, which he drove unsteadily towards Ukraine's Odessa. Fortunately, the surrounding area was experiencing turmoil, with a significant influx of refugees resulting in lax checks for identification. Otherwise, escaping Sokovia might have proven impossible for him. The route was provided by the enigmatic entity, which, apart from possessing a comprehensive database of characters and events from this world, demonstrated itself to be a competent artificial intelligence. At the very least, it had located a vendor on the dark web selling passports, which would ensure Mingyu and the twins' safe arrival in America. As for what would happen upon their arrival, That was a matter for another time. The direct rays of the morning sun prompted Li Mingyu to stifle a yawn. Although his current constitution allowed him to function without sleep for a night, anyone who has driven long distances knows the monotony of the road can easily induce drowsiness, especially with two passengers in the back seat fast asleep. Bitch, were we? Li Mingyu rubbed his nose, preparing to step out for a smoke. You have entered Odessa. Continue straight for 40 kilometers to reach the city center. Subtitles appeared before Li Mingyu's eyes. All right. Spotting a wider stretch of road ahead, he decided to pull over. As he traversed the winding mountain road, he was greeted by the newly risen sun ahead, while to his right lay a cliff overlooking a vast expanse of azure. The calm of the Black Sea in the early morning, coupled with a gentle breeze, filled Li Mingyu with a sense of ease. He had always cherished traveling before his crossing, but had never had the chance to journey abroad. Little did he expect to find himself in the Marvel Universe, gazing at the morning Black Sea from atop a mountain. Yet, his heart longed for the Mediterranean cities he had always dreamed of visiting. Once in America, he intended to secure a stable life for the children and seize the opportunity to explore the world. As he pondered, he lit a cigarette and settled by the roadside, taking in the scenery. Wow, the sea. Little Wanda had awoken at some point, quietly exiting the vehicle. Upon witnessing the breathtaking view below, her eyes widened in astonishment. This was her first venture, so far from home, and her inaugural glimpse of the true ocean, a moment of pure excitement for a 10-year-old child. Isn't it beautiful? Li Mingyu smiled as he retrieved a carton of milk from his pocket and offered it to Wanda. Absolutely stunning. I read in a book that the sea breeze carries a hint of fishy and salty scents, and I always wondered what it would smell like. Now I finally know. I love the sea. Thank you, Li. Little Wanda approached Li Mingyu, planting a kiss on his cheek. The sunlight illuminated her delicate features, her golden hair and large eyes sparkling radiantly. For the first time, Li Mingyu set aside the shadows of the Scarlett Witch and Elizabeth Olsen, perceiving this little girl as someone to be cherished and protected, feeling a newfound connection to this world. Disregarding any identity concerns, he resolved to ensure her happiness as she grew up. If you love the sea, once we reach New York, we shall find a home with a view of the ocean, and I will enroll you both in the finest schools. I don't want to go to school. I want to learn martial arts and the magic you possess. Pietro had also awakened, approaching the two. If you wish to learn my martial arts, you must first attend school. All else can wait until you are in college. Li Mingyu handed out another carton of milk. I'll retrieve some snacks from the car. Let's take a break and have a bite before we set off. He ruffled the twins' hair and returned to the vehicle. As he bent down to select some appealing convenience foods from a large bag in the passenger seat, a sudden roar of engines erupted from behind. Instinctively, Li Mingyu glanced up to see 3 large Land Rover SUVs racing past in a row. Wow, that looks like the entourage of an evil organization, Li Mingyu mused, recalling the tropes of Western cinema, where military personnel typically drove Hummers. Government agents favored Chevrolets or Lincolns, and discreet assassins or agents preferred pickups. Wealthy organizations scheming to topple the world from Eastern Europe were often depicted as driving Land Rovers. Of course, one must exclude Fast and Furious, where even spacebound vehicles are sports cars, emphasizing that a street racer can conquer the world with a fast car. Those 3 SUVs, lined up so impeccably and driving so brazenly, unmistakably suggested a mission from some malevolent organization. Although this was merely a cinematic interpretation, the presence of the 2 children made Li Mingyu hesitate for over 10 minutes before reluctantly resuming his journey. However, after driving less than 20 kilometers, he sensed something amiss. A large patch of tire skid marks marred the road ahead. While he had not studied criminal investigation, anyone familiar with films and television could recognize that such chaotic marks were indicative of a vehicle spinning in place. Coupled with the earlier sighting of the 3 Land Rovers, an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. Li, look, there's someone down by the cliff. Wanda, leaning toward the sea, suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the edge of the cliff. Following her gaze downward, Li Mingyu was startled to see an old pickup truck overturned at the cliff's base, resting against a cluster of rocks by the sea. The vehicle appeared dilapidated, clearly having tumbled down from above. On the ground nearby, Two figures lay motionless. The first appeared to be a man with graying hair, clad in a gray jacket, face down on the ground. The second figure lay slightly farther from the truck, their outline obscure by distance, but long. Wine-red waves of hair and a black leather ensemble accentuated a striking silhouette. That figure looked vaguely familiar. Mingyu's eyes widened, and he abruptly slammed on the brakes. Stopping by the roadside. Chapter 8. Warning, Black Widow clad in a black leather coat with wine-red curls. Mingyu's mind raced back to a line from Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Soviet bullets, no rifling, goodbye bikini. Damn it, Widow, come out and explain yourself. This was all part of your design, wasn't it? Mingyu fumed internally. Indeed, based on our understanding of you. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda Maximoff are the primary driving forces behind your arrival in this world. This is a tailor-made traversal route for you, and thus far, it appears to be quite effective, does it not? New mission issued. Rescue S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Natasha Romanoff. Shut up. Remove that damn mission of yours. If there are no extra rewards, do not present me with pointless tasks. From this moment on, anything within your calculations must be explicitly communicated to me, and I shall determine how to proceed. You may only provide prompt service and advice based on the objectives I set, not issue meaningless missions. Do you understand? No one wishes to be kept in the dark, and Mingyu was no exception. I do not comprehend. The routes I provide are the most optimal solutions. Considering your personal preferences, gaining power, and rescuing two women who can stimulate your hormones. Shouldn't you be pleased? For the first time, the AI expressed its confusion. I am pleased, Widow, but only if you inform me of everything in advance. I'm a person, not a puppet. Those behind you did not give me a choice before, and now you throw me into this world, utilizing you to dictate my every action as if I were a mere pawn. I refuse, do you understand? You are the ones seeking my help to save your world. Regardless of what I gain, it is my reward. If you seek cooperation, you must adopt a humble attitude. Do you comprehend? Inform those behind you that I am aware of your connections. Tell them that from now on, you will serve merely as an auxiliary system, assisting me with analysis and calculations, while I remain the one in charge. Otherwise, we shall part ways. Given that they had prior knowledge of me, they should understand I am a Taoist, living freely, unbound by worldly concerns. Even if the world were to end, I demand to be left alone. Uncertain whether it was Mingyu's resolute tone or the AI detecting his emotional turmoil, Widow remained silent for 2 to 3 minutes before finally responding. They have agreed to your demands. Henceforth, I will cease issuing missions, only sending you reminders when certain events arise. Your participation and involvement will be entirely at your discretion. I shall merely offer suggestions and support. Good boy. At last, Mingyu felt a sense of authority. After all, how could an artificial intelligence dare to conceal such unexpected designs from him? Notice, the injured figure in black on the lower left is S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Natasha Romanoff. She is a significant character in this world's current narrative. It is advisable to intervene and rescue her. Now, that felt much more comfortable. Mingyu mused. Engaging in a job voluntarily for profit and being constantly monitored by a boss-fearing laziness are two entirely different mindsets, even if the pay remains the same. Hey, are you all right? Came a voice from Wanda, who had been silent for a while. I'm Fina. I was contemplating whether to check on the situation below. Those people likely need assistance, but I'm a bit concerned about you too. Mingyu replied, turned to Wanda. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Lock the car, and we won't exit until you return. Pietro raised his right hand, assuring Mingyu. All right. Mingyu smiled, opening the car door to exit. The pickup truck was only about 20 meters from the roadside, not far at all, though separated by a cliff with a drop of at least 5 to 6 meters. Most would find it daunting, but for Mingyu, this height was trivial. Standing at the front of the vehicle, he took a few steps back, surveyed the area for onlookers, and then sprinted forward, leaping into the air. With ease, he soared over the distance, landing directly on a sizable rock that measured over a square meter. Upon impact, both feet hit the ground simultaneously. The drop of 5 to 6 meters posed no strain on his ankles or knees. Yoo-hoo! Mingyu raised his right hand triumphantly. The exhilaration was palpable. After all, he was not yet 20, merely a child at heart. Had he not been responsible for two others, he would have certainly leaped around a few more times to express his excitement. Realizing he might have acted a bit overly exuberant, Mingyu cautiously glanced back to see if Wanda and Pietro had witnessed his jubilant display. Unfortunately, as he shifted his weight, his foot slipped on the moss, sending him sprawling into a small pool of seawater beneath the rocks. Damn it, Mingyu cursed as he sat up, gazing at his shoes, which he had not yet changed. No matter how strong one might be, wearing cloth shoes on a rocky surface could lead to a comical fall. Fortunately, during his time in a ravaged city, he had managed to gather ample supplies, and finding a discreet corner, he had changed into comfortable casual attire and sneakers before scrambling back up the rocks, making his way toward the scene where Black Widow had encountered trouble. Upon closer inspection, the overturned pickup truck was utterly wrecked, the cabin crumpled inwards, and only one tire remained intact. It was a mystery how anyone inside could have escaped. The elderly man in a jacket on the ground was likely the target of Widow's mission, a nuclear scientist brought from Iran. However, given the gaping hole in his chest, he was undoubtedly dead. A trail of blood led away from the scientist, about 10 meters distant, where Black Widow lay unconscious on the ground. She bore a gunshot wound to her lower abdomen, reminiscent of the scars shown to Captain America in the film. Piecing together the events, Mingyu surmised that Widow had been escorting the Iranian scientist when they were ambushed by Hydra. The three Land Rovers must have been pursuing them. After the pickup was overturned down the cliff, the Winter Soldier had jumped down to finish the job. Widow, having miraculously saved the scientist, had encountered the Winter Soldier, shielding the unconscious scientist with her body, only to be fatally shot through the abdomen, inadvertently resulting in the scientist's demise. As for Widow, the Winter Soldier likely deemed her no longer a threat and had not wasted time on her. But why'd she crawled so far despite her severe injury? Shouldn't she have sought help or returned to the vehicle for supplies? Just as he pondered this, a sudden explosion erupted behind him. Turning to see the pickup truck engulfed in flames, Mingyu realized this was indeed a cinematic world. How could an overturned vehicle not explode? Chapter 9, The First Meeting and a Duel of Wits Beach. Do you have any knowledge of gunshot wound first aid? I need to ascertain whether she can move. Although Mingyu was aware that in the subsequent narrative, the Black Widow would be alive and well, he remained hesitant to make any impulsive moves. He was unfamiliar with gunshot injuries, and any reckless handling of the injured could exacerbate the situation. Received, please raise your left hand and point it towards the injured. The capabilities of the beach were indeed comprehensive. Upon raising his left hand, several beams of infrared light emanated from his watch, scanning the Black Widow thoroughly from all angles. The bullet has penetrated the lower left abdomen. Fortunately, it has not harmed any vital organs or major blood vessels. The wound appears to have undergone emergency hemorrhage control. She is currently suffering from significant blood loss and a head impact, resulting in temporary unconsciousness. She can be moved. With the assurance that she could be transported, Mingyu felt relieved. They were quite close to the city of Odessa, and he still had over $2,000 left from the plunder in Sokovia, which should suffice to secure temporary accommodation. As for the passport issue, Beach had indeed contacted a seller on the dark web, but with 2 children and an injured person in tow, Mingyu decided it was prudent to wait. After all, having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, it would be far more reliable to obtain a passport through the Black Widow upon her awakening than to attempt to procure one himself. Having devised a plan, Mingyu lowered his gaze to the Black Widow. Unlike the formidable Scarlett which seen in the films, she was not yet that character in this timeline. Being around 23 years old, just recently distanced from her first appearance in Iron Man 2. She appeared even younger than on screen, her visage remarkably delicate, though her pallor from blood loss rendered her somewhat haggard. Who would have thought that he would ever have the opportunity to cradle the Black Widow in his arms? Mingyu silently marveled, then dismissed further thoughts as he carefully carried her towards the vehicle. Odessa, the capital of Odessa Oblast in Ukraine, ranks among the 4 major cities of the country and is one of its most significant ports, often referred to as the Pearl of the Black Sea. Due to the issues surrounding passports and the injured, Mingyu opted against a hotel and instead found a modest dwelling by the Black Sea, a two-story building encircled by iron railings, encompassing a small courtyard of about 20 square meters. Facing the Black Sea, the entrance opened onto a charming seaside path with splendid views. The monthly rent was $600, but Mingyu generously offered the landlord an additional $200 to bypass the usual documentation requirements. The upper floor featured 2 bedrooms, one master and one with bunk beds, perfectly accommodating the Black Widow and the twins. Mingyu had to settle for the sofa in the living room, serving as a guardian for the group. Once settled, Mingyu ventured out to procure some essential supplies. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by Pietro rushing towards him. "You saved that woman, and she's awake." The moment she regained consciousness, she bombarded us with questions. "But I promised Wanda we wouldn't divulge your martial arts and magic skills. That's our secret, right?" Pietro raised his chin, clearly seeking recognition. Mingyu readily offered praise, aware that if the Black Widow were awake, her skills would enable her to glean the truth from the twins in no time. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the children's discretion. "Indeed, it is our secret, and you did splendidly. I brought you some new clothes. Go ahead and change." After calming Pietro, Mingyu retrieved 2 bags from among his belongings and headed upstairs. "I heard from the twins that you saved me. Thank you ever so much. Otherwise, I might have perished there. By the way, I am Natasha Romanoff, a CIA agent. We encountered a terrorist attack on our way. Thank God we met you." The Black Widow, aware of her unusual attire and the unmistakably suspicious circumstances of her accident, promptly revealed her official identity. "I am not concerned with your identity. I merely happened upon someone in need of assistance," Mingyu replied with a slight smile, engaging in their mutual charade. "Romanoff? Oh, I assure you, I mean no offense. I merely wish to convey that I am not a villain. I also heard from Wanda that you just escaped from Sokovia, where your parents died in a bombing. You wish to take the children to America. My point is, if you want to relocate them to the United States, I believe I could assist you." The Black Widow sat up slightly, her expression earnest as she addressed Mingyu. "What a coincidence. I am currently troubled by our passport situation. To be candid, I was helping a relative's restaurant in Sokovia just a few months ago, and I have yet to obtain local identification." Mingyu seized the opportunity. "Oh, by the way, I brought you some clothes. I figured you wouldn't feel comfortable in your current outfit upon waking up. I hesitated to take you to a hospital, given your situation. Is there anything you need from me? Perhaps a call to your colleagues to come and retrieve you?" He offered her the 2 bags. "Thank you for the clothes, but there's no need to call anyone right now. This is not our territory. If you wouldn't mind, could I recuperate here? Once I am well, I will find a way to get you all on a plane to America. Which city would you prefer? New York? Los Angeles?" The Black Widow's words mixed truth with deception. Under the prevailing U.S.-Russia tensions, Ukraine indeed fell within the former Soviet sphere of influence, and SHIELD operatives would understandably feel insecure in this region. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to traverse westward through Ukraine after picking someone up in Iran. "New York. I have friends in Chinatown there. It should be relatively easy to find work." Mingyu grinned, displaying a foolish smile. "Very well. You'll have to trouble us for the next few days. No worries. You have been a tremendous help. I will go downstairs to prepare some food. Please change into your new clothes and rest. If you need assistance, Wanda is in the adjacent room. She can help you." "All right." Mingyu acknowledged, turning to exit the room, while the Black Widow regarded his retreating figure with a look of confusion. As a top-tier agent, both her physical prowess and mental resilience were exceptional. When Mingyu had carried her, she had felt a flicker of awareness. To leap up a 5 or 6 meter cliff while cradling her seemed to surpass human limits. This was not the physicality one would expect from someone who worked in a kitchen, although it appeared that Mingyu had rescued her with good intentions. His extraordinary abilities warranted further scrutiny. As Mingyu turned away, a peculiar smile graced his lips. "Ah, still pretending, are we? Natasha Romanoff, what a dreadful name you've concocted." Thus began their first encounter, steeped in mutual awareness of the pretense. Both participants playing along in this peculiar charade, convinced the other remained oblivious. Chapter 10. The fireworks of desire. Here, we have brought back some grapes from my cousin's estate, along with 2 bottles of homemade wine. One for you and Lee, and the grapes for those 2 little rascals. A robust woman, dressed simply, stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, her face beaming as she handed over a large basket. "Oh my, you brought us gifts." "Thank you, and Andress." The widow, adorned in a floral dress, appeared as if she were a young bride from the countryside, visiting the city for the first time. She radiated joy and disbelief at the neighbor's generosity. "No need to be polite, dear. We are neighbors, and besides, Leah's lent us a hand. He helped us clear out our attic. You know how it is for people our age. There's always some old furniture up there that we'll never use again. You can't imagine how cumbersome those items were. Lee helped us move each one down. He even shared several recipes with me. Oh, the wonders of Chinese cuisine." The Ukrainian woman chattered on for nearly half an hour about the benefits Lee Mingyu and his family had brought since moving here. Yet, the widow showed no signs of impatience. Instead, she listened attentively, her smile unwavering as the woman departed. "Your demeanor hardly resembles that of a trained agent." Lee Mingyu, returning from outside, stood smiling at the entrance, observing the widow. Initially, he thought she would stay only a few days. Given the advanced technology of Marvel and the top-tier equipment and medical supplies of S.H.I.E.L.D., the spray she used when injured could not only quickly stop the bleeding, but also accelerate healing. Such a significant wound, and within 3 days, she could barely manage to walk. 10 days later, aside from avoiding strenuous abdominal activities, she had returned to her normal routine. Now, they had been there for a full 23 days, but neither mentioned it, cherishing the rare opportunity to foster their bond. Throughout these days together, the widow had lowered her guard considerably. Apart from not revealing her true identity, her conversations had become more casual. Being an agent was merely her profession, not a way of life. She cherished her current existence and the people around her, devoid of the need for vigilance or anxiety. Neighbors would greet her with baskets of freshly picked grapes rather than armed weapons. As she spoke, she playfully shook the grapes Aunt Andress had gifted her before Lee Mingyu. "Why not stay? Work can always be exchanged for something else. Everyone has their choices, do they not?" These grapes are delightful." As they conversed, Lee Mingyu unceremoniously pulled out a chair from beneath the small round table and sat down. This table was brought out by him on the day the widow first got out of bed. She would brew a pot of coffee each morning to sit here, enjoying the sea breeze while sipping her drink. "I owe so much. I have made many mistakes in my past, and my current work is a means of repaying those debts." The widow poured a cup of coffee for Lee Mingyu, her eyes reflecting a sense of guilt and melancholy. "This is the new coffee beans I've acquired today. Do give it a try." When she looked up again, the expression of the agent, trained since childhood, bore a smile. As a seasoned Marvel enthusiast, Lee Mingyu understood the profound sorrow concealed within that smile. In her heart, she likely felt unworthy of the life she longed for. Among all the characters in the MCU, it was the widow and Tony Stark who tugged at Lee Mingyu's heartstrings the most. One, a flamboyant playboy, adorned with the aura of genius and wealth. The other, a seemingly cold and formidable assassin. Yet, they both stood as the most responsible heroes within the Marvel Cinematic realm. Tony Stark played the role of the caretaker throughout the Avengers, providing equipment, funding, and overseeing many concluding tasks. After War Machine's unexpected fall during Civil War, Tony promptly designed a parachute for Spider-Man's suit. He was the first to withstand the government's initial pressure while signing the Sokovia Accords. Such acts were numerous from Iron Man, not to mention his ultimate sacrifice in the end. As for the widow, after Avengers, Infinity War, while everyone else sank into despair or began anew, she remained solitary at the Avengers base, anxiously scanning incoming intelligence reports. Ultimately, it was they who sacrificed themselves, granting everyone the chance to embrace their new lives. Tony at least had Morgan and Pepper, enjoying years of a life that belonged to him. The widow's existence revolved around saving others. Only during her childhood years as a spy in America did she briefly experience the warmth of family, which turned out to be a mere illusion. Contemplating this, Lee Mingyu began to understand why the widow was reluctant to leave despite her recovery. Natasha, bravery does not equate to shouldering all responsibilities alone. That is not true courage. Sometimes, letting go of the past and starting anew is the essence of bravery. I cannot. I have tried, but every night before sleep, the events of my past resurface, one by one, each memory, each face of despair. The widow shook her head with a bittersweet smile, quickly brushing away a tear from the corner of her eye. It was not that she was weak. It was just that living with Mingyu and the twins had fostered a familial bond, reminiscent of the home she had fleetingly known. Watching the twins play, seeing Mingyu bustling in the kitchen preparing their meals, and gathering together after dinner to watch mindless television. It was a life she found herself enamored with. Yet deep down, she recognized that none of this truly belonged to her. Then let us continue repaying those debts, following our hearts, but know that when you tire, you will always be welcomed back home. Mingyu abandoned his attempts at persuasion, rising to open his arms wide. Thank you. The widow stood as well, moving forward to embrace Mingyu warmly. Alas, this tender moment was soon to be interrupted. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed, and in an instant, Mingyu shoved the widow aside, his eyes flashing with crimson fury. Chapter 11. The temptation of Nick Fury as the physical body and inner energy of a person continue to enhance, their consciousness, reaction speed, and intuition also improve. The moment he heard the gunshot, Mingyu's mind became intensely focused. The entire world seemed to slow down before his eyes. Almost instantaneously, he pinpointed the direction from which the shot had come, pushing Black Widow aside and stepping forward to shield her from the bullet. His muscles tightened instinctively, and the energy within him began to coalesce, manifesting as small bursts of red lightning around his body. With a soft crack, the gathered energy formed a slender bolt of lightning, darting swiftly toward the oncoming bullet. Within mere inches of leaving Mingyu's body, it collided with the speeding projectile. The immense kinetic energy of the bullet was entirely neutralized by the lightning, reducing the black bullet head to charred remnants that fell to the ground nearby. Rubber bullet? As the world around him resumed its normal pace, Mingyu's thoughts returned to clarity. However, Black Widow, who had been pushed aside, was quicker to react. Picking up the bullet head and whispering, "Rubber bullet?" Taken aback, Mingyu pondered how it could possibly be a rubber bullet. Even if it had been a tranquilizer dart, he could have understood, but what purpose does a rubber bullet serve? Before his curiosity could linger for long, an answer soon presented itself. A black SUV had come to a halt across the street, and from it emerged a figure, bald with an eye patch, clad in a long black leather coat. None other than Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, with a reaction speed akin to supersonic, and the ability to unleash red lightning. Such prowess could not be learned in Chinatown. "I wonder if Mr. Lee could teach me a thing or two," Nick Fury said, unhurriedly approaching with a casual demeanor. Mingyu's first instinct was to realize he had fallen into a trap. It was clear that this was a scheme to test whether he possessed any extraordinary powers. His gaze turned angrily towards Black Widow, who appeared equally perplexed. Looking at Nick Fury, if Black Widow were complicit in this affair, there would have been no need for pretense at this juncture. Relieved, Mingyu concluded that she was not involved. He was not particularly concerned about revealing his abilities, as that was inevitable, but he disliked being manipulated, especially by Black Widow, with whom he had shared enjoyable moments. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was known as a cunning figure in the Marvel Universe, and he quickly grasped Mingyu's expression. "This matter does not concern her. However, it is imperative that we investigate the incident involving my top agent," he declared, moving closer to Mingyu and producing a stack of photographs from his pocket. Upon receiving the photographs, Mingyu realized they documented the entire sequence of events from when he had rushed to save Black Widow, including numerous shots of his leap from the cliff, effectively creating a short video. The images were captured by SHIELD satellites. "Initially, I thought you merely possessed extraordinary physical capabilities. However, upon testing, it appears you also have the ability to generate red lightning, a rather impressive skill." He added, "By the way, the neighbors and the 2 children inside have already fallen asleep, thanks to a minor mechanism on the air conditioner. There are no side effects, allowing us to converse freely." Now, back to our original topic. If this is indeed part of your martial arts training, which dojo should I enroll in? Nick Fury seated himself confidently beside the coffee table, exuding an air of total control. "Has anyone ever told you that your head resembles a marinated egg?" Mingyu, disregarding Fury's banter. Simply shot him a serious look and asked, "What egg?" Even Nick Fury, a seasoned strategist, was momentarily thrown off by this unexpected remark. It's the kind of egg that is boiled with various seasonings and then left to soak overnight until the flavors permeate completely, resulting in a darkened shell. It's called a marinated egg. You should try it in Chinatown. They certainly sell them in Chinese supermarkets. Mingyu aimed to catch him off guard, deliberately disrupting Fury's rhythm. Although he did not particularly like Nick Fury, he deemed him trustworthy, so he had no concerns about the twins in the room. That personal attack. Nick Fury felt somewhat rattled, especially since Mingyu's description was rather vivid, conjuring images in his mind. A personal attack? I certainly did not send a sniper to shoot my subordinate from a distance with rubber bullets, merely to test her savior. In my view, such despicable behavior qualifies as a personal attack. Also, would you kindly put down that coffee? First of all, I did not invite you, and secondly, that cup belongs to me. Mingyu boldly snatched the coffee from Fury's hands, plopping down beside him and crossing his legs, engaging in a close stare-off with a one-eyed man, fully aware of his advantage. Fine, my mistake. Nick Fury rolled his eyes, feigning exasperation. Let me introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. This is Agent Natasha Romanoff. I know she hasn't revealed her real name. That is a requirement of our work. She did not intend to deceive you. We are here because we observed your extraordinary abilities and would like to invite you to join us. Nick Fury refrained from mentioning the Avengers Initiative directly, as he felt he lacked sufficient insight into Mingyu's character. Many lives had been lost in Sokovia, and a nearby Chinese restaurant had been reduced to rubble, with no survivors in sight. They could not infiltrate China to investigate Mingyu's past, and the earlier shooting at Natasha had served as a test, not just of his abilities, but also to preliminarily assess whether he was a foe. Crazy. I'm not interested. Mingyu firmly rejected Nick Fury's invitation, glancing at Black Widow beside him. So your name is Natasha Romanoff? That sounds far better than Natalie Rushman. I'm sorry. I truly did not mean it. Black Widow felt a hint of guilt, especially after their time together, which had fostered a familial bond. We can discuss this matter later. For now, I need to address the marinated egg issue. With that, Mingyu cast a mischievous glance at Nick Fury. Chapter 12. Extreme Tug-of-War, Mutual Testing. No. The Black Widow rose to stand protectively in front of Mingyu, her face a mask of concern and pleading. Ha ha ha. Ah. Mingyu stared at the Black Widow for several seconds, then suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, accompanied by Nick Fury's deep, wistful sigh. The Black Widow was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Damn it, you two bastards. With that, she picked up the basket and entered the house without looking back. Nick Fury sighed again. Agent Romanoff is one of our most exceptional agents, and she has always held her own ideals and aspirations. I thought she would remain unaffected by emotions. That is because you do not understand her well enough. She has always yearned for the warmth of a family. You agents and spies are all workaholics, living in a fade. You know nothing of the concept of family. Mingyu interrupted, noticing Fury's gloomy expression. He gestured at himself and added, Moreover, we Chinese are different. We drink hot water and eat warm food. Our lives are imbued with the essence of human connection, a warmth you cannot comprehend. With that, Mingyu smiled proudly, having decisively won this psychological battle due to the Black Widow's stance. Since Nick Fury had come and presented photographs, it was evident that he had been monitoring the situation for quite some time, even if he was confident that the Black Widow would not betray him. Witnessing a superhuman rescue her would have made this seasoned fox cautious, likely leading him to observe in secret for an extended period. Mingyu did not underestimate the world's top intelligence agencies, recognizing that these elite operatives and spies were seasoned veterans, capable of discerning myriad details from your everyday speech, attire, and even subtle gestures. Countless psychological experts must have analyzed him before Fury arrived, and had it not been for the certainty that Mingyu posed no threat, one could hardly expect this old fox to appear so readily. Even now, Mingyu could bet there were likely high-tech sniper rifles trained on him from afar. The Black Widow's earlier report merely indicated she was recuperating in Ukraine, without revealing anything about Mingyu, which was, of course, to protect the twins. However, it was evident that the Black Widow had been aware of Mingyu's abilities, as her lack of surprise when he deflected the bullet exposed her prior knowledge. Both Nick Fury and Mingyu recognized this, which prompted Mingyu to jest and subtly probe the Black Widow's attitude when Fury extended his invitation. If the Black Widow were to suddenly switch allegiances because of Fury's presence and his overtures towards Mingyu, she would not have stood up for him earlier. Through their time together, she had already discerned Mingyu's character, and until Fury exhibited any hostility, Mingyu would not act. In truth, concern muddles clarity at this moment. Even without the twins as a burden, Mingyu was far from a match for S.H.L.D. Confrontation would yield no favorable outcomes, and aligning with another organization posed the risk of being captured and studied. Just look at how the Hulk was treated after joining the Avengers and facing the U.S. military. Of course, his abilities now also represented a vulnerability, which was precisely why Nick Fury approached him with such confidence. However, the distinction between being forced into cooperation and negotiating freely is substantial, which is why the Black Widow's stance held such significance. If she sided with Fury, Mingyu would find himself utterly powerless, with no room for negotiation. The dynamics had shifted. Emotionally, the Black Widow leaned towards Mingyu, as evidenced by her demeanor earlier. While she did not wish for Fury to be harmed, her gaze revealed that her primary concern was for Mingyu's safety. Conversely, the Black Widow's current posture of neutrality rendered Fury less able to exert undue pressure, as he had to safeguard his subordinate savior. It would be unseemly for a leader to forcibly demand a person's allegiance. Yet, coercion could lead to a loss of loyalty. Moreover, for the sake of his grand plan, Fury hoped to recruit superhumans who differed from those already under his command in S. Hey, Tobin, all right. I have experienced the warmth of the Chinese community, but let us set that aside and discuss serious matters. The phase of mutual testing is over. We can now address the real issues. Joining us is your only viable option. Only we can truly ensure your safety. Otherwise, unless you intend to conceal your abilities for life, not only you, but those two little ones will also be in peril. Nick Fury said earnestly, these words not mere empty threats. In this era of Marvel, superhumans indeed faced greater dangers than ordinary folk, with malevolent organizations and deranged scientists abounding, all in search of experimental subjects like Mingyu. Joining is out of the question. I have no interest in becoming a spy or a covert assassin for the government. Mingyu waved his hand, continuing amid Fury's astonished gaze. However, considering our desire to settle in New York and lead a normal life, we would require your assistance. We can engage in some appropriate cooperation, but remuneration must not be compromised. Mingyu chuckled as he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. You despicable rogue, in essence. You wish to reap the benefits without shouldering any responsibilities, do you? Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Do you think other organizations will be as accommodating? If they discover your abilities, their first course of action will undoubtedly be to abduct those twins to ensure your complete control. Fury's single eye narrowed, exuding an aura of threat, implying that failure to cooperate would lead to exposure. Mingyu had long been prepared for such intimidation and would not yield to it. He slammed his hand on the table, employing the skills of a streetwise rogue. You threaten me without even investigating my past. I have roamed the streets since childhood, bold enough at 3.5 to wield bricks against wild dogs for food. At 5, I was already mingling with fortune tellers, observing their deceitful practices, and crashing weddings with nothing but a red envelope stuffed with toilet paper to partake in the feasts. I have lived this long without ever being caught or killed. You think your feeble threats can intimidate me? If it comes to it, I could just as easily scatter and seek to smuggle myself away. Perhaps even find an opportunity to blow up your White House. Do you think you could stop me? As he spoke, Mingyu dramatically flipped his hand, mimicking a spell, and produced a bomb he had previously collected from Wanda's house. With a resounding thud, it landed on the table, a bomb over half a meter long, as thick as an adult's thigh, materializing before him. Nick Fury was utterly stunned. Chapter 13. Refusal to join. Nick Fury swore to God that he had never encountered a person who could turn hostile as swiftly as this one. Moreover, was it a threat he had just issued? It seemed more like a negotiation. Gazing at the bomb before him, which measured over 1/2 meter in length, Nick Fury felt a slight sense of suffocation. On the other hand, Mingyu remained remarkably composed. When one possesses sufficient strength, it is wise to keep some cards close to the chest, making it difficult for others to ascertain just how formidable one truly is. Conversely, in moments of weakness, one must reveal a semblance of power to ensure others recognize one's potential to turn the tables. Just like now, if you dare threaten me, I will make it known that I possess the capability to create chaos before you can eliminate me. Stay back. I'm fine. You all return to standby. As expected of the director of SHIELD, he swiftly regained his composure, issuing commands into the microphone. He then turned to Mingyu with a serious expression and remarked, "It seems I must elevate your threat level once again. Consequently, your value assessment should also be readjusted." Mingyu lit a cigarette and, after exhaling a thick plume of smoke, inquired, "This thing you conjured out of thin air, does it have a certain capacity? How much can it hold?" Nick Fury, displaying considerable audacity, tapped on the area marked with Stark's insignia on the bomb and asked with keen interest, "As a competent bitch, this watch indeed had ample space." Although the nature of this spatial capability remained unclear, whether it stemmed from technology or magic, the space itself was undeniably vast, measuring 4 meters high and 100 meters in length and width. In apocalyptic fiction, such storage could sustain thousands. With careful arrangement, accommodating 7 or 8 tanks would pose no issue. After pondering for a moment, Mingyu chose not to disclose the truth. While speaking, he pretended to form seals with his right hand, and with a gentle touch of his left hand, the bomb vanished from the table. Hiss! Even having witnessed it once before, the sight of it disappearing still caused Nick Fury to draw in a sharp breath. As a man of military background, he understood the absolute value of Mingyu's ability. This power should not be revealed lightly, lest it provoke unwarranted trouble, particularly from politicians. "Are you not a politician?" Mingyu teased, fully aware that, whether it be the superhumans of Marvel or the controllers of intelligence organizations like Nick Fury, they typically lacked a political stance, either seeking world domination or striving to save humanity, both being extremists. "I'm no fool, rest assured. Speak freely. You may set your price sky high, and I will negotiate accordingly to see if we can reach an agreement." Mingyu spread his hands, exuding nonchalance. "Do you truly refuse to join us in SHIELD? You are unaware that we are not solely under the control of any single government. Our mission is enough." Mingyu interjected impatiently, waving his hand to interrupt Nick Fury's lengthy exposition. "I am not Captain America. I lack such noble ideals. Your work holds no allure for me. All I desire is to earn a good living, enjoy life, and take care of these 2 little ones." Mingyu had no interest in joining SHIELD, regardless of the presence of Hydra spies or other organizations. His purpose in this world was to save it. His burdens were already heavy enough without adding more tasks. What foolishness would that be? Well then, since you refuse to join, I will not force you. I will still assist you in gaining legal status in the United States, but the condition is that when I require your assistance, you must help me. Seeing that Mingyu was unyielding, Nick Fury took a step back. "My God, has your memory faded along with your hair, dear director?" Mingyu rolled his eyes. "You will grant me legal status and help us settle in the United States. This is the reward for saving your agent. As for everything else, we will discuss it later, in detail." Mingyu elongated his voice, his index finger and thumb nearly sparking from friction. "You greedy bastard. It is true you saved my agent, but Natasha has now compromised her principles for you. You have gained her friendship, have you not? And I not only have to help you settle in, but must remain vigilant to prevent anyone from discovering your abilities and disturbing your life with the children. Damn it. I even need to arrange for a trusted team of agents to be on standby 24 hours a day near your home. Do you think my contributions are insufficient?" Nick Fury took a deep breath, his single eye glaring at Mingyu as he spoke through gritted teeth. "No more discussions about my hair, you damn brat. You will understand when you reach my age." Perhaps Nick Fury's tone was too grave, as Lee Mingyu rarely regarded him seriously. But he found himself imagining what he might look like should he become bald in the future. Lee Mingyu involuntarily shivered. At least I'm like a boiled egg, tender and pale. Do you still wish to continue this conversation? Nick Fury snapped. Relax, let us converse slowly. I'll fetch you a cup of coffee. Natasha brewed it this morning, and it tastes delightful. Ultimately, Lee Mingyu and Nick Fury reached a certain consensus. Nick Fury would assist in securing a legitimate, impeccable identity for Lee Mingyu and his companions, one that could withstand any scrutiny. The schooling issue for the twins was also addressed, and they even arranged for a seaside apartment as per Lee Mingyu's request. Regrettably, although Lee Mingyu initially intended to shamelessly ask Nick Fury for a house, he could only secure usage rights. In return, Lee Mingyu would collaborate with Nick Fury on certain matters. Whenever Nick Fury faced challenges or lacked manpower, Lee Mingyu could lend his assistance. Of course, the specifics of compensation would depend on the scale of the task, and he would only be responsible for operations against terrorist organizations, refraining from any involvement in political machinations between nations. In summary, collaboration was possible, but payment was mandatory, contingent upon Lee Mingyu's willingness. After their discussion, Nick Fury assigned Lee Mingyu his first task, offering a reward of $100,000, covering all expenses, to spend a week in Kyiv gathering intelligence and personally delivering it to New York. This time, Lee Mingyu did not refuse. Firstly, they could facilitate the return of Wanda and her brother as refugees, arranging their legal status, while Lee Mingyu would use S.H.L.D. resources to forge a new identity as an American who had grown up locally. This way, at least on paper, there would be no direct connection between Lee Mingyu and the twins, ensuring a measure of safety. Bidding a reluctant farewell to the twins, Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of worry, but with Black Widow promising to look after them, his concerns were somewhat alleviated. How does he fit our criteria? Lee Mingyu asked as he set off for Kyiv, driving himself. Yearning for freedom, resistant to constraints, operating outside the confines of rules, yet demonstrating responsibility and accountability in critical situations. Currently, he is trustworthy. Black Widow nodded, fully aware of Nick Fury's plans, and her assessments of character and psychology were the most accurate within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, observing Nick Fury's unwavering gaze upon her, the Black Widow reiterated, "Rest assured, I am entirely objective. You have all reached an agreement, and I have nothing to conceal." That is reassuring. Nick Fury exhaled deeply. It seems that, for the time being, declining to join S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed the wisest choice. Chapter 14. Agent Olsen. On the second evening of Lee Mingyu's arrival in Kyiv, the twins were settled in New York under the guidance of the Black Widow. Nick Fury had secured for him a high-rise apartment in the northeastern corner of Manhattan, adjacent to the Bronx, boasting over 200 square meters of space. Separated only by a narrow strait from Queens, it could almost be considered a seaside property, despite its somewhat distant geographical location. For the twins, this environment was decidedly opulent and thriving, particularly for little Wanda, who, with a notebook in hand, gleefully introduced their home to Lee Mingyu through a video call, while the Black Widow had kindly purchased numerous outfits for them. The school arrangements had also been made, allowing them to commence their studies before Lee Mingyu's return, which greatly relieved him. In the ensuing days, Lee Mingyu embraced the role of a true tourist, exploring the renowned Eastern European city, capturing photographs, and indulging in various culinary delights. This leisurely existence continued for a full week until, on the morning of the 8th day, a knock echoed on his door. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for saving Agent Romanoff. She is both my colleague and friend." Coulson, with an honest demeanor and a sincere expression, bore no trace of a top-tier agent, speaking directly without any hint of clandestine intelligence exchange. "Greetings, Agent Coulson. It is a pleasure to meet you. You certainly appear to be a good person, far more amiable than that rogue Nick Fury. Judging by your appearance, you must hold a significant position in S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps one of the top ranks beneath the director?" Lee Mingyu exclaimed warmly. grasping Coulson's right hand enthusiastically. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lee. But can you truly discern my position?" Coulson replied, aware of the Avengers' assembly efforts, where he and the Black Widow had forged friendships with several original members, showcasing their charismatic personalities. Seeing Lee Mingyu's enthusiasm, Coulson was taken aback, realizing that this young man was far more agreeable than Fury's description of a troublesome brat. However, Lee Mingyu's next remark completely disarmed Coulson. Of course, that bald-headed rogue of a director enjoys posturing and likely dislikes subordinates with a full head of hair. Judging by your receding hairline, you will probably be the director in 10 years, Lee Mingyu said with genuine mirth. Coulson, upon hearing this, felt an urge to draw his weapon, but suppressed it, recalling Fury's instructions to forge a bond with Lee Mingyu. Suppressing his impulse, Coulson swiftly withdrew his right hand from Lee Mingyu's grip, quickly regaining his composure. "Ahem, Mr. Lee, I am here on official business. Let us discuss the mission." Without waiting for Lee Mingyu's response, he moved aside, placing a briefcase on the table and retrieving an envelope from his inner pocket, presenting it to Lee Mingyu. "This is your identification card and a new passport, complete with accurate records of your entry and exit. They're all verifiable. Additionally, this briefcase contains certain items that cannot be taken directly onto the plane. Please take it back with you, where Agent Romanoff will meet you in New York." With that, he thrust the briefcase into Lee Mingyu's hands. "I have other tasks at hand, so you may book the nearest flight back. I shall not detain you further." "Wait, Agent Coulson. It's a rare opportunity to meet you here. Let us have lunch before you leave. You have no idea how excellent the French cuisine is at this hotel. I even ordered a bottle of top-tier wine for lunch. It would be a shame for you to miss it, especially since it will all be covered by official expenses." Lee Mingyu fully embraced the spirit of hospitality. Coulson paused, glancing around and realizing that they were indeed in the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite. Is the treatment this generous for external members? Even for the Avengers Initiative's reserves? He thought, a smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth. "No, I truly have other commitments today. I must depart for Iran this afternoon. My apologies, Mr. Lee. We shall have another opportunity to meet upon my return." With that, Coulson turned and walked away, leaving Lee Mingyu scratching his head, wondering if he had truly said anything out of line. Perhaps he genuinely has urgent matters to attend to, he mused, diverting his attention back to the briefcase on the table. In the hotel parking garage, Coulson connected with Nick Fury via phone. "Boss, you are not mistaken. This kid is indeed a rogue. After I left, he immediately opened the briefcase. However, he merely glanced at the contents and muttered something about it being uninteresting before setting it aside. It was evident that this task served as a test, with Coulson's arrival intended to evaluate Lee Mingyu's character and behavior. "And what do you make of him?" Fury's emotionless voice inquired. "I need more time to observe, boss. However, I suggest you assign this task to Natasha. This kid's mouth is even worse than Stark's. Enough of that for now. Keep an eye on him until he boards the flight to New York. You need not concern yourself with anything further," Fury concluded, abruptly ending the call. Coulson paused, realizing he had forgotten to mention something important. Within the hotel suite, Lee Mingyu closed the briefcase with a snap and tossed it into his wristwatch. "Ah, did you just say there's a listening device in this briefcase?" In fact, the scan revealed 2 listening devices and 3 tracking devices throughout the briefcase. "I suspected as much. That briefcase, containing important items, was merely a test. How could they not offer something of value for such an evaluation? Just this trivial examination of personnel?" Inside the briefcase were several glass containers emitting a mysterious purple glow, appearing enigmatic at first glance, but under the scrutiny of the scan, they were merely fluorescent agents. Scoffing dismissively, Lee Mingyu picked up the phone and dialed the airline. "Hello. I would like to inquire about booking a private flight from Kyiv to New York. When is the next available departure?" No. A small private plane will suffice. Just 1 passenger." "Yes, that's correct. The sooner, the better. Can the flight attendant be selected personally?" Chapter 15. Shadows from the Sky. Exquisite wines. The priciest CFS. The finest local dining establishments. Money for private rooms at nightclubs came seeking me. The presidential suite. Goodness. This damned bastard actually charter a plane to return? Did he think we were a complimentary travel experience broadcasted on television. He preemptively received $100,000 in remuneration, yet audaciously squandered $95,000 on reimbursements. If he had even a semblance of financial surplus. Damn it. Nick Fury felt as if his single eye might burst. His palm shaking the trinkets atop his desk askew. This has nothing to do with me, boss. I merely relayed his message. He mentioned it was his first mission and that he felt quite anxious, needing some fine food and wine to ease his nerves to ensure the task's successful completion. The Black Widow, fully recovered, stood before Nick Fury clad in her black combat attire, exuding confidence. Impossible. These expenditures have no bearing on the mission. I can offer him a maximum of $30,000, no, $20,000. Nick Fury's face flushed with rage, his neck thickening with indignation. The secret funds he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were meant to ensure the Avengers operated independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had presumed that the initial costs were sufficient, yet with Li Mingyu's spending habits, he feared he might soon need to sell off a safe house. Fine, no problem. He anticipated you wouldn't cover the entire bill, saying it was up to you, whatever amount you deemed fit, no negotiations. The Black Widow dutifully acted as a messenger. Did he truly say that? Nick Fury's perspective on Li Mingyu shifted slightly. Indeed, he expressed gratitude for my assistance in settling them in New York, not daring to ask for more, despite needing to support 2 children without a job. However, he assured me he wouldn't burden you, boss. Worst case, he'd find a way to earn a living. After all, with Manhattan's myriad of gang dealings and Wall Street's financial wolves, he promised he wouldn't target ordinary citizens. The Black Widow mimicked Li Mingyu's previous demeanor, a hint of amusement creeping into her expression. Nick Fury, however, found no humor in the situation. Initially, he believed that despite Li Mingyu's extravagant spending, he at least recognized his responsibilities. He felt a twinge of guilt. Was $20,000 too little? Perhaps he should offer $30,000 or $35,000 instead. He's threatening me, that wretched man. What on earth does he intend to do? Nick Fury paced his office, venting his frustration. I have no idea, boss. In fact, before I left New York, he was quite the model citizen, taking his twins to school every day and preparing their lunches, presenting himself as a typical doting father. He never mentioned any nefarious schemes to amass wealth. The Black Widow shrugged. From Ukraine to New York, both Li Mingyu and the twins rekindled a sense of familial warmth within her. Li Mingyu had even reserved a room for her in his apartment, marking this period as the most restful she had experienced in a long while, both physically and mentally. Huh. Nick Fury exhaled deeply. You tell him I'll send him a check immediately. $90,000, no more. If they're SA next time, I shall alter his status to that of a wanted criminal. Nick Fury shot the Black Widow a fierce glare before addressing her with a serious matter. Head to Los Angeles, arrange for a new identity, and get close to Tony Stark. I will send you the specifics shortly. Depart immediately. When will this endless cycle cease? It's unbearable. I must devise a plan. In the underground parking garage of the apartment building, Li Mingyu lounged in a pre-owned minivan, stretching and complaining. He had no regrets about taking care of the twins, but at his age, coupled with his inherently lazy disposition, the daily routine of school drop-offs and cooking was beginning to wear on him. To avoid personally tending to the 2 children, he would need to hire at least one. Perhaps 2 full-time nannies and a driver to escort the kids to and from school, yet his funds were insufficient. Frustrated, he scratched his head. He had received Nick Fury's check, but it was only $90,000, several thousand short, which prompted him to affix a label with Nick Fury's name on the toilet flush button. Each time he pressed it, he felt the water flow with renewed vigor, deriving a sense of emotional satisfaction. Yet, emotions aside, the harsh reality of financial survival loomed. Currently, he had merely $90,000 at his disposal. The events of Iron Man had concluded, while the sequel had yet to commence. Trying to capitalize on Tony's prior momentum to inflate his company was no longer an option. As for employment, that was out of the question. Who would work while traversing dimensions? After much contemplation, Li Mingyu decided to embark on a path of illicit dealings. Seizing the moment, he slipped out of the apartment one night when the twins were asleep, heading towards the streets just west of his location. It is worth noting that a mere stroll westward from his residence led directly to Hell's Kitchen, notorious within the Marvel Universe as one of the most chaotic, gang-ridden areas in Manhattan and all of New York. Though he had promised the Black Widow not to stir up trouble, he reasoned that if he were merely taking a stroll at night when a robbery occurred, retaliating would pose no issue, would it? Driving westward along 10th Avenue, he parked near West 39th Street and ambled into the area. It was nearly 11 at night, with few pedestrians in sight. Those who roamed the streets were either gang members huddled together or overweight streetwalkers, not to mention the motionless addicts and homeless sprawled on the sidewalks. A clean-cut, casually dressed young man in his 20s like Lee Mingyu practically screamed "Rob me" to anyone observing. Having walked less than 100 meters into the area, he noticed at least 3 or 4 groups fixating their gazes upon him. Lowering his head to conceal a grin, he pretended to check the time, inadvertently revealing his wristwatch worth several $1,000s. This was a gift from the Black Widow, neither excessively expensive nor cheap, but likely a tempting target for street criminals. As anticipated, upon glimpsing the watch, the intensity of their stares intensified. Lee Mingyu felt a surge of excitement and slipped into an alleyway as he passed one. Immediately, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Glancing back, he spotted 2 hooded men striding into the alley, their expressions a mix of menace and amusement, as if they had already ensnared their prey. With a playful spirit, Lee Mingyu exaggeratedly displayed a look of terror, quickening his pace deeper into the alley. Engaging in a full performance, he was a professional at playing the innocent lamb. Sensing the duo pursuing him closely, he feigned a slip, tumbling to the ground. "What do you want?" "I don't have any money," he stammered, watching as the 2 imposing figures approached. "Whether you have money or not is beside the point. It's up to us to ensure a thorough search, sweetheart." Upon hearing Lee Mingyu's words, the man to his right produced a folding knife, skillfully twirling in his hand as he charged towards Lee Mingyu, declaring, "This is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me." Lee Mingyu chuckled softly, preparing to rise and engage, when suddenly he felt a gust of wind above him. Looking up, he saw a shadow descending from an unknown source, landing directly in front of Lee Mingyu. In its hand, a short baton sliced through the air, propelled by the force of its descent, striking the man with the folding knife squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the assailant collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. "Do not fear. I am here to assist you." The figure turned back after dispatching the aggressor, revealing a smile to Lee Mingyu. Clad in a tight-fitting black outfit and wearing a mask that obscured the upper half of his face, only his nostrils and mouth remained visible. Chapter 16, Daredevil. Matthew Murdock, known as Daredevil, lost his sight in a childhood accident, but unexpectedly gained extraordinary sensory abilities. By day, he serves as a lawyer dedicated to providing legal assistance to the underprivileged, while by night, he transforms into Daredevil, vigilantly safeguarding the streets of Hell's Kitchen. This character is also referred to as the Night Demon in Chinese translations. Mark Murdock is one of the narrative's pivotal characters, suggesting a meaningful intersection with the sacred timeline-s events. At present, the AI assistant has indeed become more considerate, transforming tasks into suggestions and employing 2 different Chinese translations for character descriptions, ignoring the subtitles that appeared beneath his eyes. Lee Mingyu acknowledged the inevitable intersection of their paths and chose not to rush. His immediate concern was for his client, wishing not to frighten him away. The more one tries to avoid something, the more it seems to manifest. Perhaps Daredevil had already established a reputation among the street thugs in this area. Having just incapacitated one thug, another immediately let out a cry and fled. "Hey, don't run away. What are you afraid of in a one-on-one? Come and rob me. I'm ready to take off my watch." Observing the fleeing figure, Lee Mingyu felt a sense of helplessness and turned to the most renowned blind character in Marvel. "What on earth are you doing? I'm being robbed, and I never call for help. Why did you jump down? If you're going to leap, why not take both of them out at once? Now, one has escaped." Daredevil was momentarily perplexed when Lee Mingyu suddenly yelled for the thug to return. He wondered if Lee Mingyu was mentally unstable. However, upon turning to face Lee Mingyu's reproach, Daredevil couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. If you're seeking thrills, you'd be better off at an amusement park. This is Hell's Kitchen, not a playground for pampered rich kids. It was understandable for Daredevil to think Mingyu was merely a bored rich kid seeking excitement, especially given his seemingly erratic behavior. Their essay saying, "What one sees with their own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. One must not judge solely by appearances. Being blind is inconsequential. But one must never allow the heart to be blind." Mingyu rolled his eyes, disregarding any further conversation as he crouched down to conduct a thorough check on the unconscious thug. Damn it, these robbers can't even muster $20 between them. God, please send an angel down to smite these wretches. Mingyu cursed as he stood up, delivering a controlled kick to the thug's groin, mindful not to cause serious injury, lest he shatter the fellow's pelvis. Daredevil stood by, utterly astonished. His abilities allowed him to form a three-dimensional mental image from the sounds, objects, and vibrations in the air, similar to an advanced form of echolocation. Despite the lack of color, he maintained a clear mental picture of his surroundings. He never anticipated that Mingyu would lower himself to search the thug's pockets. See what you've done? It probably had money on the other guy who ran away. Damn, I should have chased after him. Mingyu wore a face of frustration. Only then did Daredevil begin to grasp that this young man, who sounded no older than 20, was engaging in a dangerous game, using himself as bait to lure street thugs for a counter-robbery. Are you in dire need of money? At your age, you should be in college. Why are you resorting to this? Upon hearing that Mingyu was not just a bored rich kid, Daredevil's impression of him improved. At your age, being in college is the norm. Even if you're not studying, there are numerous jobs available. Why resort to such perilous actions? Because I have a pair of 10-year-old twin siblings to care for. Thank you, Mingyu replied, disdainfully eyeing the handful of loose change in his palm. Are you orphans? Daredevil, having lost his father at a young age, naturally empathized with Mingyu's situation, his voice softening. Yes, I am an orphan. Those twins have just recently become orphans. They are Sokovian, their parents killed in a bombing. I knew their father. Mingyu's public narrative concealed the truth of his time displacement, but he felt compelled to share more to establish a connection. While Mingyu spoke casually, Daredevil pondered deeply, recognizing the sincerity in the young man's words. He deduced that Mingyu was no liar. He envisioned a young man, barely 20, who, despite being an orphan, took on the responsibility of caring for his deceased friend's children. Kid, let me tell you, there are countless ways to earn money. What you're doing is far too dangerous. Do you see that knife in the hand of the thug on the ground? Daredevil grasped Mingyu's arms, visibly agitated. Mingyu, confused, instinctively nodded at Daredevil's words. Yes, I see it. They are gang members, always armed and prone to violence. If you're unable to find a suitable job, I can assist you. You must refrain from these activities in the future. Even if you're physically capable and have succeeded once or twice, it's not reliable. They could plunge a knife into your heart at any moment. What will happen to those two kids then? Daredevil assumed Mingyu had been robbed before, perhaps by an inebriated individual or a drug addict. Given Mingyu's youth and apparent physical prowess, he speculated that Mingyu had managed to fight back and steal a small amount, leading to his current phishing scheme. Seeing such a good-hearted kid, Daredevil felt compelled to help him. Now, it was Mingyu's turn to be bewildered. What began as casual conversation suddenly turned into a sermon of sorts from Daredevil. You don't have to worry about me, Mingyu exclaimed, instinctively shivering as he noticed Daredevil's firm grip on his arms. Let go of me. Mingyu quickly broke free from Daredevil's hold. I think you might be mistaken. I don't need anyone's help. Also, why do you assume I need protection? As he spoke, Mingyu glanced around and spotted a large, square metal dumpster typically found in alleys serving as a local trash station. In 2 strides, he approached the dumpster and, with a swift kick, sent it soaring. The clang echoed as it flew at least 8 meters, crashing against the wall at the alley's end, scattering garbage everywhere. Daredevil stood in shock, his mouth agape, utterly speechless at the display before him. Chapter 17. The deception of Daredevil. This situation is indeed quite awkward. I have barely accumulated a sum of less than $100,000, and with 2 children to care for at home, I find myself reluctant to seek employment. I merely wish to earn some money while simultaneously doing a good deed. Mingyu spoke candidly, yet the moment he uttered those words, Daredevil felt an even greater sense of embarrassment. He had intended to assist others, only to realize that not only was Mingyu vastly more capable than himself, but his financial situation was less than $100,000? Does this even qualify as a reasonable statement? Daredevil had been diligently striving to afford a small office for a monthly rent of $2,000, with aspirations of establishing his own law firm, having saved for an extensive period. And here was someone with less than $100,000, engaging in acts of robbery. Does that even make sense? Despite Daredevil's mature demeanor, he was still a child who had only recently graduated, and he was only slightly older than Mingyu. Reflecting on his earlier attempt to impart what he believed to be well-meaning advice to Mingyu, Daredevil felt utterly deflated. To earn money while also doing good? Even if the individuals you associate with are merely street thugs, you cannot act in such a manner. Are you aware that your actions are illegal? Daredevil attempted to shift the tone of the conversation in a bid to regain some ground, though his tone was noticeably diminished compared to before. Mingyu, initially taken aback by his words, responded with disdain. Oh, you, dressed in a tight suit and mask under the cover of night, engaging in acts of violence, dare to lecture me about legality? I am not like you. I primarily aim to assist others. My intention is to improve the safety of Hell's Kitchen and its surrounding neighborhoods. Indeed, perhaps feeling that his justification held some weight, Daredevil's voice grew louder. I grew up here, do you understand? In this small Hell's Kitchen, there exists a multitude of gangs, countless illicit transactions, and innumerable individuals living in the shadows cast by these criminals. Applause echoed from Mingyu, who could not suppress his admiration for Daredevil's speech. What an impressive sentiment. A blind yet resilient individual, transformed into a superhero under the veil of night, striving to rescue innocent citizens. Such a wave of righteousness. What do you know? You are not from here and have no comprehension of the darkness that permeates this place. The authorities cannot intervene. Even the police avoid patrolling these streets at night. If I do not take action, countless victims will continue to emerge each day. Daredevil was clearly agitated, his neck flushed, and saliva flew from his mouth as he spoke. Calm down. I'm not saying you're wrong, only that your approach is misguided. Although aware that Daredevil could not see, Mingyu could not help but smirk, adopting an enigmatic smile. Then tell me, what should be done? Daredevil asked, somewhat frustrated. Mingyu had anticipated this question. Hell's Kitchen is akin to a festering wound. Continuali os impus. Your current approach resembles wiping the pus with a towel to make the wound appear cleaner. However, the wound is far too extensive, and your towel is far too small. No matter how vigorously you scrub, you cannot cleanse all that pus. Even if you could, it would be futile. The wound will not heal, and the rot will persist, allowing pus to flow forth endlessly. Thus, what you ought to do is not merely act as a towel for cleaning the wound, but to excise the rotten flesh entirely and heal the injury. Mingyu began to weave his persuasive narrative. In truth, I have pondered similarly, which is why I aspire to establish my own law firm to assist the people here, providing them with legal support. This marked the first occasion since Matthew Murdoch assumed the mantle of Daredevil that he shared his inner thoughts or aspirations with another. Navi. Mingyu exhaled a wisp of smoke, uttering a single word. Do not rush to counter. Hear me out. Mingyu interjected, halting Matthew's instinct to argue. Let us engage in a hypothetical scenario. Suppose, and I emphasize suppose, that I am a gang leader in Hell's Kitchen, affluent and armed. I have killed the father of a girl, her only relative, and she witnessed the entire event. I send my men to pursue her, and, in her desperation, she seeks you out for assistance in testifying against me. What do you do? Without hesitation, Matthew replied, of course. I would find a safe place to protect her and ensure she could testify against you. Indeed, of course, she must be protected. However, you are but a solitary individual, while I command countless assassins and street thugs who serve as my eyes. Are you certain you can safeguard her? I can, without a doubt. I would exhaust every effort to protect her. They would have to kill me first. Matthew's conviction brought a smile to Mingyu's face. reminiscent of the exchange between Iron Man and Captain America in Avengers: Age of Ultron, where Iron Man inquired how they would safeguard a perilous world, to which Captain America responded, "Together." When Iron Man pressed for the course of action upon failure, Captain America maintained, "We must still stand united." The conclusion illustrated that Iron Man was correct. Captain America's response, though admirable, lacked practicality. Shaking his head, Mingyu continued, "Very well. I shall assume you are formidable and have defeated all who pursued her. However, what if I were to casually capture a few individuals, such as the girl as classmates, neighbors, or perhaps an innocent and friendly elderly woman living downstairs? I could threaten you with their lives. What would you do then?" Matthew was about to voice an answer, but his mind conjured a harrowing image that interrupted him. In such a scenario, what would he do? What should I do? In just 2 brief sentences, the fledgling daredevil seemed deflated, like a punctured balloon. Confidence and righteousness alone cannot vanquish evil, for such forces operate without boundaries. The complexities of interests and relationships run deep, and will establishing a law firm truly affect change? Mingyu patted his shoulder. "Damn it. Then what must I do to rescue this cursed Hell's Kitchen?" Matthew's composure faltered, instinctively grasping Mingyu's hand, imploring for guidance. "It is rather simple." Mingyu snapped his fingers and pointed to the unconscious thug on the ground. "Become one of them, rise above them, dominate them, become the architect of the rules, and then transform everything. If you wish to alter hell, you must first descend into its depths, making all the demons tremble beneath your feet." Mingyu's voice carried an alluring quality, ensnaring Matthew in its grasp. "I shall change hell. First, I must plunge into its depths," he muttered, repeating that singular phrase over and over. Chapter 18. Where is my car? Mingyu, in a state of lethargy, was juxtaposed against the ever-determined Matthew, whose unwavering commitment to justice could not be dimmed by his blindness. While he sought financial gain, he remained disinterested in the intricacies of the world around him. Matthew, on the other hand, harbored aspirations of transforming Hell's Kitchen, viewing monetary gain as trivial. As a superhero endowed with significant potential and masquerading as a lawyer, Matthew's multifaceted identity presented Lee with ample reasons to consider him an ally. Thus, Lee wove an enticing vision for Matthew, not a prophet, but of his fervent ideals and convictions. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, detailing strategies for territorial acquisition, clandestine operations, and the art of thriving amidst chaos. Matthew, captivated, nodded in agreement, particularly as he discerned the sincerity in Lee's words, which fueled his excitement. Not only did Matthew reveal his true identity, but he also ardently invited Lee to collaborate on these ventures. After all, Lee's formidable prowess suggested that petty street thefts would yield little profit. Matthew was acutely aware of the lucrative undercurrents and illicit transactions that flowed between the gangs of Hell's Kitchen. In this mutually beneficial arrangement, Lee would profit while Matthew pursued righteousness, an undeniable win-win scenario. Seizing the opportunity presented to them, the two exchanged contact information, agreeing to devise a comprehensive plan once Matthew concluded his current engagements. Elated, Matthew departed, leaving Lee in high spirits, humming a tune. Initially, Lee had ventured out to fish merely for amusement. He was no fool to expect substantial earnings from petty criminals. The gangsters, having accumulated wealth, rarely lingered on the streets, preferring the seclusion of establishments that catered to their needs. Lee's purpose was reconnaissance, hoping to provoke a significant transaction involving a major gang, ideally one that involved a considerable sum of cash. Little did he anticipate encountering a daredevil, inadvertently gaining a dedicated accomplice. For the typically lethargic Mingyu, such an opportunity was irresistible. It was a perfect day. Although he earned less than $20, he had secured a long-term ally. But then, the unfortunate realization struck him. Where was his car? Strolling towards the parking area, his musings turned frantic upon witnessing the empty streets. His murmurs morphed into a furious roar. "No, my car, the SUV Natasha gifted me. I needed to take the kids to school tomorrow, oh no." In a whirlwind of emotions, Lee's language faltered, slipping into incoherent curses. a once knowledgeable individual, now confronted with the absurdity of losing his vehicle, felt his mental state begin to unravel, especially after his earlier triumph in recruiting the daredevil. 3 days later, in the early hours, Hell's Kitchen, at Jimmy's Auto Repair on 52nd Street. This establishment served as a haven for car thieves and was the most notorious hub for stolen vehicles in the area. Every car thief in Manhattan would inevitably arrive here after their heists. The garage offered a comprehensive service: modifications, repainting, engine number alterations, and license plate swaps. Thriving within the underbelly of Hell's Kitchen's gang scene, a series of sharp knocks echoed through the building. Eventually, a gruff voice emanated from behind the roll-up door. "Who the hell is knocking at this hour? Can't you read the sign outside that states our business hours?" Clearing his throat, Matthew responded, "Apologies for the late hour, but I have a prime asset, a nearly new Lincoln MKZ, just acquired from a nightclub in Queens. It's a genuine gem." The cautious voices from within grew skeptical. "Queens? We don't deal in stolen cars. You come to the wrong place. Trust me, I'm here on Douglas's recommendation." "Do you know him?" "He asked the one who deals in stolen jewelry and handbags from Queens. He's my cousin's cellmate." Matthew hurriedly clarified. "Douglas, that scoundrel, is still alive?" "Fine, come in." The voice relented, and the electric door rolled open. As the door ascended, a shadow darted past Matthew, delivering a crushing blow to the unsuspecting man inside. The towering figure, nearly 6.5 feet tall, was sent reeling, blood erupting from his shattered nose. Before he hit the ground, the shadowy figure surged into the repair shop. Mingyu swept through the establishment like a tempest, unleashing raw power and speed without finesse. Each assailant barely registered the threat before being incapacitated, collapsing in a daze or clutching their injured midsections. It was early morning, and only a handful of employees remained on duty, 4 or 5 at most. By the time Matthew reached the last room, all had already succumbed to Lee's onslaught. In the final room, separated by an office, a middle-aged white man frantically rummaged through his desk drawers. With a swift motion, Lee hoisted a hapless thug by his clothing and hurled him toward the office window. Gunshots rang out, and the unfortunate man fell lifelessly before the desk, leaving the seated man with a shard of glass pressed against his throat. "Stealing cars is a terrible habit, you know? Your actions have caused me considerable trouble. Just days ago, my nearly new SUV, a European model, was stolen. Can you imagine the chaos of Manhattan's rush hour? I had 2 10-year-olds to drop off at school, and the thought of hailing a cab during peak hours is maddening. Those poor kids have already been late 3 times this week." Lee extended his hand, finger splayed. "Wait, sir, are you certain it was 3 times?" The white man inquired, eyeing the 5 fingers presented before him. Chapter 19. Intimidation and Subjugation. With a sharp crack, Mingyu delivered 3 resounding slaps to the face of the white man before him. This man was Jimmy, the owner of the repair shop, and the notorious leader of a gang of car thieves in Hell's Kitchen. He vowed that this was the first time in his life he regretted going out for a night of debauchery, had he not feared the wrath of his formidable mother. He would not have sought refuge in the office, only to encounter such a calamity. Jimmy had witnessed the swift defeat of his underlings by Mingyu, and the speed and skill displayed were far beyond that of an ordinary individual. The manner in which those slaps were delivered, why must he first wave his fingers in front of himself? It was humiliating. Yet, as the leader of a gang of over 20, Jimmy maintained a semblance of composure. Even in such a dire situation, he dared to speak. "Sir, I sincerely apologize. If this is about the car, I am willing to return a better vehicle to you and provide compensation for the troubles I have caused you over the past few days." He understood the unwritten rules of the underworld, where flexibility and adaptability are essential for survival. It was folly to brandish a gun at every perceived slight. Those who did were unlikely to see the dawn of another day. The street thugs could only bully the powerless and impoverished. Trouble? Mingyu bit his lip, for he despised complications. Troublesome situations only lead to further troubles, and at this moment he should have been in his bedroom, enjoying the cool air and the comfort of his plush pillow. Instead, he found himself here, seeking his car, while Jimmy and his men showed no sign of remorse, lacking even the most basic courtesy expected of hosts. Was this not a form of trouble? Upon hearing Mingyu's words, even Matthew, who had just entered the office, rolled his eyes in disbelief. The boss had taken down all his men without a second's hesitation, and yet there was no opportunity for courtesy. However, Jimmy, a hardened figure forged by the streets, immediately conceded. "You are right. I apologize for not having the car returned to you, and for making you come here to educate my man. It is indeed my fault, and I should have shown more sincerity." As he spoke, he retrieved a checkbook from the drawer, swiftly wrote a figure, signed it, and handed it to Mingyu. "I will arrange the car for you by tomorrow. This is a small token of compensation for the inconvenience I have caused you tonight." Mingyu silently counted the zeros on the check, and upon realizing it was for $500,000, he spoke slowly. "No, Himi. The name on this check is yours, is it not?" Seeing Jimmy nod vigorously, Mingyu continued, "Money is not the sole solution. We must learn to transform troubles into opportunities, to turn adversaries into allies." He pushed the check back towards Jimmy and nodded to Matthew. Matthew approached the desk, producing a pre-prepared document, placing it before Jimmy. This was a transfer agreement for the repair shop. Once signed, everything within this establishment would belong to Mingyu. Rest assured, this will undoubtedly be the best decision of your life, and it seems you have no other options. With a slight pressure from his right hand, a small cut appeared on Jimmy's neck, blood trickling down. Without hesitation, Jimmy took the pen and signed his name. "I don't understand. This is merely a rented space. The equipment here does not even equate to the value of that check." Jimmy was now certain of his safety, but found Mingyu's actions perplexing, prompting him to inquire. "Tomorrow night at 8, bring all your men here. I am offering you a chance for choice." With that, Mingyu stood to leave. Matthew picked up the document and silently followed, but as they reached the door, Mingyu abruptly turned and asked, "Aside from this unfortunate fellow, does anyone here bear a history of murder or the heinous crime of sexual assault?" This question startled Matthew, as he had only gathered information about the repair shop. Their purpose extended beyond the stolen vehicle. It was merely a pretext to initiate their plan. Matthew had learned about the shop's operations and its owner, but the unfortunate man thrown into the office was not a random selection. He had significant criminal records that Matthew had not uncovered. Little did Matthew know, Mingyu possessed a watch that could reveal the entirety of a person's past with a mere scan. Without considering the butterfly effect, one could even glimpse into a person's entire life. Jimmy, too, was quick to grasp the implications. He gestured toward another man lying by the sofa. Layman, a South American with brown skin. Laman. He killed a convenience store owner during a robbery in Peru and raped his wife. Ah, Mingyu nodded approvingly. "Excellent. You have not deceived me. Yet, what you do not know is that this man has 2 more lives on his conscience. On his journey to America, he hijacked an RV belonging to a father and daughter on vacation. He used the girl to force her father to drive him across the border. Then, before the man's eyes, he violated and killed his daughter, subsequently murdering him." As he spoke, Mingyu stepped out of the office, casually grabbing a decorative car rim from the wall. With a swift motion, he swung it toward Layman's head. A sickening crack echoed as Layman collapsed into unconsciousness. His skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering across the floor. Matthew instinctively reached out to intervene, but was too late to stop him. Mingyu ignored Matthew's plea, turning to the now utterly intimidated Jimmy. "Remember this, Jimmy. Whether you or your men choose to trample upon the law as it serves the wretched elite, do not ever dare to trample upon morality and the most basic principles of humanity." Chapter 20. The first lesson I impart to you as soon as they stepped outside. Matthew eagerly began to interrogate Mingyu. Matthew possessed a unique ability. He could sense any abnormalities within a person's organs, both internally and externally. At that moment, Mingyu's heart raced, his muscles were taut, and the peristalsis of his intestines was markedly different from usual. It was evident that he was in a state of disarray, a clear indication of the discomfort one experiences after committing murder for the first time. The first victim had been shot dead by Jimmy, which Matthew could comprehend. But the second was a deliberate act by Mingyu, marking his first foray into taking a life. Matthew found this perplexing. Why take a life? Mingyu inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and retorted with a hint of disdain. Indeed, regardless of their transgressions, We possess no right to extinguish another's life. Matthew, addressing Mingyu, expressed his discontent. Had it not been for the profound impact of Mingyu's last words to Jimmy, Matthew might have completely severed ties at that moment. This is my first lesson for you. Do you think descending into hell is merely a matter of words, without any bloodshed? How can you instill fear in the malevolent spirits of the underworld if you lack the means to intimidate these demons? Even if you nominally subdue them, will you be able to detect their devious machinations behind your back? You are a lawyer, and you know better than I how long a conviction for murder can last. Just find a reason to attribute the violent tendencies to a troubled childhood, and a sympathetic judge can reduce the sentence significantly. With a lawyer like you on the case, one could bribe witnesses and transform murder into manslaughter for a mere fraction of the time. You claim to have grown up in Hell's Kitchen. Tell me, how many gangsters stained with blood have reformed after serving time, allowing murderers to roam free? What happens the next time someone becomes a victim? If you wish to transform the refuse of the sewers into clear water, you must first plunge into the muck, rather than stand on the bank and sprinkle it with bleach. Do you understand? As Mingyu spoke with increasing fervor, he seized Matthew by the collar, exclaiming, "Remember, you are dealing with violent maniacs, murderers, and drug dealers. To confront them, you must become more ferocious and terrifying than they are. You are not their scout leader. Do you comprehend? Reflect on this, and return promptly tomorrow evening. If you cannot even pass this threshold, you might as well return to being a lawyer and assist wealthy clients in their legal battles." With that, he pushed Matthew aside and swiftly turned into a narrow alley. This experience was not merely a lesson for Matthew, but also a crucial awakening for Mingyu himself. The adversaries ahead were numerous, and the world had irrevocably changed. His approach to handling matters must evolve as well. Murder was merely the beginning, particularly when it came to utterly soulless scum. He could not afford to bear any psychological burdens for such individuals in the future. As a practitioner, the clarity of his thoughts significantly impacted his cultivation. Haunted by the image of a shattered skull, Mingyu drifted into a restless slumber. Over the subsequent month, with the assistance of Jimmy's band of car thieves, Mingyu and Matthew systematically eradicated the small gangs operating in Hell's Kitchen. Robbers, thieves, and extortionists were swept away, leaving only those major players with established enterprises and companies untouched. The law and order of Hell's Kitchen underwent a remarkable transformation. Initially, Mingyu was the primary enforcer, but gradually, Matthew began to embrace his role more fully, particularly when confronting the inherently unfeeling criminals. Matthew, possessing an innate lie detection ability, partnered with Mingyu, who could perceive the entirety of a person's life, ensured that while most of their targets were criminals, they were devoid of true depravity. Matthew's actions became increasingly ruthless, successfully passing through the initial threshold of descent into hell that Mingyu had described. In a training facility repurposed from a boxing gym, Mingyu watched as the red lightning before him gradually dissipated, releasing a long sigh. Since arriving in New York, he had never abandoned his daily practice, spending hours in meditation and breath control until his meridians throbbed with pain. Day after day, he had cultivated his energy to the point where the lightning emanating from his body could extend nearly 2 meters. Although still not entirely satisfactory, he believed this was merely the beginning of truly harnessing his long-range capabilities. The transformation of his internal energy into a lightning attribute significantly enhanced his physical refinement during cultivation. However, the initial boost he had received from Wanda's abilities had set a high precedent, making subsequent advancements feel exceedingly sluggish. Nevertheless, at this stage, it was sufficient. Having just wiped his sweat with a towel and taken a sip of water, Matthew rushed in through the door. Possessing extraordinary sensory perception, he immediately detected the lingering energy in the air, momentarily taken aback before returning to his usual demeanor. Mingyu was undeniably not a typical individual, and after their extended interactions, Matthew, the perceptive daredevil, could hardly remain oblivious to this fact. However, everyone harbored their own secrets. Even he struggled to explain his extraordinary three-dimensional imaging ability. "Boss, we have nearly dismantled all the street gangs on the periphery of Hell's Kitchen. Aside from the scum we eliminated, everything else now essentially falls under the banner of Dizong. Dizong was the name Mingyu had chosen for their new organization. It was inspired by Matthew's relentless determination to transform Hell's Kitchen, reminiscent of the legendary Itagarbha Bodhisattva, who vowed never to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. Moreover, although he was not a true Taoist, Mingyu had developed a certain reverence for Taoism under his master's influence and was cautious not to misuse the names of the celestial beings. Is this not a positive development? Have we not successfully taken our first step? Are there any issues? Aside from the initial confrontations to intimidate and establish dominance, Mingyu gradually became more of a figurehead, especially after seizing another gang stronghold, the boxing gym. He converted it into a training facility and office, delegating the office responsibilities to Matthew, who managed all affairs while Mingyu secluded himself in training. Of course, there's a problem: money. Our funds are running low. Chapter 21. Wanda fires. Tony is shot. Mingyu found himself in a perplexing situation. He never anticipated that funds would be running low. After vanquishing numerous adversaries, aside from the money untouched from Jimmy's side, various other factions had managed to siphon off considerable illicit gains. With a significant reduction in personnel, it seemed they should have been able to sustain themselves for a while. How could they possibly be short on cash? Mingyu glanced at Matthew, who quickly interjected, "Don't look at me. I haven't embezzled anything. We currently have 2 companies under our name. The first is in collaboration with Jimmy, where we initiated a business for modified vehicles online. After extensive promotion, we finally received several orders from Europe a few days ago. Completing these will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, we require many specialized tools and components that must be custom ordered. It's Jimmy who is covering the initial costs. As the principal investor, shouldn't you be footing the bill?" Matthew continued, "Regarding the delivery service you mentioned, we've set up a few phone lines and established a website. Essentially, we have monopolized all restaurants in Hell's Kitchen, and the entire Upper West Side is now predominantly under our control. Yet we currently employ over 300 individuals, while Jimmy's modified vehicle division has barely 30, accounting for previous auto repair business. As for delivery, we have fewer than 100 couriers, and the Upper West Side is already saturated. What do we do with the remaining individuals? If we prevent them from engaging in criminal activities, we must find them jobs. Otherwise, we will be responsible for their upkeep." Matthew sighed, clearly overwhelmed with the recent whirlwind of activity. "Then let us expand. The Lower West Side, all of Manhattan, New York, is vast. Are you complaining about having too many hands on deck?" Mingyu queried, bewildered. "Good heavens, you're the boss, Lee. You cannot merely voice your opinions without actionable plans. Expanding means we need delivery vehicles, specialized uniforms, insurance for each employee, and a marketing campaign. We simply cannot afford such upfront costs." Matthew exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "If we allow organic growth, the moment we gather a workforce, they will disperse, and our initial efforts will be in vain. Perhaps I should lead a crew to seize a few gang bars. They are already familiar with such enterprises and would be quicker to adapt than the delivery service. Not to mention it would alleviate our financial strain," Matthew suggested, his urgency palpable. No, my friend, do not be hasty. Remember, you are a lawyer. How can you even consider robbery?" Mingyu waved his hands dismissively. "The first step is to pacify the smaller gangs on the street, consolidate our power, and once established, we can gradually infiltrate the entertainment industry to compete with well-established gangs, ultimately confronting the bigger players lurking in the shadows. This sequence must not be disrupted. While Mingyu possesses extraordinary capabilities, undermining the foundations of those formidable gangs cannot be accomplished merely through brute force. Unless you have the means to directly confront the entire federal government or possess intricate networks of influence, do not dare to challenge the existing order. We agreed this is a protracted process and cannot be rushed. Presently, we are merely facing a cash flow issue, the simplest of problems. How can we falter now?" Mingyu reassured Matthew, who was clearly inundated with work. "What do we do? Seizing gang bars is certainly preferable to allowing them to extort small businesses for protection money." Matthew replied, exasperated. "Must your focus remain solely on Hell's Kitchen? New York is vast. Can we not pursue ventures elsewhere where capital is scarce? Li Mingyu raised an eyebrow at the map of New York hanging on the wall. Black on black? The two had developed a mutual understanding over the past month. And Li Mingyu's words resonated with Matthew instantly. I have a few friends in Queens, with street backgrounds and extensive connections. Would you care to join me for a visit? We could also dine at a delightful Mexican restaurant I know. Matthew proposed, eager to seize this opportunity. Very well. Besides, Wanda and Pietro are attending the Stark Expo's opening ceremony today. It would be the perfect occasion for a meal together. Li Mingyu acquiesced, his spirits lifted. It seems that since Sandy's arrival, you have indeed found greater ease. Matthew remarked with a smile. Sandy, whose full name is Sandy Wu, is of mixed Chinese and American descent. His mother is Chinese, while his father was a local gangster. Sandy's earliest memories of his father involve him returning home intoxicated every day, neglecting family responsibilities. Sandy, along with his younger brother and sister, thrive thanks to their hard-working and frugal mother, who took on odd jobs. Following his father's demise in a gang conflict, Sandy resolved to ease his mother's burden and earn a living after graduating high school. He became a streetwise hustler, engaging in car theft, fencing stolen goods, and various odd jobs. He was astute and resourceful, maintaining a commendable character, attributes recognized by both Li Mingyu and Matthew. Considering his mixed heritage, Li Mingyu offered him a position as a driver, primarily tasked with transporting Wanda and Pietro to and from school. To streamline this arrangement, Li Mingyu also employed Sandy's mother to care for the twins, placing her on the company payroll with a generous salary and insurance, thus providing them with a stable income. Sandy is indeed remarkable, Li Mingyu mused, oblivious to the fact that Sandy was nearly 5 years his senior. After enjoying a meal with Matthew in Queens, they visited a quaint bar where, thanks to Matthew's legal connections, they encountered an unassuming Italian man. After handing over $2,000, they obtained the information they sought. In 2 days, a flower transaction would take place in a specific location in Queens. Such cash transactions, characterized by immediate payment for goods, presented an excellent target for a black-on-black operation, potentially netting over $1 million. To mitigate unnecessary complications, Li Mingyu deemed it safer for Matthew and himself to handle this endeavor. As they concluded their conversation at the bar and prepared to head home, Li Mingyu's phone rang. Hello. What? Want to fire a gun? All right, I'll be there immediately. Li Mingyu hung up, and Matthew quickly inquired. Want to fire a gun? Where did she get a gun? Where did it happen? Did she hit anyone? I'm unsure. The caller did not specify the source of the weapon. She discharged 3 rounds at the Stark Expo, striking Tony Stark on stage. Li Mingyu stated gravely, lowering his phone. Chapter 22. The FBI's involvement. Fortunately, both individuals were in Queens, not far from the precinct where Wanda was detained. Li Mingyu attempted to reach Sandy several times via phone, but to no avail. Relax, Li. Tony Stark is no ordinary individual. When a 10-year-old fires at a celebrity at an expo, the police will undoubtedly suspect adult instigation. It is entirely normal for Sandy to be temporarily detained for questioning. Matthew, as a lawyer, maintained a clear perspective on this matter. The two had been inseparable lately, and he was well aware of the situation with the twins at Li Mingyu's home. He also had an inkling as to why the gun was directed at Tony Stark. I seem to have overlooked this. We had discussed this topic before, and I mistakenly believed they had come to terms with it. I've been neglecting their feelings lately. Li Mingyu siga deeply. Rest assured, they are merely 10 years old. They will not encounter any significant troubles. The crucial issue lies in the source of the firearm. Do you have any guns at home? Before entering the precinct, Matthew needed to gather more information to prepare thoroughly. No, aside from kitchen knives, I possess no weapons at home. Sandy has a gun license, but there is no way he would have given a gun to Wanda. I suspect Wanda secretly took Sandy's firearm. Li Mingyu was not particularly concerned about the ramifications of this incident. At worst, they could call upon S.H.I.E.L.D. to intervene. Considering the bond between Natasha and Wanda, clarifying the situation should not take long. What truly troubled Li Mingyu was Wanda's psyche. The twins had barely crossed the threshold of 10 years, and during the past few months of their interactions, they had broached this topic without displaying any animosity in his presence, which was the most disconcerting aspect. He did not wish for the children to grow up harboring hatred. Like in the original narrative, willingly undergoing Hydra's experiment driven by hatred required a profound depth of resentment. If possible, Mingyu would prefer to capture the instigator of the Sokovia battlefield and confront him in front of the children, followed by a vigorous reprimand of Tony Stark. If it could alleviate their animosity. Mingyu's thoughts were somewhat chaotic, while Matthew made several phone calls during the ride, which Mingyu did not pay heed to until they arrived at the precinct, where they exited the vehicle. Matthew seized Mingyu's arm. Two pieces of news. The good news is that Tony Stark was unharmed. Wanda fired at him while he was removing his armor, and all 3 shots struck his mechanical arm. The bad news is that the FBI has taken over the case. As you know, Tony Stark is not merely a wealthy individual anymore. He is Iron Man, a scientist possessing the most advanced individual combat armor technology in the world. Countless eyes are upon him, and their investigation will be of the highest caliber, leaving no stone unturned. What I mean to convey is that while the outcome may be favorable, the process will be quite troublesome, especially for you. As Sandy's employer and the guardians of those 2 children, you must prepare yourself, Lee. Matthew's implication was clear to Mingyu. If the investigation were led by the police, Matthew, as a lawyer, could deeply engage in and oversee the entire process. However, the FBI was a different matter. To err on the side of caution, they might resort to certain underhanded tactics. Lee, rest assured, I will do my utmost to seek help and expedite this process. Matthew gazed at Mingyu with concern, aware that while Mingyu appeared somewhat lethargic, once he took matters seriously, he could create significant upheaval. Do not worry, I comprehend the situation. You just focus on looking after the 2 children. Should anything arise, ensure their well-being along with Sandy's. Leave the rest to me. As Mingyu spoke, he glanced down at his phone and manipulated it for a moment, before reassuringly patting Matthew's shoulder and stepping into the precinct. Matthew sensed something amiss. Before he could voice his concerns, Mingyu had already entered the police station. He hurriedly followed, only to find Mingyu consulting with an officer in the lobby. Matthew rushed forward, swiftly clarifying Mingyu's identity and emphasizing his role as a lawyer. Please hold on. The officer nodded, glancing at the 2 before picking up the radio. Chief, the guardians of the 2 children involved in the Stark shooting have arrived, along with a lawyer. Less than a minute later, a man in a black suit hurriedly emerged from within. Mingyu? Yes, that's me. Where are the children? Mingyu's primary concern was to avoid causing any psychological trauma to the children. Please come with me. We need to have a serious discussion. The agent in the black suit, evidently from the FBI, was courteous, gesturing for Mingyu to proceed. Matthew quickly interjected, I am Matthew Murdoch, and this gentleman here is your employer, Mr. Murdoch. We are already aware of your identities and some of your activities in Hell's Kitchen. However, for the time being, we do not require your assistance in this matter. The agent interrupted Matthew, raising a hand to halt his speech. I am a lawyer, and I have rights. No, in this case, you possess no rights whatsoever. If you have any objections, you may file a complaint with any relevant agency or media outlet. The agent maintained a polite smile, yet his words were decidedly brusque. Matthew, wait for me outside. Remember what I said. Mingyu instructed, addressing Matthew. Fine, I will remain outside, Lee. And you, I will definitely file a complaint against you. Matthew retorted, glaring at the black-suited agent. The agent shrugged dismissively, summoning 2 colleagues to block the corridor, before turning to lead Mingyu deeper into the precinct. Given the presence of 2 young children, the FBI agents were relatively courteous. Instead of the interrogation room, they opted for a conference room within the precinct, where the lighting remained unaltered. In fact, each of them was presented with a set of hamburgers, fries, and cola, though several FBI agents in black suits, armed, stood guard around the room. Sandy was not present, suggesting she was being interrogated separately. Lee, upon seeing Mingyu enter, the twins exclaimed in unison. Wanda even winked playfully at Mingyu, signaling that she was all right. Mingyu let out a sigh of relief. Please, Mr. Lee. The FBI agent gestured for Mingyu to take a seat opposite the twins. However, just as Mingyu sat down, another FBI agent produced a pair of handcuffs, which he promptly snapped onto Mingyu's wrists. To be honest, Mingyu had not noticed, as most of his attention remained on the children. When the cuffs were fastened, he merely observed without attempting to evade, curious as to their intentions. "Lee, what are you doing?" Wanda and Pietro reacted with agitation, nearly rising from their seats before being restrained by two agents behind them. "Don't be impulsive. I am fine," Lee Mingyu reassured the twins, extending his cuffed hands towards the agent who had let him in, smiling as he asked, "Is this how the FBI conducts interrogations?" Chapter 23, Encountering Mark 5, Let Him Go. "We have already stated that the gun belongs to Sandy. I took it from the car. I fired twice, and Pietro fired once, merely to intimidate that scoundrel Stark. As for the reasons, I have explained them to you. You can send someone to investigate, can't you? Aren't you the FBI? You should be able to uncover the truth, right?" As Lee Mingyu was being shackled, Wanda, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly panicked and shouted at the FBI agents, while Pietro chimed in with explanations. It seemed that they had already clarified the circumstances before Lee's arrival. But the FBI agents appeared skeptical. They disregarded the twins' words and focused their attention on Lee Mingyu. A young Chinese man, not yet 20, had brought two orphan children from a war-torn country to America, all for having exchanged a few words with their father. Moreover, your profile is quite intriguing. It indicates you grew up in New York, yet these children claim you assisted in a Chinese restaurant kitchen in Sokovia. Even more surprising is that you stirred quite a commotion in Hell's Kitchen over the past month. When these details are pieced together, how can we believe this was merely a spur-of-the-moment act of vengeance concocted by two children due to a bomb bearing Stark's insignia? Speak. Who are you working for? What is the purpose of all this? As the agent who led them and pressed down on Lee Mingyu's shoulder with increasing force, he added, "By the way, you just asked me if this is how we, the FBI, conduct interrogations. I can assure you, if you cooperate, our approach can be quite gentle, and we could even offer you a sumptuous dinner along with a steaming cup of coffee. However, should you refuse to cooperate, I swear I will make you acutely aware of what true suffering entails." The agent lowered his voice, whispering ominously in Lee Mingyu's ear, his grip tightening. Unfazed by the pressure on his shoulder, Lee Mingyu regarded him with disdain and replied calmly, "Your questions are irrelevant to this case. The two children have already provided their accounts. If you do not believe them, conduct your own investigation. Spare me your tactics meant for petty criminals. Moreover, I am an orphan raised by a Taoist, not a whore. You may not understand what a Taoist is, but I can certainly inform you what a whore is. A whore is someone who steps out each morning with hair unwashed for 3 days, sporting a pair of sagging breasts that hang down to her navel. Her specialty being spaghetti with tomato sauce. Sound familiar?" Lee Mingyu chuckled derisively. "Damned yellow-skinned monkey. You better tell me what I want to know right now, instead of spewing nonsense." Thanks to the omniscience of his system, Lee Mingyu's description of a whore was strikingly similar to that of the agent's mother. It was evident that the agent was beginning to lose his composure. He reached out and grabbed Lee Mingyu's hair, his voice rising with anger. Lee Mingyu only smiled. "Dog shit? You think your mother's breasts are dog shit? Oh God, forgive this poor sinner for equating his mother's bosom with dog excrement. That was the first sweet nectar of your life, even if it has sagged a bit now." As he spoke, Lee Mingyu intertwined his cuffed hands, clenching them at his chest in a mock display of piety. The FBI agent, thoroughly provoked, pulled out his gun and pressed it against the back of Lee Mingyu's head. "Shut up. Don't you dare mention my mother again, you damned yellow-skinned monkey. You can't even eat with a knife and fork, you chink." Upon hearing this, Lee Mingyu's expression shifted. "You, call me chink one more time. Go ahead. Oh, look, the damn Chinese guy is angry. I'll say it again. What are you going to do about it, Chi?" Before he could finish the slur, Lee Mingyu exerted slight pressure, and the manganese steel handcuffs snapped in two. He swiftly seized the agent's neck, interrupting his next words, and with a quick motion, hurled him sideways towards the two other FBI agents at the door. With a flick of his wrist, the agent's gun flew into his grasp. He raised it and fired, knocking the weapon from the hand of the agent who had just drawn his gun. Having recently practiced his shooting skills and honed his physical control and strength, Lee Mingyu's accuracy was impressive. Disarming someone at this distance was child's play for him now. After disarming the agent, Lee Mingyu propelled himself into the air, kicking the other FBI agent squarely on the chin, rendering him unconscious. He turned, gun drawn, as the agent he had just disarmed crashed into the other two, who were still reeling from the earlier chaos. Protecting the twins behind him, Mingyu aimed his weapon at the 3 FBI agents blocking the entrance. "Raise your hands where I can see them. It is now my turn to ask the questions. Where my driver, Sandy? Or perhaps I should seek him out myself." Hearing the chaotic footsteps in the corridor outside, Mingyu realized that the gunshot had alerted everyone, and they were rushing towards him. Sighing at the sluggish response of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he moved forward to incapacitate the 3 FBI agents at the door. "Lee, have we gotten you into a lot of trouble?" Wanda and Pietro asked timidly, clutching the edges of Mingyu's clothing. "So far, it's not too much of a problem. Let's find Sandy first, and then we can wait for others to come and clean up the mess." Gesturing for them to step back slightly, Mingyu opened the conference room door and strode out. As he stepped outside, turning to the right, he was met with a red metallic palm emanating white laser beams aimed directly at his head. "You better lower that gun." A deep voice resonated from behind the metallic helmet. Mingyu recognized the familiar silver-red armor of Mark V and turned to the twins still in the room, saying, "It seems we are in quite a predicament." Chapter 24. A fierce battle with Iron Man. Casting a glance at the twins, Mingyu instinctively raised his hand, intending to signal them to stay inside and refrain from coming out. However, just as his right hand was lifted, a deep voice emerged from the armor before him, commanding, "Stop." Before the words had fully escaped, a laser cannon followed Mingyu's movement, hurtling towards his right hand. Mingyu felt a surge of heat in his right hand. But before the energy could penetrate his skin, a steady stream of energy from within him surged towards the impacted area, swiftly neutralizing the external energy threat. Nevertheless, the force of the energy discharge sent his handgun flying, causing him to lose his balance momentarily, prompting him to step back with his right leg to regain his footing. Tony Stark had suddenly appeared, clad in armor. It was the first time Mingyu had seen Mark V up close. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback. However, he quickly realized that his action of raising the gun toward the twins must have caused a misunderstanding, especially with the FBI agents sprawled across the floor inside. Prior to entering, Mingyu had sent a message to Black Widow, confident that agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were en route. Thus, when confronted by the FBI's overreaching behavior, he was resolute in his retaliation. Upon seeing Tony Stark, Mingyu had intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but to his surprise, after landing a laser shot, Stark leaped high into the air, throwing a punch at Mingyu with his right arm bent. Is this never-ending? Realizing that the confrontation was escalating, Mingyu promptly abandoned his thoughts of explanation. Faced with the armored fist, he advanced rather than retreating. With a slight force from his right foot, he propelled himself towards Stark, crashing into the armor before the punch could land. His left shoulder collided with the armor's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the armor was sent flying from the far end of the corridor to the entrance of the police station, crashing heavily onto the ground. The officers who had been preparing to assist shrank back into their respective rooms. Mingyu disregarded the ordinary onlookers, rubbed his wrist where he had been struck by the laser, and strode toward the exit. Having been in this world for some time, he had refrained from exerting much physical force at home, focusing solely on his training. Now, having had the chance to spar with Tony Stark, his desire for combat surged within him. "Come again." Mingyu beckoned to Tony Stark with a gesture. "I have no intention of letting you off so easily." A muffled voice emanated from the armor as it expelled a small burst of flames from its palms, aiding the suit in rising from the ground. What happened? Matthew, still holding his phone, rushed into the police station, standing beside the armor and inquiring about Mingyu, who was slowly emerging. Though his words were directed at Mingyu, it was evident from his occasional glances towards Tony Stark that he struggled to distinguish what stood before him. "Rest assured, it's merely a playboy hiding in the armor. Afraid to come out. You should go inside and look after the children while I resolve a personal matter," Mingyu replied, gesturing towards Stark as he moved towards the police station's exterior. The armor's glowing eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on Happy, who was leaning against the wall, astonished by the sight before him. Tony Stark nodded at Mingyu and turned to head towards the parking lot outside the police station. "Don't think I didn't warn you, my armor. Enough with the chatter. You're called Iron Man, not Barbie." Li Mingyu interrupted as he stepped outside, forcefully shattering the steps at the entrance before charging towards the armor. With a punch slicing through the air, aimed directly at the helmet of the armor, Tony Stark, equipped with a plethora of technological aids and Jarvis' support, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Palms faced downward, flames erupted from his limbs, propelling the armor into the air. Avoiding Li Mingyu's punch, the armor's right leg bent slightly, and with a burst from its thrusters, a metallic knee was thrust towards Li Mingyu. In response, Li Mingyu instantly withdrew his fist, crossing his hands with palms facing downward to brace against the knee strike. After absorbing the force, he seized the armor's ankle, yanking it down with all his might. His body spun a full half circle, slamming the armor to the ground with a resounding crash, creating deep fissures in the cement. Before Tony Stark could regain his composure, Li Mingyu lunged forward, ready to pummel the armored figure. However, the armor pressed its palms to the ground, unleashing a torrent of red flames, propelling itself upright. This sudden movement caused Li Mingyu to stumble backward, a maneuver beyond human capability, catching him entirely off guard. Nevertheless, years of martial training proved invaluable. As he fell, his right foot executed a swift upward kick. Why at an upward angle? Because directly above was the armor's groin. Impervious to harm, a lesson learned too recently. The angled kick struck the inner thigh of the armor, unbalancing it. With a loud thud, dust erupted as both Li Mingyu and the armor crashed to the ground. However, the damage inflicted was negligible for both Li Mingyu and Tony Stark, encased in titanium alloy. In an instant, both sprang back to their feet and rushed at each other. Li Mingyu, proficient in martial arts since childhood, had not neglected his training, although he had little real combat experience. However, his current physical attributes rendered him nearly invincible, with heightened awareness and reaction speeds far surpassing the ordinary, enabling him to strike with precision and power. Given that Mark V was a lightweight suit, Li Mingyu found himself not only evenly matched, but subtly gaining the upper hand. Tony Stark, on the other hand, benefited from the assistance of a super artificial intelligence. The moment Li Mingyu made a move, the armor scanned the action and, with Jarvis' rapid calculations, devised a counterattack. The thrusters in the palms and saws often allowed for maneuvers that contradicted human biomechanics, catching Li Mingyu off guard. However, Chinese martial arts emphasize strategy over mere technique. The methods of sticking, entangling, and inch power are incomparable to the straightforward fighting styles of the West. At times, when the armor launched an unexpected attack using its thrusters, Li Mingyu would deftly redirect the force, using it against the armor and flipping it over. As it stood, the battle was slightly in favor of Li Mingyu. With a resounding crash, yet another police car was rendered irreparably damaged by the armor, which had sustained approximately 34% damage. Observing the data displayed on the screen, Tony Stark's frustration boiled over. All right, martial arts prodigy. I concede that your combat prowess is indeed formidable. However, it's time for me to get serious. Climbing out from the wreckage of the police car, Tony Stark's voice resonated from within the armor. Perfect timing. As I finished warming up, Li Mingyu retorted, cracking his neck without reservation. In the next moment, a piercing sound of rapidly compressed energy surged into Li Mingyu's ears as the radiance of the laser cannon in the palm of his battle armor grew increasingly brilliant. Aimed directly at him, whoosh! Once the energy was fully condensed, a dazzling beam of white light shot forth with great intensity towards Li Mingyu. No! The voice of the Black Widow echoed from far outside the parking lot. Chapter 25. Laser cannons versus Palm Thunder. Black Widow's cries went unheard by Li Mingyu. For both he and Tony Stark were not particularly seasoned in combat. This battle was their first experience of engaging without hesitation, one having just gained his abilities and the other having just forged his armor. As they fought with increasing fervor, they remained oblivious to the world around them. Especially for Li Mingyu, when a laser cannon embedded in the palm of the Mark V armor surged forth, all his senses converged on the threatening white beam before him. Thump! 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 His heartbeat quickened instantaneously, adrenaline surged through him, and the world around him seemed to slow down once more. Come on! Standing in the center of the parking lot, Li Mingyu raised his right hand, mirroring Tony Stark's posture and opened his palm towards the energy beam. Ryup. With an extreme surge of energy coursing through him, arcs of lightning of varying sizes danced around his body. Indeed, danger is the greatest catalyst for strength. His latent potential erupted in an instant, and a crimson bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth from his palm. Boom! The two dense streams of energy collided, producing no sound, yet everyone present felt a resounding echo in their minds. The energies voraciously consumed one another, while the small reactor in Tony Stark's chest spun furiously, causing a rising warmth within him. Mingyu experienced a similar sensation. Energy flooded into his palm, the rapid flow causing a slight sting throughout his veins. For over 10 seconds, the two energies remained locked in a stalemate, and for them, it felt as though a century had passed, long enough that both were nearing their limits. Finally, at the nexus where the energies converged, the space seemed to tear open, revealing a sliver of darkness between the two forces. Suddenly, a violent power surged from the other side of the rift, shattering the equilibrium on the battlefield. It was as if cold water had been splashed into hot oil. The two energies intertwined to form a vibrant energy field that rapidly expanded. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the energy field detonated, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward. Crash! The glass of the entire police station shattered, and nearby vehicles were thrown several meters away. Black Widow, having just arrived, along with Agent Olsen and their entourage, were sent sprawling despite being 20 meters away from the epicenter. Mingyu and Tony Stark, the foremost targets of the blast, were also knocked to the ground by the force of the wave. Immediately, everyone moved to secure the scene, contacting headquarters and retrieving all surveillance footage from the police station's vicinity within a 10-kilometer radius. Any flying object, even a bird, was to be accounted for during the preceding half hour from that moment. All personnel within the building, including police, FBI, and criminals, were to be silenced. If even a whisper of tonight's events escaped, every one of you would find yourselves in Africa observing primitive tribes. Move! Go! Go! In the ensuing silence, Agent Olsen's voice emerged first. This typically affable S-H-I-E-L-D agent now revealed a commanding and composed demeanor. Under his direction, Black Widow's team of agents swiftly mobilized to commence cleanup operations. Stark, what a surprise to see you again. Black Widow and Agent Olsen approached Mingyu and Tony Stark respectively. What on earth transpired? Why didn't you wait for my arrival before resolving this? Mingyu revealed his full capabilities for the first time, and while Black Widow's words carried an admonishing tone, her eyes reflected a concern that far outweighed any reproach. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Mingyu naturally leaned against Black Widow's shoulder, meeting her gaze filled with evident concern. Mingyu Shukalat. I sent you a message as soon as I arrived at the police station. I didn't expect you to come so late. Black Widow rolled her eyes at him. I initially intended to come alone, but upon learning that the FBI had intervened, I sought out Olsen to accompany me. Well, it seems it was merely a coincidence. Mingyu swiftly recounted the evening's events in detail to Black Widow. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having removed his mask, engaged in a discussion with Olsen about the occurrences of the night. Having previously crossed paths with Olsen upon his return from Afghanistan, the two were familiar with one another. From Tony Stark's frequent glances towards the police station, it was likely that Olsen had already briefed him on the twins' backgrounds and experiences. With S-H-I-E-L-D-S involvement, the matter was effectively settled and faded into obscurity, while Black Widow proceeded to retrieve Sandy and the twins. Happy immediately rushed out to support Tony Stark, who appeared drained, as evidenced by the dim glow of his reactor. Unfortunately, I have a damned hearing in Washington tomorrow. Otherwise, I would have arranged for us to have a proper rematch, kid. Before departing, Tony Stark threw a parting quip at Mingyu. Is that so? You might want to prepare a few extra batteries then. Mingyu pointed at the reactor in Tony Stark's chest, lest your armor falter within minutes. After all, a man must rely on himself for endurance. Hanging a large battery on your chest is no different than taking a blue pill for those activities. Oh, for heaven's sake. Even Tony Stark, known for his sharp tongue, was momentarily disarmed by Mingyu's retort, pushing away Happy who was supporting him. ready to engage Mingyu in a spirited debate. Agent Olsen dashed between them, raising his voice. Haven't the troubles you two caused tonight been enough? Do you wish to continue? Just inform me in advance, and I can arrange for someone to take you to the desert for some fun. Right now, you two had best obediently return home to sleep. Otherwise, I shall have you both tossed into a cell filled with alternative company for the night. Do you understand? I am busy enough cleaning up after your reckless antics. Do not add to my troubles. With a shove, he separated the two. Acknowledging their slight shortcomings, refrained from retorting, though their gazes still sparked with mischief. Chapter 26. Tony Stark's Confession, Washington, D.C. Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Presidential Suite. Tony Stark sat pensively on the sofa, an ice pack pressed against his forehead. Before him, a coffee table was cluttered with a plethora of documents. Tony, here is the list of all the legislators attending tomorrow's inquiry, along with potential questions that may be unfavorable for you. Despite receiving the information only today, Pepper had diligently prepared for tomorrow's briefing, ensuring Tony was well equipped for the meeting. Tony, are you all right? Seeing no response from him, Pepper called out again. Huh? I'm sorry, I zoned out. What did you say? Tony regained his focus, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It's nothing. I was just asking if you're okay. Rest assured, Agent Olsen called me earlier. Tonight's events won't affect you. Pepper assumed Tony was troubled by the events of the evening. However, for Tony Stark, the altercation was of little concern. His curiosity lay in discovering who had instigated two teenagers to fire upon him. He had merely visited the police station out of intrigue, only to be greeted by gunfire upon entry. Having had previous encounters with danger, he had the Mark V armor conveniently on hand. He engaged in a brief skirmish with a peculiar martial artist who emitted lightning. Aside from the martial artist's rather abrasive demeanor and unexpected prowess, the rest was merely a misunderstanding. As a premier scientist, he understood the vastness of the universe and the existence of phenomena beyond human comprehension. These did not surprise him. What astonished him were the unfortunate circumstances of those two children. No, Pepper, it's not about tonight. I simply want to know how many weapons Obadiah sold off from Stark Industries. Can you imagine? Just recently, in Sokovia, a terrorist attack claimed the lives of two children's parents. Those children faced an inert bomb for an entire night, a bomb inscribed with the words "Damn Stark." My God, I can scarcely fathom how those children endured such a harrowing night. In Pepper's presence, Iron Man shed his armor, and the genius, Playboy Tony Stark, removed his proud facade, revealing a visage of guilt and remorse. It is not your fault, Tony. Obadiah illegally trafficked arms. It was not you. I share your sorrow for those children, but you are not responsible. Pepper poured a glass of water and handed it to Tony. No, Pepper, we both know I'm the chairman of Stark Industries, the largest shareholder. It is my failure to supervise. If I had discovered this sooner, damn it, I don't even know how many weapons are still circulating out there. I do not know if, at this very moment, as I sit in the opulence of Washington's finest hotel suite, lives have been taken by weapons I invented, even including women and children. Tony spoke with mounting agitation, hurling the ice pack aside. Tony, listen to me. Pepper gently picked up the ice pack and moved closer to him, applying it softly to his forehead, her voice soothing. Obadiah was your father's friend, the person you trusted most, whom you regarded as an uncle. He betrayed your trust, and since your return from Afghanistan, you have already shut down the weapons division. Obadiah has paid the price. You have too. You have borne a tremendous burden, have you not? I see your efforts to atone, and others will see them too. As she spoke tenderly, she reached out to caress the arc reactor in Tony's chest. As someone closest to him, she understood the weight he had carried since his return from Afghanistan. I reviewed the surveillance footage. I had Jarvis simulate the angle. When the shot was fired, my mechanical arm was assisting me in removing the armor. From their angle, they could only see the mechanical arm and the armor I had not yet removed. They never intended to kill me. Otherwise, they could have shot once I had fully disarmed myself. Those two children merely sought to intimidate me. 3 bullets are far less psychologically taxing than a night spent confronting a bomb. Through Coulson's explanations, combined with Tony's analysis of police testimonies, he quickly grasped the children's intentions, which deepened his sense of guilt. Tony Stark continued to vent his emotions, while Pepper maintained a gentle smile, listening intently. In stark contrast, Li Mingyu faced a far more dismal situation. Olsen was left at the police station to manage the aftermath, while Sandy was released alongside Matthew, both under a gag order from S.H.I.L.D. and escorted home by Olsen. Black Widow had been urgently summoned back to Washington, and Li Mingyu, after reprimanding the two youngsters, received a thorough scolding from Nick Fury over the phone. Yet, it was understandable why Fury was so incensed. He had already forged Black Widow's identity, waiting for the opportune moment to position her beside Tony Stark. However, with her revealing herself to Tony tonight, the entire plan was thrown into disarray. Not to mention, Li Mingyu had displayed his hidden abilities, engaging in a monumental clash with Iron Man in front of the police. The FBI, unconcerned with any gag order, would undoubtedly report internally, and to ensure that the future Avengers initiative would not be subject to governmental and political influences. Nick Fury would have to pay a price to suppress the incident entirely. Aware of his culpability, Li Mingyu set his phone aside, enduring the intermittent exclamations of "Mother f***" without retorting. After an arduous wait for Fury's tirade to conclude, he reluctantly accepted a promise of a future free mission, coupled with a stern warning. However, this incident bore both drawbacks and benefits. At the very least, following that battle, the energy within him had undergone a significant leap in both capacity and utilization. After meditating to regain his energy, he found that it had increased by at least 30% compared to before, and his mastery over lightning had improved considerably. Not only had his range extended to 7 or 8 meters, but he could also maintain a steady output on a single target. Moreover, his physical strength seemed to have subtly intensified. In other words, this encounter had notably elevated Li Mingyu's overall prowess. Chapter 27. The Daredevil version of the Flying Bat. Nicknamed Blind Bat, this situation carried an additional advantage concerning Matthew's attitude towards Li Mingyu. Like most superheroes in the Marvel Universe, Matthew generally harbored a distrustful and unfriendly sentiment toward organizations such as the government and S.H.I.L.D. However, Li Mingyu's extraordinary ability to emit lightning from his body left Matthew envious. He fancied that if he possessed such power, he could storm the headquarters of the Mafia and unleash chaos, rendering the establishment of his own organization in Hell's Kitchen, along with the hassle of managing several companies, unnecessary. In contrast, Li Mingyu scoffed at this notion, reiterating that no individual possesses the strength to combat the entire world, and it is unrealistic to believe that violence can resolve all conflicts. Even the Avengers, in their later stages of might, fell into internal discord over the Sokovia Accords. Setting aside the final conflict caused by the Winter Soldier, the Avengers initially clashed over whether to sign the Accords. The reason behind this contention was their inability to confront the world as a whole. As Tony Stark articulated, they must sign to earn trust and thereby reshape the rules. Though Li Mingyu had already conveyed this reasoning once, it was unnecessary to repeat it. Matthew merely witnessed a formidable power and expressed a desire for it. Would you like to learn? Li Mingyu tempted Matthew, explaining that the power of lightning could not be taught. It required Wanda's cooperation and a certain degree of fortuity. However, even the methods of breath control and meditation he had intended to teach Matthew would be withheld, as he wanted to keep some secrets. Nonetheless, he considered imparting some internal martial arts techniques, which could enhance one's physical strength through regular practice, especially in a world abundant with spiritual energy. Can I? Matthew was a bit taken aback by Li Mingyu's willingness and felt a surge of excitement. Of course, but there is a small condition. Li Mingyu pondered. What condition? Just tell me. Matthew replied without hesitation, for he had already committed himself to Li Mingyu. My master, that is, my teacher, once told me that to learn his kung fu, one must join our lineage, meaning you need to acknowledge me as your master. Li Mingyu clarified. You teach me kung fu, so you are indeed my teacher. Is that not a condition? Matthew expressed his confusion. No, Matthew. The term master transcends the simple notion of a teacher. It embodies a fusion of mentor and godfather, representing a lineage of knowledge and skills, not merely their transmission. After Li Mingyu's explanation, Matthew grasped the concept. In religious rites, Recognizing someone as a godfather carries a paternal connotation, combined with the title of teacher, which helped Matthew understand the term master. However, considering that Li Mingyu was 4 to 5 years younger than him, Matthew hesitated slightly. Yet, reflecting on how Li Mingyu had already guided him in Hell's Kitchen and offered concrete solutions, he realized that aiding him in transforming Hell's Kitchen aligned closely with the role of a godfather. With this in mind, Matthew resolved his doubts and awkwardly called out in Chinese, "Shifu," while mimicking the fist and palm salute he had seen in films. "Haha, Li Mingyu erupted in laughter. Forget about kneeling and bowing. We are friends, after all. This suffices, and it can be said that I continue the legacy for that old fellow here." Li Mingyu thought it was time to establish a spiritual altar for the old Taoist, to offer prayers on the 1st and 15th of each month. Not that he believed it would be effective, but at least it provided him with a sense of continuity and connection to his previous world. "All right, does this mean we are good? Now that I am your student, do I get a Chinese name or something?" Matthew, not fully understanding the nuances of kneeling, found it unremarkable, but the prospect of a name sparked Li Mingyu's creativity. "How about this? You are blind, yet possess radar-like abilities akin to a bat. Henceforth, your nickname shall be the Flying Bat, and your Chinese name will be Ku Zhani, with the Taoist title, Blind Bat." A flying bat? What sort of nickname is that? It is not even as cool as calling me Batman. Also, what does Xiao mean? Matthew inquired. Li Mingyu found it challenging to translate Xiao into English, as its essence was difficult to convey. Simply stating it in Chinese left Matthew somewhat puzzled. Xiao means blind, and B is an adjective that conveys strength, power, or coolness. Akin to super. From now on, your Chinese name will be Ku Zhani. Your Chinese nickname will be Flying Bat, and within our sect, you shall be known as Blind Bat. As for the English name, feel free to call yourself Batman. Li Mingyu himself was bemused that he had inadvertently conjured a Batman from the Marvel context. All right, Matthew was unfazed. The Chinese nickname did not concern him, and Batman sounded quite impressive. Though Xiaobo was a bit of a tongue twister, he found it rather appealing. With this newfound bond, their collaboration felt significantly strengthened. After guiding Matthew through 2 days of foundational training, he indeed exhibited enhanced control over his body and greater proficiency in harnessing his strength. During their previously planned black-on-black operation, Matthew managed to eliminate several gang members almost single-handedly, resulting in a staggering cash influx of nearly $8 million. This money not only alleviated the initial financial burdens of his company, but also allowed him to open a modest bar on 47th Street, providing a recreational venue for his subordinates while generating additional revenue. As the various companies in Hell's Kitchen flourished, Li Mingyu no longer needed to fret about finances. With the bar's business thriving, some well-established gangs in Hell's Kitchen approached Matthew seeking collaboration, essentially aiming to peddle illicit goods within the bar. Matthew, however, promptly declined, sensing the potential trouble their ambiguous origins might bring. Little did Li Mingyu expect that his arrival would trigger a butterfly effect, altering significant plot lines. For instance, in Iron Man 2, the racing event in Monaco, where Whiplash made his debut, never transpired as Tony Stark was absent. Li Mingyu had intended to catch the news for amusement, but discovered that the race proceeded without Tony Stark's presence. He understood that, due to Li Mingyu's influence, Black Widow refrained from infiltrating Stark Industries, yet he puzzled over why Tony Stark failed to attend the Monaco race. At that moment, Stark was deeply afflicted by palladium poisoning, and one would assume he would seek indulgence in his final moments. Given his character, it seemed implausible that he would miss such a racing event. Li Mingyu could not fathom the reason until he returned home one evening and spotted Tony Stark standing beneath their building. Chapter 28. A contest of spirits instead of fists? Look who it is, the illustrious Tony Stark. However, I suggest you transform into Iron Man before you approach me. A playboy cannot withstand the force of my fists. Li Mingyu raised an eyebrow and offered a mocking retort. I'm not here to brawl, kid. Tony Stark replied in a low voice without contesting Li Mingyu's words. Then what brings you here? An apology? Spare me that. I refuse to accept it. Li Mingyu rolled his eyes, doubting that Tony Stark would ever apologize. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. I'm sorry. That simple phrase caused Mingyu to leap forward, scrutinizing Tony Stark from top to bottom. He began to question whether this Tony Stark had been possessed or if a Skrull had secretly infiltrated. "Are you really Tony Stark?" Mingyu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not here to apologize for that night. The invitation for future brawl still stands. I'm here because our company previously sold a considerable amount of arms to terrorists, and I only learned of this later. What I mean to say is, I'm genuinely sorry for that pair of twin siblings. Of course, I also thank you for saving them. Otherwise, this was likely the first time Tony Stark had apologized to someone he hardly knew, and he had come specifically to do so." Observing the sincere regret in Stark's eyes, Mingyu realized the gravity of the situation. "I've heard of your deeds. To be candid, if I were in your shoes, facing an uncle who has cared for me all my life or a partner in the company, I too would find it hard to harbor doubts." Mingyu approached him, leaning against the car's hood, and patted his shoulder. "I accept your apology, but only on my behalf. After the events of that day, while the twins may not harbor hatred towards you, whether they choose to accept your apology is an entirely different matter." Noticing the glimmer of hope in Tony Stark's eyes, Mingyu swiftly doused it with cold water. He had no authority to decide for the two children. "I understand." Tony Stark sighed deeply before continuing. "How are they doing? If I wish to make amends for them, what should I do?" "You cannot do anything, Mr. Iron Man. They're doing well, and I will provide them with a normal life, one that they desire. If you wish to atone for something, the best choice would be not to interfere. However, once they grow older, let them choose how to face their past, for seeing you now will only remind them of their deceased parents, who perished under the bombs you manufactured." Mingyu was unreserved in his honesty. He had to admit that Iron Man was his favorite character while watching movies. But witnessing the ruins and dismembered limbs of Sokovia was an entirely different experience. The shock was incomparable, and for a CEO of a military enterprise, failing to regulate his company was a stark reality. Leaving behind those words, Mingyu prepared to depart when suddenly Tony Stark called out loudly from behind. "But I don't have time. I want to make a small atonement." "You don't have time? What do you mean?" Mingyu pretended to be confused, already grasping the situation. "I mean, I have many matters to attend to. I cannot linger on this issue. As a multinational corporation owner, Iron Man, and a genius scientist, the stakes of his life and safety were far too high." After contemplating, Tony Stark decided against revealing the truth. "Then let time decide. Go back. I will not invite you up for coffee. And next time you want to fight me, schedule in advance and bring more suits." With that, Mingyu turned to leave. As his silhouette disappeared into the corridor, Tony Stark suddenly shouted after him, "I didn't bring my suit today, but how about a contest of alcohol tolerance instead?" Half an hour later, at an exclusive bar in New York, the entire venue had been cleared, with several waitstaff moving 2 sofas and a massive coffee table to the center. Subsequently, wooden trays filled with an array of colorful pre-mixed drinks were brought out. With at least 100 glasses stacked high on the coffee table, 2 small carts followed, laden with a champagne tower constructed from whiskey glasses. Upon a cursory glance, there were easily over 100 glasses combined. Once the waitstaff had arranged everything, Tony Stark swaggered in, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance alongside Mingyu. "Are you serious?" Mingyu pointed at the mountain of alcoholic beverages. "Of course, but if you're scared, you can leave now. After all, according to the law, you aren't of legal drinking age yet." This was true. Mingyu was barely 20, and the legal drinking age was 21. Tony Stark plopped down on a seat, gesturing flamboyantly for Mingyu to join him. "I'm more concerned about you ending up in the hospital. You're quite young." With his enhanced physique, Mingyu's metabolism far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Like Thor and Captain America, he would not succumb to intoxication easily. "Kid, bravado 1T help you now. If I were you, I'd prepare a trash bin next to you to avoid soiling the sofa later." Tony Stark continued his taunts, but Mingyu ignored him and picked up a small cup. "Enough chatter. Let us get started." "Wait, don't rush. Drinking requires a bit of ambience. Come on, let us set the mood, ladies." Tony Stark raised his right hand high, speaking while snapping his fingers. The lights at the front stage illuminated, and an incredibly alluring DJ emerged from seemingly nowhere. To everyone's surprise, she began with the prelude of Journey to the West, accompanied by unique electronic beats that were unexpectedly delightful. As the music played, a flock of young women entered, dancing gracefully. These girls, of various skin tones and clad in vibrantly colored bikinis, shared one commonality. Their minimalistic attire barely concealed their forms. Boom, boom, boom. Some of the girls held champagne, synchronizing with the rhythm of the music, and simultaneously popped open the shaken bottles, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a jubilant and intoxicating celebration. Even Mingyu, the fortunate one among the traversers, the anchor of the Marvel's sacred timeline, found himself momentarily swept up in the fervor of the scene. Come on, show me what you've got, martial artist. Tony Stark's shout snapped Mingyu out of his reverie. Turning to see Tony Stark raising a glass, he declared, "Look, this is the atmosphere that drinking should embody. Here's to the beautiful yet damned world. Cheers! Chapter 29, Starks Intoxikation." In any team, the most arduous role is undoubtedly that of the individual who bears the greatest responsibility and takes action accordingly. Within the entire Avengers ensemble, whether in the early or later phases, Captain America assumes the role of commander, yet the true patriarch is none other than Tony Stark. Black Widow expressed that her involvement with SHIELD and the Avengers was a means to atone for her past transgressions, while Iron Man has spent his entire life trying to make amends for his earlier years. Howard Stark once remarked that the best way to maintain peace is to wield the mightiest stick. This profound statement profoundly influenced Tony's formative years, leading him to believe that by creating the most formidable weapons, he could secure the most stable peace. However, he overlooked the fact that, while he was an expert in weaponry, he had no control over who ultimately wielded those weapons. Thus, upon returning from the caves of Afghanistan, he promptly shut down Stark's weapons division and retained exclusive control of the technology behind his armored suit. Even under immense governmental pressure, he only surrendered a complete suit while safeguarding the underlying technology, entrusting the suit to his most loyal confidant, Rhodey. Surrounded by individuals who required his care, he found himself devoid of anyone to confide in about his inner turmoil. Mingyu recalled that in the post-credit scene of Iron Man 3, Tony confided in Dr. Bruce Banner, who promptly fell asleep during the conversation. In contrast to Banner, Mingyu was considerably more competent, or rather, possessed a far superior tolerance for alcohol. The premixed drinks on the coffee table had been consumed, and one of the 2 champagne towers crafted from whiskey had been significantly depleted. At that moment, Tony Stark bore little resemblance to the Iron Man persona. He rambled on about his childhood, recounting his experiences of growing up without a father's love, and even shared the embarrassing tale of how he got drunk at a high school dance and lost his virginity, only for the girl to bid him farewell the following day due to his short stature. As he became increasingly animated, he forgot about the drinking challenge with Mingyu, pouring glass after glass into his own mouth. Mingyu began to regret agreeing to join this drinking session. However, fortune smiled upon him as Tony eventually expressed his fatigue, downing a glass of whiskey in one gulp, his eyes momentarily glazing over before he slumped onto the sofa. Goodness, how long had he been holding this in? Mingyu observed the snoring Tony Stark sprawled on the couch, the faint outline of dark veins visible on his neck, a manifestation of elevated palladium levels in his blood. "Oh well, I suppose I'll grant you a chance," Mingyu mused quietly. The following morning, the habitually early-rising Tony Stark awoke past 8 o'clock. Upon opening his eyes, he found 2 children of around 10 years old kneeling beside him, staring intently. "Who are you?" Stark jolted upright, the memories of the previous night gradually flooding back. Recalling his first drinking experience with Mingyu, where he had become utterly inebriated and likely divulged numerous embarrassing anecdotes, Stark regrettably covered his eyes with his right hand. "Oh my God, how did I end up drinking with that scoundrel martial artist?" Stark recognized that he had been under immense pressure lately and should not have indulged in alcohol so recklessly, but lamenting it now served little purpose. After turning the thoughts over in his mind several times, Stark finally lowered his hand to assess his surroundings, a modestly sized living room with a balcony and ample natural light. He had spent the night reclining on the sofa, while the twins gazed at him with curiosity from their spot on the carpet. "Don't worry, we won't shoot you again. Lee mentioned you're planning to invest in Sokovia to help rebuild our homeland. Is that true?" Pietro, the more extroverted of the two, inquired as soon as Stark stirred. "Invest? Rebuild Sokovia?" Stark rubbed his temples, unable to recall saying anything of the sort the previous day. However, upon seeing the twins' hopeful expressions, he felt compelled to fulfill this request, as he had long intended to make amends before his time came. "Yes, indeed. Although those weapons were sold to terrorists by Obadiah, my former vice president, without my knowledge, I still bear responsibility, and I wish to provide some form of compensation." Stark was no fool. He seized the opportunity to clear his name before the children. "I know he wanted to harm you, attempting to kill you in Afghanistan, while those terrorists imprisoned you in a cave to produce missiles. Yet you took that opportunity to forge the iron armor and become Iron Man." Pietro gestured dramatically, mimicking the pose of a suit in flight. "Indeed, that was merely the first-generation armor, which was discarded after a single use. I later crafted another set, which is now in my garage. Would you like to see it?" Stark inched closer to the twins, eager to strengthen their bond. Pietro, of course, could not refuse an invitation from Iron Man unless he had personally killed his parents. "Really? Can I go? This is incredible. My classmates will be so envious." In contrast to Pietro's excitement, Wanda maintained a more grounded demeanor. With her strikingly beautiful eyes fixed on Stark, she quietly asked, "Rebuilding our homeland. Are you serious? My mother says that what people say after drinking cannot be trusted. Will you really invest in Sokovia?" "Of course. I'm Tony Stark. Tomorrow, I will send people to assess the situation, establish a company locally, and specifically assist orphans and families whose homes have been ravaged by war, helping them rebuild and start anew." Stark felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke. He had never truly contemplated these matters before. "Okay, if you follow through, we will genuinely forgive you." Wanda solemnly extended her right hand. Stark paused for a moment before shaking her hand, and then he did the same with Pietro, marking an unofficial agreement. "All right, you're a good person. I'll wish you well. Just don't end up poisoning yourself." Wanda's innocent remark caught Stark off guard, and before he could respond, Lee Mingyu's voice chimed in from the left. "Palladium poisoning, as you mentioned yourself yesterday. You have no idea how terrifying the veins on your neck looked last night." Lee Mingyu, holding a tray and wearing an apron, had just finished preparing breakfast, as Sandy's mother was resting for the weekend and the two children were home. "What?" Stark exclaimed, instinctively tugging at his shirt collar to glance down. Although he could not see his neck, the veins on his shoulders appeared normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Don't worry. I gave you a dose last night, taken from your car, a bottle of green liquid. You mentioned needing to drink 2 large bottles daily to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning." Chapter 30. The Whip's Ambush. Stark truly struggled to recall the extent of his conversation with Lee Mingyu from the previous night. He vaguely remembered not mentioning anything about being poisoned. Nevertheless, he could not fathom how Lee Mingyu had such a clear understanding of the situation, even knowing about the soothing beverages he had in his car. Ultimately, Stark concluded that he must have experienced a blackout due to intoxication. However, this unfortunate incident turned fortuitous, as it led to the initial reconciliation with the two children regarding the investment matter that had arisen from his drunken ramblings. Stark felt a significant emotional burden lift from his heart. The feeling of being forgiven was genuinely delightful, especially when he savored a steaming bowl of chicken congee prepared by Lee Mingyu. The comfort of warm soup after a night of drinking was an experience Stark, this foreigner, had never encountered before. The sense of forgiveness extended beyond just the children. It was also the familial warmth that enveloped him in the morning sunlight streaming through the restaurant, combined with the sound of news playing on the television and the simple pleasure of enjoying chicken congee. This unique warmth of life, deeply rooted in Chinese culture, was profoundly moving for superheroes like Black Widow and Iron Man, who had long been deprived of familial affection. In the following week, Stark set aside all his commitments and remained in New York. Under the pretext of restoring the twins' home to its former state, he shamelessly visited Lee Mingyu's house daily, even offering to pick the twins up from school, leading Sandy to suspect she might be out of a job. particularly after tasting Sandy's mother's delightful Chinese home-cooked meals. Stark shamelessly contemplated luring her away with a lucrative offer, only to receive a trio of unmistakable middle fingers at the dinner table, prompting him to reconsider. A week was ample time for Stark to bond with the two youngsters. When the second weekend arrived, he decided to treat the twins and Mingyu to a trip, chartering a private jet from New York to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at the mansion in Malibu, they were utterly awestruck by the opulence of the estate. Now this is what a true ocean view looks like. Compared to this, our home's view pales in comparison, Pietro exclaimed, marveling at the expansive vista outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Curse those wealthy elites, Mingyu muttered under his breath, eliciting hearty laughter from Stark. After touring the estate, especially the garage where Pietro eagerly snapped photos of the armored suits, even the usually reserved Wanda shared a few pictures on her social media. Having explored the entire house, Stark, as the host, invited Mingyu and the twins to dine at the most renowned restaurant in the area. Since taking a sports car was inconvenient for 4 people, Stark opted for a more discreet Rolls-Royce. Just as they exited the garage and turned onto the road leading to the mansion's front entrance, a dark figure suddenly dashed out from the roadside, prompting Stark to slam on the brakes instinctively. Amid the screeching tires, a whip enveloped in blue lightning descended from above, slicing through the armored Rolls-Royce as effortlessly as a laser knife, cleaving it from top to bottom. Mingyu was the first to spring into action. As the roof was severed, he was engulfed in a radiant red lightning aura. From the passenger seat, he extended his left hand and firmly grasped the iron whip, preventing the car from being completely split in two. Energy surged from within him, clashing against the whip's electric charge, producing a cacophony of sparks. "Get the children to safety," Mingyu shouted, glancing back at the unharmed twins before calling out to Stark, who was still in shock. "Quick, open the door and follow me." As Stark unfastened his seatbelt, he urged the twins to act quickly. The two children, having experienced much already, did not panic. They promptly opened the car doors and moved towards the rear to regroup with Stark. "Hold on. I'll be right there to assist you," Stark yelled over his shoulder as he led the twins away, glancing back at Mingyu. "Just keep an eye on the kids. They don't need you here," Mingyu replied, loosening his grip on the whip and, surrounded by crackling electricity, leaped through the severed roof. The whip's wielder, realizing Stark was escaping, grew anxious. The second whip was too far to strike, and in a rush to retract the first, he found himself hindered by Mingyu's unyielding grasp. To his astonishment, the whip's electric current had no effect on Mingyu. Instead, the energy seemed to amplify as Mingyu held on. "What kind of monster is this?" the whip's wielder thought, momentarily stunned as he witnessed Mingyu leap from the car's roof. "Are you seeking death?" Mingyu barked angrily. Had it not been for the two children seated calmly in the back, the whip's attack could have been fatal. "I'm here for Stark. I have no interest in tangling with you. Step aside." Regaining his composure, the whip's wielder, realizing Mingyu was formidable, shook the two whips in his hands as a threat. "If you don't want to tangle with me, then don't attack while I'm in the car, especially when there are two children inside, you repugnant scoundrel covered in grotesque designs." Mingyu had no time for further exchanges, as his words faded. He raised his right hand, sending a bolt of red lightning straight toward the whip's wielder. The assailant, equipped with a miniature reactor and 2 whips, was not to be underestimated, possessing equal strength to Iron Man's armor. Although he was shocked by the lightning Mingyu unleashed, he reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to strike downwards, causing the whip and Mingyu's lightning to collide midair. In a flurry of sparks, Mingyu's disembodied lightning was dispersed, and the whip's electric charge briefly flickered out before reigniting upon retraction. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyu charged toward the whip's wielder. But as the wielder's right hand retracted, his left hand swung another steel whip towards Mingyu, who had already faced one attack. Without flinching, Mingyu sidestepped and reached out with his right hand, disregarding the electric current above, seizing the steel whip. He intended to utilize his strength to pull the whip's wielder closer, but upon grasping it, the whip's current suddenly surged, increasing exponentially. Taken aback, Mingyu instinctively released his grip, stumbling back several steps due to the shock. The whip's wielder seized this rare opportunity, raising both whips and bringing them crashing down upon Li Mingyu. Without time to catch his breath, Li Mingyu had no choice but to roll away from the dual strikes, which left a deep trench in the ground where the steel whips had struck. Chapter 31. A casual defeat, damn it. How embarrassing. Li Mingyu cast a glance at the two scorched cracks on the ground, and then at his dust-covered clothes, feeling a surge of anger within. As an ordinary person, he had relied on the reactor and two whips, comprehensively overpowering his opponent in speed, strength, neural response time, and even combat awareness. Yet despite this, he had still ended up in such a humiliating situation. One last warning: leave now or face death. The whip master, internally anxious, gripped his steel whip with bare hands, questioning what kind of monster he had encountered. His primary objective was Stark. He did not wish to complicate matters further. If this were an ordinary person, he would have dispatched him with a single strike long ago. You push your luck. Li Mingyu disregarded whether the whip master understood him and shouted in Chinese before darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Then die, the whip master roared, flicking his wrist as the steel whip arced through the air toward Li Mingyu's approaching figure. Too slow. Li Mingyu scoffed lightly, springing off his toes and shifting from directly in front of the whipmaster to his right side. Zulfust? The whipmaster was taken aback by Li Mingyu's speed. As he realized his strike had missed, he quickly attempted to follow up with his left hand, hoping to anticipate and cut off Li Mingyu's path. However, the disparity in their reaction times was insurmountable. The whipmaster lacked the artificial intelligence assistance that Iron Man possessed. As soon as the whip left his hand, Li Mingyu had already predicted its trajectory, effortlessly evading it. By the time the whipmaster tried to switch to his right-hand whip again, Li Mingyu was already less than 3 meters away from him. To describe Li Mingyu's speed with an old saying: in 7 paces, a bullet is swift. Within 7 paces, even with extraordinary reflexes, you might only have the chance to pull the trigger. Moreover, being armed with a whip, the whipmaster hadn't even raised his hand when Li Mingyu was already standing before him, his right hand claw-like, gripping the small reactor at his chest. You bastard! I will! Shut up! Li Mingyu interrupted, not granting the whipmaster the opportunity to finish his threat. With a slight exertion of force, he thrust his head forward, delivering a headbutt to the whipmaster. Bang! Despite Li Mingyu's care in moderating his strength, the whipmaster let out a muffled groan and fell backward. Though he collapsed, Li Mingyu had seized the reactor from his chest. Compared to Stark's reactor, the whipmaster's appeared far simpler, yet contained numerous LED bulbs within. A device so small could continuously generate such vast amounts of energy. If only such technology existed in Li Mingyu's original world, fuel-powered vehicles would likely become obsolete. The world would no longer have to worry about energy. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Whoosh! Thud! As Li Mingyu examined the small device in his hand, a rush of air signaled the arrival of a set of gold and crimson armored battle gear descending from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a wide fissure in its wake. Is there no sense of decency in slowing down upon landing? Li Mingyu continued to compare the reactor in his hand with Stark's. Is this it? Stark glanced at the fallen whipmaster and then at the reactor in Li Mingyu's grasp, his voice filled with excitement. Can you give me that? What for? Can't you make one yourself? This is my trophy. I plan to take it home and turn it into a little lamp. Definitely one need charging for a lifetime. Li Mingyu shot Stark a sidelong glance, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Stop jokingly. Everyone in the world wants that thing right now. The government has been pressuring me. This will cause immense trouble. Stark voiced his concern. At just under 20, Li Mingyu was still young, while Stark was nearing 40, and he genuinely worried that Li Mingyu might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Of course I know that, but I have plenty of options, like selling it. Li Mingyu chuckled. Stark's expression changed dramatically at this remark, but before he could respond, Li Mingyu interrupted him. All right, I'm done joking. Here, take it, but remember, you owe me a favor. Li Mingyu tossed the reactor towards Stark. Li Mingyu understood that this item was indeed a hot potato. Selling it would also bring considerable trouble. And besides, he wasn't particularly short on funds at the moment. It would be wiser to do a favor now and perhaps later request Stark to customize a suit of armor for him. As a boy, even with extraordinary abilities, one could hardly refuse the allure of high-tech armored suits. "Thank you." Stark exhaled in relief, receiving the reactor and crushing it effortlessly. "This is useless. You should have eliminated the source of the trouble." Mingyu pointed at the fallen whipmaster. His previous headbutt had been moderated, yet he had not intentionally held back. Whether the whipmaster lived or died had little bearing on him. According to Bai Chi, the more he engaged in this world and intertwined with its narrative characters, the more stable the timeline would become. There were no specific requirements regarding the details of events, at least not so far as he could tell. By now, Mingyu could sense that the mysterious agents from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau were likely reaching a point of desperation, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Perhaps even they were uncertain about the outcome. As for the identities of those three enigmatic figures and how they found him in the real world, those answers would only be uncovered once Mingyu grew sufficiently powerful. Of course, he could choose to keep the reactor, assemble his own team for research, and develop his own influence. However, to do so would be rather naive. As a Marvel enthusiast, Mingyu had read numerous stories about traversing the Marvel Universe. Most depicted invincibility upon arrival, with protagonists defeating the Avengers and eventually pacifying the cosmos. If one began with overwhelming power, it would pose no issue. One could easily forego beef. Yet, lacking that combat prowess, it was wiser to remain low-key in the early stages. He recalled a particular story where the protagonist absorbed the Hulk's genes in the first chapter, opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. by the third chapter and threatening Stark for his reactor and armor technology. Did they truly believe a government could not contend with the Hulk? Setting aside hidden powers, the overt technological might had nearly toppled the Hulk when General Ross commissioned Stark to build a few sonic tanks. Just imagine if there were 30. But I digress. Returning to the whipmaster on the ground, Mingyu sensed that he was still alive. Characters in Marvel sometimes exhibited absurd resilience. If an ordinary person had received such a blow from Mingyu, their head would likely have exploded, or at the very least, their skull would have shattered. Yet, the whipmaster remained merely unconscious. Hearing Mingyu's words, Stark hesitated as he glanced at the fallen whipmaster. Chapter 32. The formal invitation to the Avengers Initiative. Stark's hesitation stemmed not from compassion, but from pride. Pride of a genius who had recently boasted at a press conference that such technology would not grace the Earth for the next 5 years. Yet, less than a month had passed, and here it was, knocking at his doorstep. Although his face had been metaphorically slapped, Stark remained confident. Even if similar technology emerged, he could always stay a step ahead. Armed with his knowledge and intellect, he was indeed the unparalleled Iron Man. Moreover, Stark harbored a semblance of the so-called chivalry inherent in Western culture. If he were to engage in direct combat and a fatality ensued, so be it. The crucial point was that the individual in question had been subdued by Mingyu, who evidently lacked the will to resist any further. To strike again would be unnecessary. Perhaps it would be best to leave it to the police. After a moment of contemplation, Stark finally spoke. Mingyu nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. He had provided his counsel, and the decision rested with Stark. Nature would take its course, after all. Just as Stark was about to instruct Jarvis to contact the authorities, an unexpected voice interrupted from outside. "Let us handle this." Upon glancing up, Mingyu recognized the figure clad in a black trench coat, bald and one-eyed, none other than Nick Fury. "Where did you come from?" Mingyu inquired, scanning the vicinity for any vehicles, finding none. "From your house." Nick Fury pointed towards Stark's residence. "I spotted you from the helicopter and saw Stark hastily exiting as I landed, so I made my way over." The wooded area adjacent to Stark's home led directly to the helicopter landing pad, from which the main road could be accessed. "Who is he?" Stark discerned that Mingyu was familiar with the newcomer. It appeared that this bald man was seeking him out. "Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You know Agent Olsen well. This is his superior," Mingyu introduced. "Is it true that in S.H.I.E.L.D., the less hair one has, the higher the rank?" Stark quipped, lifting his mask to gesture at Coulson's receding hairline. Nick Fury's expression darkened further. Initially, he had intended to present himself with gravitas, hoping to intimidate Stark with tales of palladium poisoning and the origins of S.H.I.L.D., but the atmosphere had evaporated. Damn it, how'd I end up with these two buffoons? After mentally cursing them, Nick Fury wearily continued, concerning palladium poisoning, given the device you wear on your chest. I believe your condition is quite severe. I possess something that may offer a solution. How did you know? Stark inquired, surprise evident in his gaze as he turned to Mingyu, who merely shook his head, then redirected his attention back to Fury. It's not difficult to ascertain. You're a person of significant interest to us. In my eyes, this nation harbors no secrets. Nick Fury regained some confidence, pacing as he elaborated, including this formidable individual on the ground. He killed a local smuggler upon entering, and when the police uploaded the crime scene photos to the system, we took notice, including his identity and motives. In fact, had it not been for him, I might have needed more time to observe before seeking you out. Fury gestured toward both Mingyu and Stark. Mingyu pointed to himself. Indeed you. Nick Fury produced 2 documents, handing them to each man. Do not presume that you two are the only individuals in the world endowed with superhuman abilities, of course excluding the ruffian on the ground. As the 2 received the documents, Nick Fury appeared to saunter leisurely, but in reality, he was turning away from them, speaking over his shoulder. Certainly not. Apart from that ruffian, there exists a green behemoth. Mingyu and Stark exclaimed in unison. Indeed, he is. How the hell do you know that? Halfway through his sentence, Nick Fury turned to find that the 2 were oblivious to the documents in their hands. His attempt at a dramatic reveal thwarted, and an expletive slipped out. General Ross approached me regarding a military experiment, the Green Behemoth. I assisted him in designing an ultrasonic armored vehicle. Stark spread his hands, feigning innocence as he glanced at Mingyu. Upper Manhattan, the military surrounded the area late at night. 2 monsters clashed, one gray and the other green. Hell's Kitchen was nearly demolished, and a gag order is not infallible. Furthermore, Hell's Kitchen, in my view, holds no secrets. Mingyu shrugged, returning Fury's earlier sentiment. Damn it. Fury felt a pang in his heart. Natasha, take these 2 kids out for a meal and send a team over here. We have a smuggler that needs to be taken away, and I need to have a serious conversation with these 2 buffoons. On Stark's estate, on the grand balcony outside the living room, 3 men stood, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping Stark's prized whiskey as they listened to Nick Fury unfold his Avengers initiative. As in the films, he elaborated on the entire history of S.H.I.L.D., revealing Howard Stark as one of its founders, along with the legacy left to Tony, which included the origins of Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, and his father. However, due to Mingyu's presence and the emergence of the twins, Stark's previously hedonistic behavior transformed into a form of atonement, resulting in the absence of any dramatic clashes with Rhodey, and the house remained intact. So, you are here to tell me all this simply to recruit me into your little band of misfits? Stark felt a glimmer of hope regarding his detoxification, yet he remained disinterested in the so-called Avengers initiative. However, the information Nick Fury had divulged made him feel indebted to someone, prompting him to glance back at Mingyu. He owes me as well. Nick Fury, the crafty old fox, recognized Stark's implication and decided to lay everything bare. I am merely a collaborator, a hired hand, akin to an ever-ready domestic servant, not employed by them, and I retain the right to refuse. Mingyu raised an eyebrow, offering Stark a fresh perspective. Wait, you needn't play coy before me. I never intended for you to join us. I comprehend your aversion to official affiliations. In truth, I share your distrust of those corrupt politicians. That is the very essence of the Avengers initiative, to establish a team that addresses global threats independently, free from government control, a coalition of superhumans outside any formal framework. I merely serve as a temporary commander when the time arises. Nick Fury raised his glass toward the 2 men. Chapter 33. The significant news brought by Jimmy Mingyu and Stark exchanged glances and raised their glasses in unison. In truth, Mingyu felt that whether or not to join the Avengers initiative was of little consequence. As Nick Fury had remarked regarding global crises, it was akin to a house ablaze. How could those residing within fail to extinguish the flames, given their capacity to do so? The notion of temporarily obeying Nick Fury's directives was, for individuals like Mingyu and Stark, simply put, let us see how it unfolds. However, Nick Fury was not easily swayed. He promptly appointed Black Widow as their liaison and intended to conduct a thorough psychological analysis of the two. Ultimately, whether Mingyu participated seemed trivial. The primary revelation was that Black Widow, true to the narrative, had infiltrated Stark's company, leading Mingyu to realize that even in this new realm, certain plot lines were destined to unfold. For instance, Black Widow becoming Pepper Potts' assistant and the persistent emergence of Whiplash, who had been apprehended by S.H.I.O.D., raised questions about whether he might still fall into the hands of Justin Hammer. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. was certainly not akin to the Monaco police. The challenges were likely to be more formidable. After concluding his conversation with Nick Fury in Los Angeles, Stark acquired the video left by Howard and retrieved the model of the future city from the company. Subsequently, he isolated himself in the basement to research new elements. Meanwhile, Mingyu returned to New York with the twins, resuming his daily regimen of training at the gym. Following the successful resolution of the initial funding during the previous black market dealings, his absolute dominion over Hell's Kitchen had allowed several of his enterprises to flourish. With cash flow now robust, Matthew, this audacious lad, had unilaterally increased his own salary and even arranged for a few bodyguards to double as drivers. This left Mingyu rather speechless. While the drivers were acceptable, the necessity of bodyguards seemed dubious. After all, collectively, they would struggle to subdue Matthew. "Boss, Jimmy is here to see you." Having just concluded his meditation, and while seated, sipping tea and watching the mundane news, a bodyguard clad in a black suit entered to deliver the message. Mingyu recognized this buzz-cut tough guy, Lawrence, a former soldier who had seen real combat in Afghanistan. Displeased with his superior's inhumane treatment of prisoners, he reported them and subsequently found himself ensnared in a military tribunal, serving 3 years in prison. Matthew had likely chosen him as a bodyguard due to his past and character. Indeed, clad in a suit, he appeared transformed, a stark contrast to his former street thug demeanor. "Let him in." Mingyu gestured for him to enter. "Hey boss, long time no see. How have you been?" Jimmy entered, bowing slightly. Since being taken under Mingyu's wing, he initially thought he would merely be a subordinate. However, Mingyu's suggestion to revamp the auto repair shop had led to an exponential increase in business, despite his share diminishing. Now Jimmy donned a suit daily, accompanied by a driver, embodying the visage of an elite individual. Coupled with a new delivery service, he was subtly on the cusp of dominating all of New York, which had markedly elevated his respect toward Mingyu. "Speak freely, Jimmy. You were among the first to collaborate with me. I consider you a friend, and among friends, there is no need for such formality. Would you care for tea? We only have bottled coffee. Feel free to help yourself from the fridge." Mingyu stated directly. "No worries, boss. I prefer tea. I used to love watching tea ceremonies on video platforms. The entire set of tea utensils, every step meticulously followed. It's truly a feast for the eyes." Upon hearing Mingyu's straightforwardness, a broad grin spread across Jimmy's face, reaffirming that Mingyu genuinely regarded him as one of his own. "Oh, splendid. Brewing tea is indeed an art." Mingyu was uncertain whether Jimmy was merely flattering him or sincere. Nonetheless, since he expressed interest in tea, Mingyu prepared a fresh batch with new leaves. He boiled water, rinsed the tea, warmed the cups. Having helped the old Taoist brew tea in his youth, he executed the process with finesse, captivating Jimmy's undivided attention. "Here, give it a try." Noticing Jimmy's genuine interest, Mingyu felt a sense of joy in sharing this experience, promptly pouring a cup and pushing it toward him. "Thank you, boss." Jimmy accepted the cup with both hands, lifting it and cradling the bottom, downing it in one go, displaying an unexpected grace. "How does it taste?" "It's a 20-year-old pu'er cake," Mingyu inquired. Honestly, I think they all taste quite similar. What I enjoy is the process of brewing. It feels delightful to sip tea, but as for the quality of the leaves, I must confess, I'm not knowledgeable." Jimmy replied earnestly, setting down the cup. Ha ha. Your honesty is commendable. Thankfully, you didn't mislead me. I actually brewed de Hong Pao. Not poor at all. Li Mingyu laughed heartily. Now tell me, what brings you here so purposefully? Normally, Li Mingyu would delegate tasks to Matthew, who would orchestrate everything. Jimmy's direct approach indicated that he had something significant to discuss. Boss, our company recently secured several contracts from Europe, and the clients were exceedingly pleased, leading them to recommend us to numerous acquaintances. Recently, a Middle Eastern royal family reached out, requesting modifications on dozens of gold-plated sports cars, with a lucrative price already established and deposits made. And then, Li Mingyu interjecta, aware that this was merely the prelude. With the influx of orders, I initially planned to expand, but I've recently come across some insider information, prompting me to invest all our company's funds now. Within a month, the profits should at least double. Oh, Li Mingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of such substantial returns within a month. It's about Hammer Industries, boss. Jimmy leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. After an animated explanation, Li Mingyu learned that one of Jimmy's mechanics possessed exceptional skills and had been with him for many years. This mechanic had a cousin working as a caddy at a golf course, who, due to an unexpected absence of the designated caddy, filled in for none other than Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Industries, who was entertaining a senator that day. This high-profile encounter had granted the cousin access to privileged information, revealing significant news yet unknown to the public. Chapter 34. The plot returns. Are you saying that Hammer Industries has completely mastered the technology of the iron armor? Li Mingyu lifted his cup, pouring a drink for Jimmy. Indeed, boss. Although I haven't witnessed it firsthand, I certainly heard Justin Hammer assure that Senator that they have commenced mass production of the remotely operated armor. It is rumored to be even more formidable than Iron Man's, and they have signed a procurement contract with the military. Jimmy gesticulated animatedly as he assured Li Mingyu. Is that so? Li Mingyu raised his teacup, his mind contemplating the undeniable ability of these narratives to correct themselves. It was supposed to be S-H-I-L-D that took Whiplash away, yet it ultimately landed in Hammer's hands. That senator must be the Hydra operative who had a verbal altercation with Stark during the inquiry. Given Hammer's close ties with him and the fact that S-H-I-L-D is nearly overrun by Hydra, it's not unfathomable. Li Mingyu subconsciously analyzed the ramifications of this scenario. Meanwhile, Jimmy, believing Li Mingyu was hesitating about an investment, urged him on. Boss, if you aren't paying attention to this, you might not realize what it signifies. During the last inquiry, Tony Stark publicly revealed footage of Hammer Industries' collaboration with the military in armor experiments. The video showcased the armor malfunctioning and injuring several soldiers, tarnishing the military's image and causing Hammer Industries' stock to plummet nearly by half. If word gets out that Hammer Industries not only successfully manufactured Stark's armor, but also secretly signed an agreement with the military, their stock price would surely soar. Surpassing its previous peak is a certainty. And once the news breaks, surpassing Stark Industries' stock price is not out of the question. The fluctuations between a decline and a rise, when I previously mentioned a doubling, was merely a conservative estimate. With leverage, achieving 5 or even 10 times is not impossible. Jimmy appeared quite exhilarated, his words tumbling out in a fervor. Clearly, you're quite interested in these matters. Are you suggesting my ideas for profit aren't sufficient? Li Mingyu teased, causing Jimmy to quickly temper his expression. No, boss, that's not what I meant. I'm saying this is a rare opportunity. For the sake of the company's interests, the more we earn, the stronger Artisan can become, right? Exactly. Now, you're exhibiting a bit of the boss mentality. Things are different now. Don't be so impatient in your dealings, understand? Li Mingyu also restrained his amusement and engaged Jimmy earnestly. Whether for the company or himself, striving for advancement and greater profits is not a sin. As you said, this is indeed an unparalleled opportunity, but one must not only consider the surface, Jimmy. Before Li Mingyu could finish, Jimmy anxiously interjected, only to be interrupted by Li Mingyu raising a hand. Holding his phone, Li Mingyu lingered over Nick Fury's number for a moment before directly inputting Natasha as contact. Natalie, Are you aware that Hammer Industries is secretly engaging with the military to sign a contract for the procurement of iron armor? Mingyu inquired directly. I wasn't aware, but Ivan Vanko has indeed been taken by the military. It's rumored that the World Security Council initiated a plan, with SHILD as the executor, which was previously thwarted by the military. Understood. Politics is a game of mutual compromise and the exchange of interests. Mingyu, though not a novice, has certainly witnessed the machinations of such affairs. On the other end, Natasha grasped Mingyu's implication, realizing that Hammer had acquired Ivan Vanko through military channels. Is there something amiss? Natasha inquired, noting the gravity of Ivan Vanko's dangerous reputation and Mingyu's sudden call. Nothing alarmingly urgent. I merely overheard a tidbit of insider information. Safeguarding world security is your domain. I was just curious. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mingyu ended the call without concealing anything from Jimmy. Dialing Stark's number next. Hey Lee, you want to believe what I've discovered? A brand new element, one that has never been seen before. My God, my late father has taught me yet another lesson from beyond the grave. Stark's exuberant shout greeted Mingyu as he answered. Congratulations, Tony. You can finally rid yourself of that dreadful palladium poisoning. However, I have some unfortunate news. Ivan Vanko may have already fallen into Hammer Industries' grasp. Moreover, the military has signed a cooperation agreement with Hammer, and it said that they are already beginning mass production of remotely operated drones. Mingyu doused Stark's enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. Damn, God, Nick Fury is indeed unreliable. That bald bastard. Stark exclaimed. No, wait. I've reviewed the files on that tattooed man. Those so-called experts under Hammer cannot keep him in check. His hatred for us is not so easily erased. A legion of iron armor. Damn it, I know what he intends to do. As a fellow expert across multiple fields, Stark quickly deduced Ivan Vanko's intentions, an army composed of iron armors. What are you planning to do? Mingyu inquired calmly. Stop him. I'll reach out to military contacts and see if I can salvage this situation. Justin Hammer has rented a venue at my expo. I suspect he will announce something there. I must hasten to create the new element and update my armor's power system. Before that, if the military does not prevent the press conference, Lee, I hope you can assist me. Rest assured, the situation may not be as dire as it seems. Focus on resolving your issues. I'll keep an eye on things here. After ending the call, Mingyu turned to Jimmy, who was left in stunned silence. The call had been on speakerphone, and Mingyu had not concealed it from Jimmy. Boss, that person you just spoke to is Tony. Tony Stark. Iron Man? Indeed. Mingyu nodded nonchalantly, exuding an air of casualness. Jimmy felt as though his worldview had been upended. Initially, he thought he had been recruited by a superhuman with extraordinary abilities to join a criminal organization. Little did he know that this seemingly 20-something Chinese youth had devised a few strategies that had propelled two companies to success, providing him with a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a former street thug suddenly transformed into an elite. In comparison to his boss, he felt utterly insignificant. The likes of Tony Stark were figures he could only admire from afar. Yet he discovered that this titan was a friend of his employer. Moreover, Stark was seeking assistance from Mingyu, who was entwined with organizations like SHILD and the World Security Council, entities that, while unfamiliar to Jimmy, sounded far more formidable than the FBI or CIA. With a boss of such caliber, would he not soon find himself embodying the success of a Wall Street mogul? Escaping the confines of Hell's Kitchen? Do you understand now? Mingyu inquired, lighting a cigarette and regarding Jimmy. I believe I do. Though I may not fully comprehend the unfolding events, I understand that Hammer Industries is in for a rough time. Jimmy inhaled sharply, relieved he had ventured into this situation. Otherwise, even if his boss had disagreed, he would have wagered all his assets to leap at this opportunity. Now, it appeared that such a leap would have led him directly into the abyss. Chapter 35. The Hammer Industries Press Conference. I'm sorry, boss. Let us pretend I never said anything. Jimmy lamented, his head bowed in regret. Look at you, in such a hurry. You know his stocks are rising, which is good, but if you know they're about to crash, shouldn't you be cautious? Mingyu reminded him. Right? Jimmy exclaimed, slapping his forehead. You can buy on the rise or short sell. whether it soars or plummets. As long as your direction is correct, you can profit. Just remember, I'm giving you access to all my assets, but don't be too greedy. When Hammer Industries officially announces, there should still be a small uptick. Be mindful. I know what to do, boss, Jimmy said, rising and bowing deeply to Mingyu, surprised by the extent of his support. Go ahead. I'll have Matthew authorize you and fully cooperate. And do a great job, Jimmy. Mingyu's words of encouragement made Jimmy beam like a child weighing over 200 pounds. 3 days later, Black Widow arrived, dressed in a simple, wide-strap tank top and snug jeans, her wine-red curls cascading down. She radiated the vigor of youth at just 25. It felt as though the cinematic universe had perfected her, embodying an 18-year-old Scarlett Johansson. Wow, Mingyu exclaimed, genuinely impressed, even whistling. I've seen you in dresses, evening gowns, and combat gear, but I prefer this look. You resemble a classmate from next door. So authentic. Thank you, Black Widow replied, opening her arms for a brief embrace. I hope your visit is for personal reasons. Wanda has asked me several times when you're coming home. She wants to go shopping with you. You know I'm not the best shopping partner, especially for little girls. Is it only Wanda who misses me? Black Widow scrutinized Mingyu's fitness studio, then seated herself on the coffee table. Effortlessly preparing kung futea. Of course not. Pietro mentioned several times how he misses Natasha. Mingyu was entranced by Black Widow's fluid movements, realizing she was more adept at brewing tea than he was. Well, I'll admit, I've missed you too, Natasha. Mingyu conceded, unable to evade her gaze any longer. All right, let us discuss business first, and afterward, we can head home together. Black Widow's smile brightened, momentarily captivating Mingyu in its sweetness. One smile bewitches 100 hearts. Today, Mingyu truly grasped the meaning of this phrase. Why you seem less than welcoming? Black Widow teased, still smiling. No, I'm very glad to have you back. As a seasoned traveler, he stumbled over his words. Okay, let us get down to business. After you mentioned it last time, I took some time to thoroughly review all the information on Ivan Vanko. He traveled thousands of miles to America, even killing the smuggler upon arrival. And to find Stark's address, he kidnapped a journalist. Such boldness, he left no retreat for himself. He wants to rest until Stark is dead. Mingyu siga vepoli. Realizing he and performed well earlier, Natasha's sudden smile had thrown him off. Stark feels the same way. He mentioned seeking help from military friends, but I'm not sure of the outcome. He contacted Colonel Rhodes, who has made some efforts, but he was temporarily suspended. I had Fury negotiate with the military. They claim they VE had experts thoroughly examine all operating systems, and Vanko left no backdoors. The military is desperate to acquire the armor. It's crucial for their proposal to increase defense spending. They let this go. Hearing Natasha's response, Mingyu rolled his eyes. In the real world, one might trust the military, but in the Marvel universe, it was laughable. The most formidable experts either became villains or were on their path to becoming superheroes. The government never possessed the CR Me de la CR Me. Hammer Industries has set the date for the press conference. It seems this matter cannot be avoided. Do you have any plans? Mingyu inquired. Some issues arose in New Mexico. SHIELD is understaffed. Fury said, this is up to you and Stark, and I'll be your logistical support. Black Widow smiled, pleased to work with Mingyu in New York. Mingyu, however, was less enthusiastic. He initially intended to manage this matter, but being coerced felt unwelcome. What does that have to do with me? Fury said you owe him. Black Widow poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mingyu. Damn it. Mingyu cursed under his breath, taking the cup and downing it in frustration. After spending several days living under the same roof with Black Widow, their relationship grew. The Hammer Industries military press conference was held as scheduled at Stark Expo. As the perennial runner-up in the American military industry, Justin Hammer harbored complicated feelings towards Stark, jealousy, admiration, and a hint of resentment. This was precisely why he chose to rent Stark Expo's venue. He aimed to tell the world that what Stark could achieve, Hammer Industries could do just as well, if not better. At 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the Hammer Industries press conference commenced punctually. The venue was adorned with large letters proclaiming, "Defending Peace." To the sound of music, Justin Hammer made a flamboyant entrance, tap dancing onto the stage. Mingyu found this blatant imitation of Stark puzzling. Are you sure he never pursued Stark? Mingyu turned to Natasha and Pepper, who were seated behind him. Due to Mingyu's influence, Pepper was now aware of Stark's current predicament, as well as Black Widow's true identity. Are you certain Ivan Vanko is with Hammer Industries and can control the armors they produce? Pepper asked, glancing nervously at the crowd. Absolutely. Killing Tony is his sole objective. Avenging the Stark family is his lifelong ambition. You should have seen the way he looked at Stark. He embodies your opposite. As much as you love Tony, he loathes him just as fiercely. Mingyu's words caused Pepper to blush, momentarily at a loss for words, especially since she hadn't yet confirmed her relationship with Stark. Meanwhile, Natasha rolled her eyes, as if to say, it's easy to talk tough about others. It's a different story when it's personal. Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, Mingyu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Stark calling. Tony, is it you? I've just received confirmation. Vanko just called me. I suspect he has broken free from the military and Hammer's control. Where are you? Tony's voice was urgent. He had just recreated a new reactor using the new element and hadn't had time to test it before Vanko's call came in. The fateful confrontation was upon them. I am at the press conference, observing that scoundrel Hammer imitating your dance moves. Oh, and by the way, there's Natasha and Pepper as well. What? Stark suddenly raised his voice by 8 octaves. Chapter 36. The war begins. How could you bring Pepper to the press conference? Damn it. Get her to a safe place immediately. I'll be there soon. Stark was clearly agitated when it came to Pepper. Shut your mouth, Iron Baby. When I wasn't sure when you'd surface. Do you think that tattooed guy wouldn't turn his ire towards someone else if he couldn't find you? Are you certain that sending Pepper elsewhere is safer than having her by my side? If there hadn't been so many people around, Mingyu would have loved to shout into the phone with a megaphone. Stark's previous remarks left his ears ringing. All right, you're right. I owe you one, buddy. I'm on my way now. Before I arrive, make sure Pepper is safe, please. Without waiting for Mingyu's response, he hung up the call. Don't worry. Your Iron Baby is just fine. The poisoning issue has been resolved, and he'll be flying over shortly. Mingyu turned to reassure Pepper. By the way, how did you manage to endure that jerk? I mean, after working beside Tony for so long, how did you resist the urge to punch him? Perhaps it's because he pays me $15,000 a month. Upon hearing Stark's good news, Pepper visibly relaxed. All right, Mingyu nodded non-committally, turning his attention back to Justin Hammer, who had begun his lengthy discourse on stage. This guy seemed to have prepared an extensive script, starting with a grand introduction to the entire history of America, spanning from the Civil War to World War II and touching on Vietnam and Afghanistan. He concluded with the assertion that the best weapon is one that does not require a soldier to step onto the battlefield, thus sparing families from losing fathers, husbands, sons, and so on, before finally returning to the main topic. Allow me to introduce Hammer Industries' latest innovation, remotely controlled unmanned iron armors, courtesy of the Air Force. As he reached the climax of his presentation, Hammer raised his right hand toward the sky. The audience followed his gesture, and a swarm of bright lights was seen rapidly approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within moments, the lights hovered above the venue. The sounds of roaring jets filled the air, revealing the figures of humanoid mechs with thrusters firing from their limbs. Boom, boom. The sound of their landing reverberated as a squadron of over a dozen 2-meter-tall mechs landed neatly on stage. It appeared that some details had changed due to Mingyu's presence. In the original storyline, Vanka deceived Hammer into believing these mechs could only salute. Unexpectedly, they had flown in this time. It seemed the military's involvement had increased the pressure on Vank, who had to reveal more of their capabilities to earn trust. God bless America! Justin Hammer's enthusiastic shout sent the audience into a frenzy. The mechs were armed to the teeth with various weapons, exuding a menacing presence that even overshadowed Iron Man Marines. Hammer continued to bellow as another group of slightly different mechs soared in. Army, Marine Corps, lines of mechs, differing only in appearance but fundamentally similar, formed 4 distinct formations on stage. One had to concede that Justin Hammer had a knack for understanding the psychology of the audience. The sight of these differentiated battalions was far more impressive than a mere horde of mechs. In addition to reducing soldier casualties, our company's sole mission in creating these mechs is to defend peace. As he uttered this fitting phrase, the mechs behind him synchronized perfectly with Hammer, saluting the audience. This gesture instantly elevated the atmosphere among the spectators to its peak. Amid the deafening roar, only Black Widow noticed that the mechs' heads were subtly rotating, pausing momentarily as they aimed in their direction. "We've been discovered." Black Widow leaned in close to Li Mingyu's ear and whispered. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, Li Mingyu grasped two idioms, but now was not the time for contemplation. He suppressed his unease and said, "No. I'll go up to divert their attention. You take Pepper to a secluded spot. All right, just be careful. Take this." Black Widow handed him a tiny metallic object smaller than a grain of rice and placed it in his palm. "What is this?" Li Mingyu nearly dropped it. "It's an in-ear intercom. It connects to the phone. I'll pull Stark onto the channel shortly." "Okay." Li Mingyu accepted this piece of advanced technology without hesitation, inserting it into his ear. After a few adjustments, he turned his gaze back to the stage. Whether it was coincidence or the mechs had been monitoring them. After a brief whispering among themselves, their eyes suddenly glowed red. "Is that really necessary? Must it look like villains?" Li Mingyu grumbled, as the mechs shifted their weapons to their shoulders, all aiming at the audience below. The once vibrant atmosphere gradually fell into a tense silence. "What is happening?" Justin Hammer called into his earpiece several times, but the staff behind him were oblivious to the commotion and could only attempt to calm the audience. "Don't worry. Just a minor data glitch. Everything will be fine shortly. These weapons haven't even been loaded with ammunition. Please." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Before he could finish, the mechs began firing, their initial targets being the military representatives seated in the front row. "Go!" Li Mingyu shouted, seizing two fire extinguishers from the sidelines and hurling them towards the mechs, causing two airborne units to topple backward. However, the mechs merely lost their balance, showing no signs of damage, and as they hit the ground, they prepared to rise again. Li Mingyu had no intention of granting them that opportunity. Amidst the chaos, he swiftly produced a Gatling gun, its belt of ammunition trailing behind him. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. With a terrifying rate of fire capable of unleashing 6,000 rounds per minute, a wall of bullets formed in the air. The two downed air units, struggling to get back up, were obliterated within seconds, their cores reduced to fragments, ensuring they could not rise again. These hastily produced mechs, crafted for this press conference, were merely made of ordinary metal, lacking the titanium alloy strength of Iron Man. In an instant, Li Mingyu had dismantled 4 mechs, but the first wave of his assault was all he could manage, for as he fired, the remaining mechs had quietly adjusted their positions, their weapons now trained on him. Oh no! The exhilaration of wielding a Gatling gun amidst the crowd was intoxicating. But upon realizing he was targeted, Li Mingyu let out a wild cry and turned to flee, not forgetting to toss the Gatling gun behind him as a parting gift. In the hands of Li Mingyu, the cumbersome Gatling gun resembled a mere pebble wielded by an ordinary individual, slicing through the air with its piercing sound as it hurtled towards the mechs on stage. Simultaneously, the mechs aligned their sights on him and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Good heavens! Dozens of mechs brandishing heavy machine guns were relentlessly firing at him, and Li Mingyu felt as though a million bullets were whistling past him. The predicament was that he could not escape towards the throngs of spectators. He could only maneuver within the confined space before him. At the rear of the audience, there stood a row of flower beds, seemingly constructed from concrete. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mingyu lunged forward and leaped behind the flower bed. Bang! 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 The relentless sound of bullets striking the concrete invaded his mind, and the several centimeters thick material crumbled to dust within mere seconds. Fortunately, the flower bed was rectangular, separated by 2 walls, granting him a fleeting respite. As concrete fragments scattered in all directions, Li Mingyu swiftly rummaged through the azure pool for weaponry, seeking something to momentarily alleviate his predicament. Just as despair began to set in, he noticed the gunfire gradually subsiding, and the vibrations from the flowerbed waned. A piercing sound resonated through the air, heralding the arrival of Stark. Finally, the moment had arrived. Chapter 37 Translate. What does no more mean? Stark inquired. I am currently rescuing you. You should address me as Dear Uncle Stark, little martial artist. Mingyu responded. When did you connect to my earpiece? Natasha interjected. I brought him in. Pepper and I are safely at the control panel in the back. I've already captured Hammer. Well done, Mingyu exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, a loud boom echoed in his ears as a flowerbed nearby shattered into fragments, revealing a gold and crimson armored suit lying amidst the debris. You've assembled a new suit, but it doesn't seem impressive, he teased, though he was already crackling with electricity, ready to dispatch the dozen or so mechas approaching him. He had been careless earlier, but he decided to rectify that. Let us give this a whirl, my dear ones. Before Stark's armor could rise, it opened 2 missile launchers on its shoulders, unleashing a flurry of small missiles that soared in all directions. These missiles traced arcs in the air, pairing off to target the surrounding mechas. They were classic weapons from Iron Man's earlier armors, tracking missiles. Boom! 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 The small missiles accurately struck the heads and energy cores of the mechas, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as the nearby mechas were instantly rendered inoperative. Zila, Mingyu raised his hand, a bolt of lightning piercing through the energy core of the sole remaining mecha. In a research laboratory in the basement of Hammer Industries, a steel armor nearly as large as the Iron Patriot stood, connected by a thick data cable. In front of the armor was a desk, where a computer screen displayed a rapid stream of code. Scattered across the floor were several bodies, including Hammer Industries security guards in black suits and soldiers in camouflage. Whiplash sat cross-legged among the corpses, a laptop resting on his lap, displaying the moment Mingyu's lightning struck a mecha. Thank God for these foolish Americans providing me with so many materials. Otherwise, dealing with these two would not have been easy. After murmuring a few words, Whiplash smiled slightly, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as the laptop screen transformed into dozens of segmented displays. With a keystroke, a targeting reticle appeared on all screens, each aimed at Mingyu and Stark. After completing this task, Whiplash glanced back at the computer, his smile widening upon seeing the progress bar at 81. Mingyu was equally cheerful, having deduced that the mechas operated semi-automatically, unlike the intelligent systems like Bitch or Jarvis. In simpler terms, these mechas required a moment to reacquire their targets after losing them, which slowed their response time. Furthermore, their materials were rather mediocre, with quick reflexes. Eliminating them posed no great challenge. However, Mingyu, reluctant to take the initiative, knew the boss had yet to appear, and thus, the minor enemies were best left to the supporting characters. Come on, continue your performance. He gestured for Stark to unleash another wave against the 40 or so mechas still on stage. None left? Stark awkwardly spread his hands. No more? No. You translate for me. What does no more mean? Mingyu's eyes widened as he noticed the mechas on stage, their red eyes slowly adjusting their aim. It's quite literal. I don't have much ammunition, but my armor boasts high combat capability, not like those foolish ammunition junkies on stage. Stark scoffed at the mechas. How can you be so proud with no ammunition? Why not say so sooner and stop striking poses here? For heaven's sake. Just as he finished, Mingyu dashed towards the stage's edge. Lee, where are you running? The boss is yet to appear. We must conserve energy. We need a plan to eliminate these mechas up close. Stark's voice crackled in Mingyu's earpiece as he sprinted away, covering 30 meters in no time. I need you, big uncle. I don't want to be foolishly targeted and beaten. I can't fly. And why didn't you mention the lack of ammunition sooner? You truly are a man of little endurance, Mingyu exclaimed, pulling out a Gatling gun and starting to shoot at the mechas on stage. The mechas fired almost simultaneously, revealing the flaws of their semi-automatic nature. They failed to predict Mingyu's movements, causing their bullets to rain behind him while his rounds systematically tore through the mechas. Stark, meanwhile, took to the skies at the first opportunity, but half of the mechas targeting him continued firing, while others deployed steel supports to anchor themselves, switching their machine guns to small-caliber anti-aircraft guns, relentlessly firing at Stark. Clearly, Whiplash, operating remotely, had tailored the mecha's targeting to Stark. It seemed he would need to prepare some heavy weaponry for bitch in the future. Mingyu cursed internally as he discarded the Gatling gun. While it was powerful and exhilarating to shoot, its rapid fire rate consumed ammunition too quickly. Within moments, he had exhausted the 2 or 3 meter long ammunition belt. After tearing through 3 mechas, the gun emitted a dry, clicking sound. Searching for another, he found no Gatling gun left, so he resorted to a rifle. Randomly aiming at a mecha and unleashing a volley. Bang! The mecha staggered backward under the powerful kinetic force of the bullets, sparks flying, and then it fell silent. Damn it! Mingyu angrily tossed away the rifle while dodging the incoming bullets, struggling to reach the stage. Lee, are you all right? Natasha inquired anxiously upon hearing his curses. I'm fine, just feeling a bit like a stray dog. You all find a safe place. Don't worry about us. Oh yes. Just then, Mingyu let out a cheer. Stark, caught off guard in midair, was struck by a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. What happened? Natasha asked. Stark got hit. Look, Mr. Iron Man was struck by the ammunition junkie. Chapter 38. The great battle of mechas do not revel in misfortune, martial artist. We must devise a way to approach them. The overarching narrative remains unchanged, yet the intricacies have been altered due to Mingyu's arrival. In the original plot, Stark intervened before the mechas spiraled into chaos. Moreover, with Rhodes present, Stark initially hesitated, causing the mechas to wreak havoc. However, this time, Mingyu attracted the firepower first. The panic crowd at the outset constrained Mingyu's movement within this venue, resulting in the mechas remaining relatively clustered. While the concentration of so many mechas poses a formidable challenge for coordinated fire, it also presents the advantage of facilitating a comprehensive strike. I have been pondering, how many rounds of ammunition does that damned ammo fanatic pack within those mechas? As Mingyu darted across the chaos. Evading the extensive net of fire was already a stroke of luck. Rushing towards them would mean waiting for their ammunition to dwindle. Although the bitch assured him that as long as he did not remain in one spot under concentrated fire, those large-caliber bullets might not penetrate his muscle layer. The prospect of being riddled with holes and drenched in blood is hardly appealing. It is prudent to evade whenever possible. Continuing in this manner is untenable. Who knows when that tattooed man will appear? Should I send you up there? Can you find a way to deal with those Marine Corps? Stark referred to those firing artillery. He was unafraid of their bullets, confident that he could rely on the armor's shell and speed to maneuver through the firestorm. Then let us proceed, Iron Baby. Frustration simmered within Mingyu. Entering the fray would be ideal. Keep your eyes forward. 3, 2, 1, jump. Stark deftly evaded several shells, suddenly diving, skimming the ground to arrive directly in front of Mingyu. Mingyu's reflexes matched his speed. Bending his legs, he leaped onto Stark's back, gripping tightly onto the armor's protruding shoulder. Oh, what a scene to behold. I hope those reporters Haven T wandered too far. Natasha, is S-H-I-E-L. D. Is satellite overhead? Quickly, capture this moment. Riding Iron Man, dear heavens, I'll make the headlines. Black Widow. Stark, damn it. You'd better cling to me and watch out for those bullets. Once they were together, the firepower intensified, but Stark need not overly concern himself with the bullets. He simply had to continually change altitude and trajectory to avoid being blasted away. Mind your own safety. Keep your distance from those shells. Hell, one just exploded above my head. Mingyu, having pulled out a police shield, positioned it in front of himself. Though it could not withstand the concentrated fire from the mecha's large-caliber bullets, with his mount's extraordinary speed, he could manage to deflect scattered bullets. With J-A-R-V-I-S-S assistance, Stark skillfully avoided the incoming shells, swiftly approaching within 10 meters of the stage, though this was nearly his limit, as he had been blasted away several times at this proximity. The closer he got, the less space there was to evade. However, once he was fully engaged, the dynamics shifted. Are you ready? Stark's voice echoed in the earpiece. Ready for what? Before Mingyu could comprehend, Stark's armor suddenly performed a flip, causing Mingyu to lose his grip and feel a sudden tightness at his ankle as a powerful force inverted him in midair. Good luck. With a swift spin, The armor flung Li Mingyu out like a discus, immediately followed by 2 shells that sent him flying dozens of meters away. "You fool!" The abrupt change prompted an expletive, but this was not the moment for anger. Suspended in air, Li Mingyu channeled his energy at full power. Lightning crackled around him as he retrieved another shield from Bitch's space, one in each hand, guarding his entire body. Even if he was caught off guard, the energy surrounding him would automatically protect him, intercepting any bullets. The 10-meter distance vanished in an instant. Still airborne, Li Mingyu's left shield suddenly dissipated, and a bolt of lightning shot forth towards a Marine Cormac, piercing through its energy core, rendering it inoperative. As he remained suspended, the other shield vanished before he curled into a ball, rolling beneath a Marine Cormac. Tot 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 tot. The shortcomings of the semi-automated system hastily devised by Whiplash reemerged, as the mechas that had originally locked onto Li Mingyu redirected their weaponry towards the formation of Marine Cormacs. The orderly ranks and towering mecha forms provided Li Mingyu with ample opportunity to weave through and evade, as those targeting him inadvertently eliminated their comrades. Moreover, Li Mingyu occasionally unleashed bolts of lightning. In a fleeting moment, the stage erupted with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. 12 Marine Cormacs quickly succumbed to Li Mingyu's onslaught, and now thoroughly engrossed in the battle, he raised a shield and dashed towards the adjacent formation of Air Force mechs. "Get down!" Amidst his exhilaration, Stark's voice crackled through the earpiece. Li Mingyu promptly rolled to the ground. 2 beams of red laser swept across the stage, abruptly silencing the cacophony of gunfire, as all the mechas were neatly sliced into 3 segments. Crack! In the center of the stage, Stark mimicked the action of loading bullets with his arm, releasing a small metallic launcher that emitted smoke. This maneuver appeared far more impressive in reality than on screen. "That looks promising," Li Mingyu gazed on with envy, though he remained stubborn in his demeanor. "Alas, it is a one-time use." Stark lifted his visor, a resigned smirk crossing his lips. "The armor's design is exceedingly intricate. To maintain speed and agility, the internal wiring and space have reached their limits, leaving little room for additional weaponry unless externally mounted, which strays from Iron Man's combat style." "Understood. It may lack longevity, but it surpasses Ultraman." Li Mingyu nodded in agreement. "Li, is the battle coming to a close?" "I extracted from Hammer the whereabouts of Vanko. I am preparing to apprehend him." Black Widow, overhearing the conversation, discerned that the battle outside should be concluding. No need to pursue. The remaining mechas exhibit noticeably slower reactions. "I suspect that fellow is already en route. Just ensure your safety." Li Mingyu promptly issued a warning. As circumstances had shifted dramatically, Black Widow's erratic movements posed undeniable risks. "That individual is targeting me. I refuse to believe he has not prepared an armor set for himself. The resources from the military and Hammer's faction are ample enough for him to forge a significant piece of machinery." Stark contemplated how one could utilize materials in the manufacturing process to craft armor, fully aware of Ivan Vanko's capabilities and confidence in his prowess. Chapter 39. The emergence of Whiplash, the Stark Expo, originating during the Second World War, has served as a showcase for Stark Industries' cutting-edge technological advancements. The most renowned moment occurred before Captain America received the Super Soldier Serum, when he and Bucky witnessed the unveiling of Howard Stark's groundbreaking hovercar. As Stark Industries ascended to prominence, the expo gradually transformed into a colossal exhibition where high-tech corporations worldwide gathered to present their latest scientific achievements. As one of Stark Industries' grandest events, every detail was meticulously crafted to perfection. The billboards were constructed in the shape of a massive steel framework of the Earth, adorned with the enormous lettering of the Stark Expo, visible from several kilometers away. The internal space of this colossal structure ingeniously featured a small park with artificial rivers, pebble-strewn banks, quaint wooden bridges, gazebos, and even a foam mountain that created a miniature waterfall, all complemented by transplanted artificial turf. This extravagantly designed locale, infused with an Eastern aesthetic, was chosen by Stark as the battleground for their confrontation. In the film, he and Rhodes were downed at this very site, yet now, with the option to choose, Stark still opted for this picturesque setting. This decision left Li Mingyu wondering if Stark harbored doubts about defeating Whiplash, as he had selected a beautiful place that could serve as their final resting ground. Upon hearing Li Mingyu's concerns, Stark responded nonchalantly, explaining that the venue was spacious and devoid of any external personnel or equipment, thus mitigating the risk of collateral damage. The disparity between their resources struck Li Mingyu profoundly, illustrating the concept of wagering one's entire fortune against another's pocket change. Find a spot to rest for a while. I will lure him here. I'll initiate the assault, and you can provide support as needed. Stark greeted Li Mingyu before ascending to the apex of the spherical structure. After approximately 5 minutes, Li Mingyu noticed a faint red light approaching from the sky. DJ is about to make his entrance. The party is about to commence, Stark announced, soaring through the air to ensure Whiplash could see him. I am ready. Bring in the guest. Li Mingyu retreated to a grove by the river, silently observing the sky. After a couple of loops, Stark descended back to his previous position just as Vanko arrived, landing less than 5 meters away. The long-standing adversaries, entwined in enmity since the previous generation, stood face to face for the first time, one towering nearly 2.5 meters tall, while the other was of average height. In light of such a stark difference in stature, Stark's armor appeared rather diminutive. Tony, I fear you are doomed. His thigh is thicker than both of yours combined. Li Mingyu whispered through the channel. Fear not. I have faced larger foes, and I possess a secret weapon. Stark retorted, exuding confidence. Typically, prior to a duel, opponents exchange provocative words, and these two were no exception. Whiplash removed his helmet and addressed Stark first. From a moment I learned of your existence, I have longed for this day. It is not merely the super-rich versus the imprisoned, but I, Ivan Vanko, against you, Tony Stark, to determine a victor based on our individual merits. The harm your father, Howard Stark, and your family have inflicted upon me and my father over the past 40 years will be repaid in full within the next 4 minutes. Whiplash's eyes glimmered with a mad hatred and indescribable excitement. I am not like you. My reactor and armor were crafted by my own hands, while you have pilfered from others. Stark countered. Huh, pilfered? Do you know where your wealth originates? How many lives have perished beneath the weapons you manufacture each year? The number of people I will kill tonight pales in comparison to those your missiles have slain. Every dollar your family possesses is stained with the blood of others. Do you understand, Stark? Since childhood, I have pondered why individuals like you can become philanthropists and super rich, living lives of luxury unattainable to the average person. While I endure the cold and hunger in frigid Siberia, my father, the pathetic wretch your father expelled from America, spent his days wallowing in alcohol, dying without anyone willing to spare him a glance. Whiplash's fervor escalated, culminating in a near roar. As his words fell silent, he swiftly sealed his helmet, brandished his arms, and launched 2 electrically charged steel whips towards Stark with lethal intent, leaving no room for escape. Stark, ever vigilant, evaded the initial attack with a swift sidestep, activating the thrusters in his arms and legs as he ascended, propelling himself towards Whiplash. Utilizing the momentum, Stark aimed a punch at Whiplash's head. Clang! The resounding metallic clash reverberated as Whiplash's enormous armor barely wavered. In an instant, the whips retracted and Whiplash's right hand clamped around Stark's armor's neck, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere kitten and slamming him to the ground. Clang! Another metallic thud echoed as Stark was pinned beneath Whiplash's foot. Before he could muster any resistance, 2 metal clamps extended from Whiplash's boot, securing Stark's armor at either side of his chest. Do you sense the disparity between us? Whiplash taunted, a triumphant glimmer in his eye. Secret weapon, Stark shouted through the channel. Li Mingyu cursed under his breath, rushing toward Whiplash's direction. Ah, I knew you were still lurking. I awaited your emergence. Whiplash remained motionless, flicking his wrist as a steel whip hurtled toward Li Mingyu's face. Li Mingyu sidestepped the attack, but as he prepared to charge forward, a missile the size of a smartphone launched from Whiplash's shoulder. Watch out, Stark warned, assuming Li Mingyu was unaware. Little did he know, the moment the missile fired, subtitles appeared in Li Mingyu's vision. Ex-wife, a mini-burrowing missile produced by Hammer Industries, a failure. with an explosive power equivalent to a $5 firecracker. Chapter 40. The whip that has grown several times stronger. The ex-wife missile surged forward with ferocity, while Stark, trembling with concern, observed from the ground. In contrast, the whip, with a smug expression, watched the missile's trajectory with delight. Only Mingyu remained calm, his face devoid of worry as he gazed at the approaching missile, leisurely extending his 2 fingers from his right hand. Sizzle. Pft. The missile, no larger than a cigar, struggled momentarily between Mingyu's middle and index fingers. Once its propulsion had entirely dissipated, it merely spat out a few sparks before emitting a faint sound akin to a flatulence, releasing a small puff of white smoke and falling silent. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Was it a gas bomb? A biological weapon? The whip's complexion turned ashen, and he refrained from uttering a word. Is this the extent of your preparations for me? For heaven's sake, could you not have procured something a tad larger? Something akin to this. As he spoke, Mingyu transferred the small missile to his left hand, tossing it nonchalantly a few times before assuming the stance of a baseball pitcher and launching it forward. The whip initially thought Mingyu was attempting some trickery and fixated on his movements. However, upon discerning that Mingyu held only that diminutive missile, the whip's disdainful smile emerged, feeling he had perhaps overestimated Mingyu, considering him merely a child, throwing a tantrum with a missile. Yet, before the whip's smile could fully materialize, it was abruptly shattered by sheer terror. For as Mingyu completed his throwing motion, a bomb, nearly half the size of a person, materialized in midair, spinning as it hurtled towards the whip. Did he just throw that? Had he not been clad in armor, the whip would have slapped his own face in disbelief. His reaction was undeniably swift, despite his confidence in his armor. Dodging such a massive bomb was the only sensible choice. With a swift hiss, his visor sealed shut and the thrusters activated fully. He executed a powerful leap, propelled by the thrusters, landing over 20 meters away. Rest assured, it's a dummy bomb. It won't explode. The bomb crashed into a small tree, tumbling to the ground before coming to a halt. Mingyu stepped forward to assist Stark. Is this from Wanda and Pietro? Stark inquired, eyeing the bomb adorned with his family's name, turning to Mingyu. Indeed, I had stowed it away to avoid alarming them, and completely forgot to retrieve it. What do you call this move? Spatial magic? Stark rose to his feet, having been puzzled earlier by the sudden appearance of the Gatling gun and the vanishing and reappearing bomb shield. Taoist arts, Mingyu replied, deciding to postpone further explanations for another time. First, they needed to deal with the whip-wielding menace before them. Mingyu focused intently ahead, instructing Bichi to conduct a comprehensive scan of the whip's armor, only to find the results less than favorable. Although the materials of the whip's armor were not as advanced as Stark's titanium alloy, they were still made of high-quality military steel, enhanced by a thickness that far surpassed Stark's armor. I can't penetrate his shell, Mingyu mused. It appears quite thick, and I doubt I can inflict any direct harm. Do you have any other secret weapons? As Mingyu spoke, he advanced forward, while the whip, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, began his approach as well. No, you are my secret weapon. Unless we drain his energy, but I scanned earlier, and he has 3 reactors hidden in his back. When energy is abundant, they power his weapons. When it is low, they serve as backup for his armor. I don't know about you, but I certainly can outlast him. Stark and Mingyu aligned themselves, marching towards the whip. Then you'd better devise a plan quickly. After all, you are a genius and know more about armor than I do, right? Mingyu remarked as they walked. I'm not sure. He seems to be accelerating. Let us match his speed. As they drew closer, their pace quickened, reducing the distance to 5 or 6 meters. The whip abruptly shook his arms, and 2 steel whips, gleaming with blue light, danced towards them like dragons. Whoosh! Despite the fierce sound of slicing air, the speed of the steel whips was not particularly alarming. Both men sidestepped simultaneously, evading the attack. Before they could retaliate, a mechanical whirring emanated from behind the whip. The 2 steel whips, like released measuring tapes, surged forward, nearly doubling their speed as they retracted, wildly slashing in their vicinity. The independent reactors at the whip's back powered the whips, and the energy was not something they could easily withstand. Mingyu swiftly dodged to the side, evading the slick combination attack. Stark, however, was not as fortunate. The whip's armor featured a compartment that not only stored extra steel whips, but also provided robust recovery and launch energy, enhancing the whip's lethality during retraction. Stark was struck by a returning whip, propelled several meters backward, leaving a charred crack on his armor. This configuration made the whip exponentially more formidable than in the original storyline. After sending Stark flying, he immediately followed up with a punch aimed squarely at Mingyu, who had just approached. The steel fist, the size of a watermelon, descended upon Mingyu with a whoosh, a titan's weight bearing down upon him. Let me see just how powerful your hulking armor truly is. Mingyu summoned a surge of lightning, channeling all his strength inward, preparing for a fist-to-fist clash. Boom! The sound resonated in their minds, while in reality, it was merely a dull thud of collision. As the impact reverberated, a colossal shockwave erupted, dispersing the air like ripples in water. Rustle! Dozens of precious trees, transplanted from around the world, shed their leaves like rain, their vibrant colors swirling in the air. It felt as though they were not in the Marvel Universe, but rather in the romantic duel scene of a wuxia film, reminiscent of Ang Lee's cinematic style. Of course, with doves fluttering about, it also bore a resemblance to the works of John Woo. Mingyu's most potent punch thus far resulted in him sinking several centimeters into the ground, his calves embedding deeply in the soil. Meanwhile, the formidable armor, weighing at least several tons, was forced back a few steps before managing to regain its balance. Shaking his slightly numb arm, Mingyu thought to himself, "Damn, this hulking armor is still sturdier than I am." Chapter 41. Energy fusion. Can you truly claim to be robust in every aspect? Seizing the moment before the whip serpent could react, Mingyu disregarded his own plight of being stuck in the ground. He unleashed a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for the reactor nestled within the chest of the whip serpent's armor. As he launched his attack, Stark, who had also risen, activated his palm-mounted laser cannon. A beam of white light streaking past Mingyu as it zeroed in on the whip serpent's torso. A clash of red and white energy erupted in midair. Unlike their previous confrontation, this time the energies did not deplete each other. Instead, they fused together in an uncanny manner. Sizzle sizzle. Contrary to expectations of a grand explosion, the amalgamation of lightning and laser energy behaved more like sulfuric acid. The glass composed of nearly 100 pure silicon on the whip serpent's chest succumbed instantly, melting away as if it were butter subjected to intense heat. The reactor within was affected immediately, sputtering sparks before extinguishing in an instant. This entire sequence transpired in less than half a second, leaving both parties astonished by their success. Yet, there was no time for celebration. Recognizing the effectiveness of their assault, both combatants instinctively amplified their offensive efforts. The whip serpent, however, would not remain passive, having suffered such a sudden blow. Its armor's energy input swiftly redirected to the backup reactor. Meanwhile, the right arm was raised, targeting Mingyu, and the metallic limb swung forth, unleashing the steel whip that shot out like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Damn it! Mingyu realized he could not withstand this blow unscathed. Reluctantly, he halted his offensive and dodged aside. Without Mingyu's lightning to merge with, the whip serpent's formidable armor was impervious to Stark's laser attacks. The armor tilted slightly, its left hand blocking Stark's continuous assault while the right hand lashed out with the steel whip, now aimed directly at Stark. Just as Stark contemplated severing his energy, the whip was already upon him, striking his shoulder and creating a fissure in the armor. In a swift motion, the whip's end ensnared Stark's neck. Stock. Under the whip serpent's control, the whip constricted, once again subduing Stark. "Tony, resistance is futile. Use your strength to pull him away," Mingyu shouted, rolling to the foot of the whip serpent and delivering a powerful sweep to its right ankle. The humanoid form of the armor, while convenient to operate, shared the same vulnerabilities as a human, balance being one of them. Stark, with his keen intellect, immediately grasped Mingyu's intent. Ignoring the creaking of the whip around his neck, he channeled all his energy into the propulsion system. Four jets of flame erupted from his limbs, allowing the agile armor to soar just above the ground. Coupled with Li Mingyu's attack, the whip serpent's massive frame toppled, exposing its back to Li Mingyu. Without hesitation, Li Mingyu leaped onto the armor's back. His movements fluid and practiced. Bang, bang, bang. Gripping the back of the armor with one hand, Li Mingyu raised his fist high and unleashed a ferocious assault on the small compartment behind him. The remaining reactor lay within. If he could breach this compartment, the whip serpent would be rendered powerless. Regrettably, after numerous strikes, the compartment remained steadfast. Curse it! How much material was used to create this thick shell? Li Mingyu muttered in frustration, realizing that his lightning would only serve to empower the steel shell. He lacked confidence that he could breach this formidable opponent before exhausting his own energy. Unfortunately, his only offensive means were his fists and feet. He would need to devise a weapon for future encounters. His gaze shifted to Tony, still pulling the weight of the battle. Stark's armor was already showing signs of deformation, while the whip serpent remained focused on regaining its whip. Though dragged along the ground, the armor's thick exterior rendered the damage negligible. As the whip was retracted, Stark's armor drew ever closer. "Tony, I can't break through. You must find a way to escape," Li Mingyu shouted, but before he could receive a response, the whip serpent's voice emanated from beneath him. "There's no time." Before the words fully escaped, the whip serpent's right hand grasped Stark's left foot. The disparity was akin to the Hulk clutching a child's ankle. With a slight exertion, Stark's armor's left foot thrusters erupted in sparks, losing balance and spinning uncontrollably. The propulsion system faltered, and both armors slid across the ground for several hundred meters. Li Mingyu was unceremoniously thrown off, propelled into the air as the whip serpent's left hand lashed out, constricting around his neck. Stark dragged the whip serpent, while the whip serpent ensnared Li Mingyu, and the trio plowed through the small garden. As silence enveloped the scene, the whip serpent, still encased within its thick shell, quickly regained composure, increasing the electrical output to its steel whips. Rising, it kicked Stark away, sending him flying nearly 10 meters, while the steel whips kept both adversaries at bay. "Now, let's see how you cooperate. Watch as you both descend into oblivion." With a mighty flourish, the whip serpent unleashed maximum energy output. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks erupted from Stark's armor, which could no longer withstand the strain as external circuits and components began to fail. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu fought fiercely against the constriction and the surging electricity, his entire being appearing to be on the brink of exhaustion. Observing their plight, the whip serpent laughed heartily as it lifted its visor. "This sentiment belongs to us. You believed you had us under control, yet you failed to realize that you, too, are now immobile." Li Mingyu's face flushed crimson as he managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Before the whip serpent could comprehend his statement, it turned to find Stark similarly defying the grip of the steel whip, raising his left hand towards Li Mingyu. A sudden pang of unease struck the whip serpent. Chapter 42, The Whip's Demise. As the ominous feeling settled in, a flash of red and white collided before his eyes, a lightning bolt and a laser cannon. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. Unlike the earlier fusion, the two energy forms clashed with such intensity that each molecule and particle seemed to engage in a fierce battle. The whip suddenly perceived the world around him slowing down. He could observe the sparks created as the energies consumed one another, from their inception to their extinguishment. Countless sparks emerged and vanished, the energy in the area escalating to unprecedented levels, causing the very air to vibrate. As the number of sparks surged, they reached a critical threshold, and in an instant, all the sparks vanished, giving way to a vibrant array of colors, more splendid than a rainbow. Ultimately, when these colors expanded to a certain extent, they abruptly contracted, birthing a minuscule black dot from thin air, followed by an outpouring of untamed energy. Boom! The whip's ears were instantly filled with a deafening buzz. The shockwave from the explosion dwarfed the earlier punch delivered by Li Mingyu in the armored suit, sending both men hurtling through the air, crashing through countless small trees. Li Mingyu felt a chill at the back of his head as he came to a halt by the artificial riverbank, half of his head submerged in water, allowing him to gaze up at the starry sky. The stars twinkled brightly tonight. Tomorrow promised fair weather. Li Mingyu, too fatigued to move, gazed at the heavens with a dazed expression. "I'm sorry, I can't see anything. It's pitch black in front of me." Stark grumbled as he clambered to his feet, having been sprawled on the ground. He wiped the dirt from his visor before regaining his vision. "Are you all right? It should be over by now. Is Vank still alive?" Black Widow's voice crackled through the earpiece. "That tattooed brute, Mingyu Shukalat." The whip had never managed to don his mask before the impact. It was inconceivable for him to have survived such a force. "He's not dead yet, but it seems he's close." Stark interjected, cutting off Mingyu. "What?" Mingyu shot up from the ground. "That guy must be cheating. How can he still be alive? These Marvel characters are not ordinary humans." He dashed toward the explosion site, where the whip's armor lay in tatters, undoubtedly rendered useless, with the whip's head barely clinging to life. Half of his face had been burned and melted, resembling a ghastly specter from the depths of hell. Yet astonishingly, this burly man, raised in Siberia, still drew breath. "Stark, your luck has always surpassed mine. Your upbringing, education, wealth, and even friend with extraordinary abilities. I can't accept it. I truly cannot." The whip murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Stark's face, still clinging to a flicker of life. "However, you still lost? Ha ha. The palladium poisoning must be unbearable. By the time you perish, you will certainly suffer more than I do now. I've cured it. Apologies, but I have successfully treated the palladium poisoning." Stark interrupted the whip with an innocent expression. "What?" Mingyu, had it not been for the armor, would have doubted that the whip could rise again. "Impossible." The whip roared defiantly. "It's true. My father left behind a box of videotapes. Decades ago, he developed a new element to replace palladium, but the technology of the time couldn't realize it. I have achieved it. This is the new arc reactor." Stark tapped the glowing triangular core on his chest. "You have lost. Your father has lost. My father transcended his era long ago," Stark said, his gaze complex as he looked at the whip. "Impossible, it cannot be." Vank murmured, his head bowed, the light in his eyes dimming. "Tony, Lee." Black Widow and Pepper Potts rushed over, their worried expressions drawing closer. Whether it was the look of concern in Pepper's eyes or the unbidden smile of happiness on Stark's face upon seeing her, the whip's once dim gaze suddenly widened. "I want you to accompany me to hell, Stark." This furious cry drained the last of the whip's vitality. After uttering those words, he tilted his head and succumbed, while simultaneously, his damaged armor emitted a piercing series of beeps. "Damn it! Crap!" Mingyu reacted swiftly, rushing forward to embrace Black Widow's slender waist. Using all his strength to leap away, his left hand conjuring a shield to protect them from behind. Stark scooped up Pepper, propelling himself awkwardly with a single boot thruster towards safety. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted above the small garden, showering the area with golden sparks. Mingyu was pushed by the explosive force while airborne, and his earlier leap propelled him toward the edge of a steel framework. He twisted midair, using his body as a cushion, crashing heavily into Black Widow and landing hard on the ground, sliding along the seams of the framework until his head collided with a flower bed, finally coming to a stop. "Is everyone all right?" Stark's voice echoed through the earpiece. "Just in time to escape, don't worry," Mingyu replied, turning to find Black Widow staring blankly at him. It dawned on him that he was still tightly holding her, their bodies pressed closely together, their faces mere inches apart. In this intimate moment, they could feel each other's breaths, and the world around them faded into a blur. Rational thought diminished to a critical point. "Lee, where have you two run off to?" Stark's voice crackled again through the earpiece. But Black Widow swiftly produced a communicator the size of a cell phone from her waist and turned it off. The atmosphere shifted once more, the world transforming into shades of pink. At the moment their noses nearly touched, both felt their hearts skip a beat. With a soft gulp, Mingyu swallowed hard. Black Widow smiled gently, her angelic face tilting slightly as she leaned in. As their lips met, before they could fully savor the sensation, the ground trembled beneath them. With a clang, Stark and Pepper landed nearby, crashing down beside the flower bed. Freaking hell. Chapter 43. Disrupted atmosphere. The passionate kiss that was destined to occur transformed into a mere brush, shattering the enchanting ambience. Mingyu silently cursed under his breath, visibly frustrated. Observing Li Mingyu's exasperation, Natasha smiled sweetly, raising a finger to her lips. "I've had enough, Tony. I only discovered your poisoning situation when you finally found a solution. I don't know if you're in danger, nor do I know if the company will thrive. I can no longer endure this feeling. The pressure is overwhelming. I quit. I can't take it anymore. Whether it's as your assistant or some damn CEO, I'm done. Oh God, tonight has been the most exhilarating day of my life." It was evident that Pepper had been through a considerable ordeal lately. Just moments ago, she had experienced a thrilling freefall in Tony's embrace, and her mental state seemed on the verge of collapse. "No, I've managed things well enough. It's all in the past now. Pepper, you cannot abandon me and the company. You understand? I can't even remember my social security number. And I don't even know how many departments exist within the company. You've always been by my side, caring for me, managing the company. I, like the company, cannot function without you. Oh, I mean, you may leave the company, but you had better remain by my side." As Stark spoke, he gradually moved closer to Pepper, wrapping his arm around her waist by the time he finished his sentence. "Pepper, it has always been you. You are the only one by my side. God, I should have done this long ago." With that declaration, Stark leaned down and kissed Pepper, just as their lips were about to meet. Wow! A bizarre scream erupted, causing the greenery in the flower bed nearby to tremble as a horned head emerged from the other side. A shriek, bang, the rapid fire of a laser cannon. Four screams. A shadow was propelled several meters away. Li Mingyu swatted away the branches from his head, sitting up and giving Stark an obscene gesture. Washington, D.C., southern edge of the city. An abandoned farm lay in ruins, with only a dilapidated warehouse standing amidst the desolation. In this forsaken place, devoid of even a ghostly presence, a luxurious Audi R8 convertible worth over 100,000 euros was parked outside the warehouse. Shortly after, a more extravagant Aston Martin DB9 slowly rolled down the overgrown dirt road, coming to a halt beside the warehouse. The car door opened, and Li Mingyu stepped out, rare in a casual suit that accentuated his tall and mature demeanor. With his sharp brows, striking features, and a clean visage, he exuded an ethereal aura that made him appear almost otherworldly. As he exited the vehicle, a whistle echoed from the warehouse entrance, followed by Stark's languid voice. "Look who has transformed from a martial artist to a wealthy gentleman. Just look at that attire and this car. I might have to consider investing in your two companies in Manhattan." Though teasing, Stark's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had already established himself as one of the elite in this nation, if not the world. Yet, Li Mingyu continued to astonish him. Stark may not understand terms like ethereal or transcendent, but he had encountered Europe's oldest aristocrats and families with centuries of legacy. The cultivated nobility he had seen paled in comparison to Li Mingyu, akin to a street thug standing beside a superstar. Completely different realms. "I welcome your investment, but this time it has nothing to do with the company. I've wagered my entire fortune, shorting Ham Industries stock, adding just a bit of leverage. Who would have thought that once Hammer was arrested, the price would plummet? I intended to earn a little pocket change, but my assets have multiplied several times. By the way, has that old rogue Nick Fury arrived yet?" Stark shrugged, indicating he had just recently arrived. "Kid with that foul mouth. How do you plan to kiss a girl?" Nick Fury's voice echoed from an unknown source, just as the seemingly shabby doors of the warehouse slowly creaked open. Hearing this, Li Mingyu felt a surge of anger. Although Stark had interrupted his kiss that night, he had hoped that with the right atmosphere, something might unfold. However, before they could exit the expo, Black Widow had summoned Nick Fury to Washington. Coupled with the matter of Whiplash, Li Mingyu was ready to confront Fury. "You'd better find a place to hide now, or I'll come in and smash your bald head first." Li Mingyu glanced around, directing an obscene gesture at a concealed camera above the door. "You may be disappointed. I'm still on my way. You two go inside and rest for a bit. The coffee beans in the refreshment area are quite good. By the time you finish, I should be there." Nick Fury's voice resonated again. Li Mingyu and Stark exchanged glances before stepping into the warehouse. The expansive open space had room for parking at the entrance, featuring a refreshment area, a lounge, and several desks. A simple temporary base where 5 or 6 people could work without issue. Li Mingyu wasted no time brewing a pot of coffee, pulling Stark to sit at the largest desk while they observed several screens that began playing automatically upon entry. The screens displayed various photos and videos, some from satellite imagery, others captured by ordinary citizens. They depicted the Hulk battling the military, Iron Man clashing with Ironmonger in Los Angeles, and footage of Li Mingyu engaging with Stark at the police station. Within a few minutes of viewing, Nick Fury entered through the door. Li Mingyu instantly sprang to his feet, moving so swiftly it nearly appeared as though he vanished. "You think?" As Nick Fury began to speak, Li Mingyu delivered a right hook to Fury's abdomen. Despite controlling his strength, the blow sent Fury doubling over in pain, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp. This sudden attack startled Stark, causing him to rise from his seat. Li Mingyu's punch was enough to rattle even him in his armor. "You haven't killed him, have you?" "No, he'll be fine after a short rest. This was self-inflicted. I entrusted Ivan Vanko to him, and now we're in this mess." Chapter 44. The Hammer of Thor. "Damn it. Can't you ease up a little for the sake of God? I'm old enough to be your grandfather." For over 2 minutes, Nick Fury struggled to rise from the ground, exhaling a fragrant curse. "If I hadn't held back, you'd be nothing but spaghetti with meat sauce by now." Li Mingyu scoffed dismissively. "You can't blame me for that." Sighing deeply, Nick Fury settled across from him. "I was caught in the middle. The military was adamant about paying any price, and no one could refuse. Even if you had called the police, I assure you, Vank would have shown up at Hammer Industries the very next day. So the one who got beaten was the police chief, but you." Li Mingyu tapped the table languidly. "That's why I need the Avengers Initiative, independent of any government system, away from those foolish politicians." Nick Fury poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot. "I recall we have discussed this before. You didn't bring us all the way to Washington just to reiterate your plan for your super weird boy, did you?" Stark has been in New York for several days, and this battle has provided him with ample inspiration for new armor. God knows how much he misses his garage. "Of course not. I called you here to sign a contract as consultants for SHIELD and to review your psychological assessments." Nick Fury slid 2 documents across the table, one being the SHIELD consultant contract, which, unlike the Avengers Initiative, primarily aimed at facilitating collaboration with Stark in technology. The psychological assessment was intriguing as well. Natasha's evaluation recommended joining the Avengers Initiative, while Iron Man passed through. "You should really see a psychologist. Spending all day in a basement tinkering can indeed drive one mad." Nick Fury picked up the contract with satisfaction, teasing Stark. "And what about me?" Li Mingyu was purely a verbal collaborator. He had no intention of signing any contract with SHIELD. "That's why I summoned you." Nick Fury waved his hand, clearing the screens to reveal a single photograph, a picture of a hammer. Of course, there were numerous videos following the photograph, showcasing various attempts to retrieve the hammer, including a bulldozer that had been deployed. Despite the engine smoking, the hammer remained immobile. According to Nick Fury, this hammer had recently fallen from the sky, landing outside a small town in New Mexico. The area was now completely sealed off by SHIELD, which had utilized various methods and instruments in an attempt to uncover the hammer's secrets, all to no avail. Li Mingyu glanced at Stark. "Sounds like a job for you, the scientific consultant." He was well aware of what it was, but he hadn't anticipated that SHIELD would seek him out. Stark also regarded the mysterious hammer with intrigue, successfully piquing his interest. Because of this, Nick Fury produced another stack of photographs. Norse mythology? Stark instantly recognized some symbols from the stone murals depicted in the images. Indeed, take a look at this. Nick Fury presented a single photograph of a symbol composed of 3 overlapping ovals. Examine this symbol closely, then see this. The second photograph displayed a mural of a cloaked figure holding a hammer, which bore the same symbol. The third photograph showcased the hammer from New Mexico, identical in appearance. I've researched it. In Norse mythology, this hammer belongs to Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. The legendary hammer has fallen from the sky to New Mexico. And given the extraordinary phenomena surrounding it, the likelihood that this is indeed Thor's hammer is quite high. If Thor's hammer is real, It confirms the existence of those deities spoken of in myths. But if so, do their powers match the legends? And what might their attitude towards humanity be? The mere thought is somewhat terrifying. Nick Fury stated solemnly, and Stark inhaled sharply in response. The two exchanged grave glances before simultaneously turning to Mingyu, who appeared completely unfazed while sipping his coffee. Why do you look so unfazed? Nick Fury inquired curiously. I'm still young. I believe in light. Mingyu replied earnestly. That's nonsense. Nick Fury shook his head, unconvinced. Mingyu brushed it off and continued. So what does this have to do with me? If this is indeed Thor's hammer, the god of thunder from Norse mythology, and if no one can lift it, you're the only human I know who possesses the power of lightning. Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Mingyu. So you want me to attempt to steal a hammer belonging to a deity? You want me to offend a god? Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. $300,000 for lifting the hammer and assisting our research. $1 million for accommodation and meals without limits. As long as you don't leave that small town. Of course, travel expenses do not include private flights. Nick Fury stated without hesitation. Deal. Mingyu grabbed Nick Fury's hand enthusiastically. Weren't you just swimming in money? Stark questioned, bewildered. You know nothing. Raising 2 children is expensive. After all my efforts, I've only made a few $1,000,000. Your watch collection probably exceeds that. In New Mexico, Old Bridgetown, this small town, located on the border of the United States and Mexico, is sparsely populated and not well connected, seeing little traffic on a daily basis. However, it recently gained notoriety due to a hammer that fell from the sky, creating a massive meteorite crater 50 miles outside of town. This became a major event for the residents, especially with a hammer that no one could lift. As the story spread, more people flocked to the area, and vendors began to appear around the crater, until SHIELD agents arrived, declaring the object a fallen satellite with radiation and forcibly dispersing the curious onlookers. A hammer-shaped satellite? No one believed that, but SHIELD had not only sent agents and scientists, they also arrived with fully armed soldiers. While the soldiers scared away the local residents, they could not deter some far-flung amateur scientists, such as Eric Selvig's astronomy team. They had detected unusual energy readings in the sky when the hammer fell, but had been delayed by a man along the way. By the time they reached the town, the crater had been completely occupied by SHIELD, forcing them to rent a room in Old Bridgetown to serve as a makeshift laboratory for their research. They hoped to find an opportunity to investigate the crater, but that chance eluded them. However, the data they posted online attracted the attention of SHIELD agents. You already took our data. Why are you also removing our equipment? This equipment is our personal property, and you have no right to take it. This is robbery. Jane Foster stood defiantly in front of the SHIELD personnel, disregarding Eric's attempts to intervene. Firstly, madam, we are certainly not malevolent individuals. This information is currently classified to prevent any potential leaks. Moreover, we possess the authority to do so. Agent Olsen, taking the lead, patiently elucidated the situation to Jane Foster. TSK, look at these agents of SHIELD. Not only have they appropriated someone's data, but they're also seizing their equipment. This is an outright violation of citizens' property and liberties. Such actions must be resisted, and I stand with you, madam. Just as Jane Foster was preparing to continue her debate with Olsen, a languid voice interjected from the side. Are you Tony Stark? Exclaimed Eric, who had been endeavoring to restrain Jane Foster. Chapter 45. An unexpected encounter with Jane Foster upon witnessing Mingyu and Stark lazily leaning against the car doors. Olsen wore an expression of exasperation. One was already a headache, and now 2 had arrived together. Fury never mentioned you were coming. Olsen rubbed his temples and turned towards Stark. There's no airport nearby, and your director refuses to allocate a substantial transportation budget. Coincidentally, I had some free time, so I drove over with him. Rest assured, I'm merely here out of curiosity and will depart shortly, Stark said, breezing past Olsen and approaching Eric Selvig, who was still attempting to persuade Jane Foster not to act impulsively. You must be Dr. Selvig. I've read your published papers. Your research in astronomy has utterly transformed my understanding of the field. What topic are you currently exploring? Perhaps we could collaborate. By the way, have these S-H-I-E-L-D agents infringe upon your rights? If so, I would be more than willing to assist. Coulson could only manage a nod towards Mingyu before quickly turning around at Stark's words. Stark, do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? I'm merely borrowing their materials and equipment. I've already explained everything to them. You must ask for their consent to borrow anything, even if the matter is serious. If you take their equipment, you should at least offer them some compensation. Simply taking everything without a timeline for return is utterly unreasonable. How can they continue their work? Mingyu chimed in with a grin, placing an arm around Coulson's shoulder. As they spoke, Jane Foster grew animated. A group of men in black had entered, immediately beginning to seize equipment, and she had been displeased for quite some time. Yes, right. No matter how critical your affairs may be, you should at least offer us compensation or a timeline for the return of the items you've taken. Jane, Eric, engaged in conversation with Stark, quickly intervened, pulling Jane Foster back. He was acutely aware of the astonishing authority wielded by the departments governed directly by the World Council, unlike others. Lee, stop causing trouble. We lack the budget for this, and it was unforeseen. I am at a loss. If we run out, I will certainly return everything as soon as possible. Coulson raised his voice, addressing both Mingyu and Jane's group. This is precisely why I have an aversion to your authoritative departments. You always perceive your matters as paramount, placing yourselves on a pedestal, never considering others' perspectives. When the police pursue drug dealers, they can commandeer vehicles at will, a right bestowed by law. But what if that vehicle is carrying a patient in dire need of emergency care or a woman in labor? I know your words ring true, Coulson, but I can assure you that after you complete your task, you will depart without a second thought. And your subordinates will not care whose equipment they are taking. They will merely haul everything away, leaving the unfortunate Selvig to chase after you to Washington, facing an array of bureaucratic hurdles. You may not even realize that if this research is not completed, their funding may not suffice to sustain them until they reach Washington and await your return. Mingyu pata kulsun ishashude. Drawing from his own experiences from a lower socioeconomic background, after the old master passed away, he had encountered a similar plight while working. His employer became embroiled in an illegal fundraising case, and his account was frozen due to having received wages from the employer. Although the sum was minimal, less than $3,000, it represented his entire fortune at the time. Without that money, he couldn't even pay his phone bill at the beginning of the month. He had approached the bank and relevant authorities, but due to the unresolved case, they could not provide a timeline for unfreezing his account, which ultimately took over 6 months. Thus, Mingyu felt particularly empathetic. After a barrage of inquiries, Coulson found himself somewhat speechless. He had genuinely not considered such nuances. Even Stark fell into contemplation, as Mingyu inadvertently shifted the fate of a future antagonist by adopting the perspective of those from the lower strata. In a department as vast as S-H-I-L-D, enacting change is not a matter of a moment. It is not solely at your discretion. However, since I am present today, I shall assist you. Mingyu patted Coulson's shoulder and addressed Jane and Eric. Please compile a list of your equipment. I will procure new items to deliver here. And remember to provide me with the receipts. I will seek reimbursement from S-H-I-E-L-D. Really? Eric exclaimed, astonished. This was S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, who was this young man whose words seemed to carry more weight than those of Tony Stark? Of course. And my iPod. They even took my iPod, which has over 30 songs I downloaded. Daisy suddenly exclaimed, leaping forward from behind Jane. Daisy! Jane tugged at Daisy's sleeve, fully aware that government departments often lacked reason. Still, the equipment constituted their laboratory's entire assets. Recovering it was already a relief. An iPod was trivial. But what if it led to further complications? All right, your iPod too, but I cannot assist with the playlist. Mingyu shrugged. That is perfectly fine. We are already immensely grateful. I'm Daisy. May I know your name? Daisy inquired, her curiosity evident. Mingyu. So you're Daisy, huh? Let me share a secret with you. SHIELD is quite affluent. If your equipment is somewhat outdated, regardless of what receipts you provide, I will procure the items. I am not well versed in these matters, you understand? Li Mingyu winked at Daisy, harboring no ulterior motives, simply recalling how much he had enjoyed her character in the films. I completely understand. I'll treat you to dinner later, handsome. Daisy responded with a flirtatious glance. Ultimately, Li Mingyu obtained their list, while Stark and Eric tentatively agreed to collaborate, planning to invest in a new laboratory for Eric in New York. After addressing these matters, the two followed Coulson to the temporary camp, located 50 miles away. As Li Mingyu and Stark drove in tandem with the convoy, they were oblivious to a muscular man with a golden beard and sideburns walking in the same direction beside the road. I'm a little late today. Another chapter will follow this evening. Chapter 46. Thor, a vast meteorite crater had been transformed into a makeshift research facility by SHIELD, using various rudimentary materials and some plastic sheeting. An iron fence had been deliberately installed around the perimeter of the crater, patrolled by numerous heavily armed soldiers, clearly demonstrating SHIELD's high regard for the hammer. As Li Mingyu and his companion were not official members of SHIELD, they followed Coulson through a series of intricate security procedures to gain access to the research facility's interior. It was also Li Mingyu's first encounter with another member of the original Avengers, Hawkeye, Clint Barton. However, Hawkeye's character was somewhat reserved. They merely exchanged nods. As Li Mingyu's name was not a secret among the higher echelons of SHIELD, to his surprise, Li Mingyu noticed a glimmer of eagerness in Hawkeye's gaze, though he paid it no mind. In reality, Hawkeye, as an ordinary human, was undoubtedly a top-tier expert, possessing his own pride in combat. As a somewhat pure warrior, it was understandable for him to feel a twinge of excitement in the presence of other formidable individuals. Though Li Mingyu had no such inclinations, the disparity was simply too great. It was akin to the Avengers facing Thanos for the first time. How could they fight when they couldn't even defend themselves? Upon entering the research facility, Li Mingyu spotted a bald man hurrying towards them. It was a familiar face, Agent Sitwell, an undercover Hydra operative within SHIELD. What is happening? He inquired, suddenly halting upon seeing Li Mingyu and Stark standing behind Coulson. Everything's fine. The director has authorized their presence. They are here to assist, so, please, speak freely. Sitwell gave Li Mingyu and his companion a scrutinizing glance before continuing. That object just emitted a powerful electromagnetic resonance that our systems cannot withstand. We need to check for new interference sources nearby. Perhaps something in the sky? Stark stepped forward, interjecting. A Southwest Airlines flight just passed overhead. But I've already redirected them. All right, I want to press the issue, but if we ruled out interference from an object, could it possibly be a person? Stark remarked, glancing at Li Mingyu alongside Coulson. Li Mingyu feigned innocence. What a coincidence. Could it be someone else? While speaking, he gestured toward a corner visible through the translucent plastic sheeting, where a figure was crouched near the fence, seemingly occupied with something. However, the individual did not resemble a worker repairing the fence. Warning: intrusion detected. An unidentified person is breaching the western fence. Repeat. Sitwell grabbed his radio and dashed back in the direction he came from. Li Mingyu casually pulled aside the plastic sheeting next to the pathway and caught sight of a figure rushing in from outside the fence, swiftly incapacitating two patrolling soldiers with a punch each. The burly man had his head lowered, and with the rain now pouring down, visibility was poor. Yet, Li Mingyu still discerned the unmistakable golden locks and beard, deducing that the figure could only be Thor, perhaps due to the arrival of the god of thunder. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the rain intensified. Coulson glanced at Li Mingyu, noting his apparent lack of intent to intervene, then raised his radio. Clint, I'm in position, sir. If needed, I can take the shot from here. Hawkeye's voice crackled through the radio, suggesting he had found an opportune location. Li, Coulson suddenly called out to Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu nodded. Let him in. If anything goes awry inside, I can manage the situation, and Stark has his suit on hand. Coulson felt reassured by this. Picking up the radio to instruct Hawkeye, to hold his fire for the moment, before leading Li Mingyu deeper into the facility. In truth, Coulson harbored suspicions about whether this individual was connected to Thor's hammer. Just as depicted in the films, he had an inkling of a particular theory. After all, a person who could breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secured area unarmed and in a worn t-shirt and jeans seemed implausible as a spy. If not linked to the hammer, he might simply be unhinged. After following Coulson through several winding passages, Li Mingyu finally beheld the legendary hammer. Unlike its cinematic portrayal, in reality, this fabled artifact, while bearing the same exterior, emanated a palpable pressure that weighed heavily on Li Mingyu's psyche. He was uncertain if it was his imagination, as Stark and Coulson appeared entirely unfazed. The legendary weapon of the God of Thunder? Like many top scientists, Stark believed in the existence of some mysterious forces within the universe. However, while some scientists posited that the pinnacle of science was theology, Stark viewed it as an entirely different paradigm, which was why his gaze upon the hammer brimmed with curiosity. "Oh!" Stark exclaimed as he grasped the handle, applying force. Yet the hammer remained immovable. Undeterred, Stark gripped it with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength, nearly collapsing to the ground had Li Mingyu not lent a hand. "Li, care to give it a try?" Coulson asked. "Let the handsome gentleman have his turn first. Look at his eyes. They resemble a bull seeing a cow in heat." Li Mingyu pointed toward the passage, where Thor, disheveled and wild-haired, charged in, his face alight with fervor upon catching sight of the hammer. Behind him trailed 3 or 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents struggling to keep pace. "Mjolnir, I have finally found you." Thor's expression mirrored that of a lover reunited with their beloved, sending a simultaneous shiver down the spines of Li Mingyu and the others. Thor seemed oblivious to the presence of the three, reaching out eagerly for the hammer. It must be said, Thor possessed a magnificent physique as he exerted himself. The definition of his muscles was evident, not the bulky form of Captain America, nor the overly lean physique of some fitness enthusiasts. Just perfectly sculpted, yet utterly ineffective. He spat and cursed at the hammer, which remained unmoved. "No!" Thor bellowed in frustration, casting his head back in a roar as the nearby agents rushed in, scrambling to subdue him. "You want this?" Li Mingyu chuckled, stepping forward to the hammer. He reached out and gently grasped the handle. At that very moment, Odin, deep in slumber within the golden palace of Asgard, abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 47. The chemical reaction between Li Mingyu and Meow hammer. Li Mingyu stood motionless, gripping the Mjolnir, while everyone around him watched with bated breath. In truth, his hand did not make contact with the hammer at all. A mere millimeter separated his palm from the hammer's handle. If one were to observe closely with a magnifying glass, they would see countless threads of red lightning, finer than a hair, linking his hand to the handle. In a similar manner, the hammer emanated its own blue lightning. The entire process transpired in less than 4 or 5 seconds, after which Li Mingyu felt a tremor in his hand, as if the Mjolnir had transformed into a high-powered massage chair, vibrating at an astonishing speed. Perhaps due to the energy connection between them, Li Mingyu sensed that the energy within his body resonated in tandem with the hammer. As their frequencies aligned, he felt a void within himself, and countless electric serpents surged forth from every pore, while the Mjolnir unleashed its own myriad of blue electric serpents. The intertwining red and blue lightning suddenly expanded, coalescing into a sphere of electricity that enveloped both Li Mingyu and the hammer. "Li!" Stark shouted, instinctively wanting to step forward, only to be pulled back by Coulson. "Danger!" Everyone, including the 2 agents holding Thor, instinctively retreated several paces to avoid the lightning sphere. Only Thor, in a fit of rage, leapt towards the sphere. But before he could make contact, a bolt of lightning shot forth, sending him flying several meters away. "What on earth is happening? Ask your people if there are any anomalies on the instruments," Stark demanded, his face stern. Before Coulson could reach for the radio, the voice of the bald agent crackled through. "Sir, we've detected a massive electromagnetic pulse. All our instruments have been damaged. Is something happening on your end?" Confronted with the inquiry from the Hitwell agent, Coulson stared at the sphere of lightning in confusion. Inhaling deeply before responding, "I can't ascertain what has transpired either. Shut down all the instruments." While he was uncertain about the situation, he was convinced that Mingyu had established some form of connection with the hammer. The specifics, however, would depend on when the lightning surrounding Mingyu dissipated. Thus, he restrained Stark, who was eager to don his armor, reassuring him, "We don't know what is happening yet. It may not be a bad thing. Besides, your armor would be of no use in this scenario." Stark was about to retort, but the lightning sphere began to visibly contract. Within 3 or 4 seconds, it shrank until it completely merged with Mingyu and the hammer. At that moment, Mingyu's posture had transformed entirely. He sat cross-legged, adopting a meditative stance. The hammer floated serenely in midair, its handle pointing upwards as if mirroring Mingyu's seated position. The connection between the two was symbolized by 2 differently colored bolts of lightning, forming a bridge between the man and the hammer. Mingyu's hands continuously formed intricate hand seals related to lightning. Thunder rumbled as the sky's lightning became increasingly rampant, illuminating the crater with each strike. After what felt like an eternity, Mingyu gradually returned his hands to the meditative position. The lightning above began to wane, and the rain subsided, with the ominous clouds vanishing completely. Only Mingyu and the MJ Wilner remained, undisturbed and unyielding. "Why? Odin, my father, why is my hammer?" Thor stood, roaring at the sky, but his words were cut short when Hawkeye, who had entered unnoticed, rendered him unconscious with his compound bow. What happened? After subduing Thor, Hawkeye finally took in the bizarre scene before him. "I don't know. He transformed into this state after gripping the hammer." Coulson's gaze remained fixed on Mingyu and the hammer. After uttering this, he turned to Hawkeye, about to speak again, when he suddenly realized something. "Where's Stark?" Stark had inexplicably vanished. Hawkeye and the 2 agents shook their heads. Their focus had been entirely on Mingyu, and they had not noticed when Stark had disappeared. "You two, take the others away and secure them. Have Hitwell bring in the equipment and researchers. Clint, go outside and find out where Stark went." After issuing his orders, Coulson took a deep breath and dialed Nick Fury's number. Within 10 minutes, Agent Hitwell arrived with several researchers and equipment in tow. Upon witnessing Mingyu's current state, they were taken aback, but after a brief glance at Coulson, they steadied themselves and began setting up the equipment. Once arranged, a researcher approached with 2 wires equipped with patches, moving toward Mingyu. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Stark, fully armored, descended from above, having forcefully breached the ceiling of the small room partitioned by plastic sheeting. At that moment, alarms blared outside, indicating that Stark's return was anything but smooth. "Damn it, bald guy and that white-coated one. You better drop those wires and step away from the Kung Fu Kid and that hammer. Stark, Lee is here to assist us in our research, helping us by wielding the hammer, as we initially agreed. Correct?" Coulson raised his hands, indicating he meant no harm. "Call it what you will, but I don't know what transpired. All I know is it's best not to disturb him in this state," Stark retorted, his movements brusque as he raised his hand, unleashing a laser blast that obliterated the freshly arranged equipment. The usually composed Coulson swore, taken aback. "I'm merely considering safety. You'd best wait until the Kung Fu Kid awakens to understand what has happened." Stark lifted his visor, speaking gravely. "Could you perhaps assist me in writing a book review? Just a few words will suffice. I've reached 100,000 words, and the rating has yet to come out. It feels quite awkward." Chapter 48, The Origin of Asgard. Asgard, a continent adrift in the cosmos, is revered as the realm of the gods, believed by many to have been crafted by Odin's ancestors. However, the truth lies deeper, beneath the surface of this enchanted land. A colossal tree's ethereal shadow sustains all of Asgard. Its roots endlessly draw energy from the void of the universe, providing everything necessary for the existence of the continent. This foundation is not only the essence of Asgard, but also its greatest secret, known only to each reigning king. At this moment, Odin stands beneath the shadow of the great tree, murmuring to the sky. Approximately 13.8 billion years ago, a singularity erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, giving rise to an energy vortex that absorbed all chaotic energies around it. These energies coalesced into a vast material space, birthing time, space, and various celestial bodies, along with a multitude of life forms. During the universe's explosive expansion, another nascent singularity was ensnared within it, a primordial universe destined to forge its own matter and cosmic laws, yet nearly reduced to mere sustenance for this universe. Enveloped by the universe, the singularity was severed from its ability to attract chaotic energy, transforming into another form dictated by the existing cosmic rules. Odin pointed, and the shadow of the world tree revealed the 9 realms, including the earth and the continent of Asgard, reflected upon its branches. This was the original singularity, the embryonic state of another universe. Suddenly, a flash of sparks illuminated the air as the bald-headed Ancient One stepped through a portal, entering this clandestine domain of Asgard. Indeed, Muspelheim, the realm of fire and dominion of Surtur, and Jotunheim, the land of ice giants and birthplace of Loki, embody the elemental rules of fire and water contained within that singularity. It is through the amalgamation of these elemental principles, alongside the world tree's absorption of the fundamental laws of this universe, that the balanced and perfected continent of Asgard was born. Odin slowly unveiled the secret of Asgard's origins to the Ancient One. Are you suggesting that both I, a denizen of Earth, and you are mere outsiders to this universe? The Ancient One inquired, inspecting the legendary world tree with her small fan. Not quite. In truth, I am but half an outsider. Only Muspelheim and Jotunheim can be deemed true interlopers, as Asgard is established upon the foundation of 2 universes. The Earth and several other planets were later acquired through our expansions, with Hela leading the plundering. However, as we constructed the 9 realms and began to shape the world tree into a complete universe, we faced the universe's backlash. The world tree withered, its shadow merely sustaining Asgard and connecting the other 8 planets. The universe adheres to its own operational rules. The world tree, akin to a branch transplanted from another tree, will eventually be wholly assimilated by this universe. Thus, the demise of Asgard is inevitable, for we, the Aesir, embody the laws themselves. We have pilfered the primal forces of this universe, which heralds the onset of Ragnarok. Yet now, everything has shifted. Odin gestured again, as the almost corporeal shadow of the world tree began to dissolve, revealing a myriad of elemental rules intermingling within. Among the elemental forces, the rule representing lightning was drawn forth by Odin. What? This is... The Ancient One gazed in astonishment at the transformative spectacle before her. Meanwhile, within the meteorite crater, Mingyu was channeling lightning into the hammer, a continuous flow energizing its core. Alongside the lightning, he instinctively unleashed various ancient Taoist lightning seals, imbued with the laws of lightning from his own universe, which gradually seeped into the hammer. This hammer of the Thunder God is not only one of Asgard's divine artifacts, but also the very embodiment of Asgard's lightning essence. The laws of his original universe signify an evolutionary sequence for the hammer. In return, the rule of power represented by the Aesir was incessantly reshaping Mingyu's form. This experience differed from that of Captain America or Thor, who wielded the hammer. It resembled the later mastery of thunderous might, where one could wield power without the hammer, truly a divine essence. This process persisted throughout the night. Despite Stark's frequent banter with Mingyu, he remained vigilantly by his side. Had it not been for Coulson's call to Nick Fury, a confrontation between Iron Man and S.H.I.L.D. might have ensued. With a crackle, Mingyu opened his eyes and gradually rose, the errant currents of electricity dissipating. Upon seeing the hammer that had fallen to the ground, he felt an unusual sensation. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, and the hammer soared into his grasp with a whoosh. "Hey, Lee, wake up!" Stark exclaimed, observing Mingyu's return to a state of reverie. He quickly picked up a small stone and tossed it at Mingyu's forehead, albeit with excessive force, shattering the stone upon impact. "Damn it, that sneaky attack!" Mingyu snapped back to reality, turning to see Stark clad in armor, with bags under his eyes, standing between two passages. "Tony, thank you." Li Mingyu realized what had transpired, warmth flooding his heart as he sincerely expressed gratitude to Stark. "Are you really Li? Are you certain you haven't been possessed by some spirit or malevolent deity within the hammer?" Stark questioned, skepticism etched on his face. "Impossible. Who could occupy my body?" "Do you not recall our collaborative technique, red and white joy?" Li Mingyu replied, conjuring a small bolt of lightning. Unlike before, the once crimson lightning now bore a hint of violet. Following their battle with the whiplash, Li Mingyu had named their combined techniques red and white joy, with the corrosive energy dubbed white event and the explosive confrontation referred to as entering the bridal chamber. This was a secret known only to them. "Really?" Stark eyed the lightning in Li Mingyu's hand, a hint of doubt crossing his features. "Indeed, my energy has fused with the hammer, resulting in a subtle transformation. If you don't believe me, remember what you shared during our first drinking session, how your high school goddess rejected you the next day for your height. That incident." "Shut up. Enough. I believe you," Stark interjected. Li Mingyu smiled gently and stepped forward to embrace Stark. "Rest assured, I will never disclose this to anyone else." "Thank you, Tony." The somewhat haughty Stark turned his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment, only to see Olsen rushing over with a throng of individuals. Having witnessed Li Mingyu awaken on the monitors. "Let us duel, Li. There is nothing more to say." Stark raised his hand and unleashed a laser blast toward Li Mingyu. Chapter 49. A surge in power bang. The rapid-fire laser cannon resembled more of a compressed air cannon, with the thrusters in the palm of the battle armor instantaneously gathering energy to propel air, targeting an object a short distance ahead. Stark was well aware that this maneuver would hardly inflict any harm on Li Mingyu, yet could undoubtedly send him flying several meters. However, Li Mingyu remained utterly motionless, and the force that could propel a small car merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze, merely ruffling a few strands of his hair without any other noticeable effect. "What has transpired within you?" Stark felt a mix of joy and envy, a slight enhancement in power. Li Mingyu revealed a mischievous smile, relishing the substantial boost he had received, transforming from a Captain America capable of emitting lightning to a mid-tier Thor. "Just you wait. I shall return home today to study the new armor." Stark rolled his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Li, what exactly has happened, and what about this hammer?" Seeing their conversation conclude, Olsen hurriedly interjected with a question. "What has occurred?" Li Mingyu recalled the message conveyed to him by the hammer, and a smile returned to his lips. "This matter is rather intricate and requires us to delve back over 1,000 years. He began to recount Loki's lineage, Thor's identity, and the reasons for his exile to Earth. These revelations were all encoded within the hammer, which had also instructed him not to interfere with Thor's growth, allowing Li Mingyu to temporarily safeguard the hammer until Thor was worthy of reclaiming his title as the God of Thunder. As compensation, once the situation reached its conclusion, Odin would commission the dwarven craftsman to forge a weapon for Li Mingyu, bestowing it with magical powers personally. This was the source of Li Mingyu's elation. The primordial power of Asgard's god had propelled his abilities to unprecedented heights, coupled with a weapon crafted by Odin himself. With the only stipulation being not to disturb his wayward son, it was an exceedingly simple exchange. Naturally, Li Mingyu did not withhold this information and shared it with those present, as they would inevitably learn it in due course. Norse mythology truly exists. That hulking man from last night was indeed Thor? Asgard, the Nine Realms? The frost giant's son turned Odin's adopted child? It proved that humanity's innate fascination with gossip transcended all boundaries, captivating everyone from homemakers to secret agents. The higher the stakes of a gossip, the more engrossed individuals became. As Li Mingyu narrated, a crowd had unknowingly gathered around him. Exiled to Earth? That barbaric fellow is Thor, the son of Odin, the heir to the throne of Asgard? It appears their physical evolution has advanced little, with their civilization resembling medieval Europe. Just look at that Asgardian prince. He resembles a wild boar. Compared to Earth, I dare say Asgard is the true exile. Stark's unique perspective shone through, as always, with his characteristic arrogance. However, the early Thor was indeed rather impulsive. as if his brain had turned to muscle, though later on, well, he became somewhat foolish. I concur with that sentiment. Where did you acquire those chips? Having reaped numerous benefits from this venture and completed the mission with ease, Mingyu felt quite satisfied. However, Olsen held a different view. Are we to leave this ticking time bomb on Earth merely for Odin to educate his foolish son? Olsen expressed his frustration, having hoped to gain something from the hammer, but instead found Mingyu reaping all the rewards. Not only had SHIELD wasted their trip, but they also had to bear the cost of Mingyu's compensation. Moreover, that batch of equipment represents a significant monetary investment. Indeed, if you have grievances, you may directly address them with Asgard. ISNTS HIELD. Under the auspices of the World Security Council, surely the United Nations has a department for liaising with extraterrestrials. Mingyu, unperturbed, grabbed a handful of chips to munch on. We are not babysitters. Olsen sighed. As long as Thor remained on Earth, they would be obliged to monitor him. Keeping an eye on a clumsy giant was hardly a desirable task. Payment has been rendered. Olsen, an enigmatic blue cube brimming with boundless energy. What do you call it? The Tesseract? Do you believe it was placed here by mere chance? Mingyu rolled his eyes, clarifying that the information from the hammer did not encompass this detail. It was his own assertion. The Tesseract? How? Does that truly belong to Asgard? Olsen's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dashed outside to contact Nick Fury. In the end, the conclusion drawn by SHIELD was to proceed as per Mingyu's guidance, finding a suitable reason to release Thor. Yet, there was one stipulation. Should SHIELD require assistance, Mingyu must be prepared to collaborate in research with the hammer, to which Mingyu could only respond with an eye roll. With a significant enhancement in power and newfound connections to Asgard, Mingyu felt emboldened. Whether to cooperate or not would depend entirely on his whims. Mingyu was aware that SHIELD regarded his words with skepticism. Yet, given the magnitude of the matters at hand, they found themselves unable to verify the information or establish contact with Asgard, opting to proceed cautiously. Stark donned his armor and soared back to Los Angeles, closing Stark Industries' largest weapon division. He intended to utilize a small reactor to create new energy, planning to erect an iconic skyscraper in New York, and was eager to return to design the blueprints. Meanwhile, Mingyu sought a secluded spot at the border to acclimate to his newfound powers, deciding to rest for a day before driving back. After spending nearly half a day in the desert, Mingyu grew increasingly satisfied with his current capabilities. Initially, he had been at a level comparable to Captain America. Now, he felt he could contend with the early Hulk. Of course, he still could not match the Hulk in strength or physical resilience, but at the very least, he could withstand a few exchanges. Had it been at the beginning, he would have been sent flying with the first strike, regardless of potential injuries. He could unleash his energy in a radius of over 20 meters, creating a tempest of lightning around him, akin to an area of effect skill. 4 single target strikes. He could deliver a bolt of lightning to a target 50 meters away, though beyond that range, its potency diminished significantly. Comparing himself to the various characters depicted in the films, Mingyu perceived himself as akin to a newly empowered Thor, just beginning to grasp the essence of his thunderous might after losing the hammer. Familiarizing himself with his powers was straightforward. However, his first attempt at flight with the hammer led to a prolonged session of experimenting with its aerial capabilities. To be frank, soaring through the skies was quite exhilarating, with commendable speed. Yet, launching into the air while wielding the hammer felt rather foolish, failing to align with Mingyu's aesthetic standards. A flying sword would have been far more appealing. After all, a false Taoist is still a Taoist. As darkness enveloped the desert, Mingyu returned to the research facility, which had yet to be dismantled. Given Asgard's existence, along with Jane and Eric's data, the personnel from SHIELD would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to explore the unknown realms of research. Upon arriving at the entrance of the research facility, Mingyu spotted Jane, whose anxious expression revealed her anticipation. Chapter 50. Fire in the backyard. Jane and Eric had waited for nearly half a day, arriving shortly after lunch. Following the equipment purchase assistance from Mingyu the previous day, Jane felt uneasy leaving Thor behind, so she drove to catch up. From outside the pit, she observed the events unfolding within through her binoculars, gaining a fairly accurate understanding of the situation. Compared to the movies, she was increasingly convinced that Thor might indeed be the legendary god of thunder. The events of the previous night, particularly involving Mingyu and that hammer, had utterly reshaped her perceptions. Are you anxious about the equipment? I had Stark place the order for me, and I left the address as your residence. I trust it will arrive in a few days, so please remember to hand me the receipt. Mingyu greeted them as soon as he saw them. Mr. Lee, I am truly grateful for your assistance with the equipment, but we have come for another matter. Eric expressed his gratitude before he could reveal the nature of their visit. Before he could elaborate, Jane could no longer contain herself. We have a friend, a genuinely good person, though somewhat unhinged, often indulging in unrealistic fantasies. He mistakenly wandered into this camp yesterday. Could you assist us in locating him? Though her request was direct, it carried a hint of caution. Thor, while he may be a bit off, his fantasies aren't as far-fetched as you imply. He is simply a muscle-bound fool. You've come here for him? It seems you hold him in high regard, considering you witnessed everything last night. A rational person would fear the trouble he might bring. Mingyu replied with a smile. Startling both of them. How? How do you know? Jane inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Is it so strange? After all, I'm hardly an ordinary individual. Am I? Mingyu arched an eyebrow, prompting Eric to quickly interject on Jane's behalf. Mr. Lee, Jane did not intend to pry into the secrets of S-H-I-E-L-D. She is merely concerned for her friend. I assure you, we will not. Rest assured. Mingyu interrupted. Discussing it will only land you in trouble. Besides, I am not with S-H-I-E-L-D, so you need not be so tense. I'll make a call and have them release him. Mingyu dialed a number for Olsen. While they waited, Jane pondered for a moment before speaking again. Mr. Lee, may I ask, regarding the events of last night? I do not wish to pry into your secrets, but is there truly such a thing as gods in this world? Asgard exists, indeed. For further details, you might want to inquire with that simpleton. He speaks nothing but the truth. Mingyu responded, choosing not to elaborate further, as Thor's story was long and convoluted. Moments later, two agents emerged, escorting a weary-looking Thor. Mingyu could tell immediately that, like in the movies, Loki had indeed been there the previous night. Now, Thor surely believed Odin was dead and felt consumed by guilt. You picked up my hammer? Despite his remorse, Thor's thoughts remained fixated on his beloved weapon, though his tone had lost the frenzied intensity of the previous night. Allow me to correct you. It is now my hammer, Mingyu said, extending his hand. The hammer, previously discarded in the desert, soared into the air with a whistling sound, flying directly into Mingyu's grasp from several kilometers away. Witnessing Mingyu summon the hammer, Thor's eyes were filled with longing and sorrow. I have ruined everything. I do not deserve to possess it. Please take care of it. Clearly, the news of Odin's demise had struck Thor hard, draining him of his resolve. I shall, Mingyu responded, casting a sympathetic glance at Thor. Lamenting Odin's plight for a moment, the ancient father had to orchestrate schemes to prompt his son's growth, all while contending with a troublesome Loki and a murderous Hela. Truly, he was a most unfortunate father in the Nine Realms. Thor remained silent. Jane and Eric expressed their gratitude to Mingyu once more before departing with Thor. Having entrusted the simpleton to his girlfriend, Mingyu returned to New York the following day, having promised not to interfere further. However, upon his return, he was greeted with an unexpected surprise. Speak up. Who is responsible? What transpired? Why was I not informed? In a Manhattan hospital room, Mingyu looked at Matthew and Jimmy, both bandaged and lying on their beds. Boss, we did encounter a bit of trouble, but we initially thought we could handle it ourselves. Unfortunately, it spiraled out of control. Jimmy said, somewhat dejected. It's not Jimmy's fault. I instructed him not to notify you. Matthew, who had been shot 3 times and was wrapped in bandages, spoke with pale lips, indicating significant blood loss. First, tell me what happened, Mingyu said, pulling up a chair to sit between them. Here's the thing. Ever since you established the earthly abode and registered 2 companies, including a bar, the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen has significantly improved. Matthew abandoned his midnight escapades as Daredevil to focus entirely on managing the company. He even started a law firm to assist the impoverished residents of Hell's Kitchen pro bono. However, this led to conflicts with some high-profile gangsters in the area, and he received numerous warnings. This time, it escalated. An Italian gang demanded that Matthew transfer ownership of both companies or face dire consequences. Matthew, of course, dismissed their threats. That very night, all properties under earthly abode were attacked to varying degrees. Delivery drivers were shot at, resulting in 3 injuries and 11 fatalities. Jimmy's modified car company was attacked with grenades. Thankfully, his employees managed to escape, with only one sustaining non-life-threatening injuries. When the police were called, they seemed to be less than helpful. In a fit of anger, Matthew stormed their headquarters. While he didn't kill anyone, he severely injured nearly all the gang's upper echelon. Subsequently, both Jimmy and Matthew were ambushed at Jimmy's company by a group of gunmen. Had Matthew not been skilled enough to lead Jimmy through the chaos, we would have returned to find 2 corpses. "I apologize, boss. I've caused you trouble," Matthew said, his face etched with guilt. Trouble is indeed what it is. But they had their sights set on us long before, so it has nothing to do with you. It was only a matter of time. However, you made an error. Since they came for you, why not eliminate the threat entirely? Mingyu inquired, his voice low as he turned to Matthew. Chapter 51, Annihilation: The Crocodile Club, as its name suggests, is not a venue for the ordinary. It serves as an inner sanctum for an Italian mafia family, the headquarters of the Bianchi family in New York. Unlike the street toughs previously subdued by Mingyu, the Bianchi family boasts a diverse array of enterprises, including entertainment, real estate, renovations, and various illicit revenues. Their annual net profits rival those of well-performing publicly traded companies. On the 5th of each month, family heads convene at the headquarters for a meeting, during which department leaders report on their respective industries. The Bianchi family has thrived in recent years. Following the destructive clash between the Hulk and Abomination in the Upper East Side, they capitalized on their established connections to profit during the city's reconstruction. This was evident in the meeting room, where each individual donned exquisitely tailored suits, their hands gripping premium Cuban cigars. Amidst the swirling smoke, the patriarch, resembling Marlon Brando from The Godfather, initiated the discussion. In recent months, a new organization has emerged in Hell's Kitchen, gathering the dregs of the streets. While they pose little threat, their 2 newly formed companies appear promising. I extended a cordial invitation for them to transfer ownership, offering a handsome sum. Yet, they seem reluctant. Now, their operations have ceased, and their 2 leaders lie in hospital beds. I suspect we will soon acquire 2 legitimate enterprises. Angelo, splendid work. The elder patriarch gestured toward a young man seated to his left, nodding in approval. Angelo, the young man, smiled faintly, preparing to express his gratitude, when a deafening crash interrupted him. The heavy wooden door of the conference room was flung open with force, splintering into countless shards like bullets. A jagged piece of wood penetrated Angelo's skull, blood bubbling from his mouth as he emitted a muffled groan, the smile frozen on his lips. He collapsed onto the conference table. "Ah, my God, is this the devil? Who are you?" Cries of shock and terror erupted, accompanied by sporadic gunfire. Before the room fell eerily silent. "Boss!" Jimmy, his hands still bandaged, entered alongside Matthew, his face a mask of fury as he surveyed the blood-soaked floor. Trembling, Jimmy spoke. "Come here." Mingyu beckoned to Matthew and Jimmy. The conference room lay devoid of life. Only the elderly patriarch and a middle-aged man, merely unconscious, remained. "Dispatch them personally. Let Hell's Kitchen witness the fate that awaits those who dare cross us." Mingyu tossed 2 daggers onto the table. Jimmy stepped forward, seizing a dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into the middle-aged man's heart. Despite it being his first act of murder and a flicker of unease in his heart, he executed Mingyu's command without faltering. He understood his standing in Mingyu's eyes and the fate that awaited him. Matthew, having witnessed bloodshed before, displayed a momentary hesitation. "They're already defenseless. Is there truly no other way?" During his last visit, Matthew had targeted merely Angelo's underlings, never anticipating Li Mingyu's intent to raise the entire family stronghold. Indeed, we have alternatives. We could spare them and await their retaliation tomorrow. I will be safe, and I trust you possess the capability for self-preservation. But what about those brothers who have only just secured legitimate income? What do you think they will face? When confronted by other gangs, what do you believe will transpire? Murder is never the objective. I made that clear when I first took you to meet Jimmy. It has only been a few months. Have you forgotten what this place truly is? Li Mingyu spoke coldly, tossing another dagger towards Matthew. To effectuate genuine change here, you must wield greater power and wealth and endure more darkness. If you cannot overcome this trial, abandon your damned dreams. I shall find you a suitable location in the lower city to establish a law firm. Matthew exhaled deeply, memories of the darkness he had encountered in Hell's Kitchen flashing through his mind. Witnessing his father, a boxer, die before his eyes, and later, the innocent lives lost to gang violence, including those recently deceased, reformed individuals merely trying to lead honest lives, the youngest among them just 17. I'm sorry. The apology, uncertain whether directed at Li Mingyu or the fallen patriarch, escaped his lips. After uttering those words, Matthew grasped the dagger and, with a swift motion, severed the Bianchi patriarch's throat. Hot blood sprayed across his face, and in that moment, Matthew's expression transformed into one of savagery. Boss, I've heard rumors of several state legislators backing them. With the Bianchi family dismantled, will they not seek retribution against us through official channels? Jimmy, having produced a towel from somewhere, pressed it into Matthew's hands, voicing his concerns to Li Mingyu. State legislators? Li Mingyu's gaze fell upon Matthew, now numbly wiping the blood from his face. An idea began to form in his mind as he turned back to Jimmy. Tomorrow, Stark Industries will send representatives. We are to jointly establish a new company. They will invest $100 million for a 20% stake, while we retain 80%. All existing enterprises will be merged into this new entity. You shall oversee this, Jimmy. Li Mingyu's words sent Jimmy into a frenzy of elation. A partnership with Stark Industries would ensure that any prospective threats would think twice before challenging them. Moreover, with all of Li Mingyu's enterprises collectively valued at around $100 million, including future growth expectations, Stark Industries' investment for a mere 20% stake was a remarkable deal. Jimmy's admiration for Li Mingyu soared, though he hesitated to assume responsibility for the company. Boss, while I have always managed the modified car division, Matthew is the nominal CEO of all companies. Being a lawyer, he may be better suited to negotiate with Stark Industries. Chapter 52. The side effects of hammer flight. Don't overthink it, old friend, Li Mingyu said, giving Jimmy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Some tasks are best suited to those who can handle them. There's no need for excessive contemplation. Furthermore, we cannot perpetually rely on Stark's name for our protection. We must cultivate our own alliances. While gang confrontations may erupt violently, as they often do, business transcends mere gunfire. It encompasses the art of forging friendships. Whether it be state senators or other influential figures in New York, Jimmy, you must broaden your connections. As for Matthew, he aspires to transform Hell's Kitchen. Yet our efforts thus far remain insufficient. We, too, must have our own representatives, New York State senators. I recall elections are approaching. Who better to garner votes than someone born in Hell's Kitchen, determined to change it, and who has overcome adversity to become a lawyer? The stark reality of life diverges greatly from that of the silver screen. This revelation struck Li Mingyu as he endeavored to experience long-distance flight with the hammer. In films, the hammer returns to Thor's grasp in mere moments, regardless of distance. Its velocity is astonishing. Li Mingyu flew from New York to Los Angeles in just over half an hour. The speed was indeed exhilarating, but the wind was relentless. Though Li Mingyu's physique rendered him largely unaffected, safety does not equate to comfort. Stark, clad in his full battle armor and hovering with his thrusters, took a moment to recognize the intruder before him. My heavens, Lee, had it not been for that hammer in your hand, I might not have recognized you. Your hair looks fantastic. You resemble a frazzled little kitten. Have you taken up modeling recently? I don't wish to converse right now, Li Mingyu retorted, his expression darkening. Each strand of hair seemed to possess a mind of its own, resembling a broom that had been dragged across the ground for half an hour. "All right, come down." For a moment, I thought an enemy had landed on my roof. "I just brewed a pot of cat poop coffee, freshly airlifted this morning. Perfectly complements your hairstyle today." Mingyu finally grasped why Thor's hair remained long before the hammer was shattered. The gust would leave it in disarray, akin to a tumbleweed. Upon entering Stark's abode, Mingyu made himself at home and quickly dashed to the bathroom for a shower, then leisurely dried his hair before descending to the basement. Only Pepper, Rhodey, and Mingyu enjoyed such free access to Stark's home and its subterranean depths. "You spend your days holed up in this basement, tapping away?" Mingyu inquired, gazing at the various display cases housing the complete series of Mark I to 6 armors. Scattered across the tables were various components and new design schematics for the armors. "Not at all. I eat, work out. What do you think of my newly renovated gym? There's even a small sauna next door. After a good sweat, a shower, and some time in there, I feel rejuvenated. Furthermore, I've only recently begun designing a new suit. Prior, I was preoccupied with a New York skyscraper project. The blueprints are finally complete, and we can begin construction soon. There are other intriguing items you must try." The garage was a marvel of Stark's design. With a simple tug, a virtual three-dimensional screen materialized before him. His fingers danced across the air, and the surrounding scenery morphed entirely. The three-dimensional imaging technology was integrated with gaming consoles, allowing for immersive simulations of various game environments, with the floor adjusting based on his movements. In essence, no matter how fast one ran within, the surrounding landscape would shift, yet one remained stationary. Mingyu had previously encountered numerous virtual reality designs online, but they paled in comparison to Stark's innovation. Limited edition sports cars, various models of flight-capable suits, three-dimensional imaging for gaming and films. Alongside a gym and small bathing facilities, he suddenly comprehended why Stark often secluded himself in the garage. "Let's get down to business." Mingyu forced himself to suppress envy as he retrieved an item from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. It was a full-size skeleton of Wolverine, entirely composed of adamantium. Aside from the retractable claws concealed within each arm, it bore no distinguishing features from a regular human skeleton. This skeleton was the result of Mingyu's earlier discussions with the entity known as Pool, stemming from his frustration in the face of Whiplash's constraints. He had hoped to acquire some weaponry, or, at the very least, materials to present to Odin for crafting later. To his surprise, he awoke the following day to find the skeleton beside him, one arm positioned as though it were embracing him. Where did this come from? Why does it look like this? Stark immediately recognized the skeleton's metallic composition and tapped it with a nearby armor component. The crisp sound of metal striking metal brought Stark back to reality, despite recognizing its material. He couldn't shake the impression that this skeleton should belong to a living being. "I don't know its exact origin, so please refrain from asking. To see if he can integrate some other metals to enhance its strength." Mingyu sought to merge technology with magical prowess to forge a weapon capable of severing vibranium. In the films, Thanos wielded such a weapon. However, its material remained a mystery. Asgard owed him a weapon, likely crafted from URU metal, the same substance as Thor's hammer. This material possessed strong magical compatibility, yet could not shatter Captain America's shield. Thus, he brought the skeleton to Stark, hoping to familiarize him with the properties of this alloy. "I need to conduct some tests," Stark exclaimed as he extended the claws, effortlessly piercing a small piece of titanium alloy on the table. "Such sharp metal. I may send you additional metals soon. We could experiment with creating a new alloy." Mingyu sipped his coffee, speaking leisurely. No sooner had he spoken than the hammer, casually draped over his wrist, began to vibrate violently. Chapter 53. The Destroyer. It appears that the prince from Asgard has regained his father's approval. "What are your plans? Shall we go and witness it together?" Starl gazed in astonishment at Thor's hammer, marveling at the extraordinary powers attributed to these so-called deities. "I suppose I shall let it go. It seems rather anxious, and I had promised not to." "Wait, I didn't say." Thor's hammer was indeed in a hurry. Not waiting for Mingyu to finish his words, it abruptly lifted him into the air. Boom! Crash! The hammer never adhered to conventional routes. It pierced through the garage ceiling, shattering the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, and soared directly towards New Mexico. Although the distance from Los Angeles to New Mexico is not as great as that from New York, it is still over 1,000 kilometers. This time, the hammer's flight took barely 30 seconds. At nearly 100 Mach, not only was Li Mingyu's hair whipped away, but even his entire attire was torn asunder by the fierce winds. Fortunately, Li Mingyu's reflexes were swift, just in time. He extracted his wrist from the strap behind the hammer's handle before the hammer entered Old Bridgetown. With his robust frame, Li Mingyu carved an indeterminate trench in the desert, finally coming to a halt at the edge of Old Bridgetown. Thankfully, the hammer returned to Thor's grasp, and all eyes were captivated by Thor and the destroyer captured by Loki. Otherwise, Li Mingyu would have been left in utter embarrassment. This was simply humiliating. Fortunately, he had concealed several items within the space of the pool, allowing him to don his clothing behind the cover of sand. After brushing off the sand and tidying his hair, he dashed towards the town. From a distance, Li Mingyu observed Thor, now clad in his Asgardian attire, with his vibrant red cape billowing behind him. The hammer radiated blue lightning, signifying that Thor had successfully reclaimed his powers. At that moment, he spoke confidently to Jane, seemingly unconcerned about the looming threat of the destroyer. Behind Jane stood Eric and Daisy, while at Thor's back were the three valiant warriors of the realm, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun. They had been Thor's companions since childhood and remained steadfast supporters of his claim to the throne. Seeing Thor restored to his former majestic self filled them with pride and relief. What puzzled Li Mingyu was Sif, the warrior goddess of the land and harvest, and Thor's betrothed. She was exchanging glances with another woman, seemingly on the brink of a kiss, while Sif looked on with a contented expression. In the films, Sif's plight was rather tragic. Her unreliable fiancé, Thor, had become enamored with a woman from Earth and rarely spent time in Asgard. Ultimately, Sif was forced to seek refuge on other planets, only to have her arm severed by the god butcher, Gore. Despite her unwavering support for Thor, he seldom acknowledged her when he was untroubled, rendering her a devoted admirer of sorts. For instance, she had defied orders to seek him out and had almost perished in her confrontation with the destroyer. Yet, upon regaining his powers, Thor prioritized his affections for Jane, seemingly disregarding Sif's presence entirely. Li Mingyu felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. Equally unjust was Loki, who manipulated the destroyer. He could not comprehend why his cunning and intellect, which had always surpassed Thor's, rendered him overlooked. Thor was known for his brawling and mischief, yet in their parents' eyes, he would always be favored over Loki, the son of the frost giants. Now, having learned of his true lineage, Loki accepted his status as an outsider. However, he could not fathom why his childhood companions remained loyal to Thor, even defying orders to aid the now powerless god. Especially Sif. Did she not notice that her fiancé was embracing another woman? What did her love-struck gaze signify? Consumed by jealousy, Loki directed the destroyer towards the others with fierce intent. "Will you wait for me here for a moment?" Thor gently pushed Jane aside, offering a tender admonition before reaching for his hammer to charge forward. However, unexpectedly, the hammer slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the destroyer. What was happening? Not only was Thor taken aback, but Loki was momentarily stunned as well. This was clearly not an attack. Initially, it seemed the hammer was aimed at the destroyer, but to their astonishment, it zipped straight between the destroyer's long legs. Li Mingyu extended his right hand, firmly seizing the hammer. He had merely wished to test its responsiveness. Moments ago, with Thor on the verge of losing his strength, the hammer had hurried back to him. Now that the danger had dissipated, it seemed the hammer could indeed heed his call, and his control appeared even slightly stronger than Thor's. While Thor desperately reached out, the hammer merely vibrated slightly in response, showing no other signs of compliance. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mingyu had inadvertently benefited Asgard's source of lightning, resulting in the current circumstances. He realized that, moments ago, for Thor's sake, the hammer had nearly left him exposed in front of everyone. Now that you have regained your strength and wish to display your prowess in front of the crowd, don't even think about it. Today, the destroyer is mine to claim, and unless Odin intervenes, no one can save you. Mark my words. The destroyer slowly turned around, but Li Mingyu was a step ahead. swinging his right hand with all his might, sending the hammer flying like a concealed weapon. Just as the destroyer turned halfway, the hammer struck him, causing him to stagger. Li Mingyu moved swiftly forward to meet the returning hammer. With a powerful leap and the momentum of the spinning hammer, he struck the destroyer's chin with a resounding blow. Bang! The impact sent the newly turned destroyer reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Li, Mr. Li, it's you. The others finally recognized Li Mingyu. This is impossible, Thor murmured, extending his hand once more, calling for the hammer, yet it remained firmly in Li Mingyu's grip. Rest assured, I'm merely borrowing it for a moment. I shall return it to you. After all, it's unwise to engage the destroyer empty-handed. Li Mingyu flashed a smug smile, already at the destroyer's side, preventing any chance for retaliation as he grasped one of its ankles. Get up! With all his might, Li Mingyu shouted, hoisting the colossal destroyer into the air, swinging it horizontally twice and demolishing 2 houses in the process. Only then did he slightly pivot and, with a forceful throw, sent the destroyer soaring skyward. Before it could descend, Li Mingyu spun the hammer and shot upwards to confront the destroyer. This chapter is a bit late. There will be 2 more chapters tonight, before midnight. Please urge for updates and reviews. Chapter 54. I disdain your arrogance, the destroyer, manipulated by Loki, twisted its head, and the magical array within it ignited flames that coalesced into a blazing beam, shooting downwards from its visage. The immense heat failed to harm Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, nor could it impede its ascent. Instead, the fiery beam was cleaved in twain by the hammer, creating the illusion that Mjolnir sprouted a pair of orange-hued wings as it soared into the heavens alongside Li Mingyu. Boom! The relentless flames emanating from the destroyer were forced back into its core, causing the magical array to explode with a thunderous roar. A crimson shockwave enveloped the entire town. Fortunately, it was airborne. Otherwise, this single blast would have reduced the town to ruins. The destroyer, bereft of its magical array, plummeted rigidly onto the streets, scattering into a multitude of debris. Li Mingyu's eyes brightened as he swiftly collected the remnants of the destroyer, for they were composed of URU metal, a material from Asgard that he could not keep. It must be returned to Asgard. Of course, my hammer too. Thor was the first to approach, pointing at Li Mingyu and exclaiming loudly, I can return the hammer to you, but the destroyer is my trophy. Li Mingyu retorted nonchalantly, flicking his wrist as the hammer soared directly into Thor's grasp. I understand your mind is filled with questions, young one, but I possess no answers. Best consult your father. He shall enlighten you. Li Mingyu observed the hesitant Thor, aware of the myriad questions swirling in his mind. After all, when Thor first wielded the hammer, he had already lost consciousness. By the time Li Mingyu recounted the tale, Thor had been taken away, leaving only S.H.O.D. personnel and Star present, who would not feel inclined to inform Thor of the events. Knowing the existence of the All-Father, how dare you take our puppet? Do you not realize that it was a magical automaton forged by Odin himself? Smack! The irascible Volstagg lumbered toward Li Mingyu, his barrel-like form radiating the unique superiority of the Asgardian race. Yet, Li Mingyu was not one to indulge such arrogance. Before Volstagg could finish his sentence, Li Mingyu raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent the stout warrior flying. I find your tone quite distasteful. It is you who have come to Earth uninvited, causing us a plethora of troubles. Thus, when addressing your master, it would be prudent to adopt a more humble demeanor. Li Mingyu cast a scornful glance at the remaining 2 fidgeting warriors from Asgard. Youngster, it is you who should learn the meaning of courtesy. Our ages collectively surpass the recorded history of your civilization. Vandal, with a sullen countenance, glared at Li Mingyu. Had Li Mingyu not wielded lightning and the thunder goddess hammer, Vandal would likely have charged at him. My God, at such an advanced age, you remain ignorant of the concept of politeness? Was your etiquette lesson taught by a butcher? Vandal, who prided himself on his charm and noble bearing, nearly faltered at Li Mingyu's words, barely restraining himself from attacking, only to be firmly held back by Sif, who had arrived from behind. Volstagg, though unconscious, was uninjured. His ability to lift Mjolnir indicated Odin's approval, and since Thor refrained from intervening, They would address matters upon their return to Asgard. All 9 realms fall under the dominion of Asgard, Earth included, as one of the 9 realms. We have safeguarded your peace, Earthling, by rights. All that exists here belongs to the All-Father Odin. Mingyu could not suppress a laugh, surveying the scattered wreckage of vehicles and the debris-laden structures. And this is how you safeguard? Hogun's face flushed crimson, and, just as he was about to retort, Thor pulled him behind himself. My apologies for the troubles I have caused. However, Asgard is indeed an ally to Earth. Peace has always been our aspiration. We bear no ill will toward Earth. I shall return the remnants of the destroyer to consult my father. Thor regarded Mingyu with a mixture of emotions. Mingyu nodded internally, recognizing that Thor had not squandered Odin's efforts during his time on Earth. He had finally gained a modicum of wisdom. That is acceptable. This was merely an unfortunate incident. I simply wish for you to temper your lofty demeanor. If you claim to be the guardians of the 9 realms, you must first learn to respect others. Mingyu imparted this lesson to Thor without reservation. The foundation for peace lies in mutual respect. Before arriving on Earth, Thor likely lacked this understanding. However, now, I shall remember your words, Earthling. I must return to Asgard now. Next time we meet, I shall be eager for a proper contest. Thor still felt perturbed regarding the hammer, but his priority was to return and thwart Loki. He also wished to inquire of Odin why he could not wield Mjolnir as adeptly as a mere Earthling, who seemed to possess the power of lightning as well. Let us see if you can grasp your hammer first. Mingyu smiled faintly, knowing that a god lacking comprehension of his own power could not possibly contend with him. After exchanging a few formalities, Thor and his Asgardian companions prepared to depart, while Jane and Eric followed him to the outskirts of the town to welcome the Bifrost. Thor had promised Jane that he would take her to see Asgard once he had resolved his affairs. Mingyu, meanwhile, approached Olsen, who remained in Old Bridge Town. How are you faring? Has there been any progress during this lengthy interval, scientist? We have combined Dr. Selvig's data and indeed detected some anomalous spatial fluctuations. We noticed irregularities the moment that Behemoth was cast down. However, that is the extent of our findings. The Bifrost and Yggdrasil are entirely outside the realm of knowledge for those scientists. Codes on sight. Do not lose heart. There will be more inexplicable occurrences in the future. You shall gradually acclimate. Mingyu offered encouragement. Olsen rolled his eyes, having grown accustomed to Mingyu's sharp tongue, and feigned ignorance as he inquired, that colossal being earlier. No, I have declared that it is my trophy, my personal, sacred property, inviolable, is it not? Mingyu interjected, resolutely refusing to entertain the notion. Chapter 55. Master Ancient Olsen wisely chose to remain silent. Such matters were best left to Nick Fury. As he spoke, dark clouds suddenly rolled in from the distance outside the town, and a radiant beam of multicolored light burst forth from the sky, enveloping Thor and the other forest guardians in a shimmering rainbow bridge, before they vanished from Earth altogether. Without hesitation, Olsen led his team toward the direction from which the rainbow bridge had disappeared. There were still a few of their vehicles parked nearby, and Mingyu noticed several scientists in white coats photographing the circular imprint left by the bridge, likely intrigued by the symbols it contained. Mingyu shook his head with a smile. These were elements from an entirely different system. Even if they deciphered the meaning behind it, replicating something similar would be exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, Iron Man's armor would have undoubtedly incorporated various magical enhancements by now. Since he had arrived with Thor, Mingyu had no means of transport and had initially planned to borrow a vehicle from Olsen to return. Upon arriving, he found Jane standing beside the imprint of the rainbow bridge, staring blankly at it, while a flurry of white coats busied themselves around her. Eric and Daisy stood behind her, helplessly watching Jane wait. Don't wait any longer. He won't be coming for a while? Mingyu could not help but interject. He said he would come to fetch me right after dealing with Loki. Jane continued to gaze vacantly at the imprint on the ground. She had fallen for Thor at first sight, yet despite their time together, they had never breached that final barrier. It was only moments ago, as Thor departed, that they had shared their first kiss, and now Jane's mind was consumed with thoughts of the golden-haired hero wielding a hammer and draped in his grandmother's cape. It was clear that he would not be able to return as promised, knowing how the narrative unfolded. Mingyu was certain that Loki would attempt to manipulate the Rainbow Bridge to obliterate Jotunheim, only to be forcefully thwarted by Thor midway through. In a bid to stop Loki, Thor would decisively use his hammer to destroy the entire Rainbow Bridge, leading to a fierce battle between the two brothers on the shattered remnants of the bridge. Once their clash reached its peak, Odin would make a sudden appearance, resulting in Loki relinquishing his grip and plummeting into the chaotic void of the cosmos. With his biological son groomed and deemed worthy of inheriting the throne, it was time to educate his adoptive son, quelling his ambitions of kingship. In the entire MCU, if one were to speak of the finest acting and most masterfully crafted scripts, it would undoubtedly be Odin and Frigga. The entire Thor trilogy, along with the events of the Avengers in New York, was all orchestrated by this formidable couple. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom, and these two had transcended the ordinary bounds of sagacity. The eventual Ragnarok was meticulously planned, with Asgard's destruction forecasted well in advance. Mingyu could not help but admire their cunning. However, the intricacies of Odin's family were far too deep for Mingyu to engage in. For now, he preferred to remain on Earth, focusing on his own development, returning his attention to Jane, observing the determination in her gaze. Mingyu felt he could offer no further explanations. He merely smiled and wished her luck before heading over to borrow a car from Olsen. He had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of Odin's family, but many circumstances were beyond his control. Driving the vehicle he had procured from Olsen, Mingyu headed toward Los Angeles, as it was closer than New York. He intended to seek out Stark, hoping to explore the potential of combining URU metal with other alloys to forge a more powerful weapon. After covering over 400 kilometers of the 1,000-plus kilometer journey, he finally stopped at a gas station to refuel and take care of his hydration needs. The moment he stepped into the restroom of the gas station, Mingyu felt the environment shift dramatically around him, revealing an enormous tree that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the heavens. If it weren't for the sight of Odin and Master Ancient smiling at him, he might have thought he had truly crossed into another realm. Who are you? Where's this place? The first question was a mere pretense of ignorance, while the second was genuine confusion. Beneath the continent of Asgard, this is the shadow of the World Tree. This is Master Ancient, the protector of Earth. Odin beamed as he introduced Ancient, recounting every detail of their previous conversation. This included the matter of Mingyu's interaction with Thor's hammer, which had inadvertently augmented and altered certain foundational principles of the World Tree. The power of thunder within you surpasses that of this universe, and since that encounter, it seems a connection has formed between you and the World Tree. I can sense profound forces of law altering the World Tree. Odin's expression radiated joy. He understood that if this transformation continued, the World Tree might indeed break free from the constraints of this universe, heralding a significant elevation in its status. Odin's words plunged Mingyu into contemplation. He grasped the notion that the thunderous laws had supplemented the World Tree's essence, as his thunder sigil had originated from his reality. If the Marvel Universe were indeed a genuine world, then fundamentally, its essence must fall short of the reality he hailed from, despite never having encountered any superhumans in that world. Yet, these considerations were not within the scope of Mingyu's thoughts. He was more intrigued by why, after exchanging thunderous powers, the laws of the World Tree continued to gradually replenish. Could it be that his very being served as a coordinate or a portal to the original world, thus explaining why he instigated such wondrous changes in the World Tree? I don't understand. Mingyu shook his head, opting for fewer words in his dealings with the two deities. You need not comprehend. You merely need to know that I require your assistance. Of course, I shall offer you appropriate compensation. Odin mused. And what about you? Mingyu turned his gaze toward Master Ancient. I am different from Odin. I had never taken notice of you before. This visit was at Odin's behest. Yet upon discovering your existence, I found it quite fascinating. All the futures I once perceived have vanished. The only vision I can see now is of this universe enduring a cataclysmic disaster, wherein it is entirely obliterated into nothingness. And the one standing against this fate is you. Master Ancient approached Mingyu enunciating each word with clarity. Chapter 56. The Test of Two Cunning Old Foxes Saving the Entire Universe? That hardly seems like a task I can accomplish. Mingyu yawned languidly, indifferent to the words of Odin and Ancient One, whether they bore truth or not. As seasoned tricksters, both possessed a certain degree of insight into fate. If one believed they could manipulate them merely by virtue of being a traveler, it would be a futile dream. One might not even comprehend how they met their demise. It was akin to being thrust back into the 1990s, while one might exploit foresight to amass considerable wealth. Foolishly engaging in direct competition with contemporary moguls would likely lead to one's undoing. Mingyu harbored similar thoughts. It would be prudent to maintain distance until he fully grasped their true intentions. What you say, whether fact or fiction, bears no relevance to me at present. I merely stopped at a gas station for a restroom break. He had been inexplicably transported to this place, and he urged them to return him swiftly. Prolonged discomfort could adversely affect a man's capabilities, and he was yet to marry. The old sage had taught Mingyu that when one cannot win an argument, one must resort to action. If one cannot fight, they should resort to curses, and if neither is feasible, one should feign ignorance. Some matters cannot be evaded simply by wishing to do so. A hint of coldness crept into Ancient One's smile as she stepped closer to Mingyu, exuding a subtle pressure. One cannot avoid what is destined to occur. I am, after all, a Taoist who believes in adapting to circumstances. Mingyu remained unfazed by Ancient One's intimidation. The profession of a Taoist might be lost on others, but Ancient One surely understood. Faced with these two elderly figures, he recognized their reluctance to act against him. Yet he was acutely aware that they sought something from him. Such matters could warrant assistance, yet conditions must be negotiated. He had no intention of becoming a mere pawn in their game. If that is the case, let us wait until you encounter an unavoidable circumstance. Then we shall converse. Ancient One resumed her composed demeanor and waved her hand, conjuring a portal. Wait, where's my weapon? Mingyu directed his gaze towards Odin. Give me the remnants of the destroyer that is crafted from a unique URU metal of the Dwarven realm, the finest material for weaponry. He understood that he was effectively depleting his resources without recompense. Very well, I wish to experiment with creating a new alloy. Once I succeed, I will seek you out. He gestured dismissively, contemplating how to persuade Stark to incorporate various metals, including vibranium, into a versatile alloy. Not a problem. When you are ready, simply call my name, Odin, Father of Gods, and I shall hear your summons. Odin's proclamation seemed somewhat ostentatious. Mingyu mused that if he were not aware of Heimdall's keen senses, one might truly believe in Odin's omniscience. Yet, despite his thoughts, he refrained from mocking Odin in person. The elder's pride could be wounded, and the consequences would be intolerable. Very well, then, farewell. Mingyu raised his hand in parting, and before he could finish his sentence, he found himself back in the restroom of the gas station. Ancient One closed the portal with a wave of her hand. How did it go? Any other insights? Odin inquired, his single eye fixed on Ancient One. Nothing has changed. I still cannot discern his future. Ancient One shook her head in disappointment. This meeting had been her request. She had hoped to observe Mingyu up close and perhaps glimpse a fragment of his destiny. After all, the notion of him becoming the savior of this universe was merely a vague intuition, distinct from her usual visions of the future, and she dared not assume its validity. However, he is quite an intriguing young man. It seems challenging to compel him into actions against his will. Ancient One sighed. Then do not force it. Soldiers require commands. Bounty hunters seek gold, and knights desire respect and affection. We must employ different methods for different individuals. Odin replied cheerfully. Let us continue to observe. After all, there is still time. Ancient One fanned herself, gazing at the world tree. You may have time, but I have my concerns regarding Kamar Taj. The real issue lies with you. I have no time to waste with such a vast Asgard. Odin exhaled deeply. Fear not. Was our original plan not sound? The worst-case scenario is merely the twilight of the gods, and surely Thor will remain unharmed. The people of Asgard may be preserved. Yes? Ancient One reassured him, exuding confidence. Are you so certain? Can you still foresee the outcome we have prepared? Odin's inquiry shattered Ancient One's calm demeanor. The most terrifying possibility is that even if we do nothing, the future diverges from what we perceive. Odin's words resonated heavily, prompting both to sigh in unison as they gazed upon the world tree, neither willing to break the silence. Upon returning to Stark's mansion on Malibu Beach in Los Angeles, Mingyu discovered a metallic object situated at the entrance, roughly the size of a standard single-car garage. Square and imposing, it resembled a colossal coffin. Stark stood before this behemoth, lost in thought, and upon spotting Mingyu, his face brightened with delight. "Lee, your timing is impeccable. I was just pondering how to maneuver this giant inside. Is this your custom-designed luxury coffin?" Mingyu quipped as he stepped out of the vehicle, eyeing the enormous object. "This is the main body of a satellite. There are still many components to install. I ordered the outer materials, yet unexpectedly, they assembled it for me. And I prefer not to let anyone into my garage," Stark explained. "The interior is empty and not overly heavy. I can lift it myself in my armor, but its size necessitates assistance. Come on, buddy, I ordered pizza. I can spare you a couple of slices." Stark had initially intended to launch several private satellites to establish a secure, encrypted network and facilitate data transmission with JARVIS. However, witnessing Mingyu's abrupt departure had inspired him. Thor was in trouble, and weapons could provide support at any distance. If he utilized satellites equipped with tracking devices, he could ensure global assistance. The idea of enhancing the satellite's dimensions to accommodate several suits of armor struck him. Not only would this expedite support, but it would also allow for resupply as needed. With this newfound perspective, Stark modified the primary materials for several satellites, resulting in a scene of two individuals laboriously moving a metallic box the size of a small house toward the garage. Chapter 57. The Vibranium Thief in the Garage. Jarvis was deftly maneuvering mechanical arms to assemble a satellite. Mingyu and Stark sat on the floor, munching on pizza while gazing vacantly at a heap of metallic wreckage and a skeletal framework. The metallic skeleton had been placed here by Mingyu some time ago, while the pile of debris was recently retrieved from space. "Why didn't you just," Stark asked, staring at the large hole in the wall where his garage entrance had been compromised. "It was too large. I couldn't fit it in. There are limitations. Let us discuss the new alloy instead." Mingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He could hardly admit to forgetting. After all, he had been the one to create the mess. Speaking of the new alloy, Mingyu seized the opportunity to hand Stark a slice of pizza, successfully diverting the topic. "You metal, the specialized metal forged by those self-proclaimed deities of Asgard for crafting weapons. Its greatest advantage, besides its durability, is its exceptional energy conductivity. Moreover, I've detected an unknown alloy. Aside from the common metals found on Earth, there exists a brand new elemental metal that has never been seen before, and its shape resembles that of the so-called monstrous skeletons from your legends, yet appears to be artificially synthesized. Are you certain this is not some kind of modified biochemical weapon?" Stark inquired, swallowing a mouthful of pizza and gesturing towards a skeletal remains unearthed from an unknown universe. "I have no idea. Acquiring it was purely accidental." Mingyu shrugged innocently, remaining silent about the peculiar circumstances of waking up in his own bed with the skeleton beside him. "All right, what would you call this metal? Does it have a name in Chinese?" Stark opened a bottle of beer and took a hearty swig. "Let me think." In Chinese, it's called Truly Damn Hard. "A fitting name, indeed, sir. My recent tests indicate that the sturdiness of this alloy surpasses all metals on Earth, save for one alloy unexpectedly created by Mr. Stark's father that might rival it." Jarvis interjected, having comprehended every language on Earth. "The shield of Captain America? Do you still have the formula for that alloy?" Mingyu inquired eagerly. "Unfortunately not. That was a stroke of luck. My father never documented it. And the primary raw material came from a space meteorite discovered in a small African nation, which he has since purchased entirely." Stark replied, expressing his frustration, as he had once aspired to utilize that metal in his armors. "Hey, Tony, have you ever considered that your father might have been deceived?" Mingyu raised an eyebrow. "Impossible. Wakanda as Stark began to retort, but suddenly reconsidered, realizing that Mingyu rarely spoke without reason. Do you know something? No, I have never heard of Wakanda or vibranium. However, our company has many employees of African descent, and one of them once boasted about having a cousin involved in arms dealing in West Africa. He claimed to possess an unparalleled metal worth 100 times more than gold per gram. Do you think it's possible Mingyu maintained his composure, fabricating a story about that arms dealer possessing 0.25 tons of vibranium, equivalent to 500 pounds? Given that vibranium is notably lightweight, that amount would be more than sufficient for experiments with two other metals. After all, Wakanda is a nation, and with the current conservative King Chaka in power, making contact would be quite complicated. Jarvis, search the dark web for information on arms and metals, focusing on keywords. Africa, Wakanda. Stark could no longer remain passive. With Mingyu's appearance and the Avengers Initiative, coupled with the presence of deities from Norse mythology, he too desired to grow stronger, evidenced by his continuous updates to his armor. Ulysses Clow. Jarvis quickly retrieved a photo of Ulysses Clow from the internet, particularly emphasizing the mark on his neck. This brand originates from Wakanda's own script, signifying thief. There were several posts on the dark web selling super metals, using terms like unparalleled, super, and far beyond all else, yet lacking specific values or photographs, described rather vaguely. Based on the contact details provided, I traced the surrounding cameras and located this individual. The address is in Africa, and he sells his goods discreetly. With that thief's branding and Wakandan script, it is undoubtedly him. Mingyu recognized him immediately. The fellow had a rather distinctive appearance. I remember him. I encountered him at an arms dealer summit a few years back. He was a smuggler, bragging about a new discovery that would alter the rules of the world. I thought he was just boasting. Stark pointed at the photo. Jarvis, use an untraceable method to contact him. Employ a seductive voice and inquire about how much stock he has. Moments later, Jarvis concluded the call. As Mingyu had anticipated, the man indeed possessed 250 kilograms of vibranium, pricing it at 10,000 per gram, making the total worth a staggering 2.5 billion. Why don't we just buy it outright? Stark asked Mingyu. This was an inconvenient matter for Stark to address directly. If word got out, he would undoubtedly attract trouble, as many would covet such a find. After all, this was not the time of the Avengers battle in New York or Captain America's dismantling of HYDRA, where his reputation could deter others. No, such a massive sum would leave traces, even if you have substantial cash reserves. You operate a legitimate business, and this man is clearly a nefarious arms trafficker. Giving him 2.5 billion could lead to unpredictable complications. Mingyu shook his head, feeling pained at the mere thought of 2.5 billion. Even if it wasn't his own money, I should go myself. The armor is too conspicuous. Arrange for a plane. I'll go and negotiate with him. Mingyu believed he was acting in the interest of justice. After all, in a place like Africa where arms trafficking is rampant, countless wars were instigated in the shadows. Those who would sink to such depths for money would face his wrath. He would not let their malfeasance go unpunished. Chapter 58. The weapons are forged. Ulysses Claw has honorably logged off ahead of schedule. His dilapidated ships, which serve as a base stranded on the mudflat, were obliterated into fragments by Mingyu's direct assault. The repercussions on the subsequent narrative remain uncertain, particularly concerning Black Panther and Avengers: Age of Ultron. The emergence of Ultron is now a mystery to Mingyu, and without the vibranium body, vision is undoubtedly non-existent. However, this aligns with Mingyu's interests, having finally acquired a lowly to nurture. He would lament if she were to accompany a robot. With vibranium secured, the next step involves experimenting with 3 types of metals in varying proportions, or perhaps introducing additional metals to observe any unforeseen reactions. This is a monumental undertaking, but fortunately, with the presence of Jarvis, the tireless superintelligent AI, Mingyu can simply hand over the 3 metals for scanning and automatic calculations. However, the final results left Mingyu somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to create a super metal amalgamating the strengths of all 3, only to find that vibranium and URU metals were utterly incompatible. Conversely, both of these metals could yield beneficial transformations when combined with adamantium. By fusing adamantium and URU in a precise ratio, it is possible to significantly enhance durability without compromising energy conductivity, resulting in a weapon that boasts a remarkable increase in sharpness. The downside is that the weight of the weapon would increase by at least 50 compared to pure URU, but for Mingyu, the heft of a weapon is inconsequential. According to Jarvis's simulations, had Mingyu possessed such a weapon during the encounter with Whiplash, he could have effortlessly cleaved the armor in twain without resorting to magic. Moreover, with the integration of adamantium, vibranium acquires properties akin to Captain America's shield, allowing it to absorb and reflect energy attacks. While the immunity to energy attacks is highly effective, the rebounding effect is rather mediocre. One can only surmise that even if Stark's father were alive, he would never have anticipated that a singular incident would yield an irreplicable shield. It is, after all, the essence of Captain America's protagonist luck, with the shield in hand. The odds are decidedly in their favor. Stark presented Mingyu with two options: forge a weapon from URU and adamantium in Asgard, or craft a suit of armor tailored for Mingyu using vibranium and adamantium with Stark's expertise. This revelation took Mingyu by surprise. Though Stark regarded him as one of his most trusted allies, the armor remained a core proprietary technology. In the films, only Rhodey had initially taken a suit, and subsequent iterations of the armor were incomparable to Iron Man's. The notion of a custom-built armor, Mingyu, despite being a faux Taoist, had certainly absorbed a wealth of worldly wisdom from the elderly Taoist. Every event in the universe is intertwined, and claiming this armor would entail bearing its consequences. Should Stark eventually face the grim choice of snapping his fingers, Mingyu could not stand idly by while he sacrificed himself. Some may argue that from his current vantage point, Mingyu could simply seize the gems in advance, using them for himself or hiding them away. Yet, one must not forget the events he has witnessed. Altering Whiplash's fate had little effect on the ultimate outcome. Mingyu's intervention allowed Stark to evade the Monaco attack, but that very assault ultimately fell upon him, and Rhodey, unable to don his armor, was replaced by Mingyu. As Stark remarked to Captain America in Avengers Endgame, tampering with time invites time's retaliation, and the same is true for fate. Altering the destiny of a universe could yield unforeseen repercussions for Mingyu. This was a contemplation he had entertained since his arrival in this world, though he currently finds himself without options. Thus, when Mingyu heard Stark's words, he fell silent, pondering whether, in the absence of Stark's offer, he would have sought to rescue him at all costs. The answer is unequivocally yes. Whether as a friend or as an observer of Iron Man, Mingyu would strive to alter Stark's fate. However, I do not require an abundance of features. Protection and flight will suffice. Furthermore, have you considered how to utilize the remaining materials? I believe the pair of claws fashioned from adamantium could be affixed to your armor, maximizing your close combat capabilities. You could also assemble your armor using vibranium and URU in various configurations. Upon grasping this, Mingyu felt a sense of relief. He would have ample opportunities to acquire more of these metals in the future. Since Stark had made such a generous offer, he would not hold back, assisting Stark in crafting an extraordinary suit of armor, one that would elevate Stark's combat prowess to new heights. The design work would be entrusted to Jarvis, encompassing both Mingyu's weapon and armor. For his weapon, Mingyu envisioned a traditional Chinese sword. Having practiced in his youth, it resonated with the dreams of every boy flying on a sword. Given the dwarven craftsmanship and Odin's magical blessings, it was highly probable that the weapon could indeed take flight, necessitating Mingyu's preparations. Jarvis worked swiftly, and the design for the weapon was soon completed. Holding the schematics and materials for his weapon, Mingyu summoned Odin, only to have the Bifrost appear before him, notably smaller than before, landing at his feet and reclaiming the materials and designs he had discarded. Clearly, the Bifrost had been damaged by Thor, and this diminished version was undoubtedly the handiwork of Heimdall. "Thank you, benevolent father of the gods, Odin," Mingyu muttered weakly towards the sky, offering a modicum of respect to the old god. Odin's efficiency was remarkable. The following day, as Li Mingyu awoke. A radiant rainbow descended from the heavens, presenting him with a sword and sheath. Gazing at the sword on the ground, he glanced upward at the gaping hole in the ceiling left by the Bifrost, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, he was currently residing in Stark's abode. I fell asleep while typing last night and missed the midnight deadline for Chapter 3. Nevertheless, this chapter is still counted for the 25th. Tomorrow, I shall deliver 3 chapters. As this book is newly launched, today marks its debut. Thus, data is crucial. I kindly ask for your encouragement in the form of positive reviews. Thank you. If it proves too troublesome, simply leaving a prompt for updates after reading will suffice. Chapter 59. A different kind of sword flight. The craftsmanship of the dwarven race in weapon forging is indeed extraordinary. One can only wonder what magic Odin employed. There was no need for blood oaths or any other ceremonial rites. The moment the sword appeared, it imparted a profound sense of kinship. This feeling was distinctly different from wielding the hammer of Thor. The contrast was akin to the difference between spending $500 to rescue a wayward woman and the intimacy of being with one's own partner. Both could be utilized, yet the shared experience could never rival the warmth of the personal. "Come here, little one." Li Mingyu beckoned to the sword lying on the ground. With a resonant clang, the sword leapt from its sheath, twirling joyfully in the air like a mischievous child before landing gracefully in Li Mingyu's hand. As he grasped the hilt, the blade emitted a soft vibration and a gentle chime, and Li Mingyu could distinctly sense a jubilant emotion emanating from the sword itself. Excellent. He carefully examined the blade, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, with a hilt of about 15 centimeters and a width of nearly 6 centimeters. Perhaps due to the infusion of adamantium, the blade did not bear the dullness typical of URU metal. Instead, it shimmered with a clarity that reflected half of Li Mingyu's face. In the Marvel Universe, the concept of sentient weapons does not exist. However, Asgardian artifacts indeed possess a rudimentary consciousness. The awareness of this sword, for instance, is rather simplistic. It can fly autonomously, and Li Mingyu found no difficulty in summoning it. Yet, attempting to command it to engage in combat independently proved less effective. It seemed that, akin to Thor's hammer, it could be thrown and summoned back, but nothing more. The idea of using it to combat foes appeared unfeasible, and flying upon it seemed slightly challenging. However, he managed to maintain his balance while standing on it. Li Mingyu stood atop the hovering blade and cautiously tested its flight within the confines of the room. Whether it was due to inexperience or some other factor, he felt somewhat unsteady. Perched less than a meter off the ground, he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a strong vibration beneath his feet. Before he could react, the sword flipped over and soared away from him. Oh dear! Li Mingyu plopped down onto the floor, gazing at the sword that hovered calmly before him, frustration bubbling within. What is the meaning of this? Do you not wish for me to ride you? Listen to yourself. A sword that refuses to be ridden cannot be deemed a fine weapon. Sensing the sword's resistance to being a steed, he felt a distinct aversion from it. With a sudden jolt, the sword vibrated and emitted a melodious chime, causing the previously motionless scabbard to levitate. The scabbard, perfectly fitted, unfolded like a foldable screen, expanding from a mere 7 or 8 centimeters to over 10. To his astonishment, the interior of the scabbard revealed not just a single layer of metal. Upon splitting, it resembled a deck of cards or a fan, sliding apart in 2 directions. Once fully unfurled, the scabbard transformed into a hoverboard measuring over 110 centimeters in length and around 60 centimeters in width. Li Mingyu stood momentarily stunned, then tentatively stepped onto the newly formed platform. With a click, 2 metal sections rose from either side, securing the front of his foot, while another split to envelop his heel and ankle. The ethereal art of sword riding morphed into a cyberpunk aesthetic. However, Li Mingyu felt no dissatisfaction. With a slight mental command, he propelled himself off the balcony, hovering at the edge of a precipice. "Yoo-hoo!" Li Mingyu shouted, diving towards the ocean. Just before reaching the water's surface, he swiftly leveled out, gliding just above the waves, creating ripples as he sped towards the horizon. With a melodic clang, he glanced back to see that the sword had sliced through the sky, trailing closely behind him like a vigilant escort vessel. Wonderful! Wonderful! Wonderful, Li Mingyu exclaimed thrice, utterly delighted with the sword crafted by Odin. Initially, he contemplated naming the sword void to honor his Taoist heritage. Yet, as he soared through the skies, he suddenly felt as though all beings were insignificant, reveling freely in the universe. His first encounter with the concept of sword flight had stemmed from a television series. After a moment's thought, he turned to the sword and declared, "From this day forth, your name shall be Carefree." With a maximum speed of 20 times the speed of sound and a peak altitude of 50,000 meters, these figures were not absolute. Upon reaching the stratosphere, Li Mingyu would need to harness substantial energy to prevent himself from freezing. Beyond that, an ominous feeling loomed within him. Aspiring to soar through space like Captain Marvel seemed temporarily unattainable. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied with his current achievements. With a swift thrust, Li Mingyu pierced a thin sheet of vibranium, revealing an almost imperceptible white dot. Pressing the tip against it, he exerted gradual force, watching as the dot morphed into a small indentation. However, he realized that completely penetrating the sheet would be a formidable challenge. After all, this thin slice of vibranium was scarcely 1 centimeter thick. This strength was sufficient. A vibranium shell, coupled with a core of URU metal, could serve as an excellent energy conductor, while a vibranium lining would eliminate the need for alloys, a perfect combination. Super Sandwich, what do you think of that name? This was Stark's new concept. While adamantium offered slightly better strength, its scarcity and weight rendered it unsuitable for Stark's armor. Instead, it could be combined with vibranium and URU metal to create a tailored suit for Li Mingyu. As for Stark himself, he envisioned a layer design for the most robust armor currently attainable. What do you think of my nanotechnology proposal? Is it feasible? Li Mingyu inquired of Stark, expressing his desire for an armor that could be donned and doffed effortlessly. Of course, who am I? Tony Stark. It merely requires a little more time. I will establish a dedicated laboratory to focus on this endeavor. Rest assured, I have new ideas regarding your armor. Stark demonstrated a method via computer, showcasing a suit that could automatically split apart and close around the wearer. He had previously contemplated such functionality for his own armor, but the complexity of internal wiring had posed significant challenges. However, with URU metal at his disposal, the design process became feasible, allowing Li Mingyu to utilize it first. Chapter 60. The search for Captain Steve Rogers. The design and installation of the armor were entrusted to Jarvis, while Stark conjured a three-dimensional map of the world as terrain in midair. Unlike other metals, vibranium inherently possesses a slight radioactive energy. My curiosity piqued regarding the global presence of vibranium. Thus, Stark snapped his fingers, causing dozens of radar-like images to materialize across the map. Some were subsidiaries, others were laboratories I had invested in, and various partners. Based on the energy frequency emitted by the vibranium, I devised a new tracking algorithm. Behold, Stark casually summoned a virtual keyboard and pressed enter. The radars on the map emitted faint ripples and, after a few minutes, pinpointed locations where vibranium existed. The first location was the west coast of the United States. It was evident that Los Angeles was involved, given the vibranium's proximity. The second was in Africa. Although that region lacked numerous laboratories, the energy was overwhelmingly concentrated. On the map, Los Angeles appeared as a small light, while Africa glowed like a colossal spotlight. Wakanda, one of the world's most impoverished nations, harbored the hardest metal on the planet. Judging by the scale, they likely possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of tons of vibranium. Stark remarked, gesturing towards the immense light source. Are you interested in their vibranium? They have concealed it for so many years. I doubt they would relinquish even a fraction. He mused. Li Mingyu, inherently lethargic, preferred not to seek trouble unless necessary. If Stark desired it, perhaps he could devise a plan later. Unexpectedly, Stark's thoughts aligned with his. No, I'm merely curious. With the vibranium you retrieve, my current armor would not require it. My true interest lies in that location. Stark pointed to another area on the map, Greenland, north of the Arctic Circle. Had Stark not indicated it, Li Mingyu would not have noticed that minuscule light on the map. Were it not for a friend of mine who operates a laboratory there studying climate, I would not have fathomed why vibranium would appear in such a remote locale, and it seems to be an exceedingly rare trace. Have you ever visited the World War II Museum in Washington? Stark inquired, turning to Lee Mingyu. Steve Rogers, Captain America? Lee Mingyu feigned a moment of realization. Indeed, his plane crashed within the Arctic Circle. My father led numerous salvage missions, but never succeeded in locating it. Stark's expression shifted as he contemplated the energy fluctuations and the location. This must pertain to that shield. Stark's gaze grew complex as he fixated on the spot. He had previously confided in Lee Mingyu, expressing the strained relationship he shared with his father, Howard Stark. Each time Howard attempted to impart wisdom, he would reference Captain America, casting a long shadow over Stark's childhood. When did you become a fan of Captain America? Lee Mingyu teased. That shield was crafted by my father, and that man was his closest friend, a lingering regret in his life. If we could retrieve it and lay him to rest near my parents, I believe it would bring him joy. Stark's sentiments became clear to Lee Mingyu, recalling the projection of Howard left in S.H.I.L.D., where Howard declared that Tony was his greatest creation and source of pride. This statement had liberated Stark from years of resentment towards his father, and now, with this opportunity, he sought to fulfill his father's final wish. Very well, I shall accompany you. I too wish to witness what the legendary first superhero is truly like. Lee Mingyu declared. Tony, do you think it possible that the man was frozen and could be revived, bouncing back to life? Madman, Stark scoffed, regarding Lee Mingyu with disdain. I suggest you watch the Science Channel more often. Frozen for over 60 years and still waking up? Goodness. I wagered $20 that even if his body were perfectly preserved, he could never awaken. Lee Mingyu nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, opting not to respond. Stark, known for his sharp tongue yet soft heart, understood the nature of the military's political machinations. If Captain America's body truly lay there, its excavation would reduce him to mere experimental material. The first superhero in history, the sole success of the super soldier program. After all, no honor could surpass the need for profit maximization. Thus, Stark proceeded with caution, ensuring that aside from Lee Mingyu, they carried extensive reconnaissance equipment to prevent any leaks. With Lee Mingyu's spatial abilities, the duo embarked unencumbered. Stark donned his armor, while Lee Mingyu wielded a sword. To test the flight capabilities of the scabbard, Lee Mingyu invited Stark to stand upon it, which secured Stark's feet to the armor. In an astonishing display, the scabbard soared skyward, piercing the cloud cover before vanishing like a streak of light. Greenland, the world's largest island, boasts 3/4 of its expanse within the Arctic Circle. Legally part of Denmark, it remains outside the realm of Danish territory, situated closer to North America, specifically Canada. Aside from a small inhabited area along the west coast, the remainder lay blanketed in pristine ice and snow. Lee Mingyu and Stark traversed the entirety of the United States, journeying northward across the Atlantic to enter Greenland's domain. Along the way, Stark made a new discovery. Even while flying, the radar failed to detect Lee Mingyu's scabbard. This was a modest advantage, ensuring greater secrecy for future operations. Upon entering the Arctic Circle, the pair descended gradually. Lee Mingyu retrieved various devices from his spatial pocket, and Stark began assembling them to track their precise location. Coordinates 191, 874, located 930 kilometers north from here. Stark announced, studying the screen. All right, let us proceed. With precise coordinates established, they quickly identified the specific location and successfully unearthed the shield that had lain untouched for over 60 years beneath the ice. Having found the shield, they surmised that the individual must be nearby. Stark instructed Lee Mingyu to produce new equipment. Captain America had crashed his plane directly. Stark modified the tracking algorithm, and soon enough, the screen emitted beeping signals, indicating a location less than 3 kilometers from their position. Chapter 61. The Captain Awakens. Moments later. The two beheld a massive airplane wing protruding from the ice. Is this the behemoth? It is unmistakable. Lee Mingyu gazed at the grand wing, a testament to the ingenuity of Hydra, which had once harnessed advanced technology to construct such a colossal aircraft. It must indeed be it. The terrain here has been constantly shifting, and it seems to have recently emerged in this desolate area. Stark observed the plane, feeling as though he were witnessing a piece of history from his father's time. The cockpit is located right here. Utilizing his armor, Stark conducted a scan and approached the wing, confirming the position. His foot thrusters emitted a gentle flame. A mere layer of ice and snow covered the cockpit, which melted away to reveal the aircraft's exterior, high-strength alloy. Stark crouched and tapped it a few times before preparing to blast open the cockpit. "Allow me," Mingyu said, his right hand grasping nothingness as his sword. Xiaoyao emitted a resonant hum, slicing through the snowstorm to land in his palm. Performing a flourish with the blade, he reversed his grip and delicately pierced the front of the aircraft. There was no resistance. The sword tip penetrated directly into the cockpit. With a swift motion, Mingyu stepped back, creating a square opening over a meter wide in the aircraft's nose. Let the adventure commence. With a powerful stomp, he dislodged the severed exterior and leapt into the cockpit. Inside, aside from the control panel, there were virtually no other facilities, rendering the cockpit vast and empty. Numerous areas bore traces of snow and ice, particularly around the control panel, where the thickest accumulation lay beneath the seats. Stark followed closely behind, deploying several small spherical devices from his armored arm. Once thrown, they illuminated the surroundings as brilliantly as daylight, casting light across 3 to 4 meters. The small spheres quickly brightened every corner of the cockpit, transforming it into a veritable day. "Haley," Stark pointed towards the control panel, where a hint of blue was faintly visible through the ice. Without hesitation, Mingyu shattered the layer of ice above, revealing a figure more distinctly. It appeared he was indeed correct. Mingyu leaned down to identify the figure, and with a flourish of Xiaoyao, a humanoid block of ice tumbled out, crashing to the ground face down, utterly motionless. A classic American rear. "Stark, has your father ever described Captain Rogers' posterior to you?" "No, but by God, we have actually found him," Stark exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as his father had spoken of Captain America since his childhood, lamenting the absence of his body. "JARVIS. Just to be cautious," Stark instructed, prompting the AI to scan for signs of life in Captain Rogers. The results indicated a faint life sign, with cellular activity remarkably diminished, and metabolic rates drastically slower, at least hundreds of times slower than that of a normal human. "What?" Stark gasped. "Are you saying he is still alive?" "Indeed, Sir. JARVIS confirmed. Captain Rogers appears to be in a state of deep hibernation, far beyond mere slumber, causing almost all bodily functions to stagnate. However, there is no doubt he is still alive. You owe me $20, Mingyu remarked, crouching down to pat Captain America's rear. In New York, at a hospital operated by Stark Industries, a separate 3-story building stood, designated as Stark's private medical center for Pepper Potts. Construction of the Stark Tower was progressing rapidly, with Stark Industries focusing its efforts in New York for the coming years. Stark had meticulously arranged for his partner's care, but no one anticipated that the first patient to be admitted would be none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, in a lavish suite of 70 to 80 square meters. 2 men stood in stunned silence before the hospital bed. "My God, I can hardly believe it. I have seen Captain America in the flesh, and he is alive. Tony, are you certain he will awaken?" Colonel Rhodes, Stark's close friend, stood before the bed, having called upon divine intervention for the 8th time since entering the room. Recently, Stark had finally secured a deal with the government to provide them with an Iron Man suit, but only under the condition that Rhodes would be the sole authorized user. This revelation had greatly thrilled Rhodes, but Stark had hinted at an even greater surprise, albeit one that required secrecy. At that moment, Rhodes had thought nothing could captivate him more than the suit, only to discover it was the long-missing Captain America, an idol to every soldier. "I cannot say for certain, but the doctor informed me that since last week, his vital signs have returned to normal levels, and he could awaken at any moment, possibly within days," Stark remarked, rolling his eyes. "I told you about my idea when I returned from Afghanistan. Now seems the time to act. I will introduce you to a friend shortly, Mingyu." Rhodes certainly knew of Mingyu, who had been the first to charge into battle against the Chitauri, while several military officials, including Rhodes' superior, were present. "Though S.H.I. ELD, had kept the news under wraps. The military was not entirely unaware. Rhodes had even viewed footage from the battle. Mingyu, I have recently. My God, my God. Rhodes began before Captain America slowly opened his eyes. Stark displayed a calm demeanor, maintaining his composure as he observed the awakening of Captain America. I'm not dead. I was saved, Captain America murmured, sitting up and gazing at his hands, before scanning the unfamiliar room that felt oddly disjointed. Where am I? Who are you? He demanded, taking in the two men whose attire only heightened his sense of alienation. Captain Rogers, I am delighted to see you awake. I need you to remain calm while I explain where you are, Rhodes offered with a warm smile. Yet, Captain America leaped from the bed. Quickly, tell me where I am. Who are you? Captain, please calm down, Rhodes implored, but the more he urged tranquility, the more uneasy Captain America felt. Unable to wait for an explanation, he pushed Rhodes aside and bolted for the door. Captain, Rhodes shouted, while Stark helplessly raised his hand. You're a bit too agitated, my friend. Come on, let's follow him. Before they could pursue, Captain America collided with Mingyu, who had just emerged from the corridor, searching for Stark. Move aside. Sorry, can't. Mingyu, unable to discern who it was, used the force of the push to return the momentum. Thud, thud. Captain America stumbled back twice. It's you, Captain Rogers? Mingyu finally recognized the man before him. You're awake? Whoever you are, step aside. Captain America insisted, disoriented and desperate to understand his surroundings. Though he had not managed to push Mingyu out of the way, he was taken aback. I understand that you are feeling a bit flustered at the moment. However, I need you to compose yourself so that I can gradually reveal all the answers to you. Is that agreeable, Captain? Mingyu said with a smile. My apologies. The captain was not in a state to listen. In a moment of desperation, he felt powerless. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, the captain clenched his fist, sensing the strength coursing through his body, and charged towards Mingyu. With a swift motion, Mingyu raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Chapter 62 Reunion. After 60 years, Captain America collapsed in response, his body twitching for a moment before lying still and rigid on the ground. The currents within him had yet to dissipate completely. Mingyu had been measured in his approach, ensuring that the damage was not too severe, rendering him unable to rise easily for the time being. Fortunately, you arrived. Stark wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, pondering the chaos he had just fled. What have you done to him? Rhodes asked, frowning as he looked at Mingyu. Nothing much, just helped him regain his composure. Mingyu replied innocently. Well, he certainly needs to calm down at the moment. The three of them managed to return him to the room, and before Captain America could recover, Mingyu raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, albeit weaker than the previous one. Once Captain America's convulsions subsided and he lapsed back into a state of numbness, Mingyu recounted the current timeline and the events surrounding his crash in detail, with Rhodes interjecting to highlight Captain America's contributions to the victory in World War II. We are not restricting your freedom, Captain. We simply cannot allow you to wander the streets unaccompanied. You need a little time to adjust, Mingyu stated calmly, gazing at Captain America. Minutes passed, yet Captain America remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost for words. You didn't electrocute him to death, did you? Rhodes whispered to Mingyu. Impossible. I suspect he is just in shock. After all, he is the world's first superhero, and to be incapacitated upon awakening must be quite a lot for him to process. Mingyu puffed up his chest, feigning pride. No, I just missed a date. Captain America continued to gaze blankly at the ceiling, his lips barely moving. As soon as he spoke, Stark knew what he was referring to, the love story between Captain Rogers and Agent Carter, a tale he had heard countless times from his father, even having a recording of Captain America's last conversation with Carter from his childhood. You should still have an opportunity for reconciliation, though I suspect she may no longer be able to dance. Mingyu's time travel not only altered the fates of Wanda and her brother, but had a profound impact on Stark as well. In the film, Stark, upon returning from Afghanistan and witnessing the atrocities committed by terrorist organizations in the Middle East, contemplated forming an organization to combat these threats. Rhodes had been one of his initial considerations. However, After suffering palladium poisoning and becoming involved with Nick Fury's Avengers Initiative, his plans were temporarily shelved. Yet now, with Lee Mingyu's arrival, Stark had experienced many different things, leading him to mature significantly. His trust in SHIELD had diminished due to the whip affair, prompting him to reconsider his plans. The appearance of Captain America further solidified his convictions. Thus, Stark appeared much kinder toward Captain America, who had yet to join SHIELD, despite the latter being a childhood shadow. In London, Stark arranged for Captain America to meet the elderly Peggy Carter, while Lee Mingyu accompanied them purely for sightseeing. Additionally, he wished to meet this legendary agent who had founded SHIELD and the captain from another universe. Along the way, Lee Mingyu learned that Peggy Carter had not married, as she had in the films, suggesting that his presence had altered Captain America's future choices. Without a future Captain America returning to the past, Carter naturally would not have had that mysterious husband. "Steve, oh my God, you've brought my soldier back to me." Peggy Carter trembled as her hand gently caressed Captain America's face. "It's really you've returned, Steve." After over 60 years, Peggy Carter still remembered that touch. The man before her, appearing unchanged, was her boy, her soldier. "It's been too long. I've waited far too long." Tears streamed down Carter's face, while Captain America, his eyes reddened, gazed at the aged Carter, momentarily speechless. "Steve, listen to me. I'm so glad you're back. At least before I leave this world, I can see you once more. After 60 years, this world must seem so foreign to you. Do not be afraid, Steve. This world is one you saved. Embrace it, immerse yourself in it, and live the life you deserve. You are worthy of it, my boy." Having weathered a lifetime of trials, the elderly Carter, once her emotions had settled, perceived Captain America's current plight and could not help but offer words of comfort. "I know, I will, I promise." Captain America finally spoke, nodding vigorously, tears cascading down with each movement. "I knew you could do it. Do you remember the frail little boy you once were? You created a miracle, and now these matters will undoubtedly be simpler for you. Seek your own life. Promise me, Steve." Carter's voice dwindled, and Captain America quickly wiped away his tears, gently kissing her forehead before adjusting her pillow so she could lie back comfortably. "I will, I promise. You rest well. I will return to see you." Upon exiting the hospital room, Captain America exhaled deeply, glancing at the two individuals idly kicking a keychain on the floor. "She's asleep." "Thank you." "You're welcome. It was also my father's wish." "What are your thoughts moving forward?" Stark shrugged, his expression indifferent. "I wish to see this world, to explore and witness whether it has truly become a better place." Captain America felt somewhat embarrassed, lacking an identity and funds, thus seeking assistance from the two before him. "No need for such formality, Captain. You have no idea how many toy companies have purchased the rights to your likeness over the years. It's an astronomical figure. You are essentially a super millionaire already. I will handle your financial concerns, provided you grant us the rights to your likeness in the future." Lee Mingyu wrapped his arm around Captain America's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "I will consider that. I assure you I will repay you in due time." Captain America was hesitant to engage with government officials for now, but he could still trust Stark, being Howard's son. "Don't overthink it. Go wherever your heart desires. Let your journey around the world commence in London. For now, we shall explore London together, and I will teach you to use some modern tools. Tonight, let us find a place to watch a football match. I hear the fish and chips here are delightful. We must savor them." Lee Mingyu led Captain America, followed by Stark, as they slowly made their way out of the hospital. In her hospital bed, the elderly Carter, having exhausted all her strength during their encounter, peacefully drifted into slumber, welcoming her dance partner after 60 years of dreaming. A single tear fell gently, tracing the curve of Carter's slightly upturned lips. Chapter 63. An enchanted evening at the bar in mere seconds. Captain America downed an entire bottle of freshly opened rum. This is indeed the quintessential way to commence the night. Lee Mingyu, unwilling to be outdone, seized a bottle of whiskey and poured it down his throat with equal fervor. Exhaling a cloud of alcohol, he turned his gaze towards Stark. "Boss, bring me 2 bottles of beer and 10 of your finest and most potent spirits." Stark's proclamation captured the attention of nearly half the bar, but fortunately, the dim lighting and several patrons wearing hats obscured recognition. As the bartender delivered the drinks, Captain America wasted no time and proceeded to finish 3 more bottles. "When I was a child, I was quite small and frequently bullied. I always relied on Bucky to rescue me, and I dreamed of the day I could grow tall and strong like him and defend him in turn. Eventually, I achieved that. I injected myself with the super serum and became Captain America. When Bucky was captured by Hydra, I stormed their base and saved him." This tale had been recounted to him by his father more than 1,000 times. He had flown him there in a fighter jet. Stark rolled his eyes and quietly mumbled while clutching a small bottle of beer. He felt he had no standing to speak at the table. Indeed, it was Howard who brought me there along with Peggy. Who could have foreseen that Bucky would perish? And Peggy would age into her 90s while I merely slumbered for over 60 years? The war was won, and the world evolved more swiftly than I had imagined. Yet I find myself bereft of anyone with whom to share cherished memories. Captain America's voice grew somber as he stared vacantly at the empty bottle in his hand. "Do you know what the greatest drawback of becoming a super soldier is? I cannot intoxicate myself. The alcohol enters my bloodstream, and before I even have the chance to become inebriated, it dissipates. Damn it, to hell with the super serum. I should have perished in the Arctic." Captain America slammed his hand down on the table. Encountering such circumstances, even the solace of drowning sorrows in drink was denied him, which was undeniably despairing. Mingyu, unsure how to console him, merely clinked his bottle against Captain America's empty one and downed the contents in one go. Stark, with a determined heart, also finished his beer. Before Stark could utter a word, a flamboyantly dressed man approached them. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, tight leather pants, and a pink shirt tied at the waist, revealing a rotund belly adorned with a tattoo of lips around the navel, he greeted them. "Hello, handsome gentlemen. We are hosting an exceptionally dazzling party tonight. Would you care to join us?" Though directed at the 3, his gaze fixated on Captain America's chest, nearly drooling. Mingyu burst into laughter, spraying whiskey all over Stark. "Sorry, darling, but he already has a girlfriend." Ignoring Stark's furious glare, he pointed at him. "Him, with that scruffy beard? He is not worthy of you. Trust me, sweetheart, I can offer you an unforgettable night." The Mediterranean beauty cast a dismissive glance at Stark before turning back to Captain America with a flirtatious tone. Stark stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. "Indeed, I am unworthy of him. Not only is my beard unappealing, but my hairstyle pales in comparison to yours." "How rude." The Mediterranean man shot Stark a disdainful look, then, seeing Captain America's indifference, perched himself on the armrest of Captain America's chair, extending a hand adorned with crimson nail polish toward Captain America's muscular chest. "So, darling, how about we get lost?" Captain America, overwhelmed with irritation, swatted his hand away and gave him a frosty glare. Unfortunately, this icy stare did not deter the Mediterranean man's fervor. "My God, you exude such masculinity. I can't resist before the party starts. Should we not go to the restroom for a more intimate acquaintance?" As he spoke, he sensuously licked his lips. Mingyu and Stark simultaneously slapped their faces in disbelief. This was beyond repulsive. "I said get away." Captain America instinctively pushed the Mediterranean man away, unable to control his strength. The man let out a shriek and tumbled onto the floor. "How dare you strike me?" the Mediterranean man exclaimed, his voice surprisingly shrill. Infuriated, he pointed an indignant finger at Captain America. Suddenly, 7 or 8 robust men stood up behind him, all appearing exceptionally rugged. "Perhaps he truly is more alluring than you." "Tony," Mingyu observed this scene, his worldview momentarily shattered. Captain America crushed a bottle with his bare hands. "I seek no trouble, but if you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to step back. Did you hear, my friend? Sit down and enjoy your drinks quietly. Let's relish the evening together, or else." Mingyu grinned menacingly, seizing a nearby bar stool and effortlessly bending its steel pole into a U shape. The group of men, seeing this display of strength, obediently retreated to their seats. "Indeed, that is also my sentiment." Stark rose, smashing his beer bottle against the table with a shattering crash. "What? Li Mingyu and Captain America exchanged bewildered glances. I must do something, Stark asserted defiantly, yet discreetly wiped the cut from the broken glass on his pants. You know, your father spoke of you differently. I always thought you were stubborn, self-righteous, and as rigid as the most devout priest. My father is precisely like that. Stark slurred, having had a few too many drinks as they exited the bar onto the streets of London. Captain America chuckled helplessly. I might be just as you describe, but Howard? Old-fashioned? In his mind, Captain America recalled Howard discussing various women just days prior. Indeed, he is far more antiquated than you. He would never engage in bar fights or smash bottles. He considers such behavior disgraceful. As for me, I relish this feeling. Stark exclaimed, My God, I can't remember the last time I had a confrontation in a bar. Was it high school or college? Next time, let me take the lead. Before he could finish, 5 oddly dressed men emerged from around the corner, their attire reminiscent of warriors, clad in black and yellow. Their dark circles under their eyes made them resemble pandas. Upon seeing the trio, the leader formed a hand seal, gray energy coalescing into the shape of a knife. Step aside. Tony go. Mingyu urja. Pulling Captain America to the side. Chapter 64. What kind of close combat does a mage engage in? Caecilius, once the most brilliant disciple of the Ancient One, ultimately succumbed to his insatiable thirst for power, aligning himself with the dark dimension of Dormammu. In simpler terms, he is a quintessential cultist, a madman. However, at this moment, Caecilius appears considerably better than during Doctor Strange time, likely because he has not yet absorbed an abundance of dark energy. The dark circles under his eyes are not as horrifying as depicted in the films. They merely bear faint traces. Stark swiftly pulled Li Mingyu in front of him. I can handle normal humans, but I'll wait until I don my armor for this. As he spoke, Caecilius leaped high into the air. His energy blade aimed directly at Li Mingyu. The display of force seemed rather intimidating, yet to Li Mingyu, the movements appeared as sluggish as a normal person confronting a snail. Not only did Li Mingyu perceive Caecilius's actions as slow, but even Captain America, observing from the sidelines, noted the numerous flaws in Caecilius's approach. After suppressing his frustration, Captain America, not wanting to strike at ordinary folks in the bar, intervened. He swiftly stepped in front of Li Mingyu, slightly turned, and unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Caecilius's abdomen. Suspended in midair, Caecilius curled up like a shrimp. Captain America's strength was formidable, and with Caecilius lacking any leverage, the impact sent him flying backward, colliding with his 4 followers and sending them sprawling. With Caecilius now writhing on the ground, his underlings, sensing the situation, began to form hand seals, preparing to retaliate. Li Mingyu would not let such an opportunity slip away. A flash of lightning struck, incapacitating the 4 followers, leaving them to convulse alongside Caecilius on the ground. Who are these people? Captain America pondered, feeling his worldview shatter. Once the pinnacle of power, he now found himself surrounded by various types of superhumans. Just as Li Mingyu was about to respond, another superhuman appeared before them, wielding 2 golden, shimmering half-moon fans, unmistakably manifestations of energy. Captain America's expression turned grave, instinctively readying himself for confrontation. The bald woman before him, dressed in what resembled a monk's robe, exuded a pressure that far surpassed that of the previous dark-eyed individuals. Steve, she is not an enemy. She is the supreme mage from Kamar Taj, the Ancient One of Earth's guardians. Li Mingyu interjecta, raising his hand to halt Captain America's advance and greeting the Ancient One. Ah, a little Taoist, an unarmored billionaire, and a super soldier just awakened from slumber. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Thank you for helping me deal with these traitors. The Ancient One retracted her energy and produced a fan from seemingly nowhere, surveying Li Mingyu and his companions. Do not look at me. She possesses the ability to perceive both past and future events, should she choose to. Seeing Captain America's gaze upon him, Li Mingyu explained innocently, You all appear as if you just emerged from a drinking spree. Fortunately, I have some excellent tea leaves that are perfect for sobering up. Gentlemen, do grace us with your presence. To the Ancient One, an invitation was merely a formal notification. Before Li Mingyu and the others could respond, She gestured, creating a circle that enveloped them all, transporting the group, including the five fallen, into the Sanctum Sanctorum in London. A spatial wormhole? Stark exclaimed, astonished as he observed the gradually vanishing portal behind them. Not entirely. There are some distinctions. First, never mind, I cannot explain it scientifically. Essentially, it's a door that breaches the barrier between 2 points in space. The Ancient One, producing several ropes from nowhere, swiftly bound the five captives, securing them tightly, leaving only their noses and eyes visible, resembling mummified figures. After finishing, she gestured for everyone to sit down, while Stark and Captain America marveled at the ancient decor surrounding them. Once seated, they suddenly noticed 3 windows beside the sofa, each displaying different scenic vistas: a desert, an ocean, and a snowy landscape. Are these screens or real? Stark questioned, incredulous, as he could faintly hear the ambient sounds from each environment. Let us see. The Ancient One opened the window, revealing the desert, and a warm breeze swept in. Stark and Captain America stood, with Stark opening the snowy window and Captain America the ocean view. Stark fished 2 coins from his pocket and tossed them outside. One landed firmly in the snow, while the other splashed into the ocean. This is impossible. I mean, everything here is simply unbelievable. Stark turned to the Ancient One, while Captain America's astonishment was evident in his gaze. Do not be surprised, young men. You sit before a human capable of conjuring lightning. The wonders of this world far exceed your imagination. As she spoke, the Ancient One adjusted a button beneath her window, transforming it from a desert view to a crystal-clear pond, complete with a modest waterfall and patches of unmelted snow. The Ancient One scooped water from the pond using a gourd-shaped ladle, filling her kettle. This is natural snow melt from the Himalayas. I prefer using it for tea, as it surpasses any bottled water. As she prepared the tea, the Ancient One began to share the origins, mission, and responsibilities of the Camartage Order and each supreme Mage's duty. Eventually, she opened a pendant around her neck, revealing the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. At this revelation, Mingyu's eyes widened in profound astonishment. Supreme One, what do you truly seek? While Stark and Captain America remained bewildered, Mingyu understood all too well the significance of the Eye of Agamotto. Each Supreme Mage refrains from casually using or revealing the existence of the Time Stone, making the Ancient One's actions today exceedingly unexpected. Chapter 65. The Confession of the Ancient One. Are you feeling a bit anxious, my young friend? The Ancient One's expression remained serene, yet her gaze toward Mingyu bore a hint of teasing. In his mind, Mingyu questioned, does the Ancient One know of the existence of the Time Variant Authority? Sir, on this timeline, as of now, apart from you, no one is aware of the Time Variant Authority's existence. The reply from the voice in his head brought him a sense of relief, prompting him to address the Ancient One. I merely find it curious that, as the guardians of the Eye of Agamotto, the very thing you vowed to protect lies before us, seemingly unworthy of such trust. What exactly do you intend to do? What I intend to do is intricately connected to the Eye of Agamotto. Before that, I must first explain what the Eye of Agamotto truly is. With a wave of her hand, a holographic image composed of magic emerged in the air, depicting the Big Bang and the subsequent formation of the 6 Infinity Stones. After elucidating the functions of the other 5 stones, the Ancient One grasped her own Eye of Agamotto. This is the Time Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones. As guardians of the Eye of Agamotto, our paramount mission is not to wield the power of the stones, but to forbid anyone from manipulating the force of time. As she spoke, the Ancient One poured the boiling water from a kettle onto the floor. Then, with a firm grip on the stone, a faint green circle, formed of intricate runes, appeared around her wrist. As she turned her hand slightly counterclockwise, the circle began to rotate in tandem. In a remarkable display, the water that had just been poured out gradually flowed back into the kettle, as if rewinding a videotape. Hiss! Stark gasped, the first to comprehend the terrifying power of the stone. Time, a forbidden force. The act of pouring a kettle of water on the floor bore no consequence on this world. But if it were a person or an object of significance, the fate of the world would diverge, leading to multiple realities. Simply put, if the time stone were used to resurrect Einstein, our world would diverge from the original one devoid of him. Stark continued, indeed, the concept of multiple realities, or the multiverse, is exceedingly perilous. The emergence of a single branching point could potentially spawn countless others in the future. What of it? Captain America asked, bewildered, for those of his era had not yet contemplated such vast ideas. It's akin to an infinite duplication of documents within a computer. What could possibly happen? Stark attempted to clarify for Captain America, only to find his confusion deepening. Allow me to rephrase. Imagine an infinite number of light bulbs appearing in a single house. What do you think would happen? I understand this one. Captain America instinctively raised his hand. The circuit would overload, back in my old Brooklyn house. If all the lights were on at once, the fuse would blow. Finally, Captain America grasped the concept. Precisely. This encapsulates the essence of the guardianship of the Eye of Agamotto. The multiverse can incite chaos, warfare, and even the annihilation of all material existence. But now, the Ancient One interjected, suddenly pointing her hand at Stark. Before anyone could react, she rotated her wrist while still holding the time stone. Hey! Mingyu instinctively reached for the Ancient One's hand, but before he could grasp it, the circle that had begun to rotate returned to its original position, causing the Ancient One to tremble, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Mingyu's hand froze in midair. Why is this happening? I do not know. The Ancient One shook her head. Do you recall our last meeting in Asgard? Odin and I had foreseen our fates, and we endeavored to leave this world with the most perfect conclusion possible. Yet your arrival disrupted everything. The future has irrevocably changed. Odin perceives this as a positive development. A new hope. The world will embark on a better path. However, I do not share that sentiment. While the conclusion may be imperfect, it was at least acceptable. Once a deviation occurs, this world may plunge into an abyss, gambling with the fate of the entire universe. Thus, I made a radical decision. I resolved to erase your existence from this world with the Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One's words sent a chill down Mingyu's spine. You scoundrel! He exclaimed in anger, then questioned, did you not mention that the entire universe was on the brink of destruction, with me standing in its way? That is true, but who knows whether the universe's destruction is connected to you? The Ancient One scoffed. Clearly I have failed. This world has undergone a wondrous transformation due to your presence, a change I cannot alter. Even with the Eye of Agamotto, the laws of the universe are shielding you, or rather, everything that pertains to you. The Ancient One spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Then why not simply kill me? With your power, I do not believe that you would be unable to. Mingyu retorted. Indeed, I initially contemplated that. Striking with full force would not pose a challenge to vanquish you. However, should I unleash my full strength, I would be unable to contain the dark energy within me, rendering me a puppet of Dormammu, a true catastrophe. Thus, I resorted to the Eye of Agamotto. Although I failed, I gleaned valuable insights. The laws of the universe provided me with profound feedback. As I attempted to forcibly erase you, I sensed a whisper of annihilation. The second matter pertains to tonight's events. Caecilius, my former disciple, has allied himself with Dormammu for power, becoming a beacon for Dormammu in the real world. For years, he has sought ways to summon Dormammu into this dimension. This endeavor was fated to unfold. He would escape my grasp tonight, subsequently triggering the Dormammu crisis, which my future successor would resolve using the Eye of Agamotto. Yet, unexpectedly, your arrival tonight has altered everything once more. Chapter 66. The addition of a mischievous child, as the words fell. The supreme mage who had safeguarded the earth for millennia revealed a decisive side never before seen in films. A crescent-shaped burst of energy was unleashed, swiftly slicing through the necks of 5 individuals, causing crimson geysers to erupt. The heads, including that of Caecilius, rolled across the floor. Following this, the Ancient One, with her ringed right hand, slowly traced a circle in the air, causing the floor to shimmer with golden light as a portal opened, revealing a churning sea of lava below. The bodies, heads, and the blood on the floor vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Must it be this way? Captain America, embodying his characteristic moral compass, could not restrain himself from questioning. It must, the Ancient One replied gravely. Releasing even one poses a threat to the entire universe. This is not a matter of choice, Captain Rogers. Currently, I am the sole vessel of Dormammu's dark energy. I am the only coordinate. I will find a way to eliminate this coordinate in the coming years. If unsuccessful, before I can no longer contain it, I will ensure that this energy perishes with me. A deep sigh escaped her lips, revealing that the threat of Dormammu had been weighing heavily on her for quite some time. You're not wrong, Steve. Those individuals were influenced by dark energy, not brainwashed. There is no saving them. Captain America opened his mouth, but remained silent. He had no qualms about killing, but adhered to a battlefield mentality, sparing those who surrendered, treating captives with dignity. Stark's words in the film rang true. At times, Cap had come across as an old-fashioned curmudgeon. Perhaps his prolonged companionship with Iron Man had led to a subtle influence, each complementing the other. If that day comes, seek me out. Perhaps I will have a solution, said Mingyu, observing the Ancient One's resolute gaze. Having protected the Earth for centuries, he found himself admiring her dedication. Thus far, both Asgard and Kamar-Taj have seen positive changes since your arrival. I hope it remains so. Should I ever perceive you as a threat to this world, Kamar-Taj will mobilize entirely. Remember my words, Lee. Aside from this matter, I shall provide immediate support for any other challenges you encounter. The Ancient One handed him a pale, yellow slip of paper. A talisman? Does it summon you? Should I tear it or incinerate it? Mingyu gazed at the small rectangular piece, somewhat bewildered. It contains my phone number and email. A mage does not exist in a vacuum. You imbecile. The Ancient One snapped, pushing forward, and the three found themselves back on the street. Couldn't she have teleported us directly to the hotel? Star complained, surveying the empty street. Unbeknownst to whether the Ancient One had conferred with Odin or if the two cunning old foxes had devised another plan, the next day, upon arriving at the hotel parking lot, a rainbow bridge descended from the sky. Thor, fully armored, stood before them, his golden locks swept back and his beard meticulously groomed. Who is this? Captain America, now considerably composed, did not even bother to retrieve his hands from his pockets. He is Mingyu began to explain, but Thor stepped forward, fixing his intense gaze upon Mingyu, silent yet expressive, a complex mixture of shame, anger, reluctance, struggle, and a hint of bashfulness. Even Mingyu, with his thick skin, felt slightly embarrassed under such scrutiny. What do you want? I've already given you the hammer. Mingyu felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease. Ignoring Mingyu's words, Thor suddenly knelt on one knee, looking up at him with fervor and proclaiming, "Father." The moment those words escaped his lips, Mingyu jumped back several feet, his expression one of utter shock. Are you mad? Surely, the God of Thunder need not resort to such underhanded tactics to eliminate me? Are you sending your father to slay me? My father has informed me that the prophesied Ragnarok of Asgard may be averted through your intervention. To express his gratitude, he decreed that I must henceforth address you as Godfather whenever we meet. Thor remained kneeling, his hammer resting across his knee, his demeanor reverent as though awaiting a king's benediction. Godfather? Mingyu exhaled deeply. Indeed, ever since my exile to Earth, I have learned much. However, my father told me that to be a worthy king is far from sufficient. Earth is the realm of the most vibrant life, and he has instructed me to continue experiencing the ways of ordinary people. While on Earth, I am to heed the directives of my godfather. Upon hearing this, Mingyu inwardly cursed, "You childish deity of over 1,000 years, wielding your hammer, yet sending yourself to me for education? Odin, you truly consider me one of your own." Yet, now that Thor was here, he could not simply disregard him. After all, Odin had painstakingly crafted a formidable weapon. As Mingyu's mind raced, he noticed Captain America nearby, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. "Steve, would you mind having an additional companion on this journey? He is as unfamiliar with this era and world as you are." What? Captain America, having just learned about Thor's background, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon meeting Thor's innocent yet earnest gaze, he eventually nodded in agreement. Originally, the three had planned to part ways that day, yet Thor's arrival extended their timeline by another day. Stark found a way to secure Thor a legitimate identity and also crafted a backpack for Captain America, equipped with hidden compartments for his shield. Mingyu then provided both of them with a crash course in digital technology, particularly the basics of using a smartphone, before they ultimately parted ways at London Airport. Captain America and Thor headed to Eastern Europe, where Cap intended to embark on a continental tour, while Mingyu and Stark boarded a private plane bound for America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stark counted on his fingers, muttering various phrases as the plane prepared for landing. Finally, with a serious expression, Stark turned to Mingyu and inquired, "Lee, have you ever considered appropriating Nick Fury's plan for our own use?" Chapter 67. Beware of trouble. Mingyu finally understood what Stark had been counting earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After a lengthy count, he almost felt compelled to exclaim, "Let us go up the mountain to hunt tigers." "So you were counting heads, were you? You've been pondering for quite some time, I presume. Are you satisfied with the number now?" With a snap of his fingers, Mingyu summoned the flight attendant to bring over some cigars and whiskey, intending to engage Stark in a meaningful conversation. Although the plane was about to land, Stark's private jet was replete with numerous treasures, and he aimed to seize every opportunity. In fact, he had acquired it long before, during his escape from Afghanistan. Ethan, the doctor who had been imprisoned with him, had given him this, sacrificing his life to save him. Stark pointed to the reactor embedded in his chest, which had originally been an electromagnet created by Ethan to prevent shrapnel from penetrating his heart. Initially, Stark had to carry a battery to connect to the electromagnet for survival. But later he developed a miniature reactor, a necessity for escape, rooted in that initial need. Eventually, to buy Stark time, Ethan had charged out with a gun, granting Stark the final moments needed to activate his armor. Just before his demise, Ethan imparted a poignant message. "Tony, don't waste your life." This statement bore manifold interpretations. Do not squander your talent. Engage in endeavors deserving of your effort, and so forth. However, Stark understood that Ethan's true intention was to convey the importance of utilizing his wealth and capabilities for righteous causes. The miniature reactor, heralded as the heart of Iron Man, was a testament to Stark's ingenuity, yet its deeper significance was bestowed by Ethan. It was only after his harrowing escape and witnessing the devastation of Ethan's hometown by terrorists that Stark first entertained the notion of founding an organization to eradicate such threats. His first consideration was Rhodes. However, as events unfolded and SHIELD emerged, Stark felt compelled to broaden his objectives. It was not until he encountered Mingyu, Asgard, Kamartaj, and the myriad powerful realms within the universe, along with other malevolent entities from different dimensions, that Stark gradually began to discern his true path. After expounding upon his thoughts and experiences to Mingyu, Stark raised his glass and inquired, "So, what do you say? Will you join our Avengers initiative?" Mingyu, Stark, Rhodes, Thor, and Captain America. These were the quintet Stark envisioned. He knew that without Mingyu's affirmation, the plan would falter. "Do you have any other names in mind?" Mingyu clinked his glass gently against Stark's. "I once considered naming it the Illuminati, something luminous yet enigmatic. You see, during those wretched days in the cave, my greatest longing was to bask in the sun for just a moment. Later, after hearing about Fury's plan, I thought, well, the Avengers Initiative. I pondered whether it would be cooler to have a business card that read Illuminati member or Avenger." Mingyu's agreement relieved Stark, and the conversation shifted back to his familiar rhythm. "Let us stick with the Avengers then. Fury, that scoundrel, may be unattractive, but he possesses a keen aesthetic sense." Mingyu and Stark solidified their decision, with Stark even beginning to design modifications for the upper floors of Stark Tower in New York to serve as their base. As the plane gently descended on the runway, Mingyu's phone, which had recently regained signal, buzzed with a series of text notifications. For the skeptics, just because a private jet has one or two phones that can remain on does not imply signal availability. The plane's communication devices must either connect to the aircraft or utilize a separate satellite phone. Upon inspection, amidst the spam messages, an anonymous text captured Mingyu's attention. "Beware of trouble. SR." Mingyu handed his phone to Stark. "SR, Steve Rogers. Has the captain been compromised? What does that symbol signify?" Stark, astute as ever, deduced the implication regarding Captain America. A friend's urgent marker. It seems she sent it in haste. Steve cannot be exposed. I suspect we were spotted in London. If we can locate him, we should be in the clear. Before departing London, Mingyu had specifically requested 2 magical artifacts from the Ancient One, capable of completely concealing Thor and Captain America's appearances, with Stark's clever alterations to their identities. Tracking them should prove impossible. Indeed, we are in peril, Stark remarked, gesturing toward the window. The plane was still decelerating on the runway, revealing a distant assembly of over a dozen vehicles and numerous individuals, the majority of whom were heavily armed soldiers. Evidently, in the eyes of those politicians, whether super soldiers or superheroes, they were merely instruments to be wielded for their purposes. Stark chuckled, whether providing Rhodes with armor or agreeing to collaborate with S.H.I.L.D. His intentions were merely to placate those in power. However, with their capabilities now vastly increased, Stark began contemplating the notion of self-governance. He was acutely aware that such an approach would undoubtedly attract trouble. Little did he expect, however, that trouble would arrive so swiftly. Fortunately, I brought my armor on the plane. The new armor was still under assembly. Stark's suitcase housed the Mark V. Upon witnessing the throng awaiting outside, Stark swiftly prepared to don the armor. Tony, if we both turn hostile, there will be no retreat. The situation isn't dire yet. Even if it comes to blows, they cannot restrain me. Mingyu intervened, recognizing that Stark's reputation and influence far surpassed his own, both externally and within government circles. Should a confrontation arise, Stark would not be able to immediately take a stand, and even if they resorted to force, Mingyu had his own strategies. All right. Stark contemplated the Ancient One and Thor's allies, acquiescing to Mingyu's reasoning. The plane came to a halt, and Mingyu and Stark descended the ramp together. Alexander Pierce, that fellow standing beside Fury, is the head of the World Security Council. His power is substantial, Stark whispered to Mingyu, then smiled slightly as he opened his arms to the assembly below. What a grand spectacle! Minister Pierce, Director Fury, and even the President. Surely you cannot all be here to greet us at once? Has the Council been experiencing financial strains of late? I happen to have a special fund dedicated to sponsoring world peace initiatives. If you're interested, we can discuss it in my office. Stark, as ever, spoke with his characteristic irreverence. However, neither Alexander Pierce nor Nick Fury uttered a word. Instead, 4 soldiers emerged from the ranks behind Pierce, advancing aggressively past Stark towards Mingyu. Chapter 68. Threatening me? Mr. Lee, we require your cooperation for an investigation. Please follow us. The lead soldier approached Mingyu, speaking as he produced handcuffs. Before he could finish his sentence, the other 3 soldiers raised their guns, aiming directly at Mingyu. Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury remained stationary, understanding that this was merely a test. Suddenly, without warning, Mingyu unleashed a powerful kick, sending the soldier with the handcuffs flying like a kite with its string cut. The 2 soldiers behind him collided into the fallen figure, creating a chaotic tangle on the ground. Mingyu showed no mercy. The impact undoubtedly left them injured, likely incapacitated for weeks. Only 1 soldier remained, positioned to Mingyu's left front, aiming his weapon at him. Why aren't you firing? Mingyu smirked slightly, and the soldier, seemingly compelled, instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The rifle erupted with a series of shots into the air. In that fleeting moment, Mingyu had somehow appeared before him, seizing the weapon and directing it skyward. The soldier realized too late that Mingyu's finger pressed firmly against his own, rendering him immobile. You truly intend to shoot, dear soldier? Mingyu leanat cruze, feigning astonishment. The soldier remained silent, straining to reclaim control of his firearm, his face flushed with effort. But the gun remained steadfastly aimed upwards. In a moment of desperation, the soldier's left hand slipped from the trigger, reaching for the handgun at his thigh. Seeking death, Mingyu delivered a headbutt, rendering the soldier unconscious through his helmet. Don't move. Mingyu turned to see the other soldiers, who had previously stood behind him, now advancing. Among them were heavily armed soldiers, alongside a few combat-clad individuals without helmets, appearing slightly more formidable than the average soldier. The leader was an acquaintance of Li Mingyu's, Brock Rumlow, the head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team, later known as Crossbones. Li Mingyu recognized him well, having seen his face in Wolf Warrior. What if I were to make a move? He mused, producing a cigar with a flourish, unperturbed by the numerous weapons trained upon him. He leisurely retrieved a lighter and ignited the cigar. I demand you lower that damned hand. Do you hear me? Brock Rumlow warned, his voice booming as he stood before a muscular, bald man, saliva flying from his mouth. Unfazed, with the cigar clamped between his fingers, Li Mingyu merely smiled and murmured, "Doesn't this make me appear even more like a villain?" Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out from the bald man's specialized handgun, the bullet striking the cigar in Li Mingyu's mouth, knocking it away. The bullet impacted Li Mingyu's cheek without penetrating, the spent round clattering to the ground, igniting a small spark. At that moment, the threat posed by their firearms diminished to nearly zero. Li Mingyu, despite his ability to evade, chose to absorb the shot. The reactions of those present shifted dramatically, particularly the S.H.A.L.D. strike team members, who understood that the bald man's weapon was custom-made, comparable to a small-caliber sniper rifle within 20 meters, utilizing specialized large-caliber ammunition. Yet, it had left no mark on Li Mingyu, prompting a reassessment of his combat prowess. Damn it, do you have any idea how much this cigar cost me? With the excessive rainfall this year, the tobacco leaves are subpar. If I wish to savor that flavor again, I must wait a whole year. Li Mingyu fumed, discarding the remnants of his cigar. In a flash, he appeared before the man who had fired the shot. I absolutely detest bald heads. Without allowing those around him a moment to react, Li Mingyu executed a knee strike, targeting the man's groin mercilessly. Crack! The sound of a pelvis fracturing echoed through the air. It was evident that the man's masculinity had been irreparably harmed. You ruined my cigar, so I've shattered your pride. One for one. It seems quite fair, doesn't it? Li Mingyu's nonchalant words caused everyone present to instinctively cross their legs. Even the composed Nick Fury couldn't help but twitch, while Stark disdainfully recalled the missing boxes of premium cigars from his plane's humidor. And you lot. As he released his grip, the bald man crumpled to the ground. Li Mingyu surveyed the remaining soldiers. I grant you an opportunity. On the count of 3, lower your weapons. Should any gun remain aimed at me, I swear I shall turn that part of you into Brazilian barbecue. As he spoke, arcs of electricity began to crackle around him, enveloping him in a storm-like aura, rendering him almost godlike in appearance. Mr. Lee, we harbor no ill intentions. Alexander Pierce finally moved, stepping forward and signaling for his comrades to lower their arms. We merely wish to inquire about Steve Rogers. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the World Security Council. Pierce extended his right hand toward Li Mingyu with a friendly demeanor. Consultation should be conducted verbally, not with rifles and handcuffs. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Secretary? Li Mingyu rolled his eyes, showing no intention of shaking hands, as the electricity around him began to dissipate. They have indeed become a bit overzealous. However, regarding Captain America, I believe many fine soldiers have chosen to enlist due to Captain Rogers' legacy. They are merely eager to ascertain whether he is still alive. Alexander Pierce, an adept politician, maintained his composure. Sorry, no comment. Li Mingyu mimicked the evasive responses of celebrities addressing rumors. Mr. Lee, to my knowledge, you possess numerous enterprises in New York and have adopted a set of twins. Before Pierce could finish, Li Mingyu's hand seized his throat. Are you threatening me, Mr. Secretary? Li Mingyu enunciated each word with chilling clarity. Chapter 69. Confronting Alexander Pierce Lee. Release Pierce. Nick Fury, who had remained silent and motionless, could no longer contain himself and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu regarded Nick Fury coldly, offering no response. His intent was not to issue a threat. Rather, it was their customary mode of communication, highlighting each other's vulnerabilities to convey mutual concerns and a hope for collaboration. Truly, Pierce flailed his legs in the air, his eyes rolling back. Fury's urgency intensified. With a swift motion, Li Mingyu pointed a finger, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged from his fingertip. the soldiers encircling him, including members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical team, found themselves interconnected by the electric current. Everyone present, save for Nick Fury and Stark, convulsed briefly before collapsing unconscious. As Lee Mingyu relaxed his grip, Alexander Pierce fell to the ground, gasping for breath and rubbing his neck. Fury was mistaken. This was indeed a threat, a reminder to be precise. While catching his breath, Pierce pulled a stack of photographs from his suit pocket and handed them to Lee Mingyu. They depicted a scene from the parking lot of a hotel in London. The rainbow bridge descending from the sky, heralding the arrival of Thor, followed by their own group of 4 conversing in that very lot. A hotel guest had recorded a video that was subsequently uploaded to social media. These were mere snapshots. Thor, the vanished Captain America, alongside Lee Mingyu and Stark. Since Stark publicly declared himself Iron Man, the frequency of appearances by those endowed with superhuman abilities had surged. I'm aware of Fury's plan for a specialized team, which I also approved. However, you concealed Captain Rogers' return. The members of the World Security Council fear your potential for chaos. Hence, they appointed me to deliver a stern warning, particularly to you. Clearly, this was not the most appropriate approach, yet I still hope for your cooperation. As I said, neither you nor Stark exists as independent entities in this world. You. Before Pierce could finish his sentence, Lee Mingyu rendered him unconscious. He then turned his gaze toward Nick Fury. What he said was true. We are not so naive. If we lack the means to eliminate you outright, no one would dare threaten you directly. Do you recall that bomb you conjured so suddenly? Rarely did Fury speak such candid truth. Should individuals like Lee Mingyu and Stark be driven to become lone wolves, that would pose the greatest threat. Is that all? Lee Mingyu's fingertips sparka. You bastard, do you think I would spare you? If I truly targeted you, would Natasha have a chance to text you? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. With a snap of his fingers, Lee Mingyu exclaimed, Dear Director, I knew you were one of us. My trust in you was not misplaced. He stepped forward to embrace Nick Fury, whispering softly in his ear. However, with everyone else unconscious and just you lying there, it could reflect poorly on your colleagues' relationships, don't you think? Wait, that's unnecessary. As Nick Fury, too, succumbed to the ground, Lee Mingyu satisfactorily withdrew the electricity from his fingertips. It appeared that the challenges my plan faces are more daunting than I anticipated. Stark observed the circle of unconscious bodies and remarked, be it the World Security Council, the United Nations, or any government, they will not permit us to slip from their control. Lee Mingyu nodded in agreement. What now? Is there still hope? Stark appeared troubled. Pierce's comments, seemingly aimed at Lee Mingyu, served as the gravest warning to him as well. A mere scuffle was trivial. If they genuinely felt they were losing control, the repercussions would be manifold. Of course, we must wait, Tony. The stances of Ancient One and Odin had bolstered Lee Mingyu's confidence significantly. Yet these two were trump cards not to be revealed lightly. Wait for what? Stark inquired, curiosity piqued. A chance to showcase our prowess before the entire world. Lee Mingyu replied, gazing at the New York skyline, a smile gracing his lips. In this matter, Lee Mingyu compromised by placing a phone call to Captain America in the presence of Black Widow. After an extensive conversation, they subtly conveyed the purpose of their journey and assured him they would return to seek out Lee Mingyu. Only then did Black Widow cheerfully terminate the communication. Is that it? Just like that? Lee Mingyu hung up, astonished that such a grand affair concluded so abruptly. Performing for show. Such is the nature of politicians. They fear any force that threatens to spiral out of control. In other words, those individuals are exceedingly fragile. Really? Lee Mingyu questioned, skepticism creeping in. Of course it's not genuine. However, that is the FA we must maintain. Behind the scenes, they will intensify surveillance on everyone around you. Pepper, Happy, Wanda, Pietro, and even your Hell's Kitchen associates, including myself. Black Widow smiled sweetly. Very well. Lee Mingyu understood that bringing Black Widow in was akin to offering a sweet after a harsh reprimand, a plan likely conceived from the outset. Yet, this reprimand had not been delivered. Instead, it had been returned, likely an unexpected turn for them. I heard you incapacitated everyone at the airport, Fury included. Black Widow chuckled lightly as she effortlessly began arranging tea sets for Mingyu. They attempted to apprehend me immediately. I couldn't simply acquiesce. Did your ball director inform you? Mingyu spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. No, they sealed off all communications at the airport. I dispatched personnel to manage the aftermath. Stark's crew may have witnessed some events on the runway. World Security Council. Alexander Pierce's office. Brock Rumlow stood before the desk, his face a mask of fury. We need not be so accommodating, Minister. Provide me with a few weapons developed from the Tesseract, and I will apprehend Mingyu and Stark. Calm down, Rumlow. Have you forgotten that Thor knelt before Mingyu? In Norse mythology, Asgard, we remain unaware of their connection. Let us not rush to conclusions. Alexander Pierce replied coolly. Have you reviewed the Rainbow Bridge report? Beyond mere transportation, the energy, if anchored in one place for an extended duration, could wreak havoc. Asgard can target any location on Earth at will. We require time. Zola's algorithm has been perfected, and the Insight project is underway. Exercise patience. Soon we shall control the entire world, at which point you will have ample opportunity for vengeance. Rumlow. Very well, Minister. Brock Rumlow gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Chapter 70. 2 years in Hell's Kitchen stands a newly constructed 9-story building, which, though modest in height for a metropolis as international as New York, serves as the very heart of this neighborhood. The first 3 floors in the basement house, the headquarters of Jimmy's car modification business, now recognized as the world's largest and most professional center for automotive customization, receiving thousands of orders annually from Europe and the Middle East. In the United States alone, the orders from NBA stars alone generated over $100 million in pure profit last year. The 4th to 6th floors accommodate the headquarters of a delivery company that, under the substantial investment and strong support from Stark Industries, has expanded its reach across North America, creating wealth amounting to hundreds of millions yearly. While these floors serve as the administrative center, each area outside has its own dispatch center for delivery personnel to rest and park their vehicles. The 7th floor is home to Matthew Murdoch's office, which also doubles as his campaign center. 2 years prior, with Stark's high-profile backing and the vast voting base of Hell's Kitchen, Matthew was elected as a state legislator for the New York region, dedicating himself to advocating for the welfare of the underprivileged in Hell's Kitchen and beyond. The remarkable transformation of Hell's Kitchen in recent years has become Matthew's greatest political asset, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his entry into the House of Representatives next year seems almost assured. While Mingyu's influence has certainly played a role, it is also a path Matthew has chosen for himself. He believes that rather than being a solitary hero at night, he can create far greater value now. The 8th floor is a private space for Mingyu, featuring a training room, entertainment area, and his personal office. The 9th floor houses Mingyu and the twins, while the rooftop has been transformed into a garden and swimming pool, where Jimmy and Matthew often enjoy drinks and conversations with Mingyu. Petro, could you please put down your game console and help me find my dress? The now 13-year-old Wanda, who is starting to resemble a young lady, glared at her brother Petro, who was engrossed in his game. Your closet is bigger than both mine and Lee's rooms combined, and you have more clothes than the snacks in the supermarket below. If you can't remember, how can I help you? Just wear any of your countless dresses. Petro replied lazily, sprawling on the couch. Mingyu, basking in the sun on the balcony, chuckled at their banter. As he reached for a cigarette on the nearby coffee table, a small, delicate hand suddenly snatched it from his lips. I've told you countless times. No smoking in the house. Wanda stood with her hands on her hips, assuming the role of a little matriarch. But this is the balcony? Mingyu exclaimed, bewildered. Smoking here was agreed upon beforehand. Regardless, I don't want to smell any smoke. Wanda huffed as she sat next to him, decisively grabbing his juice and downing it in one go. Mingyu sighed in resignation. So which dress is missing? The one Pepper gave you or the one Natasha sent? Natasha's, Wanda exclaimed. It was for my first middle school dance. She specifically bought it for me. I just got it back a few days ago. I can't find it. Stark, in a bid to compensate for familial bonds, along with Pepper treating Wanda like a daughter and Natasha considering her as a little sister, had gifted Wanda an abundance of clothes over the years. enough to fill several wardrobes. Wasn't that dress sent to the dry cleaners by Sandy? You mentioned it was to be cleaned and pressed for your dance, but you forgot? Li Mingyu scratched his head. Yes, I remember now. You're amazing, Li. Love you. Wanda exclaimed, jumping up and hugging his arm before dashing off to call Sandy. Li Mingyu, feeling the warmth of her embrace, realized with a start that the little girl was growing up. Li, I'm having Sandy bring the dress to pick me up. I'm going to Star Tower. Pepper said she would help me with my makeup. I'm off now. Wanda shouted to the balcony after finishing her call. Go ahead. Li Mingyu shrugged, perplexed by the significance middle school dances seemed to hold, treating them with the gravity of a wedding. Petro, your sister isn't dating anyone at school. Is she? Li Mingyu asked, his expression darkening, unsure whether it stemmed from a protective father's instinct or a man's concern. Not that I know of. Many like her, but she never pays any attention to the boys. But you know how women are. Petro shrugged, then suddenly slapped his forehead. She had Sandy pick her up. What am I supposed to do? You're grown up now. You should figure it out yourself. I have no time today. I have to run an errand. Li Mingyu said, stepping off the balcony towards the door. Not wanting to play the role of a chauffeur was one reason. But Li Mingyu indeed had important matters to attend to. Steve, our Captain America, and that mischievous child Thor have concluded their 2-year global journey. And today, Li Mingyu must go greet them. At New York Airport, Li Mingyu leaned against the door of the business vehicle, awaiting their arrival. Over the past 2 years, Captain America had taken Thor around the world to experience life as an ordinary person, working, traveling, and learning. As Thor put it, they even missed the opportunity to experience life as inmates in a prison. However, their experiences were rich. Thor appeared significantly more mature, while Captain America seemed more jovial. His paternal tone, less pronounced, yet still embodying integrity and justice, without the overwhelming savior complex. Thor's voice suddenly rang out as he approached. Dressed in jeans and a hoodie, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, Thor looked quite dapper, albeit lacking in manners. Did you call me? Li Mingyu's gaze crackled with energy as he regarded Thor. Ah, Godfather. Thor awkwardly looked down, scratching his nose. Welcome back. Li Mingyu clapped his hand on Thor's shoulder, then turned to look behind him. Captain America, similarly clad in jeans and a fitted jacket over a t-shirt, seemed to have taken on a more fashionable appearance after their travels. Welcome back. Li Mingyu opened his arms wide. Though Captain America and Thor had regularly video-called and occasionally sent postcards and local delicacies, the 2 years had fostered a more profound familiarity between Li Mingyu and the duo. Chapter 71. The Cosmic Cube's Anomaly. Before returning, I made a trip to London. After meeting with the two, Stark made a special effort to gather everyone for a meal. At this moment, we were all seated on a terrace floor of Stark Tower, enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation while gazing at the Manhattan skyline. How is Ms. Carter's health? Li Mingyu inquired, taking over Captain America's words. She is well, though her moments of lucidity are few. We had an extensive conversation this time, including her and Howard's original intention in founding S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America sighed as he spoke. Li Mingyu understood immediately and asked directly, has S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted you? 2 years prior, he had candidly informed Captain America about his confrontation with Pierce. It was inconceivable that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not seek him out, especially since he could not disguise his appearance using the small artifact given by the Ancient One. It was Nick Fury himself who came. In fact, when I visited Peggy, he was already there. So, you decided to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Stark expressed his displeasure. It's not him, Tony. It's those two. Li Mingyu pointed to Thor, who was sitting nearby, idly twirling his hammer. I have already made arrangements with Jane. After returning, Thor had promised Odin 2 things before coming to Earth. First, to recognize Li Mingyu as his godfather and follow his guidance. And second, to refrain from meeting Jane Foster for 2 years. Odin assumed that with humans having a lifespan of several decades, 2 years would be sufficient for one to develop new affections. But little did he expect. I don't care what you do with her. You have been on Earth for 2 years. Do you not understand that ordinary people need to work? Are you, the god of thunder, planning to lounge at home all day? Li Mingyu scolded, playfully swatting Thor on the head with the hammer. Thor muttered a few words, but fell silent. At least Mingyu did not oppose his relationship with Jane. Lee, what do you actually mean? Stark asked anxiously. Of course. I intend to steal a corner. Mingyu grinned, eyeing the perplexed Stark and Captain America, then glanced at the grinning Thor. He swiftly kicked Thor away. Go find your Jane. Return tomorrow. Once Thor was sent off, Mingyu pulled Stark and Captain America over, and the three men began to whisper conspiratorially on the empty terrace. At a certain base where SHIELD collaborates with NASA, Dr. Eric Selvig, who had been forcibly reassigned by Nick Fury 2 years ago, was now in charge of the research project involving the Cosmic Cube. Much like 2 years ago with Hydra, SHIELD was continuously testing and analyzing the energy of the Cosmic Cube while also utilizing its energy to manufacture a new generation of weapons. Perhaps Odin had not anticipated that one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, will be treated as an inexhaustible battery upon its arrival on Earth. Indeed, a battery. Employing cosmic magic to manufacture weaponry requires little technological prowess, merely extracting the boundless and relatively high-energy resource and channeling it into various models of launchers. Energy guns, energy cannons, etc. In the 1990s, the Cosmic Cube was also used to create a new generation of energy engines, known as the Pegasus Project, but it ultimately ended in failure. For details, refer to Captain Marvel. After Eric took on this project, he experimented with various methods to activate the Cosmic Cube's energy or reveal its true capabilities. Due to the immense power of the Cosmic Cube, Eric was cautious not to provoke this energy source too aggressively. He could only conduct slow experiments with different methods to stimulate it. Normally, the Cosmic Cube merely served as a battery providing energy. However, today, without any warning or energy stimulation, the energy levels of the Cosmic Cube began to rise. To put it simply, the internal energy was becoming somewhat agitated. The personnel at the base began an emergency evacuation, and Nick Fury rushed to the scene in a helicopter. What is the situation, Dr. Selvig? Fury called out as soon as he exited the elevator. The Cosmic Cube is somewhat restless, Director. The entire base was evacuating, but Eric appeared to be quite excited. Are you joking? What do you mean by restless? Nick Fury asked, perplexed. This is no joke, Director. Its energy is exceptionally active. Eric replied, meeting Fury's gaze. Has there been any energy stimulus? Can we shut down all energy sources? It is an energy source in itself. If we shut it down, it will simply reactivate. Eric seemed helpless, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. As an obsessed scientist, he valued the pursuit of cosmic truth far above his own safety. If its energy fluctuations reach their peak, I cannot predict what may occur. Eric voiced his concerns, especially since many people were still present. Isn't this exactly what we aimed for? Nick Fury responded with astonishment. We're not prepared, Director. Eric moved toward the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he continued. Another energy pulse is imminent. It is emitting interference and radiation, along with some lower-grade gamma rays, which pose minimal risk to humans. Minimal risk. Nick Fury pondered those words several times, falling silent for a few moments before suddenly asking, What about Agent Barton? Clint? He is still in the nest. Eric replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than Hawkeye descended from above, suspended by a rope. I tasked you with observing this area closely. Nick Fury urged Hawkeye as they hastened toward the Cosmic Cube. One must have a high vantage point to see far, Eric assured, as there were no unusual movements, nor had anyone else approached the Cosmic Cube. He had no concerns. Hawkeye's response relieved Nick Fury. Eric was not a member of SHIELD. Yet Nick Fury had arranged for Hawkeye to monitor the situation, as the Cosmic Cube was of paramount importance. Even if problems arose, they would not manifest on our end. Hawkeye was indeed one of Nick Fury's most trusted individuals. The emergence of Captain Marvel in the 1990s, the failure of the Pegasus Project, and the appearance of extraterrestrials had led Nick Fury to understand that the Cosmic Cube possessed spatial properties. Yet, precisely what it was remained unclear to him. Our end? Nick Fury did not grasp Hawkeye's meaning. Did you not say the Cosmic Cube is a gateway to another part of the universe? I feel that this gateway may open on both sides. No sooner had Hawkeye spoken than the cosmic cube's energy suddenly erupted on a small scale, causing the entire base to tremble slightly. A torrent of blue, mist-like energy surged from within the cube, initiating a clockwise rotation around it. The speed of the energy's rotation increased, forming a miniature energy vortex. Subsequently, a bolt of blue energy shot forth from the vortex, creating a small portal on a platform more than 10 meters away. Through the portal, the vast expanse of the cosmic night sky could be faintly discerned. Everyone was captivated by this anomaly. The portal appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, dissipating after approximately 3 to 4 seconds, the dispersing energy manifesting as a shockwave, akin to a level 4 or 5 wind sweeping through the entire underground space. At the portal's location, a figure materialized from within the energy. Chapter 72, Prelude to the New York Battle. New York, since the airport incident 2 years prior, S.H.I.L.D. had entirely placed Natasha by Lee Mingyu's side. Typically, she only undertook minor tasks around New York. This was not to imply that Natasha was acting as an undercover agent. Nick Fury was acutely aware of the intricate emotions Black Widow harbored for Lee Mingyu. The presence of Lee Mingyu and the twins had effectively filled the void of familial affection in Natasha's heart. In essence, this was a means of emotional entanglement, a calculated strategy that Lee Mingyu was more than willing to embrace. At present, on the rooftop garden, Lee Mingyu had laid out a long table adorned with several red candles, seated across from Black Widow. For this dinner, he had procured a wheel of cheese from Stark and 2 bottles of 1995 red wine. The wheel of cheese pasta was exquisite, yet Natasha's plate held only pasta and wine, while Lee Mingyu's had both pasta and a serving of fried sauce noodles. The pasta crafted from the wheel of cheese was indeed delightful, but as one with a Chinese palate, Lee Mingyu felt something was missing after the meal, necessitating a savory addition. You need not be so accommodating towards me. I actually prefer the cuisine of your country, especially when you personally prepare it. What was it you said? It has wok chi, exactly. Natasha raised her glass, gazing at Lee Mingyu's 2 plates of noodles with a smile. It was not merely a matter of taste. Rather, the ceremonial aspect of Western dining was more suited for this evening. Cheers, my dear. Lee Mingyu gesturat, recognizing that the night presented a splendid opportunity. Wanda and Pietro had gone to celebrate Sandy's mother's birthday, having served as their family caretakers for years. The twins shared a maternal bond with Sandy's mother. Thus, staying over there tonight allowed Lee Mingyu to meticulously prepare a Western meal. As they dined and conversed, following the meal, they nestled together on a sofa by the pool, wine glasses in hand, gazing at the luminous moon above while soft music wafted through the air, gradually enveloping them in an atmosphere of intimacy. The rooftop was dimly illuminated by decorative light strips, and under the moonlight, Lee Mingyu found himself momentarily enchanted by Natasha's visage, which appeared considerably younger than on screen. Natasha, yes, you are stunning. Lee Mingyu's lips slowly descended towards Natasha's crimson ones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Natasha's phone vibrated disruptively. The air of intimacy dissipated swiftly, and even the moonlight's gentle haze grew clearer. Natasha chuckled as she pulled out her phone to check the caller ID. Nick Fury. Upon seeing the name, Lee Mingyu's expression sharpened. That damned old bastard. He muttered angrily, snatching Natasha's phone to hang up and subsequently power it off, adjusting his gaze thereafter. The atmosphere of intimacy began to rekindle, the moonlight once again becoming increasingly hazy. Buzz. Plop. Lee Mingyu's phone vibrated this time, but he had learned his lesson. Without a glance, he tossed it into the pool. Could it be an urgent matter? Natasha expressed a hint of concern, remembering her subordinate status. Let him be. Nothing is more important than our date tonight, Lee Mingyu proclaimed, embodying a domineering presence as he leaned in for a kiss. Though the moment was slightly interrupted, the outcome was still marvelous. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Natasha, Lee Mingyu softly called her name once more, and Natasha's barely audible response seemed to trigger a simultaneous urge in them both to kiss again. Buzz. F. Lee Mingyu shouted in frustration. Glancing around to discover the source of the noise was a drone approaching from afar. The sound was disproportionately loud, The drone flew directly towards a rooftop, hovering a few meters in front of them, whereupon several beams of light began to intersect in mid-air, ultimately forming a three-dimensional live video image. An egg. When you go to church to pray, did the priest ever tell you that forcibly interrupting a couple in love will lead you to hell, and your manhood will be fed to the three-headed dog of hell while your congratulations will be turned into sausages for Satan's pets? You filthy bastard. Mingyu was so enraged that he nearly jabbed his finger into the drone. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your sweet date, but this matter is genuinely serious. Having been subjected to Mingyu's outburst, Nick Fury blinked in surprise, uncharacteristically silent, and then replied solemnly, "It is indeed of utmost importance. Let's hope it truly is as serious as you say, or I shall ensure your manhood is shoved right back where it came from." Mingyu threatened, his anger unabated, while Natasha gently squeezed his hand in a calming gesture. Nick Fury was too preoccupied to notice their small interaction as he got straight to the point. The Tesseract is malfunctioning and has transported Loki from some corner of the universe. Hawkeye and Eric are under his control. He has stolen the Tesseract and vanished. Hawkeye has been compromised. Natasha, having shared life and death experiences with him, sat up abruptly. Now, it was Mingyu's turn to comfort her. Indeed, he wielded a scepter. With a mere touch, Hawkeye and Eric become his puppets. It could be some form of magic. I inquired with Thor, but he too was unaware of Loki's capabilities. It appeared Nick Fury had conducted significant research prior to seeking Mingyu's assistance. What shall we do next? Natasha inquired. The Tesseract possesses the potential to annihilate worlds. Loki's intent is to incite war. We must establish our big boy plan. Nick Fury's gaze shifted to Mingyu. Rest assured, if there is indeed a threat of war, we shall cooperate fully. Mingyu replied with a slight smile, having awaited this day for a long time. He aimed to expose the Avengers to the world, ensuring everyone owed a debt to the Avengers. Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly, as he noted Mingyu's use of we, which implied more than just himself and Stark. However, now is not the time for such considerations. We must assemble the team immediately. Captain Rogers and Thor are on standby, and Coulson has gone to find Stark. Perfect timing. Agent Romanoff, you should seek out that big fellow. We will be there to protect you. Understood. I shall fulfill the mission, Director. Mingyu interjected before Natasha could respond, conjuring a bolt of lightning that incinerated the drone into charred remnants. That damn drone cost $30,000. Nick Fury slammed his fist on the table in frustration at SHIELD headquarters. Chapter 73. Assembly, Sky Mothership, the Cohen-style fighter jet. A remarkable creation of SHIELD, utilizing unique technology, bore semblances of spacecraft, despite its few shortcomings in power. At this moment, Mingyu was seated within the cockpit of the Cohen fighter, alongside Bruce Banner, the man behind the Green Giant. Natasha was piloting the aircraft solo. When not transformed into the Hulk, Bruce was the epitome of a reclusive scientist, a solitary figure. Upon their meeting, Lee had already shared the profiles of each prospective member of the Avengers, excluding Captain America and the illustrious Iron Man. Bruce, intrigued, pondered the existence of other superpowered beings in this world, even those from Norse mythology. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Mingyu, who appeared merely in his 20s, resembling a typical university student. Do I not quite match the profile? Mingyu inquired with a friendly smile. Not at all. Rather, I find myself a bit envious of you, or rather, all of you. It's remarkable how you can completely control your abilities and appear just like any ordinary person. You, too, are quite impressive. You distinguish clearly between your normal self and your combat form. I've heard you Haven T transformed in over a year. You've learned to control it. Haven T you? Mingyu sought to encourage Bruce, aware of the burdens he carried. It's different for me. Once I transform, I lose all control. Do you understand? It feels like another entity entirely, another person, Hulk as I call him. I am Bruce Banner. We are two distinct beings. It was evident that Bruce had not confided his troubles in quite some time. I've reviewed your profile, Dr. Banner. When you first transformed, General Ross attempted to capture you, and you, or rather Hulk, came to know his daughter, your former girlfriend Betty, correct? Although I haven't witnessed your transformation, I believe you possess vague memories of the events that transpired. However, in that state, you're exceedingly volatile, struggling to maintain control, which is why you resist the Hulk. With your numerous doctoral degrees, you must have encountered the concept of multiple personalities. Surely you understand how they manifest. Bruce was taken aback by Mingyu's insights. Only he knew that he had always regarded his transformation as a curse, feeling like a monster, even contemplating suicide. The existence of the Hulk had shattered his previous life, making it difficult for him to rationally analyze his predicament from an outsider's perspective. Thank you. I've never considered this matter from that angle before. After a pause, Bruce took a deep breath, visibly moved. Not at all. May I inquire why you chose to go to India? Because it's relatively underdeveloped and harder to locate someone. There are many places that fit that description. India, to be candid, are you familiar with the sanitary conditions there? Mingyu grimaced, his expression one of disdain. It's fine. Bullets can't kill me. Poor hygiene is trivial. Bruce chuckled self-deprecatingly. That is not the point. It's not about physical health. I mean the Ganges water, the food, people bathe, procreate, and even relieve themselves in it. And you drink that water, including tap and bottled water, most of which is sourced from that river. I know, you're implying it's filtered, right? I saw a video online analyzing the components of Indian tap water and bottled water. Oh my goodness, it was utterly shocking. Would you like to see it? Honestly, I'd rather drink filtered urine from Tony's suit than consume their water. Do you understand? Having spent nearly 2 years in one of India's most impoverished states, Mingyu recalled the disparaging online comments about the country's sanitation, and a wicked sense of humor bubbled within him. Shut up. If you continue, I cannot guarantee that the Hulk won't emerge. Bruce, having practiced yoga and mindfulness for years, felt his composure falter under Mingyu's comments, his face paling slightly. Relax. Buddy, let us change the subject. Natasha, how about some music? As the Sky Mothership ascended, courtesy of Mingyu, the helicopter carrying them approached the vessel still floating on the sea. Thor and Captain America awaited their arrival, and even Stark descended from the sky just as they disembarked. With a mechanical click, the armor split open, and Stark stepped out dressed in casual attire. JARVIS, return and recharge. Let it rest for a while. He gestured in the air, and, as the armor sealed shut, it shot upwards, disappearing into the clouds. Thanks to Mingyu's assistance, Stark's armor synchronized with the wrist device, transitioning into an era of global satellite support. Hey folks, how have you been? Did some damned agent disturb your night last night? Stark greeted the group with his characteristic flair. Mingyu and Captain America were already familiar faces, yet perhaps due to their newfound team dynamic, Bruce included. The 5 of them formed a circle, seemingly lost in their own world. Same here, but I was disturbed by the king of agents, a bald jerk, Mingyu Shuja, then introduced Bruce to the others. This is Bruce Banner. I'm sure you've seen his profile. Banner, allow me to introduce you. Stark, you surely know. This is the legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers, and here stands the fabled Thor, son of Odin. As they shook hands, Natasha, watching them from the side with a smile, interjected, Gentlemen, if you wish to chat, it's best to move inside. It will soon become hard to breathe out here. Is this a submarine? Are you planning to confine me in an iron cage at the bottom of the sea? Dr. Banner joked, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his heart. In truth, apart from Mingyu and Natasha, it was likely that the others were unaware of the Sky Mothership's existence. Natasha smiled silently, while Banner skeptically approached the edge of the ship. Exchanging glances, the others followed him to the edge of the vessel, just as one of the ship's propellers began to spin rapidly below them. With a loud whoosh, torrents of seawater erupted from various points, cascading back into the ocean as the Sky Mothership slowly ascended. This situation is worse than I imagined, Bruce remarked, observing the gradual ascent of the ship with a shrug. Despite having known it could fly, witnessing it rise from the surface for the first time was an awe-inspiring experience for all present, including Mingyu. Only Natasha stood slightly apart, gazing at the group's silhouettes against the sun, feeling that a new era was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 74. a show-off struck by lightning within the command bridge of a mothership. A circular conference table was arranged, the origins of which remained uncertain, whether it was a pre-existing fixture or a temporary installation. After several individuals took their places, they could still discern the upright silhouette of Nick Fury, who was currently leaning against two adjacent screens, issuing various commands to the cockpit ahead. Just how much does your boss enjoy having others gaze at his backside? I wonder if he harbors any peculiar inclinations. Mingyu began with his usual irreverence. Indeed, he has often turned his back to me while I visited his home, gazing out at the sea. Star chimed in with a smirk. Honestly, when Steve and I first visited his office, he was also facing away from us, staring out the window. Thor nodded in agreement, clearly amused. Their essay saying, ISNT there, let us give his rear a good kick, shall we, darlings? Star glanced at Mingyu, tilting his head towards Nick Fury. In an instant, Mingyu understood the implication. Their essay saying that goes, show off, and you shall be struck by lightning. Extending his right hand, he curled his index finger around his thumb, and a spark of electricity, slightly thicker than a hair, materialized at his fingertips. Here we go. With a snap of his fingers, the tiny bolt of lightning shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Nick Fury's posterior. Sir, they're here, the ever-pleasant Olsen shouted, attempting to preserve his superior's dignity. But his loud exclamation only prompted Nick Fury to whip around abruptly. Zap! Umph! As Nick Fury spun, so did dozens of SHIELD operatives managing the mothership. Nick Fury, truly a testament to his role as the director of SHIELD, was unfazed by the minor electric jolt, which, while potent compared to a typical lighter spark, was nonetheless negligible. Though the unexpected strike caused him to flinch inwardly, he stifled a grunt in front of his subordinates. Welcome to your arrival. Nick Fury gritted through his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the assembly, particularly at Mingyu and Olsen. Mingyu wore an air of indifference, while Olsen awkwardly rubbed his nose, hastily diverting his attention elsewhere to escape Fury's gaze. I'll be heading to the hospital for a checkup, and I shall send you the bill. Nick Fury hissed threateningly into Mingyu's ear. Whatever, you're too old to need it anyway. Mingyu chocolat, stepping aside to reveal Dr. Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, welcome. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Nick Fury promptly extended a handshake, acknowledging that among the attendees, Thor and Captain America were now part of SHIELD, while Mingyu and Stark were clearly mischief makers. However, he held a certain admiration for Dr. Banner, especially before his transformation. Not at all. I appreciate the invitation. I'm merely here to provide technical support. What progress have you made thus far? Banner's straightforward demeanor shone through. He was not one to pry into affairs beyond his interest. We have accessed all wireless cameras globally, phones, tablets, laptops, etc. As soon as we detect Loki and his entourage, we will be able to pinpoint their location. Olsen explained as he appeared from somewhere. Additionally, we'll tap into the networked cameras of ground traffic, government, corporate, private. Anything online is fair game for our tracking algorithms. I'll handle it. Star produced a small USB drive and handed it to Olsen. I'll focus on tracking the gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract, contacting all available laboratories. I'll set up a spectrometer on the rooftop calibrated for gamma rays and establish a tracking algorithm to pinpoint the source. Without hesitation, Banner rolled up his sleeves. Ready to work. Take the doctor to the lab. Agent Romanoff. Nick Fury gestured towards Black Widow. No, Olsen, you take him. Mingyu interjected, wrapping an arm around Black Widow with a grin. It's my first time working with you all, and I prefer to have someone familiar by my side. Fury rolled his eye in exasperation, signaling Olsen to escort Banner and Stark to a suitable workspace. What shall the three of us do? Thor glanced between Mingyu and Captain America. How should I know? I'm not on the payroll. Mingyu replied with a cheeky grin as he settled into a chair. However, it was not long before SHIELD operatives reported a sighting of Loki. Stuttgart, Germany, Kunin Street, number 28. Mingyu had anticipated this moment. Had he not been momentarily at a loss, he would have already been on a flight to Germany. I'll go bring him back. You wait for me. Mingyu instructed Black Widow before striding out of the command bridge, launching himself into the air. I'll follow, I know Loki. Thor, still anxious about Loki, dashed out after Lee Mingyu. Before Nick Fury could react, Stark and his armor whizzed past with a whoosh. Damn it! Fury slammed his fist on the table. Captain Rogers, it's fortunate to have you here. Your military background truly sets you apart. After venting his frustration, Nick Fury turned his gaze to Captain America, who remained composed in his seat, providing a measure of comfort amidst the chaos. Truth be told, I do like to see it too, but alas, I cannot fly. Captain America remarked with a hint of resignation. Agent Romanoff, pilot a Quinjet and take Captain Rogers to assist them. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and discreetly adjusted his trousers, muttering under his breath. Germany Loki successfully captured the attention of the laboratory director, relaying the information to Hawkeye to seize the elements within the lab. However, he still needed to divert SHIELD's focus. Thus, after clearing the banquet hall, he merged with the crowd outside, creating several illusions of himself, each standing atop a statue, gazing down at the throngs below. Neil, the fully armed Loki, staff in hand, surveyed the terrified faces in the crowded masses, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He reveled in this elevated position, feeling as though the ordinary people below were not mere mortals, but the deities of Asgard themselves. Neil, Loki raised his staff high, exultantly proclaiming, before the crowd could react. A thunderous clap resonated through the skies, and a bolt of crimson lightning, thick as a man's thigh, struck down, aimed directly at the staff-wielding Loki. Chapter 75. Loki, doubting his existence, confronts justice from the heavens. As the surrounding clones dissipated, Loki's true form was sent flying a considerable distance, crashing heavily onto the steps behind him. Hurry! Lee Mingyu leapt down from above, his sword, Xiaoyao, automatically sheathing itself, fluttering around him like a pet taking flight. The crowd scattered in chaos as Lee Mingyu calmly approached Loki. I heard that Thor actually called you Godfather. What a disgrace to Asgard. Loki slowly rose, having heard of Lee Mingyu's prowess from Hawkeye, yet he did not anticipate such formidable strength. That was your father's decision. In fact, Odin expects you to call me Godfather as well. Lee Mingyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Loki's face twitched in anger. His attempts at grandeur had only served to elevate Lee Mingyu's status in front of onlookers. More distressing was the realization that his self-proclaimed divine identity held little sway over this earthling. You insignificant humans, even with a modicum of power, are fit only to be slaves to our divine race. Odin has truly lost his wits. I alone am worthy of becoming the king of Asgard. Ha ha ha! Lee Mingyu burst into laughter at Loki's proclamation. Only I am worthy to be the king of Asgard. He mimicked Loki's tone, disdain dripping from his words. Your words resemble a child in kindergarten vying to be the class leader. Come now, little one, stop fussing. Come to your godfather, and I shall change your diaper. With arms wide open and a fatherly grin, he beckoned. You seek your demise. Loki conjured for more clones, standing around Lee Mingyu. Their staffs, raised as 5 beams of energy, surged toward the center. Lee Mingyu furrowed his brow, his toes barely touching the ground as he leaped over 3 meters high and sprang back 7 to 8 meters, escaping the encirclement of the Lokis. I am no muscle-brain Thor. You must be stunned to witness Asgardian magic for the first time. The 5 Lokis arranged themselves in a row, forming a 5v1 formation against Lee Mingyu. To be honest, Loki's magic was indeed impressive. The rhythm of his heartbeat and energy were indistinguishable, leaving Lee Mingyu momentarily unable to discern his true self. Yet, while he was confused, the clever one saw clearly. Like a game with cheats, a faint circular crosshair appeared above the second Loki on the left. Zing! Without hesitation, Lee Mingyu raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Loki's true form was sent reeling several meters away. It is no wonder that the frost giant's physique rivals that of Asgard's elite deities. After being struck twice by Lee Mingyu's lightning, Loki almost immediately regained his footing. This is impossible. Damn earthling, you cannot see through my magic. Upon rising, Loki maximized his clones, now conjuring 7. 8 Lokis grinned menacingly as they surrounded Lee Mingyu, who wasted no time. With lightning speed, he seized the true Loki by the throat. Gah! The laughter escaped Loki's lips only halfway before his voice was strangled into a ghastly squawk, lifted high and then slammed down onto the ground. The back of his head struck the surface with such force that cracks appeared. Mingyu then raised his right leg and dealt a merciless kick to Loki's face. Chunks of stone flew as the cement layer beneath shattered. Loki's body remained on the ground while his head sunk deeply into the crater. It was reminiscent of a character from a martial arts film being ruthlessly beaten. Even with the resilience of a frost giant royal, Loki found his consciousness fading under Mingyu's unrestrained assault. After crushing Loki's head into the ground, Mingyu hoisted him up as if he were refused. Once at shoulder height, he released his grip, his right foot already poised as if to launch a powerful kick in soccer. With one swift motion, he sent Loki flying dozens of meters away, crashing through two statues before landing heavily on the ground. Loki's defenses had truly crumbled. He had intended to feign a display to draw attention, planning to engage in a mock battle and then gracefully surrender, buying time for Hawkeye. However, reality had diverged drastically from his expectations. The self-proclaimed deity found himself reduced to an insect, being kicked and trampled beneath another's foot. "I will kill you," Loki growled, forcing himself to stand, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Mingyu, who approached with measured steps. With a wave of his staff, he conjured 7 more clones. Despite being struck twice, he still could not believe that an earthling could see through his magic. After all, even in Asgard, aside from Queen Frigga, not even Odin could consistently discern his true form from his illusions. Those previous instances must have been mere coincidence. This was Loki's fixation and pride, yet also his helplessness. The encounters had made it clear that in terms of strength and energy, he was no match for this earthling. However, after being hit twice, Loki resolved to be cautious, positioning 7 clones at the forefront while hiding his true self in Mingyu's blind spot. When the clash commenced, his true form would strike unexpectedly, piercing Mingyu with his staff. Soon, 6 clones charged at Mingyu, who seemed oblivious to the true Loki's position. Just as Loki was about to command his clones to attack, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air from behind. Whoosh! The sound grew alarmingly close, prompting Loki to instinctively turn around, only to see a blinding white light hurtling toward him. Then came the familiar sensation of concentrated energy exploding. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated as Loki's true form was ambushed by Stark's laser cannon, sending him tumbling through the air, executing several difficult maneuvers before crashing heavily to the ground. The clones before Mingyu dissipated into thin air. Yield, move again, and I shall turn you into a Christmas reindeer. Stark activated all the weapons in his armor, aimed at the fallen Loki. Damn earthlings! How can each of you see through my magic? This is impossible. Loki, unyielding, began to vent his frustrations at Stark. What met him was a hammer that seemingly flew in from nowhere. It is only natural for a brother to strike down a sibling. Though Stark was not as brutal as Mingyu, the effect of wielding the hammer appeared far more devastating than Mingyu's earlier actions. What did you just do to him? What magic did you see through? I merely acted on the nearest opportunity. Stark, lifting his visor, accepted a pistachio from Mingyu, munching as he watched the spectacle unfold, taking a moment to inquire. Chapter 76. The mothership under attack. The Battle of New York commences. By the time Black Widow piloted the Quinjet, bringing Captain America to the scene, Loki lay sprawled on the ground, the mighty Mjolnir pressing down upon him, while the sword of the unfathomable hovered nearby, emitting a bolt of lightning every few seconds that accurately struck Loki's posterior. Mingyu and Stark had somehow procured 3 cups of coffee and nonchalantly pulled 3 chairs beside Loki, leisurely sipping their drinks. This left Captain America, who had just jumped from the aircraft clad in uniform and bearing a shield, utterly bewildered. Is it over? Captain America gazed in confusion at the trio before him, then glanced down at Loki and the shield in his hand. Do you feel a bit superfluous in your uniform? Mingyu cheekily inquired, slurping his coffee. Perhaps a little. Captain America nodded in bewilderment. Yes. Damn it. Mingyu and Stark exclaimed simultaneously, one with jubilation and the other with indignation. Return the car to New York. and let us face the consequences. Li Mingyu smirked. You made me lose a 1967 Ford Classic, the most stylish in my garage. You've changed, Captain Rogers. You're no longer that old relic. Captain America was taken aback. He had indeed changed. Unlike the original storyline, where he was whisked away by S.H.I.E.L.D. upon awakening, without any chance to engage with the world outside. This time he had awakened 2 years earlier and had been wandering and traveling with Thor. He had encountered more people and situations than in his previous life, though he remained the same Captain America, filled with righteous ideals. However, he no longer approached matters with such rigidity. Damn Earthlings, I have surrendered. Quickly release me. This is prisoner abuse. Loki, spotting Captain America as a potential savior, shouted desperately. It wasn't he that Loki was cowardly. Rather, the relentless lightning strikes on his backside were humiliating and, frankly, a sensation that few could understand. Loki had a point. Compared to Thor, he was indeed more suited to be a king. After enduring such tremendous blows, Loki, while being escorted onto the plane, magically tidied his disheveled appearance. From an outward perspective, he had completely recovered from the earlier humiliation. His psychological resilience was notably stronger than Thor's, and while Thor appeared more grounded, he resembled a mere brute, a rough and tumble warrior. In contrast, Loki's every gesture exuded an aristocratic demeanor. Alas, he was not of royal blood. Sigh. Li Mingyu involuntarily sighed. What troubles you? Black Widow, deftly maneuvering the controls, turned to smile at him. I merely feel a headache for Odin. Li Mingyu glanced at the two brothers seated behind him. One of the most troubling heirs for an ancient emperor. First, there's the heir who matures too quickly, posing a threat to the emperor's authority. Hela. Second, there's the aging emperor whose heir is inept, impulsive, and lacks any semblance of princely qualities, preferring beauty over the realm. Third, the only remotely suitable heir is not of his blood, but from a rival royal lineage. What is an emperor to do? Odin seems to have gathered all three of these troublesome heirs, and it's no wonder he is worn thin. Returning to the present, the Quinjet gradually descended. During Thor's conversation with Loki, it became evident that the Tesseract's purpose was to open a wormhole to welcome the Chitauri army. The motive was clear, yet Hawkeye was nowhere to be found, and the Tesseract seemed to have vanished without a trace, eluding global searches. Nick Fury convened everyone to discuss strategies. Li Mingyu lazily observed everything, uncertain whether his early arrival at Stark Tower would have preemptively resolved the situation. The story of the whip told him that some events were difficult to alter, and indeed, the Battle of New York was one he did not wish to evade. For the Avengers to rise, they must save the world in front of everyone, subsequently exposing Hydra and disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. Only then could they rightfully establish their independence while utilizing S.H.I.E.L.D's remaining intelligence resources. It wasn't he that Li Mingyu harbored grand ambitions. He simply loathed the idea of being under a governmental umbrella that required negotiation. Li, what are your thoughts? Nick Fury queried, turning to Li Mingyu, who appeared lost in thought. What good solutions are there? Now that we understand Loki's intentions, my options are either to confront him again and force him to speak or to locate the Tesseract. Besides these two, is there another viable option? Li Mingyu shrugged helplessly. While his reasoning was sound, Nick Fury felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Yet, unable to devise an alternative, he dispatched Banner and Stark to expedite the search for the Tesseract. As for Loki, he personally accompanied Thor to extract information from him. However, Nick Fury couldn't shake the feeling that Li Mingyu was concealing something, which unsettled the ever-suspicious Fury. Just as Fury was engaged in a heated exchange with Thor and Loki, a sudden explosion erupted from a propeller on the mother's ship, causing the vessel to shake violently. Boom! The forceful tremor hurled Stark and Banner, who were in the lab, across the room. Stark quickly summoned his armor and, once fully suited, rushed to Banner's side in the corner. Are you all right, Banner? Stark scanned Banner's body with caution. Should he transform into the Hulk? The entire ship could be devastated from within. I'm fine, Stark. Banner stood, clutching his head. Fortunately, he had only sustained a minor bump. Stark, Banner, are you both unharmed? Li Mingyu burst through the lab door. Fortunately, we're both all right. Stark nodded at Li Mingyu, who swiftly moved to Banner's side. Before either could react, he plunged a syringe into Banner's shoulder. "Lee?" Stark exclaimed in shock. "A tranquilizer. Let him sleep for a few hours. Safety first." Lee Mingyu withdrew the syringe and steadied the unconscious Banner. "That's good. I'll find a secure place to settle him down. You check on Loki." Stark was concerned that Loki might escape. Lee Mingyu remained calm. "You check the propeller. That's your expertise. I'll find a place for him, and then check on Loki." After parting ways, Lee Mingyu found a secluded storage room to stow Banner before emerging, only to discover that Loki had indeed vanished. The only remnant was the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, which he now held in his grasp. Chapter 77. The opening of the wormhole. Ignoring the chaotic state of the sky carrier, they located Hawkeye, who was causing disturbances. With a gentle tap of the Mind Scepter, the blue light in Hawkeye's eyes faded, restoring him to normalcy. "What have I done?" he murmured, gazing at his hands, his mind still clouded with vague memories. "Do not dwell on it, Barton. This is not your fault." Lee Mingyu offered a bland consolation, indifferent to whether it was absorbed or not, before turning to confront the invading foes aboard the carrier. Hawkeye's plan had been remarkably successful, although he himself had been left behind by Lee Mingyu. The others had executed the preliminary steps of the scheme and managed to take Loki away. Upon returning to the command bridge, Lee Mingyu observed that Olsen had not suffered a stab from Loki. However, Thor, as before, had been deceived and trapped in that transparent canister, subsequently dropped from the sky. The carrier's propellers had been repaired collaboratively by Iron Man and Captain America. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the morale of the group seemed to wane, casting a pall over them. "What about Banner?" Nick Fury inquired with concern. "He's fast asleep in the storage room. We can wake him later." "Loki has escaped?" Lee Mingyu's rhetorical question elicited nods from the others, their faces a mask of silence, with Hawkeye's gaze brimming with guilt. "Do not worry. Loki's presence or absence here holds little consequence. Dr. Selvig will still activate the Tesseract outside." Lee Mingyu's words were less a comfort than a statement of fact. Loki's individual significance was minimal, and his confinement did not impede Hawkeye's mission. The matter at hand was indeed to stall for time, although Lee Mingyu had disrupted the plan to transform Banner. The crux of the issue lies here. Without Loki, how can we ascertain where he intends to activate the Tesseract? Nick Fury fixed his gaze on the scepter in Lee Mingyu's hand. "Sir, Thor has contacted the carrier. He is safe. Should we summon him back immediately?" Agent Hill interjected. "No need. Let him proceed to Manhattan, specifically the lower downtown area, Stark Tower." Lee Mingyu responded succinctly, leaving the others perplexed. With the known variables, they already possessed the materials to ignite the magic, and only a formidable energy source could activate the Tesseract. The only candidates were nuclear power plants, which were perilous and remote. "He commands an army. If you choose to invade, will it be the outskirts or Manhattan?" Furthermore, Lee Mingyu cast a knowing glance at Stark. Loki's temperament favored dominance, relishing the idea of having all beneath his heel. And who among them had their name emblazoned atop Manhattan, with a home that boasted its own energy? Damn it! Stark could no longer remain composed. "Then it's settled. Tony and I will go ahead. Captain, you should bring Banner aboard the plane. We may need him shortly." With that, Lee Mingyu seized the scepter and made to depart. Nick Fury quickly stood, anxiety etched on his face. "What do you need the scepter for?" "Dr. Selvig requires it to regain his sanity." Hawkeye nodded toward Fury, who then stepped aside. Lee Mingyu smiled slightly, unperturbed, knowing that once the scepter was in his possession, retrieval would be a distant thought. He placed the scepter into his spatial dimension and dashed to the deserted deck, ascending on his sword sheath towards New York. Upon Stark's arrival at Stark Tower, Thor was still engaged in a struggle with Loki, while Eric had already prepared everything, connecting the tower's energy to the Tesseract. A brilliant blue beam shot into the sky, erupting into a wormhole 300 meters above the tower. At the mouth of the wormhole, a horde of Chitauri soldiers mounted on single-pod flyers awaited. As the wormhole opened, these soldiers, devoid of independent thought, surged towards Manhattan like ants. "Thor, cease your pursuit of Loki and look to the skies," Stark shouted. As Thor glanced upwards, Loki seized the opportunity to plunge a dagger into Thor's side, then leapt from the tower, boarding a Chitauri flyer to escape. "Curse be," Stark muttered darkly, turning to Eric. "Dr. Selvig, shut down the wormhole. It cannot be closed. Once the Tesseract is activated, it sustains itself." Eric replied, his gaze transfixed on the wormhole, still shimmering with blue light. "Of course." Stark dismissed Eric's words, unleashing a barrage of repulsor blasts at the Tesseract. The impact was colossal, yet his assault failed to breach even the energy shield surrounding the Tesseract, sending him hurtling backward several meters, struggling to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Eric was flung away by the shockwave, collapsing atop the tower. "What shall we do now, Stark?" Thor asked, astonished by the swarm of Chitauri soldiers above and the unprepared civilians below in New York. "We must take to the skies and bring down those infernal fiends." Mingyu's figure flickered past them, extending his hand as he grasped the celestial sword, channeling energy as bolts of lightning began to coil around him. He propelled himself along the energy stream of the Tesseract, soaring toward the wormhole. With a crackle, Mingyu transformed into a colossal sphere of lightning, enveloping nearly half the wormhole's expanse. The Chitauri soldiers, clad in metal and highly conductive, were linked by the arcs of electricity, allowing a single bolt to incapacitate multiple soldiers at once. In an instant, the area surrounding the wormhole was cleared of many foes, their remains plummeting from the sky like dumplings. A few fortunate ones attempted to escape the range of Mingyu's assault, only to be struck down by a crimson and gold armored figure that whirled around them. The armor's weapon ports sprang open, unleashing missiles that honed in on the Chitauri soldiers with deadly precision. Only then did Thor fully comprehend the situation, ascending to the rooftop of a nearby building, summoning lightning with his hammer and directing it at the wormhole. Despite the ferocity of their combined attacks, maintaining such high-output offensives was unsustainable. The number of Chitauri soldiers pouring through the wormhole seemed endless, unafraid of death. Several streets below were swarmed with hundreds of Chitauri, indiscriminately assaulting the unsuspecting pedestrians. A deafening roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, emerged from the wormhole, heralding the arrival of a massive dragon's head as it poked through the dimensional rift. Chapter 78. The Battle of New York by the time of Avengers. Endgame, the Chitauri had tragically devolved into mere fodder. However, one must acknowledge that their dragon-shaped aircraft possessed considerable might. Just considering its size and strength, even a gentle nudge could reduce concrete skyscrapers to rubble. Mingyu had just unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, eliminating most of the minions near the wormhole. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated. The colossal dragon had lunged directly at him. Despite its seemingly sluggish speed, the force of the impact exceeded several tons. Unprepared and lacking a point of leverage, Mingyu was sent crashing downwards. Boom! Thud! Bang! Mingyu found himself smashed onto the rooftop of a building, having penetrated through numerous floors, ultimately coming to a halt in a hotel room. On the bed lay a blonde woman, completely naked, straddling a man. From his vantage point on the ground, Mingyu caught sight of a pair of perky headlights. Clearly, they had been engaged in an intimate activity moments before, the headlights still gently swaying. In that instant, their eyes locked. Hiss! Mingyu let out a whistle. Quite the figure, brushing off the dust from his attire. He noticed the man beneath the woman, lifting his upper body to gaze at him. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a superhero saving the world? Carry on. It's the end of days. Savor the moment." Mingyu raised an eyebrow at the blonde, then soared into the sky atop his sword sheath. Are you all right, Godfather?" Voices from Stark and Thor crackled through his earpiece. "Me fine. That creature packs quite a punch." Mingyu spiraled upwards. The wormhole had unleashed a seemingly endless wave of soldiers, and even the massive dragon-shaped aircraft had several tails lazily drifting around. "We can't hold them. I've exhausted all my weapons and have only 50% energy left." Stark had depleted all his arsenal and was left to rely on his laser cannons and melee combat. Indeed, the situation was untenable. "Let us try to contain these monsters to a few blocks. I'll recharge you." Mingyu aimed a robust bolt of lightning toward Stark's back. "Has Steve arrived? We need an experienced commander." "We're here." "My God, are these the alien forces Loki spoke of?" Black Widow's voice came through as a Quinjet roared in from a distance. Finally, the team had assembled. Let us get to work. Do you see those behemoths in the sky? Find the one closest to the ground and kick Banner off. We don't need the doctor right now. We need the Hulk. Mingyu communicated through the earpiece. The Quinjet accelerated and dove into the street, and a figure plummeted towards the dragon's head. Bang! Poor Banner bounced off the dragon's head, soaring several meters high, only to be struck mid-air by an energy blast from a Chitauri soldier, plummeting to the ground. He can't be dead, right? Just as Captain America's words faded, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The dragon-shaped aircraft, previously hovering just above the street, suddenly tensed and crashed down to the ground. Everyone turned to see that the Hulk had appeared, clad in half a pair of indestructible pants, gripping the aircraft's tail with both hands. Once the aircraft had fully impacted the ground, Hulk let out another furious roar and leaped onto the dragon's head. With his massive green fists clenched, he hammered down relentlessly onto the dragon's head, each strike resonating with tremendous force. With every punch, the metallic exterior of the dragon's head dented inward, slowly diminishing its glow. Bang! 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 Hulk's fists grew heavier and quicker, and after an unknown number of strikes, the light in the dragon's eyes dimmed, and the aircraft slumped lifelessly to the ground. Roar! Hulk bellowed skyward, leaping high to knock two Chitauri soldiers from the air and crashing down upon another group of soldiers outside a building. Wow, now that's what I call a battle. Let these grotesque creatures know that Earthlings are not to be trifled with. Stark cheered, turning to Mingyu. Their unspoken understanding required no words. They adjusted their angles and targeted the airborne dragon-shaped aircraft. Two beams of energy, one white and one red, collided mid-air, and upon impact with the dragon head, it corroded half of its skull, causing it to lose propulsion and crash into a nearby skyscraper. Together, they cleared out all the dragon-shaped aircraft near the wormhole before splitting off to the nearby streets. Stark, don't waste energy. Pick off the minions along the way and draw those big guys towards us. The captain's voice echoed through the earpiece as their aircraft hovered near an intersection, where fewer enemies clustered, aiming to establish a primary battlefield. Lee, you can fly too. Patrol the nearby streets and avoid prolonged engagements. Keep the enemies contained within these few blocks. Thor, try to limit the number of foes emerging from the wormhole. Captain America issued orders decisively after assessing the terrain. Hulk, I need you to handle those creatures Stark attracts. Can you manage that? Before descending, Banner had been equipped with an earpiece, unsure if Hulk could comprehend the communication. The captain called out tentatively. Roar. Hulk responded with a thunderous growl, leaping into view, towering over Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Hulk. The captain positioned himself in front of the others, shield at the ready. Hey, the behemoth grinned, exerting force to crush the heads of two soldiers in his grasp into pancakes. He then turned to face the approaching Chitauri soldiers. Well done, team. The captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. On board the helicarrier, Nick Fury's brow remained furrowed as he scrutinized the various feeds from satellites. Observing Captain America establish a position on the bridge, he noted the throngs of Chitauri soldiers surging towards it. Beside him, Agent Hill exhaled in relief. Those troops seem devoid of intelligence or independent thought. They're easier to handle than they appear. Otherwise, Manhattan would already be lost. Hill was correct. Loki's command merely guided them to attack generally, unable to execute complex instructions, instead following anyone posing a threat. A large group trailed Stark. Indeed, but their numbers are overwhelming. Who knows how many more lie beyond the wormhole? As they spoke, a communication request chimed in. Nick Fury dismissed it without a glance, shutting it down immediately. Sir, Agent Hill called out, her voice tinged with concern. It's fine. I will not allow those bastards to deploy nuclear weapons against Manhattan. Nick Fury asserted with unwavering resolve. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an unauthorized aircraft took off from the deck. Nick Fury cursed vehemently, hastily grabbing a rocket launcher and unhesitatingly firing at the departing aircraft. Unfortunately, the helicarrier housed more than just this single rogue operator. As another plane sped down the runway and took flight, Nick Fury was left dumbfounded. Lee, Stark, for heaven's sake, is anyone hearing this? A Quinjet armed with a nuclear warhead is heading your way. Immediate interception is imperative. The voice of Nick Fury reverberated through the earpieces of those already tuned into S. Aki, Isafri. Panic ensued among the group. Yet Lee Mingyu remained utterly unfazed. No worries, let it come. The aircraft is no longer carrying a nuclear payload. With a smile, he declared after cleaving a dragon's head in two. Chapter 79. Where did the nuclear bomb go? In stark contrast to Lee Mingyu's composure, the pilot aboard the aircraft found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Having reached the designated location and poised to launch the missile, he suddenly discovered that the nuclear warheads, which should have been mounted on the racks, had inexplicably vanished. It was hardly the pilot's fault, as he had been hastily ordered to take off under Nick Fury's watchful eye, leaving little time for thorough checks. Nick Fury, equally bewildered by Lee Mingyu's remarks, quickly regained his composure. He realized that there were 5 aircraft on the mother ship equipped with nuclear warheads. As soon as Lee Mingyu finished speaking, Fury dispatched personnel to conduct inspections, only to confirm that all 5 warheads had indeed disappeared. Damn it, when did this happen? Fury silently cursed, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. He was relieved that the Security Council's bombing plans had been thwarted, yet anxious that Lee Mingyu now possessed 5 nuclear warheads. And with the so-called Avengers Initiative, his own control paled in comparison to Lee Mingyu's. In short, it was a headache. However, that concern would have to wait until the situation in New York was resolved. Meanwhile, in New York, under Captain America's leadership, a group had successfully established a defensive position, compressing the battlefield within a mere 10 blocks. Yet, regardless of their efficiency in dispatching enemies, the number of foes on the ground continued to swell. The police and National Guard, responding to the chaos, found their conventional weaponry utterly ineffective against the Chitauri soldiers. Their efforts could only serve as auxiliary support. The lethal capabilities of Black Widow's firearms and Hawkeye's arrows, imbued with advanced technology, were far superior to standard weapons. Nevertheless, as the battle dragged on, the ammunition for both Black Widow and Hawkeye was nearing depletion, and they could not hold out much longer. Even Lee Mingyu and Thor found their lightning strikes considerably diminished compared to the initial onslaught. Aside from Stark, who intermittently replenished his energy with lightning, even Captain America, who claimed he could fight for a day, was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Lee Mingyu donned the black armor that Stark had custom-made for him. Unlike Stark's intricate design, Lee Mingyu's armor was devoid of any combat enhancements aside from its flight capabilities. It served merely as protective gear. Though his physique was robust, being hit occasionally by the Chitauri's energy weapons took a significant toll on him. Leaping from the sheath of his sword, Lee Mingyu landed atop the head of a dragon-shaped aircraft on the bridge, driving his sword into its jaw. The dragon-shaped craft, previously gliding at low altitude, plummeted heavily onto the bridge, skidding for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Hulk, who had been fiercely pounding on the dragon's head, shot an angry glare at Lee Mingyu, seemingly blaming him for stealing his kill. With a furious roar, Hulk charged towards the unending wave of enemies approaching from the rear. This impasse could not continue. I have a plan. Lee Mingyu rushed to Captain America and the others, clearing the surrounding minor enemies with a surge of lightning. There is a spaceship above, and all the enemies are emerging from it. I am unsure of its size, but I believe it should suffice. With a flourish of his right hand, a missile over 2 meters tall and as thick as a person's embrace appeared before them. Nuclear warhead? The 3 were taken aback. Did you take that from the mothership's fighter? Hawkeye stared wide-eyed at Lee Mingyu. Indeed, if this is insufficient, I have a few more. Lee Mingyu pretended to pull them all out. No, you should stow that away for now. The group frantically waved their hands. We have the weapon. But how do we launch it? Lee Mingyu spread his hands, utterly ignorant of the process. After all, he could not simply toss it underneath the wormhole and aim a lightning strike at its rear, could he? While he lacked knowledge of the specifics, he understood that missiles typically required specialized ignition mechanisms, unlike bullets that could be fired by simply striking the back of the cartridge. We still have 1 Quinjet, but we need to get under the wormhole to aim at the target, and in the current situation, Black Widow glanced at the fighter jet behind them, which had remained relatively intact since their arrival. They looked up at the sky particularly around the wormhole, which was swarming with Chitauri soldiers. Mingyu would have to don his armor for protection, as the fighter jet would not withstand the energy weapons wielded by the Chitauri. Perhaps we should attempt to escort the Quinjet while flying? Mingyu glanced at Black Widow and Hawkeye. Ultimately, it was up to those who could pilot. No need for that. Just get the nuclear warhead mounted and launched, leaving the rest to me. Stark's voice resonated. It seemed some narrative threads were unavoidable, but only Stark, fully armored, could briefly venture into space. Mingyu's armor lacked a helmet. What about the aftermath of the explosion? This is a nuclear warhead. How far is that ship from the wormhole? Hawkeye expressed concern, knowing that even a minor residual effect could obliterate several neighboring blocks. There is no need for concern. Mingyu produced the scepter, revealing that Eric had regained consciousness. With this, we can directly close the Tesseract. Are you sure? Hawkeye inquired again, as he and Mingyu were the least familiar with the situation. I am certain. This artifact shares the same energy as the Tesseract, and only can penetrate the outer energy shield. Eric's voice echoed in their ears. Dr. Selvig awakened a few moments ago, and J.A.R.V.I.S. connected our conversation. Stark explained to the group over the channel. Then let us act swiftly. Lee, take Natasha to Stark Tower and hand over the scepter. Be prepared to close the Tesseract at a moment's notice. When you return, Hawkeye will activate the aircraft, and the rest will be left to Stark. You and Thor will provide aerial cover for him. Captain America contemplated briefly before outlining the next steps. As for Loki, he will not idly watch us close the Tesseract. I might as well accompany Natasha to prevent Loki from causing any disruptions. Thor's ability to hover was not as strong as Mingyu's or Stark's, so it was better for him to keep an eye on Loki himself. Do be cautious of your cunning brother. Do not fall prey to his magic. As Captain America considered whether to follow, an unexpected roar interrupted him. The Hulk had charged over, thumping his chest like a mighty gorilla. Chapter 80. Nuclear Delivery. Captain America felt reassured. Loki's silver tongue was utterly ineffective against Hulk. Regardless of what was said, Hulk only heard, "Come and fight me." Go for it, Hulk. The most important task is entrusted to you. Captain America had also learned to motivate others. Upon hearing this, Hulk grinned widely, his roar echoing as he leaped towards Stark Tower. Mingyu followed closely, wrapping his arms around Black Widow as they soared towards Stark Tower. This sensation was exhilarating. He hoped that their next flight together would be not amidst Manhattan battling aliens, but rather on sunlit beaches, with Black Widow nestled against him. He observed as he dispatched the approaching Chitauri soldiers, ensuring they had no chance to inflict harm. His grip around her tightened. What a sunny beach compared to hiding in the clouds sipping coffee with you? Mingyu exclaimed with a smile. The fleeting romance on the battlefield was quickly overshadowed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the platform of Stark Tower. Eric noticed Mingyu retrieving the scepter and, now restored to his former rationality, exclaimed with excitement, "Quick, use that scepter to close the portal." "Not so fast, Dr. Selvig. We have a gift to deliver. It wouldn't be right for them to come all the way to Earth without a proper welcome." Mingyu replied with a slight smile, handing the scepter to Black Widow. At that moment, Hulk, accompanied by a thunderous roar, leaped in from an unknown direction. Mingyu bent down to plant a gentle kiss on Black Widow's forehead and addressed Hulk. "It's all in your hands now, brother. Don't worry, Hulk will never mess up." Hulk managed to articulate, his speech reminiscent of a toddler learning to speak. Mingyu's face lit up with joy, instinctively extending his right hand. "Give me 5. With a resounding crash, Mingyu was sent flying into a building several dozen meters away. "Damn, I should have just hooked pinky fingers with him," he muttered, shaking off the dust from his head as he soared back towards the bridge. Hulk's mouth curled into a triumphant grin. "That'll teach you to steal my kills. Are you ready, team? I can hardly wait to deliver these gifts." Stark circled overhead, his tone brimming with excitement. An adventurer at heart, adrenaline coursed through him uncontrollably. "Let us go." Mingyu, armed with a missile, announced, and Stark and Thor landed almost simultaneously on the bridge. Thor held his hammer aloft, guarding the bridge, while Stark, controlling his armor, cradled the missile and hung beneath the aircraft's launch pad. Mingyu stood atop the sheath, preparing to ascend. The Quinjet lifted slowly, reaching a height of about 20 to 30 meters, tilting slightly to aim upwards towards the wormhole. "Are you ready, Stark?" Hawkeye asked, his gaze fixed on the wormhole, tension evident in his voice. "Let's go, Elf Prince. 1, 2, 3, launch." As Hawkeye's countdown concluded, flames erupted from the missile's base. In an instant, Stark cheered as the missile whizzed past Mingyu. He wasted no time, charging forward and ignoring the Chitauri soldiers in his path. Simultaneously, Thor transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing after the missile. From the vantage point of the mothership's satellite feeds and various ground cameras, Stark, clutching the nuclear warhead, was flanked by 2 streaks of red and blue lightning as he sped toward the wormhole. Silence enveloped the command bridge, even many in Manhattan, untouched by the chaos yet hiding in their homes, gazed up at the sky in awe. On the rooftop of 177A Bleecker Street, the Ancient One dispatched 2 circular magical energies, dispatching 2 Chitauri soldiers before lifting a colorful drink from a small table beside her lounge chair. Sipping through a straw, she observed the 3 figures soaring in the distance. "JARVIS, direct all energy to the propulsion system," Stark commanded as they neared the wormhole. The thrusters on his armor igniting with fiery intensity. Stark adjusted the missile's trajectory with resolve. Suddenly, Mingyu arrived at the wormhole first, surrounded by crackling lightning, clearing all enemies in the vicinity. Thor landed atop Mingyu's sheath, raising his hammer to eliminate the approaching foes from a distance. As they finished their assault, Stark soared past the wormhole, the scenery shifting into a starry expanse, the sounds of the universe seemingly fading away. "Stark!" Mingyu shouted. "I see it. Target locked. That big one." Soldiers and dragon-like aircraft still swarmed between the ship and the wormhole, and Stark needed to ensure the warhead struck its target. He had to allow JARVIS to calculate the safest route before releasing it. "You better hurry. Your armor can't remain in space for long." Captain America's voice cut through. "I know, shut up. Don't disturb me now," Stark retorted, disconnecting the channel. "Natalie, how about you? Are you ready?" Captain America turned to Black Widow. "I'm good to go. Loki just showed up, but he seems to be on the brink of being crushed by Hulk." On the terrace, not far from Black Widow, Loki lay despondently on the ground as Hulk bounced on him as if he were a trampoline. "All set, let us go. Darling." Stark's communication resumed. Mingyu watched as the missile hurtled towards the ship, while Stark's armor plummeted towards the wormhole. "Closer, just a bit closer," Mingyu urged, his gaze fixed on Stark. Natalie closed the tesseract. Black Widow, already poised with the scepter, wasted no time in inserting it into the tesseract's energy shield. The moment the scepter made contact, the energy beams emanating from the tesseract ceased abruptly. The wormhole began to close slowly. With a resounding boom, the sound of the explosion didn't travel through space, but in Mingyu's mind. He imagined a symphony accompanying the spectacular display. The shockwave propelled Stark downward, and before Mingyu's eyes, Stark plummeted towards the ground. "Damn it, his armor has stopped functioning," Mingyu yelled, kicking Thor off and diving after Stark. As the wormhole closed, a faint remnant of the shockwave swept through, akin to a fierce wind, restoring clear skies over New York. Clang! Mingyu flipped Stark's visor open, noting Stark's eyes were shut tightly. A spark of electricity surged down Stark's neck, striking his heart. "Ugh!" Stark gasped, eyes fluttering open. "Did I succeed?" "No, you have failed. The nuclear bomb was intercepted, the wormhole remains open, and Manhattan has been obliterated. This is hell, my friend." Chapter 81. After the Great War, there is no abundance of fine wine in hell. I spotted my liquor cabinet and thought, I must indulge myself. Stark shook his head awake and noticed Loki beside him, wide-eyed and staring lifelessly at the ceiling. How could he appear more wretched than I? Is everything truly over? Boom! Hulk delivered a mighty punch, driving Loki's head into the floor, flashing a triumphant grin at Stark. "Well done, kid. But what about those monsters outside?" Stark inquired as he rose to his feet. "After your gift was delivered, the mothership exploded, leaving these creatures incapacitated. The party is over. Tony, Captain America, who had poured himself a drink at some point and slumped onto the sofa, tossed his shield to the floor, appearing utterly exhausted. Thor shackled Loki with a pair of his guardian cuffs, while the others sprawled about, fatigue evident in their expressions. Even Hulk plopped down, clutching a beer barrel he had somehow acquired. "Come on, let's discuss what to do with these items, shall we?" Captain America signaled to Mingyu, tossing the box containing the Tesseract and the scepter into the center of the group. "Captain, what does this mean? Shouldn't the Tesseract belong to S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Hawkeye expressed his confusion. No, no, no. Thor waved his hands emphatically. "To be precise, it was placed on Earth by my father over 1,000 years ago. It rightfully belongs to Asgard. No, my friend, after more than 1,000 years, it has become a relic without an owner. It was discovered on Earth, and thus belongs to all humanity," Hawkeye asserted. "Indeed," Captain America nodded, "an endless source of energy. Tony's father, Howard, mentioned it long ago. This object could solve humanity's energy crisis, and hence it belongs to all mankind. When I first encountered it, it was in the possession of Hydra, who were using it to create weapons beyond their time. After sleeping for over 60 years, I awoke to a world at peace, expecting change, but who could have known?" Captain America sighed, as Stark cooperatively produced various documents he had pilfered after breaching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. These documents detailed various weapons powered by the Tesseract, some already in production, others still in the design and experimental phases. Hawkeye abruptly closed his mouth. He was already aware of this. It was unavoidable. Fury claimed we needed to prepare for threats. Thor, the god of thunder, and Asgard indeed. The entire universe necessitates greater armament. At this crucial moment, Black Widow stepped forward to defend S.H.I.E.L.D. "Indeed, we are merely striving to protect ourselves." Hawkeye quickly added, "Very well, I understand you all trust Nick Fury. He might be a commendable superior, a good boss, with ideals of maintaining peace. But do you trust those who stand behind him?" Stark cautioned the two agents. "Do you remember Ivan Vanko? If you've forgotten him, consider the nuclear warheads just moments ago. Had it not been for Lee securing them, they would have been unleashed upon Manhattan. The plane had already taken off. Nick Fury could not possibly thwart the politicians and opportunists behind the scenes." Black Widow and Hawkeye fell silent. Mingyu and Stark exchanged glances, and Captain America slowly nodded at Mingyu. "Ahem, ahem." Mingyu cleared his throat, drawing Hawkeye and Black Widow's attention. "There's one more thing regarding Hydra." Mingyu then elaborated on the intertwined relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, though he refrained from presenting any evidence for the time being. "This is implausible. Hydra was obliterated long ago." Hawkeye's face was etched with disbelief. Knowing full well that an organization destroyed over 60 years ago could now be infiltrating the world's largest intelligence agency, with even the minister of the World Security Council being a leader among Hydra, what then of their work these past years? Not just Hawkeye, but even Black Widow, who had placed her trust in Mingyu, found it hard to accept. "No worries. It is inconvenient to present the evidence right now, but I have a way to substantiate this." A little over 10 minutes later, the first batch of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, accompanied by a few senior agents, arrived to confiscate Loki's scepter. As the elevator descended several floors, the doors opened to reveal Captain America stepping into a lift filled with Hydra agents. "Hail Hydra!" Black Widow and Hawkeye watched the monitor as Captain America uttered those words, then effortlessly retrieved the scepter from their hands. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "Lee, did you know all along?" Natasha murmured to Mingyu. "To some extent, yes. We encountered a sorcerer in London. I'll explain that later. The reason I kept it from you was that we needed to wait for the right moment." Mingyu then shared with Stark and Captain America the ideals of the Avengers and why it was crucial to reveal Hydra's identity only now. "What about Fury?" Hawkeye asked, his eyes wide with concern. "He is unharmed, along with Agent Hill and Coulson, those he trusts." However, Mingyu paused for a moment. "Just because Hydra is gone, it does not guarantee there are no other opportunists within the Council. The Avengers, this newly formed team of ours, I believe, should not be under the control of any political entity." Mingyu spoke earnestly. "Roar. In response, Hulk let out a long, thunderous roar. What are you doing? You startled me. The atmosphere was entirely disrupted, and Mingyu looked displeased. Hulk felt you were right. The Avengers, freedom, independence. Hulk has been captured before, subjected to experiments. They used his blood to create a hideous creature, gray and utterly grotesque. Hulk stomped his foot in indignation, expressing his frustration. All right, that has 2 votes. Mingyu raised his hand. Thor, Stark, and then Black Widow. Only Hawkeye remained hesitant until Black Widow spoke up. Do what is right. Unburdened by the past. That's what you taught me. Hawkeye ultimately raised his hand as well. Unanimously approved. Captain, you wait for us downstairs. After speaking into his earpiece, Mingyu turned to the others. After a brief rest, do we still have a strength? If so, let us descend and take down Hydra's, HILD, and that damned World Security Council together. Chapter 82. The Hydra strikes. As Captain America descended to the first floor, he encountered Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council. Noticing the box in Captain America's grasp, the cunning old fox's eyes twitched slightly as he approached with an air of nonchalance. Captain Rogers, I have arranged for someone to retrieve the scepter, but I see you've brought it down yourself. Hand it over to us, if you will. A member of Pierce's entourage stepped forward, eager to take the box from the captain's hands, but to their surprise, the captain remained steadfast. Hello, Minister Pierce. To be frank, I have not received any directive instructing me to hand this scepter over to you. Captain America smiled warmly. This jest is hardly amusing, Captain. I have come in person. Pierce's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze towards the captain grew markedly grave. Apologies, Minister, but you are not my superior. At that moment, Captain America's tone bore an inexplicable hint of Stark's sarcasm and mockery. Is it Nick Fury, then? Pierce inhaled deeply, preparing to make a call, only to notice a group of SHILD agents hastily approaching him, led by Team Leader Brock Rumlow and Senior Agent Sitwell, the bespectacled bald man. Agent Sitwell quickly leaned into Pierce's ear, whispering a few urgent words. Pierce's countenance changed dramatically as disbelief washed over him, directing an incredulous stare at Captain America. Captain Rogers, tell me now, whose orders do you require? Pierce's voice trembled slightly, despite his efforts to maintain composure. Hydra, by its very name, implies a multitude of heads, and its internal structure is far from monolithic. Of course, it is us. Stark's voice rang out triumphantly as, with the exception of Hulk, a group emerged from the elevator, standing resolutely beside the captain. You? Pierce questioned, perplexed. Indeed, us, the Avengers. Fury has chosen a rather commendable name. It certainly surpasses anything as ominous as Hydra or the likes of the four-legged dragon, names that scream villainy. Mingyu interjected, taking up Pierce's words. Without waiting for Pierce to respond, Stark continued, however, there are no hierarchies among us. We typically vote on matters. Now let us see. Who supports handing the scepter over to Minister Pierce? Please raise your hands. Stark scanned the room. I'm sorry, Minister, but it appears there are none. The veil of secrecy had already been partially torn away. Under normal circumstances, Pierce could have resorted to various means: assassination, division, slander, or leveraging moral outrage. However, given the current situation, he found himself at a loss. Stopping Brock Rumlow, whose hand had instinctively moved to his holstered weapon, Pierce's expression darkened ominously. Stark, what exactly do you mean by this? Suddenly, the door to the stairwell was violently burst open, a resounding crash interrupting their dialogue as Hulk stormed out, seething with rage. With a mighty punch, he shattered the stairwell's doorframe, grumbling, Hulk hates stairs, they're too long. Mid-sentence, Hulk's gaze landed upon Pierce and his Hydra entourage. Hydra. Bad guys. Hulk likes to smash bad guys. Roar. With a thunderous bellow, he charged recklessly at Pierce and his group. Damn it, protect the Minister. Rumlow and his team quickly shielded Pierce, drawing their weapons and firing at Hulk. Is this how the plan was supposed to unfold? Natasha glanced at Mingyu, her brow furrowed in concern. Let us switch to Plan B, Stark declared, having summoned his armor in an instant. What is Plan B? The captain inquired, blocking several stray bullets with his shield. First, we incapacitate the enemy, and then we discuss. Li Mingyu shouted as he surged into the fray. I favor Plan B. Stark echoed, maneuvering his armor into the melee, transforming the first floor of Stark Tower into a chaotic battlefield. Yet, compared to the earlier conflict, this skirmish resembled mere child's play. Hawkeye and Natasha refrained from engaging, instead subduing a few snipers lurking at the periphery. The most exhilarated were the reporters who had just arrived on the scene, not only witnessing the remnants of the alien battlefield in Manhattan, but also capturing footage of previously unknown superheroes, even scenes of superheroes assaulting government officials. The reporters were ecstatic, and the viewers streaming live were equally thrilled. Superheroes clashing with government officials could only imply the latter's wrongdoing. However, amidst the commotion, pressing matters remained to be addressed. In New Jersey, at the abandoned military base of Camp Lehigh, the birthplace of the Super Soldier program, Captain America had once trained here. In the 1970s, it served as the headquarters for S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the surface lay desolate but beneath the ground, where S.H.I.E.L.D. once thrived, an array of antiquated servers remained. Here resided a ghost, a parasite within electronic devices, Arnim Zola, Dr. Zola, the chief scientist for Hydra during World War II. Following the war's conclusion, the United States initiated Operation Paperclip, seeking out numerous scientists who had served Germany to return and contribute to various research projects. At that time, the research personnel and their findings from the defeated nations were nearly divided between the Soviet Union and the United States, leading to decades of technological and arms races between the two superpowers. Dr. Zola was among those brought back during Operation Paperclip, possessing a mind that transcended his era. Rivaling that of Howard Stark, Zola held a remarkable position within S.H.I.E.L.D. Utilizing his influence, Zola became a seed for Hydra, quietly disseminating extremist ideologies within S.H.I.E.L.D., nourishing Hydra's strength beyond its previous limits. Even after his death, his consciousness and memories were transferred to computer servers, continuing to compute for Hydra's nefarious schemes. The core of the Insight program, the Zola algorithm, was a creation of Dr. Zola himself. Nick Fury stared in disbelief at the archaic screen displaying Dr. Zola, who smugly recounted his accomplishments over the years within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury felt as if he were an oblivious fool, blissfully unaware of being deceived by the entire neighborhood. Now do you understand everything? Li Mingyu remarca, casually smoking as he perched on a nearby desk. Beep, beep, beep. The ominous alarm from Fury's wristwatch shattered his stupor. Missiles? How is that possible? Fury inhaled sharply. After Pierce had been compromised, it was unfathomable that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. could still launch missiles. Why is it impossible, you foolish one-eyed man? Did you think I divulged so much to you merely to stall for time? The pixelated Zola on the screen chuckled malevolently as a missile hurtled towards the base from above. Chapter 83 Untitled. Nick Fury, the long-standing director of S.H.I.E.L.D., occupied his position not without merit. As he glanced at the watch, he was acutely aware that the scant seconds remaining would hardly suffice for him to escape the base. Facing imminent peril, his demeanor was remarkably composed. Not a hint of panic betrayed him as he jested with Li Mingyu. Can your body withstand a missile? If not, congratulations. It seems we shall meet our demise together. Dream on. I'd rather be entombed in ice like Steve than perish alongside a boiled egg. Li Mingyu grinned, snapping his fingers. Above the base, a golden portal gradually materialized, directly confronting an incoming missile. On the other side of the portal lay an uninhabited expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Nick Fury closed his eyes, offering a silent prayer. Moments later, he opened them in astonishment, greeted by Li Mingyu's cheerful countenance. Impossible. Where's the missile? What have you done? It was Dr. Zola who voiced the first question. The missile has already detonated, but in the skies above the Pacific, in a deserted region. Do not be surprised. There are many wondrous phenomena on this planet of which you remain unaware. Li Mingyu's words seemed directed at both Dr. Zola and Nick Fury. who fell into a contemplative silence thereafter. The data here, along with Dr. Zola's presence, should suffice for you to provide an account to the United Nations. SHIELD is a relic of a bygone era, destined to fade in this new age. Do not dwell too much on it. Mingyu reasurat, nikfui, entrusting him with the concluding tasks, confident in his ability to manage them. And Hydra were expected to persist for another year or two. Yet due to Mingyu, they were hastened towards dissolution and a thorough cleansing. Unchanged, however, was Black Widow's resolute decision to leak several documents from SHIELD onto the internet. Among these were the Insight program and numerous other covert operations, which caused the reputation of this clandestine intelligence organization to plummet in the eyes of the general populace. Notably, her signature was not her own, but that of the Avengers. In alignment with Li Mingyu's plan, bolstered by the overwhelming public support garnered from the Battle of New York, they successfully dismantled the various shackles that had previously constrained them. As one of Hydra's other leaders, Strucker, had remarked, the future of this world would not belong to spies and agents, but rather to superheroes and beings with extraordinary abilities. Manhattan. The Battle of New York had reduced half of the lower downtown area to ruins, and even the relatively intact Stark Tower now resembled a half-mashed avocado, its insides exposed. The fate of other buildings was similarly dire. For instance, the structure opposite Stark Tower had vanished entirely above the second floor, leaving only a dilapidated lobby, where the intact head of a dragon-like aircraft lay. After 2 hours of destruction, the task of clearing the debris could span several months. Moreover, following the battle, countless remains of Chitauri soldiers, advanced technological components, and weapons lay scattered. Recovering and processing these materials would demand considerable time, prompting Stark Industries to establish a specialized department for disaster control in collaboration with the government. This initiative aimed to address the inevitable collateral damage inflicted during the Avengers battles on civilians' property and lives, as well as the retrieval of non-civilian, extraterrestrial technological resources. Essentially, it was a logistics department to manage all subsequent actions, a commendable effort from Stark Industries, reflecting Stark's desire to assume responsibility for all that transpired. Yet, the practical execution of this vision proved to be a different affair altogether. Keep it up, folks, this is a lucrative venture. Adrian Toombs strode through the rubble opposite Stark Tower, directing his workers with ease. He strategized on how to sort the Chitauri remains and utilize the salvaged materials to extract energy cores from the dragon's head. Manhattan, the epitome of opulence in New York and indeed the world, sought to restore its former splendor swiftly following the battle. The city government promptly mobilized civilian resources, segmenting the streets into zones and contracting small companies qualified for construction debris removal. Adrian Toombs' company was among those, having promptly signed a contract with the city government for one of the most heavily impacted areas, specifically the streets near Stark Tower, which had been situated directly beneath the wormhole. Toombs calculated that the completion of this contract would ensure his family's financial security until his daughter graduated from college. For a man, this accomplishment signified the fulfillment of his life's early endeavors, rendering him quite content. In pursuit of this contract, he had mortgaged his home to acquire additional trucks and specialized equipment. As he oversaw his crew, envisioning a bright future, his buoyant spirits were abruptly dashed. Gentlemen, please cease your work. According to Administrative Order 396B, all post-war cleanup operations now fall under our jurisdiction. Thank you for your service. We shall take it from here. A plump, middle-aged woman with graying hair entered, flanked by a cadre of individuals clad in black suits, exuding an air of authority. Who are you? Adrian Toombs felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. Professionals, declared a young man in a white hard hat and designer suit, standing beside the woman, hands on his hips and a haughty expression on his face. Professionals? Toombs murmured under his breath, then looked up to address the woman. Listen, I signed a contract with the city government to handle the cleanup of this debris. Mr. Toombs, the woman interjected, cutting him off. I apologize, but we are now in charge of all cleanup activities. Please hand over any extraterrestrial objects you have collected, or you will face prosecution from the federal government." The woman attempted to maintain a calm tone, yet her sense of superiority was palpable. "Ma'am, please hear me out." Adrian Toombs, in a state of panic, stepped closer to her. "Look over there, those trucks. I just bought them for this project. I've also hired a new crew. These people need to feed their families, and I need to support mine. I put everything on the line for this." Taking a deep breath, Toombs paused for several seconds before continuing. "I'll lose my house over this. I have a daughter, ma'am. I beg you." The woman's gaze flickered with a hint of compassion, but it was not within her power to resolve the matter. She hardened her heart. "I'm truly sorry, sir, but there is nothing I can do." With that, she turned to leave. Yet, the audacious young man in the designer suit added mockingly from behind, "Perhaps next time, don't overestimate yourself." With a tone brimming with sarcasm, Adrian Toombs turned around, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded the young man. "What did you say?" "Indeed, I may have been a bit overconfident." "You're right." Without waiting for the young man to speak, Adrian Toombs muttered to himself as he approached the youth and delivered a heavy punch. "Hey!" Familiar workers behind him hurried forward to mediate, while a portion of the group brought by the stout woman, including the young man, drew their firearms and aimed them at Adrian Toombs. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." The stout woman quickly returned, attempting to intervene. Before she could reach them, several bolts of red lightning suddenly appeared in midair, targeting the men in black suits wielding guns. These bolts precisely controlled their energy, causing everyone to feel a sharp prick in their wrists, followed by a wave of intense heat. Soon, a slight numbness followed, and their firearms uncontrollably clattered to the ground. Only the young man who had been struck experienced a bolt much thicker than the others, leaving his wrist charred and his entire hand devoid of sensation. "Red lightning?" The crowd screamed. Few knew Lee Mingyu's name, but in recent days, the television had been filled with images of the Avengers battling in New York. Ordinary people resorted to calling them by their outward appearances, such as Thor, with some referring to him as the Hammer Cloakman. For heaven's sake, folks, don't give me ridiculous nicknames. My name is Lee Mingyu. You can call me Lee or Mr. Lee." Descending amidst the awestruck crowd, Lee Mingyu approached the young man directly. Ignoring his cries of pain, Lee Mingyu delivered a swift slap that sent the young man flying. "Mr. Lee," the stout woman exclaimed urgently. "What? Do you think this guy shouldn't be hit? He had the audacity to draw a gun." Lee Mingyu surveyed the scene with disdain. "Mr. Lee, we are a department established by the federal government and Stark Industries. We are here to take over their work, and we possess the appropriate documentation." The stout woman emphasized the roles of the federal government and Stark Industries. "Legal?" Lee Mingyu nodded. "Legal doesn't equate to justifiable. You might drive legally, but would you run over someone lying in the middle of the road? Moreover, that individual did not obstruct your work. He even dared to mock others. The New York City government and the federal government must not allow the interests of ordinary citizens to be compromised. Do you not agree with me, madam?" "Indeed, sir. I apologize, but I truly have no choice. It's my job." The stout woman spread her hands, genuinely feeling pity for Adrian Toombs, yet recognizing it was beyond her control. "Fool!" Lee Mingyu rolled his eyes. "Didn't you think to bring a few heavyweight journalists with you beforehand, under the guise of anonymity? If they had recorded that scene just now, wouldn't it be more likely that this gentleman could approach the government for compensation?" He patted Adrian Toombs on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Rest assured, I will help you resolve your issues. Stark Industries is here to provide compensation, not to take your jobs." After reassuring Adrian Toombs, the eventual villain who could have become Spider-Man's father-in-law, Lee Mingyu handed him a personal business card from Tony Stark. "Go to the New York government. If they cannot resolve it, call this number. It's not just you. It's for everyone who faces the same predicament." Nodding, Lee Mingyu prepared to sever further entanglements with them, soaring skyward and leaving behind a group of stunned individuals. On the terrace of Stark Tower, Lee Mingyu resumed his normal posture, sheathing his sword, and addressed Stark, who appeared dazed nearby. "Do you see? This is what you high-ranking individuals often overlook. Had we not intervened today, that unfortunate Adrian Toombs would have lost his home and faced a mountain of debt. His wife might have left him with their daughter. Can you imagine what he would ultimately become? A drunkard? An addict? If I were in his position, I would hide the Chitauri artifacts, research them, and sell them secretly. When life becomes unbearable, Who cares about justice or evil? Li Mingyu stated solemnly, having struggled at the bottom alongside an old sage since childhood. He understood the hardships faced by ordinary individuals. I will arrange for compensation for all their losses. Stark downed his drink in one go, expressing his frustration. No, Tony, this is not your responsibility. You established this department in collaboration with the government, which is commendable. Recovering these remnants is safer and more professional. This is not your fault. The error lies with the transition issues between the New York City government and the federal government. This is not something you should resolve. Instead, you should find ways to exert pressure on the government. Understand? Whether through media or the politicians you support. The best thing you can do is provide them with funds to navigate their hardships until they receive compensation. Or perhaps find a way to integrate them into your new department, supervising them in a cooperative manner, allowing them to continue working and earning their due profits. This is what you ought to do, Tony. Li Mingyu earnestly lectured Stark, who had suddenly decided to visit the scene that day. This was a subtle influence stemming from Li Mingyu's foundational perspective on life that impacted Stark. Sometimes, being too high up the ladder leads to a distortion of seemingly good intentions, at which point reports and data from subordinates become ineffective, necessitating the voices from the grassroots level. Stark remained silent, finishing his drink before eventually expressing gratitude to Li Mingyu. Thank you. Li Mingyu was about to continue his lecture when the elevator doors opened, revealing Black Widow, clad in a black leather jacket, entering with vigor. Gentlemen, I have some rather unfortunate news. The government is convening a public inquiry involving you. Black Widow tossed a thick stack of documents onto the coffee table between the two men. Inquiry? For us? Li Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. To be precise, it involves each and every one of us, the Avengers, right? Chapter 84. Intriguing events on Capitol Hill. This inquiry should have commenced long ago. However, leveraging the chaos of the New York battle, Li Mingyu successfully exposed the entire Hydra organization, revealing all data from Dr. Zola's server. This led to a significant purge not only within SHIELD, but also across the entire U.S. government and even the World Security Council. With numerous positions vacated in various power sectors, political factions engaged in fierce competition to install their own personnel and expand their influence. It took over a month for this invisible war to reach its conclusion. Mr. Lee, the records indicate that you were the first to uncover the connection between the former minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, and Hydra. I am curious as to how you obtained such classified information about an organization that has remained hidden for decades, especially when SHIELD had no inkling of it. What is your source? On Capitol Hill, dozens of lawmakers, alongside hundreds of journalists, were interrogating the 7 members of the Avengers, including Li Mingyu. Most questions directed at others were routine, with the primary scrutiny focused on Li Mingyu. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard, possesses the ability to see every corner of the universe and hear any sound. Li Mingyu boldly attributed his insights to Heimdall. With all due respect, Mr. Lee, while we have come to accept the existence of Asgardian deities due to Thor and Loki, claiming that a being can witness and hear everything in the universe, even if they are a god, seems a bit far-fetched. A senator shook his head, clearly skeptical of Li Mingyu's assertions. No worries. I am a man of law and believe in evidence. Li Mingyu chuckled, tapping the table to capture the audience's attention. He then looked skyward and proclaimed, Heimdall, please tell me, what is this esteemed senator's wife currently engaged in? A few seconds later, Li Mingyu nodded sagely and addressed the questioning senator. I apologize for any distress, but Heimdall informs me that your wife is presently engaged in some rather intimate activities with her driver and bodyguard in a stretched Lincoln. Preposterous. You are lying. Shouting a name into the sky as evidence is personal attack. I will sue you. The elderly senator, displaying remarkable bravado, berated Li Mingyu and attempted to leap onto the table to confront him, held back only by those around him. Evidence, you say? Very well. Li Mingyu grinned and called out again, Heimdall, please commence your demonstration. Moments later, a radiant Bifrost Bridge pierced through the Capitol's roof, creating a massive circular imprint between Li Mingyu and the elected officials above. A stretched Lincoln vehicle landed heavily, its windows obscured, rendering it entirely opaque from the outside. Without hesitation, Mingyu unsheathed his sword, its dragon's roar resonating as he swiftly severed the vehicle's roof. Inside, a young, muscular man and an elegantly aged woman, both startled and disheveled, were revealed. They had just donned their undergarments, their expressions frozen in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The elderly senator, fueled by rage, dashed from behind the conference table, using his microphone as a projectile aimed at the car. "Gavin, you hellbound scoundrel. I pay you $30,000 a month to keep an eye on her, and you have the audacity to take liberties with my wife. I will have your head." He charged at the car, while the woman, now dressed, lunged at her husband with fury. "You lecherous old man, propped up by pills. Just last week, you were flirting with a 21-year-old reporter. How dare you meddle in my affairs?" The chaotic scene erupted, journalists buzzing with excitement over the Rainbow Bridge, the senator's scandal, and the woman's unfiltered revelations. After some time, security personnel managed to escort the parties involved out, and tranquility was reluctantly restored. The vice president of the Senate, overseeing the inquiry, turned to Mingyu. "Mr. Lee, this inquiry pertains to national security and world peace. Such personal scandals seem inappropriate in this setting. Do you grasp my meaning?" "Rest assured, Mingyu baba dismissiveli. What transpired was entirely incidental. I merely provided a piece of evidence without forethought. However, you need not worry about privacy issues. Heimdall's abilities allow him to observe any location in the universe, but he does not constantly surveil it." Mingyu smiled, yet his eyes hinted at a subtle threat. Upon hearing this, all present lawmakers shuddered simultaneously. No one is without their secrets. And even if Heimdall's abilities are as Mingyu described, the prospect of being observed was unsettling. The atmosphere grew tense, and the lawmakers exchanged glances, deterred from their planned inquiries. "Mr. Lee, according to reports from the World Security Council and SHIELD regarding the New York battle, 5 Quinjets armed with nuclear warheads were present on SHIELD's flying aircraft carrier, and those warheads have vanished. Are you aware of the severity of the crime of unlawfully stealing strategic weapons under U.S. law?" One particularly obstinate senator broke the silence, launching an attack on Mingyu. Brian Darren, the youngest senator from a wealthy family, had no particular vices aside from a fascination with power. "Oh, 5 nuclear warheads have disappeared. My goodness, what a perilous situation. Why are you not investigating this instead of questioning me?" Mingyu spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Chapter 85. A blatant threat. "Mr. Lee, please refrain from diverting the topic. During the battle in New York, it was indeed you who launched the nuclear missile that destroyed the alien mothership, correct?" Brian Darren made it clear that he had no intention of letting Mingyu off the hook. To put it that way is not entirely inaccurate. Truthfully, one might say I merely stumbled upon it. Mingyu replied, his demeanor increasingly nonchalant. "Stumbled upon it? Huh. This is Capitol Hill, Mr. Lee. 5 nuclear warheads vanished from the mothership, and by sheer coincidence, you just happened to find one. Do you really expect us to believe such a narrative? Do not assume that your extraordinary abilities, having saved the world, grant you the right to act with impunity. No one has the authority to defy the Constitution of the United States on this land," Brian Darren proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with formidable intensity. Recognizing the obvious political theatrics, Mingyu saw no need to cooperate, languidly spreading his hands in response. "Evidence? You wish to discuss legality with me? Before you slander my name, I suggest you provide sufficient evidence, Congressman Brian Darren. As you said, this is Capitol Hill. I advise you to be mindful of your position and choose your words carefully." The entire assembly was aware that Mingyu was speaking nonsense. Yet there was indeed no evidence. The deck lacked comprehensive surveillance, and the footage merely showed Mingyu departing empty-handed. "We all know that Mr. Lee possesses a unique ability akin to spatial storage, allowing him to summon objects from another dimension. Given your prior statements, who else could it possibly be?" Brian Darren was resolute in this assertion. "I will reiterate, you have the right to suspect me, but that does not equate to truth. Without evidence, kindly refrain from speaking." The attendees had analyzed the issues beforehand, and the nuclear warheads were paramount. This matter ought to have been resolved discreetly, yet unexpectedly, they were faced with such obstinacy. Evidence? It seems we need to establish some independent legislation for you extraordinary individuals. Finding a nuclear warhead on the streets of New York? How is it that I cannot find one here on Capitol Hill? Absurd. Brian Darren, unable to leverage this incident against them, pursued the matter relentlessly, resorting to mockery in an attempt to shift the conversation. He found it amusing, while Mingyu grew increasingly irritated. In this world, some matters are unpredictable, Congressman Brian Darren. Do be cautious with your absolutes. What if you were to find one yourself? Mingyu's gaze bore into Brian Darren, his voice taking on an ominous tone. You're threatening me. Oh dear God, what is this? Brian Darren's words faltered as sparks erupted above his desk, seemingly controlled by an unseen force. The sparks traced a circular path in the air, and suddenly a small wormhole, or rather, a portal, materialized. With a resounding crash, a nuclear warhead, over 2 meters tall and as thick as a person could embrace, plummeted from above, obliterating a section of the circular conference table before Brian Darren. This is a nuclear bomb. The scene erupted into chaos once more. However, within a minute, another portal opened, consuming the warhead along with the wreckage of the table, rendering them both vanished. How about that, everyone? This world is brimming with wonders, is it not? Congressman Brian Darren, I wager you might discover something intriguing beneath your pillow tonight. Mingyu remarked with a smile, while the obstinate Brian Darren now found himself seated on the floor, clearly still in shock from the earlier spectacle. And you as well, esteemed members of Congress. We, the Avengers, were formed to address the crisis in New York and to prevent future extraterrestrial invasions of our planet. Some may label us superheroes, yet we are merely individuals capable of standing up in defense of our home when threatened. We are not politicians. We harbor no ambitions. We do not seek to dominate, nor do we obstruct anyone's path, provided you do not provoke us. We are an elite unit dedicated to safeguarding the world. We are the Avengers. Thank you, everyone. Mingyu rose, exuding an aura of salvation that commanded the room, flanked by Captain America, Stark, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Thor, all standing united as they had against the Zetori army. Only Dr. Banner stood aside, somewhat hesitant. The camaraderie forged on the battlefield was a sensation he had not shared. He was not Hulk, after all. The inquiry concluded with an air that suggested Mingyu had threatened the entire government, a feat made possible by the unwavering support of Asgard and Master Gut. Not only were the nuclear warheads a topic of silence, but even the Tesseract and Loki's scepter went unmentioned. Yet, this display of power only heightened the Avengers' popularity among the populace, as compared to a government willing to unleash a nuclear bomb on both foes and innocents alike. Everyone knew where to align themselves, how to choose their side. Banner, look at you. You are a superhero now. Can you not be a bit more confident? Stark remarked, holding a newspaper from the day of the inquiry, featuring a prominent photo of the group standing together. That was Hulk, the one fighting alongside you, not me. Banner replied, a hint of discomfort flickering in his eyes. After the battle in New York, the military had ceased its pursuit of him, and his ex-girlfriend Betty had returned. Yet Banner continued to perceive Hulk as a threat, rejecting her overtures for reconciliation. No, Banner, have you forgotten what I told you? You must accept Hulk's existence. Only then can you truly integrate and control the power of transformation. Mingyu advised calmly, understanding Banner's concerns about transforming in moments of intimacy. What if it happens mid-embrace? Imagine the scene. Banner shook his head in uncertainty. I have a solution, but you must genuinely accept Hulk. Mingyu painted a hopeful vision, confident that a resolution would eventually materialize. Then I will give it a try. Banner nodded resolutely. Just then, Thor entered, following the terrace. Loki has been imprisoned in Asgard due to the Tesseract. We have repaired the damaged Bifrost. My father wishes to express his gratitude to you all by inviting you to a feast in Asgard. Chapter 86. The transformation brought by the space gem, it has become apparent that even in an age of advanced technology, human and material constraints can hinder the accurate depiction of certain grand scenes. Take, for instance, the endless sea of Asgard. In the film, One might easily perceive the limits of this vast expanse, cascading like a waterfall through the eternal cosmos. Yet, standing at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, one cannot behold the terminus of the endless sea. Truly, it lives up to its name. Similarly, the Golden Palace, the abode of the All-Father, King Odin of Asgard, is portrayed in the film as a towering edifice, tapering elegantly from a broad base to a narrow summit. However, in reality, one is met with a resplendent mountain of gold. The overwhelming sensation is beyond verbal description. It is akin to encountering Mount Everest suddenly appearing 5 meters ahead, devoid of any comparative peaks to temper the experience, standing majestically before you. The awe is palpable. Oh my God, is this truly a structure? This is the shock experienced by the Avengers upon facing the Golden Palace. The entrance to the Golden Palace is situated halfway up the mountain, not at its base. The guests ascend in an open-air vessel, adorned with 4 golden wings, rising vertically to the entrance. Odin has evidently prepared meticulously for this occasion. A red carpet stretches forth, flanked by guards in golden armor, while divine maidens scatter flowers toward the center. Clad in full armor, Odin himself is resplendent in a golden helm and armor, wielding the shimmering eternal spear in his right hand, with 2 extraordinary ravens perched on the armrest of his throne. According to legend, these ravens were born alongside Odin and traversed the 9 realms, returning to relay their observations to him, functioning as autonomous drones, albeit without real-time imaging. With the most sincere greetings, I welcome you, All-Father, King Odin of Asgard. The assembly mimics Thor's instruction, placing a hand on their abdomen and bowing slightly. No need for such formalities, Odin declares, gently tapping the ground with the eternal spear. A wave of golden energy sweeps through, lifting each individual effortlessly. Each of you is a dear friend of Thor, and indeed, the most esteemed guest of Asgard. I deeply apologize for the troubles caused to Earth due to Asgard, especially for your willingness to return Loki to us. On behalf of my family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Odin rises slightly, bowing in appreciation. Once pleasantries are exchanged, Odin's gaze falls upon Mingyu. Lee, as Thor's godfather, Asgard is akin to your homeland. I have arranged a residence for you within the Golden Palace, and I shall show you. He instructs Thor to take his friends on a tour of the palace, to savor fine wines and fruits while awaiting the evening feast. Having dismissed Thor and the others under the pretense of showing Mingyu to his quarters, Odin guides him once more to the vast subterranean space beneath Asgard, where the ethereal world tree resides. Notice any changes since your last visit? Odin gestures towards the world tree. What? Is it bearing fruit? Mingyu scratches his head in response. The world tree cannot bear fruit, especially since this is merely an ethereal projection. Look here. Odin, much like Stark manipulating holographic images, magnifies the projection of the world tree, revealing the intricate entanglements of fundamental laws within. The law of thunder, the primordial power of the thunder god of Asgard, has evidently transcended other laws since your last communion with Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Its potency has distinctly surpassed that of the others. As Odin elucidates, he provides Mingyu with a vivid visual representation through the manifested world tree. The laws appear as fibers of trees, collectively forming a colossal trunk. The fiber representing the law of thunder is notably thicker than the others. A perfect world is one where various laws influence and balance each other. This principle holds true for the universe as well as the 9 realms represented by the world tree. I initially believed that the formidable essence of thunder you brought would stimulate the growth of other laws, offering the world tree a chance to attain its final state. To my dismay, it seems there is an impending possibility that it might instead consume the other laws. As Odin continues to explain, Mingyu begins to comprehend the dire implications. If this situation persists, Asgard may devolve into a singular world dominated by thunder, much like Jotunheim, the realm of the ice giants. Such an outcome would not only lead to Asgard's collapse, but the ethereal projection of the world tree would transform into a colossal embodiment of the law of thunder, gradually being absorbed by the universe. The so-called twilight of the gods arises from the fact that the primordial powers of Asgard reside solely within Odin and Hela. As time progresses, Hela consumes an increasing share of this power, leaving Odin with diminishing reserves. This is why Odin has often succumbed to slumber in recent years, refraining from exerting his strength, aiming to slow the depletion of his powers and suppress Hela for as long as possible. Similar to how the majority of Ancient One's power is utilized to shield against Dormammu's dark force, absorbing the darkness for longevity while awaiting the emergence of an heir, ensuring Ancient One does not grow immensely powerful. Odin's original design intended to awaken the power of the fire giants using the eternal flame, severing Asgard's connection to the world tree. Thus, while Asgard may perish, the world tree and the powers of its deities would endure. The only loss would be the realm of Asgard itself, alongside the All-Father's ability to bestow divine power upon others. To put it simply, the royal lineage may vanish, yet the entire race would remain. However, given the current circumstances, Asgard may indeed face its twilight. When you first grasped Mjolnir, I sensed the alien essence of thunder within you. I regarded it as fortuitous, even hastening the process. Ancient One was right. I have been too hasty. Odin shakes his head in lament. And now, is there any remedy available? Mingyu retorts, skeptical that Odin brought him here merely to convey that Asgard's end is nigh. A remedy? I had none before, but after reclaiming the cosmic magic, a new idea has emerged, albeit I remain uncertain about its success, Odin states solemnly, gazing at Mingyu. Well, given the circumstances, we must at least attempt it. Mingyu waves his hand dismissively. Having reached this juncture, one might as well try a desperate gambit. Attempt it? Odin murmurs, fixing his gaze intensely on Mingyu, remaining silent. What do you mean? Is it related to me? Is there danger? A foreboding sense envelopes Mingyu as he tentatively inquires. Very well, let us proceed with the trial. As Odin speaks, a flash of blue light emanates from his hand, and the cosmic cube materializes before him. Clenching it ferociously, the outer shell of the cube shatters into a myriad of azure starlight, revealing an irregularly shaped diamond gem within. With the cosmic cube shattered, Odin's palm envelopes the space gem, and he brings it down forcefully upon Mingyu. Wait, are you disregarding my last words entirely? This was the final thought that flashed through Mingyu's mind. Odin's movements were astonishingly swift, and when he acted, a formidable pressure enveloped Mingyu's entire being. Not only was he unable to move, but he also felt as though the speed of his thoughts had slowed drastically. The space gem in Odin's grasp, akin to an intangible entity, was thrust directly into Mingyu's body with a swift motion, penetrating straight into the lower dantian, the region where Mingyu typically stored energy. As the gem entered, a surge of azure energy erupted from the lower dantian, coursing through the meridians along his spine and ascending towards his brain, the most intricate and complex part of the human anatomy. Upon reaching the upper dantian, also known as the Purple Palace, this energy detonated with a resounding force. According to Taoist teachings, Mingyu had previously achieved an optimal cultivation state, with all meridians open. Thus, the awakening of the Purple Palace marked a significant distinction between the acquired and the innate. In simpler terms, it meant that perceiving and comprehending the laws of this world had become much more effortless. In contemporary terms, one might interpret this as an enhancement of mental prowess and sensitivity, akin to some individuals who remain oblivious to being watched, while others can sense a gaze from afar. Simultaneously, Mingyu felt as if a veil had been lifted from his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to perceive the world with unparalleled clarity. This sensation was reminiscent of suddenly being able to breathe freely after being congested, where the aromas and flavors of existence became infinitely richer and more vibrant. Correspondingly, Mingyu sensed a resonance between his soul and a distant realm, an inexplicable connection that hinted at his origins. He understood intuitively that this was the reality from which he had emerged, carrying the indelible imprint of that world, regardless of where he might traverse. That mark would remain unerasable. When the day of his soul's dissolution arrived, all memories and energies would be reclaimed by that realm, no matter how far apart they were. This imprint acted like a tether, a guiding coordinate anchoring him to his origin. What Mingyu could not perceive, however, were the attributes of a space gem that subtly facilitated a connection between the two worlds. As Odin's palm struck and then retracted, the space gem integrated into Mingyu's being, simultaneously propelling him into the heart of the world tree. At the moment, the purple palace burst open. A continuous stream of rule-based power from another universe, one surpassing even the Marvel realms, began to flow into Mingyu's soul. He felt no direct sensation, yet it was as if the laws of the world tree absorbed this nourishment from a complete cosmic order, akin to a sponge encountering water. The profound transformation of the purple palace and the soul did not adversely affect Mingyu's body. The potent spatial energy emitted by the gem surged through him, gradually merging with his cells. In accordance with the natural laws, as both body and soul underwent such monumental change, Mingyu instinctively assumed a five-hearted posture, breathing in a manner aligned with Taoist practices. A flash of golden light signaled the arrival of Ancient One, who opened a portal to this realm. Her astonished gaze met Odin's ecstatic expression, and for a moment they were rendered speechless, silently observing Mingyu within the world tree. In the void, three figures stood amidst the ruins of a dilapidated building, watching as the chaotic darkness that consumed everything gradually ceased its advance. In unison, they leaped with joy. Had the accursed darkness continued its relentless consumption, they would have run out of resources before witnessing the final outcome. It was splendid. Stability had finally been achieved. The figure in the center embraced those on either side, exuberantly expressing his excitement. Do not rush. This is merely a moment of stabilization. We have a long journey ahead before true reconstruction and fortification can occur, and our ambitions extend beyond this singular universe, do they not? The figure on the right exhibited a more composed demeanor, yet could not conceal his elation. Indeed, you speak the truth. However, progress warrants celebration. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to procure useful resources, at the very least, to renovate our office and bedroom, and perhaps find something beneficial for our heroes. Mingyu dreamt a vivid dream, reliving every moment of his life in meticulous detail, as if each event had just transpired. From the inception of his memories, he dreamt of Odin's hand descending upon him. With a sudden cry, he instinctively thrust his hands forward, enveloped in crackling lightning, charging toward Odin. In reality, with his five hearts directed skyward, Mingyu shouted, rising to unleash a powerful strike. The colossal source of lightning within the world tree responded, and with his motion, immense hands of lightning, stretching over 100 meters in length and 40 to 50 meters in width, came crashing down upon Odin and Ancient One. Chapter 87. Mastering the Power of Space. Mingyu unconsciously summoned the primal force of Asgard's lightning, leaving even Odin and the Ancient One momentarily astonished by its might. Particularly, Odin, after regaining his composure, instinctively sought to channel more primal energy for defense, but the quicker reacting Ancient One intervened, placing a hand in front of him. Both wielders drew from Asgard's primal power, and their collision raised the question, did Asgard wish to hasten its descent into Ragnarok? With a glare, the Ancient One made Odin realize the gravity of the situation, prompting him to retract all his power and watch as the Ancient One opened a portal, directing the colossal lightning hands into the endless sea. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Asgard, causing a gentle tremor across the realm, while the endless sea erupted into waves soaring thousands of meters high. Tons of seawater exploded and evaporated in midair, as the deluge cascaded down. A thick layer of mist enveloped the surrounding kilometers. Various deities from different parts of Asgard soared into the sky, and the royal guards swiftly assembled, preparing to enter a state of alert. Odin's booming voice echoed across Asgard, reassuring the citizens, do not be alarmed. I was merely experimenting with a new spell. There is no external threat. Despite Odin's outward calm, once he clarified the situation to the outside world, he immediately cast a furious gaze at Mingyu. Have you lost your mind? Mingyu, who had just emerged from the world tree, nonchalantly played with the space gem he had extracted from his body, shooting a disdainful glance at Odin. My memory halts at the moment you ambushed me. Upon awakening, I instinctively retaliated. Is there a problem, Your Majesty Odin? Even with Odin's age, Mingyu's sarcastic tone reddened his cheeks. While he acknowledged his fault, he realized that the outcome was far better than he had anticipated. Perhaps Asgard's future could indeed improve. With a deep sigh, Odin looked earnestly at Mingyu, slightly bowing as he spoke. I admit my impatience. For the sake of all Asgard, I had no choice. Thankfully, we have reached a favorable resolution. My apologies. This misfortune bore unexpected benefits. Yet Odin warned, should there be a next time, I shall allow the world tree to dissolve into primal energy, scattering across the cosmos. Mingyu was not jesting. He had felt capable of manipulating the primal energy of the world tree when he merged with it. Should he enter it again, he would undoubtedly control everything within. Odin nodded in agreement. There was no denying that Mingyu, now fully in command of the world tree, stood as Asgard's rightful sovereign, a god among gods. What about Hela? Odin inquired, his gaze filled with yearning. The essence of Odin's divinity symbolized Asgard's primal power, and he could sense that Mingyu's authority now surpassed his own. To put it bluntly, the world tree's future growth might hinge on Mingyu, akin to a house where Odin and Hela are mere tenants, while Mingyu is the true landlord. Currently, it is unfeasible. Any forced suppression or expulsion would severely injure the world tree. I require some time, Mingyu contemplated before responding. Very well. This is indeed the best outcome. Odin nodded with satisfaction, relinquishing any semblance of the All-Father's imposing demeanor in Mingyu's presence. The Ancient One, uninterested in their exchange, turned her attention to the space gem in Mingyu's hand. Have you harnessed its power? Mingyu did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed at the space gem, and with a flash of blue light, it vanished from his grasp. This was not a mere consequence of the Bifrost space, but a manifestation of Mingyu's own power. After a brief experiment with the gem, Mingyu looked up at the Ancient One and gestured towards her behind. In midair, a small blue point of light rapidly expanded into a portal, revealing a doorway leading to the London sanctum he had previously visited. Is there more to your abilities? The Ancient One observed Mingyu with keen interest, lightly stamping her foot on the ground. Instantly, the world around her shifted into a serene silence. Although everything remained unchanged outwardly, an unmistakable stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if life itself had drained from the environment. This was one of the Ancient One's signature techniques. The mirror dimension, where any events occurring within had no impact on the real world. Many sorcerers of Camartage favored this technique to ensnare foes, ensuring that actions taken within bore no consequences outside. However, today this powerful technique faltered against Mingyu. The ground around the Ancient One began to invert into the mirror dimension, yet halted abruptly upon reaching Mingyu, as though a pangolin had collided with granite. Bang! Mingyu mimicked the Ancient One's gesture, and a flash of blue spatial energy surged forth, pulling the Ancient One out of the mirror dimension. Indeed, the space gem embodies the most potent spatial laws of the universe. The Ancient One murmured, looking down in realization. If spatial spells proved ineffective against Mingyu, he now stood as a counter to the sorcerers of Camartage. Close combat. That was a jest. Of course, this applied to the average Camartage sorcerers. The Ancient One, with her myriad of arcane techniques and unpredictable spells, remained a formidable opponent. Though Mingyu was not yet her equal, that was only a matter of time. Congratulations on absorbing the power of the space gem. Have you attempted to harness the Mind Stone on that scepter? Can you absorb its energy? The Ancient One inquired earnestly, understanding that if Mingyu could master the powers of the 6 Infinity Stones, she might finally rid herself of Dormammu's encroaching influence. Alas, I have tried, but to no avail. There was no reaction whatsoever. Mingyu shook his head in frustration, recalling his initial attempts to absorb the space gem's energy, only to realize it was hindered by the Tesseract's shell. Fear not, we still have time. For now, I need not concern myself with Dormammu's affairs. The Ancient One gazed across countless dimensions towards the lurking Dormammu, whose colossal form loomed larger than most planets. Should the energy within the Ancient One become unbalanced, Dormammu could trace her energy signature and feast upon Earth as if it were an apple. Chapter 88. The threat in the shadows, the rise of the Avengers has decisively obliterated the long-standing influence of Hydra within S.H.I.L.D. in the Western political arena. The remaining peripheral members and branch leaders have all retreated into hiding, quietly amassing their strength. As Dr. Zola once articulated, severing one head of Hydra results in the emergence of two new ones. As long as a single individual clings to Hydra's ideology, it is only a matter of time before a multitude of radical Hydra factions reappear. Take, for instance, Brock Rumlow, the former captain of S.H.L.D.'s strike team, a staunch Hydra adherent and a bona fide former Special Forces operative, seasoned by the crucible of war. He is undeniably ruthless. Following the suppression of the Battle of New York, he audaciously tore the pin from a grenade hanging from a guard's waist while being transported in a prisoner vehicle. Even after the explosion that scorched half his body, he managed to escape, becoming the highest-ranking fugitive on Hydra's current wanted list and the most dangerous among them. In a remote mountain in Eastern Europe, a clandestine Hydra backup base lies hidden. Rumlow reclines in a chair. A mechanical arm projecting a laser that meticulously repairs his charred skin, peeling away the burned layers and applying a nebulized medication to his exposed muscles. Any updates from Sitwell? Rumlow inquires of a man dressed as a clerk beside him. The response comes through an encrypted message, indicating that governments worldwide are now actively pursuing him, and his network has come under scrutiny, rendering them temporarily unable to assist. Furthermore, the man suggests they remain concealed for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment. Sitwell is a coward. True leaders never wait for opportunities, but actively forge them. Rumlow retorts, having undergone preliminary treatment as he dons his clothing. On the wall opposite him are detailed profiles of each Avenger, outlining their abilities and personalities. Notably, Mingyu, with his lightning speed and spatial manipulation, alongside the enigmatic golden portal that emerged during the inquiry, and the formidable physiques of the Hulk and Thor. Such formidable adversaries. Forgive my incredulity, Mr. Rumlow, but can we truly defeat them? A man beside Rumlow expresses disbelief while studying the profiles. Powerful empires often begin their descent from within, Rumlow murmurs softly, turning to exit the room. In another chamber of the base, a man with a fully metallic left arm sits in a chair, his shoulder-length hair damp with sweat, clinging to his scalp. His gaze is vacant, his expression chillingly devoid of humanity. Has he been reprogrammed? Rumlow addresses several lab-coated individuals nearby. The procedure has just concluded. He has returned to optimal condition. One of the scientists replies. Excellent. Rumlow circles around the Winter Soldier, suddenly bending down to meet his eyes, speaking in Russian. Soldier. Report on the mission from December 16th, 1991. Meanwhile, in New York, at Stark Tower, following the Battle of New York, Stark has remodeled the top 3 floors of the tower. The apex serves as the Avengers Operations Center, featuring a 360-degree glass structure that not only offers a panoramic view of Manhattan, but also functions as a holographic display, capable of receiving news from thousands of stations worldwide. The 2 floors below have been transformed into luxurious bedrooms, each adorned with unique labels. Captain America, marked by a shield, Thor by a hammer, Mingyu by a red lightning bolt, and Dr. Banner by an acrylic plate shaped like an H with green lighting behind it. Initially intended for 7 rooms, Stark later converted the entire 2 floors into lavish bachelor apartments following Agent Hill's recruitment of several aides. Apart from Mingyu, nearly everyone else residing in New York occupies this space. Wanda and Pietro expressed a desire to relocate, but Mingyu firmly denied them, citing safety concerns, and issued an unyielding command forbidding them from disclosing their connection to him. The lower floor, featuring a terrace, has become a communal living and meeting area, as well as a leisure space. Currently, Mingyu sits on the sofa, absently holding the Mind Stone he had removed from the scepter. He had contemplated whether to activate Wanda's powers with the stone, but considering she has only just turned 13, he decides to wait a few years until she can make her own choice. Lost in thought, Stark suddenly appears from an unknown direction. A beautiful gem, Natasha's gift? He inquires, reaching out curiously toward the stone. Hey, Mingyu exclaims, swiftly retracting the gem into his spatial pocket. You startle me. Stark spills his drink all over himself. This is the gem from Loki's scepter. Remember the tale Ancient One recounted? Li Mingyu Rimins Stark, one of the 6 infinity stones? Stark exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, this is the Mind Stone, and this one is the Space Stone, previously known as the Tesseract. Li Mingyu reveals both stones, holding them in the palm of his hand. Despite appearing at ease, he has already harnessed the power of the Space Stone, while the Mind Stone remains uncommunicative. Had it been the Power Stone, Li Mingyu might not have been able to withstand its force. Infinity Stones, embodying the very essence of a universe. Truly remarkable. Stark gazes at the 2 gems in Li Mingyu's hand, his face alight with intrigue for the unknown. Wait, something's amiss. Stark suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze on Li Mingyu. What is it? Recognizing the gravity of Stark's expression, Li Mingyu straightens up, responding with a serious counterquery. Chapter 89. The Celestial Project and the Celestial Sword Bureau 6 Infinity Stones, including the Time Stone possessed by the Ancient One, with 3 of them residing on Earth. Doesn't that seem rather peculiar? Stark wore a face of concern. He was no longer the Stark of old. Having witnessed the Ancient One in Asgard, he had come to realize that civilizations in the universe were as numerous as the stars. Major interstellar powers often claimed territories by entire star systems, rendering a single planet akin to a mere city on Earth. In such a vast cosmos, populated by advanced and technologically superior races, it was indeed illogical for 3 of the 6 most powerful and precious infinity stones to be located on Earth. Isn't it somewhat unsettling? With billions of people across the globe, how is it that only you possess a suit of armor and a fortune worth billions? Stark remarked, his tone laced with incredulity. Although Marvel's lore may not reflect such wealth, during the era depicted in the comics, possessing hundreds of billions would have undoubtedly marked one as the wealthiest individual. In today's context, the threshold for the elite billionaire club begins in the hundreds of billions. Li Mingyu understood the reasoning behind this. After all, Earth was the focal point of the Marvel narrative. Yet, he could not articulate it so plainly. It's different for me. My father's legacy and my scientific aptitude account for my situation. But what justifies Earth's prominence in the universe? He countered. Put differently, if I were to entrust my armor and company to an ordinary person, what do you think would transpire? Stark's worry was palpable. Are you suggesting that someone might come to seize it? Li Mingyu found himself admiring Stark's acute sense of vigilance. Absolutely. If an ordinary individual suddenly finds themselves in possession of gold bars, they could either be a pawn in someone else's scheme or simply lucky. In either case, it would spell trouble for them, as they lack the requisite strength. As Stark became increasingly animated, he emphatically struck the ashtray on the table, reminiscent of a storyteller. Li Mingyu almost felt compelled to respond with a poetic interjection. So what do you propose? He inquired, following Stark's lead. Of course, we must strengthen ourselves. The Chitauri army nearly exhausted us. While I am unaware of their standing in the universe, the fact that we managed to neutralize them with a single nuclear bomb suggests they're not an exceedingly formidable civilization. However, the Infinity Stones undoubtedly attract the most powerful entities. We need to prepare in advance. I have an idea. Let's equip this world with armor, establish our own robotic army, and utilize artificial intelligence for combat command. I shall name this initiative Ultron. The mere mention of Ultron sent a shiver through Li Mingyu. With Ultron comes vision. Having painstakingly altered Wanda's fate, he would not permit her to revert to that tragic destiny. Yet, upon reflection, Stark's assertions held merit. It was untenable for Earth to rely solely on a handful of superheroes during times of crisis, as depicted in the films. Had it not been for the intervention of Wakanda, the Avengers would have been utterly exhausted in their confrontation with Thanos' minions. The 6 Infinity Stones, space-time, and power merely bestow certain abilities and energies. Conversely, the other 3, soul, mind, and reality, harbor extraordinary powers and may even possess some form of consciousness, akin to the weapons wielded by Thor and himself. I can hand over the Space Stone to you right now for your use. But the Mind Stone shall remain in my custody. You must have me present during your research. As Li Mingyu observed Stark's unwavering gaze fixed upon his palm while he spoke, he grasped Stark's intentions. Firstly, It stemmed from a scientist's insatiable curiosity about the unknown. Secondly, he understood the profound impact the Battle of New York had on Stark. After that event, he suffered from anxiety for 2 years, living in perpetual fear of unknown cosmic adversaries. Mingyu resolved to solidify their course of action, but given their status as a team, it was imperative to consult with the others. They promptly gathered everyone to discuss the matter comprehensively, previously hesitant to voice their concerns. Thor was the first to express unease after hearing the details. Indeed, in the cosmos, the emergence of each Infinity Stone is invariably accompanied by conflict, bloodshed, and the potential annihilation of entire civilizations. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones is a legendary entity. Even Asgard, my father, sealed the space stone within the Tesseract and cast it to Earth for over a millennium. This would undoubtedly incite the covetousness of many factions across the universe. With 3 Infinity Stones now on Earth, excluding the one held by the Ancient One, I too sense something awry. We must prepare for war sooner rather than later. What if we were to discard the Infinity Stones? Return them to Asgard or cast them into the depths of the universe. This suggestion resonated with Captain America, who had previously advocated for leaving the Tesseract submerged in the ocean. Such a decision would depend on the circumstances, especially since the Chitauri have already made their presence known. Whether or not others believe it is irrelevant. We have already destroyed one of their motherships. Regardless of who is at fault, we have made enemies. What if someone more formidable comes seeking retribution? Stark's words were direct. In comparison to the vast universe, Earth resembles a small mouse dwelling in a grassy plain, blissfully unaware of the surrounding wilderness filled with wolves, lions, vultures, and venomous snakes. We must either relocate or strengthen ourselves. Earth has no other options. A single mind may falter, but many minds can forge a path forward. What began as Stark's Ultron initiative has now evolved with the inclusion of the Infinity Stones and the extraordinary powers of the Space Stone possessed by Mingyu. Alongside Thor's knowledge of several resource-rich planets in Asgard. With these prerequisites in place, the group engaged in spirited discussion, and thus, a plan emerged, aptly named the Celestial, Earth's Bastion of Defense. This initiative aims to remain hidden from any earthly factions, functioning as a long-term, clandestine endeavor, a grand project requiring extensive time for implementation. The detailed planning would occupy Stark and Jarvis for an extended period. Therefore, the immediate priority was to initiate the so-called Ultron project. However, upon Mingyu's suggestion, Stark decided to abandon his original intent to redesign the artificial intelligence and instead shifted focus toward upgrading Jarvis. This decision alleviated some of Mingyu's unease. Coincidentally, as the Avengers formulated the Celestial Project, the ever-restless Nick Fury approached the current president at the White House with a new Earth Defense Initiative, the Celestial Sword Bureau. Chapter 90. Captain America under attack. At this juncture, the Avengers were entirely oblivious to Nick Fury's proposition regarding SWORD, and even Mingyu was somewhat in the dark about the matter. Following the events of Avengers Endgame, with Iron Man and Black Widow having sacrificed their lives, and Captain America returning to the past to restart his existence, the Avengers had effectively disbanded. Moreover, Marvel's ambitious designs for the multiverse had led the narrative to the brink of chaos, leaving many fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe disinterested in subsequent storylines. Mingyu was among them. While he could still tolerate the escapades of Loki and Wanda with Vision, the emergence of characters like She-Hulk felt utterly absurd. Had Mingyu been aware of SWORD's establishment and the multitude of Skrulls present within its ranks, he might have been compelled to take up arms and confront them directly. The ability to transform oneself entirely at the genetic level was perilously dangerous. Such a species was not only a threat to the Kree, but could equally pose a risk to Mingyu himself. The Skrulls, having been driven from their homeworld by the Kree, had wandered the cosmos for far too long, and the reluctance of any extraterrestrial civilization to accept them was hardly without reason. Captain Marvel had dedicated years to aiding them, yet a faction among them sought to transform Earth into a new Skrull homeworld. This exemplifies the adage of ingratitude. Captain Marvel, despite her unwavering support, remained oblivious to the complexities of earthly affairs. Of course, these were matters for another day, but should Li Mingyu encounter them, he would not hesitate to eliminate any threat. After the establishment of the Celestial Project, Li Mingyu's life of traversing dimensions had once again settled into a tranquil routine. Scientific research was the purview of Stark and Banner, while Li Mingyu engaged in daily training and tactical exercises with Captain America and the others. In the evenings, he would discuss the origins of life with Black Widow, and on weekends, he would venture out with Wanda and Pietro. However, his unique status prevented him from openly taking the two children on shopping excursions, which had caused some discomfort for Wanda. Fortunately, they had matured, developed their own friendships, and had become less reliant on Li Mingyu. That evening, Li Mingyu had planned to dine with Wanda and Pietro, but alas, the children had other commitments. One had plans to shop, while the other was attending a birthday party. Resigned, Li Mingyu found himself in the Stark Tower apartment, assuming the role of a domestic cook. To be fair, Black Widow's culinary skills were commendable. Yet Li Mingyu held a preference for the homely essence of Chinese cuisine over Western fare. Dressed in an apron, he reveled in the aromatic chaos of the kitchen, preparing steaming dishes that felt far more inviting than two cold steaks served separately. He concocted a delightful pot of braised pig trotters and beer with slices of pork belly and peeled quail eggs, a symphony of flavors when paired with rice. The shrimp, sourced directly from South America, were astoundingly fresh, and the red grouper was steamed to perfection within minutes, thanks to Li Mingyu's remarkable abilities. A simple stir-fry of bok choy, enhanced with garlic and dried chilies, rounded out the meal. As Li Mingyu donned the apron and presented the final pot of soup, the admiration in Black Widow's gaze was palpable. "I prefer watching you cook in an apron over seeing you in battle," she exclaimed, her heart swelling with affection for the ordinary side of him. Li Mingyu placed the chicken soup down, and before he could take a bite, Black Widow embraced him passionately, declaring, "I love these moments." With one arm around her waist, Li Mingyu savored her warmth and softness and whispered, "Let us find a house with a garden, where we can wake up each morning pondering what to eat, raise a couple of dogs and cats, and spend afternoons sipping tea or coffee while reading." Influenced by the teachings of an old sage during his youth, Li Mingyu possessed an innate sense of tranquility and freedom. Would that day ever come? The sparkle in Black Widow's eyes spoke of her longing for stability and warmth, a family life she had always yearned for. It will come. This world cannot function without anyone. Once the Celestial Project is complete, and Tony's Ultron initiative is accomplished, when Earth can protect itself, I will take you on a journey through the cosmos, and then we can return to such a life. His words were not merely a source of comfort for her, but also a reassurance for himself. He too longed for a serene existence once everything was settled. "I eagerly await that day. I love you, Li," she murmured, offering another fervent kiss. Had it not been for the fear of their meal growing cold, they might have turned dinner into an all-night affair. "Indeed, it will happen." Li Mingyu soufflé rapidement, exchanging smiles with her as they prepare to savor their meal. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarm tones pierced the atmosphere. "JARVIS," Li Mingyu called out. "Captain Rogers was attacked in Washington 15 minutes ago, sir." "JARVIS," responded, and as his words concluded, a three-dimensional holographic image appeared above their dining table. The screens displayed various media reports, all relaying similar accounts of Captain America being invited to speak to students at the World War II Memorial in Washington, where he was ultimately shot at during his address. As chaos erupted, the footage revealed Captain America evading the gunfire, only to engage in a fierce confrontation with the assailant. Among the chaos, a familiar figure emerged in the video, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Black Widow recognized him as the man who had shot her during her encounter with Li Mingyu, killing the scientist she was meant to protect. Li Mingyu, too, was acutely aware of the implications. In the real world, countless fans shipped the pairing of Bucky and Captain America, and many online discussions hinted that Bucky was indeed Captain America's true love. This wasn't an exaggeration. For Captain America, Bucky was the only friend from his past who had survived decades of frozen slumber and had been his protector and companion during their formative years. a bond that transcended ordinary friendship. In the footage, Captain America was seen in a close-quarter struggle, where Bucky struck him with a knife, and a swift kick dislodged Bucky's mask, leaving Captain America momentarily stunned. Bucky, though the audio was muted, the shock in Captain America's eyes and the movement of his lips conveyed his call. However, Bucky, under the influence of mind control, paid no heed to the name, lunging forward with a dagger aimed at Captain America's midsection, who remained frozen in place, unable to evade the impending strike. Chapter 91. The disappearance of Captain America. Captain America fell to the ground after being stabbed. The Winter Soldier initially intended to deliver another blow, but suddenly halted and turned to look behind him. A man clad in a half-body exoskeleton metal suit entered the frame, causing the Winter Soldier to stand frozen in place upon recognizing him. It was Brock Rumlow, even with half of Rumlow's face marred by severe burns and deep scars. Black Widow immediately recognized this former colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain lay on the ground, murmuring something, while Rumlow leaned down to speak to him. He then seized the captain's collar with one hand, while the other, encased in exoskeletal armor, formed a fist aimed squarely at Captain America's abdomen. The seemingly light punch sent the captain flying several meters, crashing into a row of display cabinets. Rumlow laughed heartily as he approached the captain, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. He then produced an object and placed it into the captain's hand before departing with the Winter Soldier. The video concluded at that moment, leaving only trivial chatter in the subsequent news footage. Jarvis, where is Steve now? It was not surprising to use Bucky against Captain America, but the oddity lay in Rumlow's decision not to finish him off or capture him. What could Rumlow possibly want? Mingyu pondered this perplexing situation, recognizing its complexity. Captain Rogers was taken away by an ambulance, and then he vanished. What? Mingyu and Black Widow exclaimed in shock at Jarvis's revelation. What does vanish mean? Black Widow promptly inquired of Jarvis. The last recorded information indicated that Captain Rogers entered the ambulance, but upon arrival at the hospital, he was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, he had disabled all communication devices. At present, I am unable to contact him, but I am infiltrating all nearby cameras in hopes of locating Captain Rogers. Jarvis simulated a tone of regret. Rumlow did not abduct him. Why did the captain simply disappear without explanation? Could there be another enemy involved? Black Widow furrowed her brow. That is unlikely. Steve must have gone on his own. Mingyu Siga. On his own? What did Rumlow give the captain? Black Widow, a top-tier agent, swiftly caught on, accurately interpreting the micro-expressions on Mingyu's face. I'm not entirely certain at the moment. Let us find a captain first. Mingyu contemplated before speaking. Mr. Ms. Romanoff, Mr. Stark invites everyone to gather in the hall to devise a plan to locate Captain Rogers. Jarvis's voice resonated once more. After acknowledging Jarvis, Mingyu and Black Widow exited the room and descended the stairs. The group assembled, yet no effective strategy emerged. Captain America's injuries did not seem severe. The footage indicated that the stab wound was not critical, given Captain America's extraordinary cellular strength and metabolic rate. The wound had likely already begun to heal. However, with his skills and experience, it was probable that he could evade detection for a considerable time. Jarvis had also processed the footage from the memorial. The cameras were positioned too far away, and Rumlow had spoken softly to Captain America, making it impossible to discern the content of their exchange. Nor could they ascertain what Rumlow had placed in the captain's hand. With no other options, the group reluctantly disbanded, planning to privately gather information on Captain America and Rumlow's dealings with Hydra. Jarvis, please search for any individuals Steve has encountered in Washington over the past few days. Late at night, after Black Widow had fallen asleep, Mingyu independently entered their room's living area and activated Jarvis's program. Each of their rooms was spacious, over 100 square meters, resembling an entire apartment, and the soundproofing was excellent, allowing Mingyu to avoid disturbing Black Widow's slumber. Understood, sir, Jarvis promptly replied. After a brief pause, a plethora of three-dimensional images appeared before Mingyu, showcasing the various moments Captain America had been recorded by cameras in Washington. Captain Rogers had been invited to Washington 7 days prior, and Jarvis began to display the captain's movements during that time. Hotels, the World War II memorial schools, and the Pentagon, among others. Li Mingyu paused over a photograph of the captain jogging. Having lived in the military prior to his thawing, he retained many habits, such as his morning runs. While morning runs were not unusual, what struck Li Mingyu as peculiar was the individual engaging the captain in conversation during his jog. Sam Wilson, the Falcon. What a damned fated connection. Li Mingyu murmured to himself. Sir, these photos were extracted from the Washington Municipal Systems cameras. They depict a friend Captain Rogers met during his morning run. They merely exchanged a few words. Is there an issue? Jarvis inquired, sensing Li Mingyu's prolonged scrutiny of the images. Nothing significant. Please gather all available information on this individual, name, address, workplace, phone number, etc., and send it to my phone. After concluding his dialogue with Jarvis, Li Mingyu stood by the window and lit a cigarette. The database of the Bureau of Intelligence could easily provide information on the Falcon, but Li Mingyu preferred not to rely on it, as its records were primarily based on predetermined plot lines, excluding any deviations influenced by him. Jarvis operated swiftly. Within the time it took to finish one cigarette, all requested information was sent to Li Mingyu's phone. Washington, D.C. Li Mingyu read aloud the Falcon's address. A flash of blue energy enveloped him, manifesting a portal that swallowed his figure whole. The National Mall in Washington was precisely where the two individuals had been jogging, and it was reasonable to assume that the Falcon's home was nearby. Li Mingyu's spatial energy theoretically allowed him to traverse to any point in the universe. Yet he could only arrive at locations he was familiar with and had a clear mental concept of. Thus, he could not directly teleport to the Falcon's doorstep. Instead, he would first travel to Washington and then locate the Falcon's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Regardless of the late hour, Li Mingyu knocked firmly on the Falcon's door. 2 minutes later, the door swung open to reveal a short-haired, well-groomed African-American man standing behind it. Who are you looking for? I'm searching for Steve Rogers, Mr. Wilson. Li Mingyu greeted the Falcon with a smile. Sorry, you've got the wrong house. The Falcon glanced at Li Mingyu and was about to close the door when a weary voice from within called out. Sam, let him in. Chapter 92. The dilemma of Captain America, the Falcon, is undoubtedly the most loyal companion of Captain America within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, without exception. Having known each other for merely a few days, he not only offered Captain America refuge, but also appeared to assume the role of a competent listener, spending the late hours in the living room sharing drinks and conversation. On the table lay 3 bottles of whiskey, 2 of which were entirely drained, while Captain America held the last one as he poured a drink for Li Mingyu. I never anticipated you would find this place so swiftly, Captain America said with a downcast expression as he handed the glass to Li Mingyu. It's not we, it's just me, Steve. Li Mingyu replied, plopping down into a chair. Thank you. Captain America felt a surge of gratitude, seeing that only Li Mingyu was aware of his whereabouts. He raised the glass and downed the contents in one go. Li Mingyu followed suit, emptying his glass as well. Observing their actions, the Falcon also lifted his glass and drank heartily. Drowning sorrows in alcohol is eternally the greatest torment for those of us who cannot get drunk. Li Mingyu's words elicited a wry smile from the captain. What? The Falcon, who had just settled into his chair, nearly leaped up in surprise. What is the matter? Our bodies are significantly stronger than average, and our metabolic rate far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. The alcohol is digested and decomposed before we even have a chance to feel intoxicated. Is that so hard to comprehend? Li Mingyu explained. I understand, it's just that. Just now, Sai. The Falcon, visibly frustrated, glanced at his glass, then at Captain America's, and finally at the 2 empty bottles. Letting out a lamenting sigh, it appeared that prior to Li Mingyu's arrival, the Falcon had been drinking along with Captain America, who had been consuming one glass after another. Though his face showed no signs of redness, his heavy breathing and noticeably quickened heartbeat suggested that he had indeed been pushing himself. Oh well, drinking with Captain America and another Avenger is still worth it, the Falcon reassured himself. Li Mingyu rolled his eyes, thinking how obvious it was that the Falcon was a fan, as he distinctly highlighted Captain America. Thought give me some. I merely sought someone to converse with and share a drink. Captain America said apologetically to Sam. The Falcon, not one to be overly sentimental, raised his glass and offered a look of understanding to Captain America. Harboring concerns yet unable to confide in those nearby, resorting to a new friend for solace. How does that sound, new friend? You've been informed. Mingyu clinked glasses with the Falcon lightly. Indeed, however, I shall not divulge anything to you. I promise to keep it a secret. The Falcon adopted an expression that said, "Don't try to pry information from me. I won't say a word." To which Mingyu immediately responded, "Do keep that secret well. I truly do not wish to know. Sometimes it is better not to be aware of certain things. Knowing and being unable to reveal the truth to a friend can be quite tormenting. I would lose sleep over it. So please do not tell me." Mingyu waved his hands in refusal, leaving one to think the Falcon was intent on revealing some secret. "Do you know something?" Captain America's eyes brightened, noticing Mingyu's demeanor. "No, Captain, I know nothing. You must process this matter on your own. I merely came to check on a wounded, missing friend to ensure his safety. If all is well, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Mingyu feigned a departure, prompting Captain America to quickly stop him. You cannot leave. You must help me figure out how to approach Tony." Captain America began, and Mingyu immediately understood he had guessed correctly. "Rhodey told you?" Mingyu resumed his seat. "You knew it." Captain America smiled for the first time that night, a hint of mischief gracing his features. "Indeed, I confess, I consulted some formidable acquaintances. Initially, I was concerned about why you were injured and in hiding. The rest was merely incidental. Unlike you, someone explicitly informed you of the truth. If I were to inform Tony first, it would amount to intentional deception, Steve. Sharing joy, I can accept, but guilt and frustration, I will not take on. That burden lies with you," Mingyu stated seriously. "That is Captain America's closest friend. He has been brainwashed and controlled, unaware of his own actions. If Tony Stark learns of this, it could lead to irrevocable consequences." The Falcon interjected, observing Captain America's plight. "Those are two separate matters. Sam, choosing to conceal is one thing. Tony's reaction and his ability to accept the truth is another. Do you comprehend?" Mingyu adopted a serious tone. "Moreover, Steve, I completely understand your perspective. Frozen for over 60 years, the only comrade from your era, a friend who has protected and cared for you since childhood. You wish to save and shield him. I support you, but concealing this from Tony is unjust. Separate the two issues, do not conflate them, and do not contemplate avoidance. If Tony discovers the truth later, it will be truly unmanageable. Hey, you are Captain America, a symbol of national spirit. When did you learn to evade, my friend?" Mingyu endeavored to provide objective comfort from a third-party perspective. This discourse plunged Captain America into profound silence. Mingyu, unhurried, poured himself another drink, savoring each sip. "Hey, that fellow on the television. Isn't he one of your Avengers? What is his name again?" "Iron Patriot." To break the silence, the Falcon pointed at the television. The television in the living room was on, the volume low, displaying a news replay where the president had repainted Colonel Rhodes' armor in 3 colors representing America, in response to a terrorist organization's provocations. It was a statement to the world that the government could protect its citizens and decisively deal with the terrorist threat. The war machine was also rebranded as Iron Patriot. As Mingyu watched the news, his eyes lit up. Mandarin, Killian, extremist virus. A series of words flashed through his mind as he turned to the still silent Captain America. "Steve, have you made your decision? I must tell Tony the truth." "You were right. What he chooses to do afterward is a different matter." Captain America lifted his head, a look of determination on his face. "Do not be so pessimistic. My friend, perhaps I have a companion who can steer this situation toward a more favorable conclusion." Mingyu's words, though directed at the television, revitalized Captain America's spirits. Chapter 93. Confession. "Jarvis, what time is it?" Stark's voice resonated suddenly in the pitch-dark room of Stark Tower. "It is 3:30 in the morning, sir. You have only been asleep for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I recommend you rest for at least another 4 hours before rising." Before Jarvis could finish, Stark had already begun turning on the lights and getting out of bed. "I can't sleep, Jarvis," Stark declared as he made his way to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. This marks your 13th instance of insomnia this month, sir. I believe a trip to Los Angeles to stay with Ms. Potts may alleviate your recent anxiety, Jarvis sincerely suggested. Stark chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. She has been busy jetting around promoting the company's upcoming ventures. I wouldn't want to disturb her. Let us focus on something productive instead. Turn on the lights and air conditioning in the lab. While drinking his water, Stark issued commands to Jarvis. And just as he finished dressing and was about to step out, he paused and asked, by the way, have you located Steve? Not yet, sir. However, Mr. Lee has retrieved all of Captain Rogers' schedules and available footage from his time in Washington over the past few days, Jarvis replied, displaying images of Captain America and Falcon chatting after a run, which Mr. Lee had shown particular interest in. Mr. Lee also inquired about Mr. Sam Wilson's address and other details before disappearing from the room. According to the signal from his communicator, he appears to have gone to Washington. Washington, Sam Wilson? Stark echoed, just as he was about to say something more when a surge of bluish-black energy filled the room and a portal opened in his living room. Lee Mingyu appeared with Captain America before Stark's eyes. Lee, Steve, what on earth has happened? Stark stepped forward to assist Captain America, only to release his grip upon seeing that the injury to his abdomen was not severe. A flicker of guilt crossed Captain America's eyes. I'm so sorry, Tony, he earnestly said, gazing at Stark. What is it? What has transpired? Stark sensed that something was amiss. First, look at this. Captain America produced a USB drive and handed it to Stark. Curiously accepting the drive, Stark found a USB port on the wall and connected it. A three-dimensional screen materialized, automatically playing a video from the drive. Mission report, December 16, 1991. The video depicted Winter Soldier sitting vacantly in a chair, and as the voiceover commenced, Winter Soldier recounted the mission executed on December 16, 1991, like a machine. Eliminate Howard Stark and his wife, and seize samples of their newly developed super serum. This was the first successful experiment of a new, stable super soldier serum since Captain America during World War II, yet it had not undergone human trials. The video detailed how Winter Soldier ambushed the Starks while riding a motorcycle, shooting at a predetermined location, and dispatched the elderly Howard Stark before moving to suffocate his mother, ultimately seizing 5 samples of the serum. Winter Soldier meticulously recounted the event of murdering the Stark couple, his tone devoid of emotion, yet the details were vividly harrowing. Stark's mind conjured images of his mother's desperate pleas, brutally silenced as Winter Soldier crushed her neck. Damn it, Stark exclaimed, unable to bear the footage any longer, and he overturned the coffee table in his room. Bucky Barnes, my childhood friend, one of the Howling Commandos, and a dear friend of your father, Howard. He fell from a train during a mission, presumed dead, only to be rescued by Hydra. They injected him with the super serum and brainwashed him, turning him into a living weapon. He was under Hydra's control, unaware of his actions, just like Clint was under Loki's influence. Tony, shut up, Steve. He is not my friend. I care not for that. He killed my mother. Stark's fury escalated as he grasped Captain America's collar, his fist raised high. Captain America's expression was one of pleading, as if wishing Stark would unleash his anger upon him. Fuck. In the end, Stark did not strike, but rather released Captain America, venting his frustration through expletives before taking a deep breath to quell his emotions. Thank you for not concealing this from me. However, this matter will not be dismissed lightly. Barnes, should I find him, I will ensure he pays for his actions. Without awaiting Captain America's response, Stark left his room with a cold demeanor. Stark, Captain America called out, but was halted by Lee Mingyu. I understand your concern for Bucky, but give Tony some time. Adjust your mindset. I will find a way to resolve this, understood? Lee Mingyu firmly shook Captain America's shoulders, who sighed and nodded slightly. Lee Mingyu recognized Captain America's turmoil, his guilt for Stark, knowing Bucky must be protected, and the haunting image of Bucky's soulless state in the video. For 60 years, Bucky had been in a frozen state, released only to be brainwashed and sent to kill, before being frozen again. This cycle was likely more tormenting than remaining in stasis. Observing Captain America's desolation, Lee Mingyu found no better way to console them both than to suggest he return to his room to rest. As for himself, he opened the door to his quarters. Upon entering, he found Black Widow sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, a bemused smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. "When did you wake up?" Li Mingyu asked, closing the door behind him. "Since the moment you stepped out," she replied, moving closer, taking his hand, and guiding him to the sofa. She gently stroked his furrowed brow, sensing his unspoken worries. After a while of tender caresses, noticing his persistent anxiety, she moved behind him, allowing him to lean against her as she began to massage his temples softly. Chapter 94. Stark goes solo. Killian emerges. A good woman embodies warmth and comfort without incessantly probing for answers. She offers a sanctuary at home, providing solace and understanding. If assistance is needed, she is there to help. If not, it is far more beneficial to recharge and alleviate both physical and mental fatigue. There are myriad ways to unwind. Yet the Black Widow typically indulges in the most luxurious methods. A soothing bath, with her body serving as a washcloth. She lavishes Li Mingyu with a meticulous cleansing amidst a bubble bath, followed by various techniques to eliminate excess protein from his body. Soft music and expert massage techniques lull him into a peaceful slumber, rejuvenating him upon waking. The following day, Li Mingyu rises from a long sleep past 2 in the afternoon. After a brief wash, he activates a portal to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Li Mingyu spends the entire afternoon at the Sanctum, even summoning Captain America and Falcon for a brief visit, before returning to Stark Tower as night falls. Tony has gone back to Los Angeles and instructed me to inform you not to seek him out until his return. He desires solitude for his armor research, devoid of the need for companionship or confessions. Upon entering the tower, Li Mingyu spots Dr. Banner in the lobby, awkwardly attempting to eat a box of fried noodles with chopsticks. Curious, he inquires about the source of the food. It's takeout from Fortune House in Chinatown. "You should try it. Their fried noodles are exquisite." Banner licks his lips, the light reflecting off the greasy surface. Li Mingyu glances at the visible pool of oil at the bottom of the box, grimacing in disdain. "Rubbish." He turns and heads to the elevator, leaving Banner staring blankly at his noodles. "I think it's delicious. If you're so talented, why not make something better?" Banner grumbles to himself. Thor has gone off to find Jane Foster, while Hawkeye has been summoned home by his wife to tend to repairs. Captain America has been sullen and uncommunicative, leaving Li Mingyu and the Black Widow to enjoy their private moments. Originally, they collaborated daily with Stark, but today he too has vanished, wearing a dark expression. Feeling quite aggrieved, Banner feels the sting of disdain for merely enjoying fried noodles. Over the next month, Stark distances himself from the Avengers, single-handedly piloting dozens of suits controlled by Jarvis. One man becomes an entire team, sweeping away the remnants of Hydra across the globe. However, the impact is minimal. The more prominent branch leaders possess substantial connections and protective networks. Following Alexander Pierce's exposure, the remaining Hydra members have hidden more deeply than hibernating snakes. Stark's intelligence alone proves insufficient to mount a substantial offensive. Yet, Li Mingyu remains unconcerned. These small fry pose no threat to Stark, and this serves as an emotional outlet for him. Most importantly, Stark has not severed his connection, allowing Jarvis to monitor his movements and come to his aid in case of danger. Jarvis can notify Li Mingyu within 3 seconds of a situation arising, ensuring he is always ready to provide global support. As Stark is preoccupied with hunting down Hydra operatives worldwide, a limping scientist, once left by Stark on a rooftop for an entire night over a decade ago, reemerges. Now transformed into a successful figure, he arrives at Stark Industries accompanied by his company and research achievements. Those familiar with the films know that Killian harbors an unusual fondness for pepper pots, possibly influenced by jealousy towards Stark, which drives him to covet all that Stark possesses. His affections are overt enough for Happy, also a man, to recognize his unseemly intentions towards Pepper. Thus, Happy initiates a video call to Stark, but unlike the usual reclusive Stark hiding in the garage, he is currently engaged in operations against a purported Hydra militia in Africa, leaving no time to answer. Consequently, Happy contacts Li Mingyu directly. "Li, is Tony with you? I have urgent matters to discuss." Happy's face fills the phone screen, his tone clandestine. "No, I'm in New York, and he is in Los Angeles. What is the urgency?" Li Mingyu observes Happy Killian's exaggerated expression with bemusement. I have a feeling Pepper might be running off with someone. Happy whispers, glancing around nervously. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. Pepper would never leave Tony. Mingyu responds earnestly. It's true. A handsome man visited the office looking for Pepper. They appeared quite close. Happy insists, shaking the phone, causing his face to loom larger on the screen. Happy, all I see is you. You need to turn the camera around so I can see what you're talking about. Mingyu seeks silently. How am I supposed to know how to turn the camera? Damn it, this is my first video call, and I don't know how to operate this thing. Just tell Tony to visit the office more often. Otherwise, he risks losing both his company and his wife. Happy concludes with a serious tone before hanging up. Scratching his head in frustration, Mingyu contemplates for a moment before activating a portal directly to Stark Industries' office building. Oh my god, what do I see? A living Avenger. The Red Lightning. Upon entering the lobby, Stark Industries employees eagerly greet Mingyu. Their excitement, however, is tempered. Nearly every Avenger has visited this building due to Stark's connections, and only the newcomers exhibit genuine enthusiasm. Hey, what brings you here suddenly? You're not worried because Tony isn't around, are you? Come, I'll take you to see Pepper and that man. By the way, put on this badge. It's crucial. Happy, who has been surveying the lobby, immediately spots Mingyu and pulls him toward the reception area on the first floor. Chapter 95. Mingyu's provocation in the reception room. Pepper Potts and Killian were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation, seemingly recovering from the recent classic scene showcasing Killian's intellect. Presently, Killian was attempting to seek collaboration with Stark Industries. Citing insufficient funds, he sought investment from Stark Industries, only to be rebuffed by Pepper. In truth, Killian had leveraged the extremist virus to exert control over numerous government officials and wealthy individuals, most of whom or their immediate relatives suffered from physical disabilities. However, this technology was still in its infancy. Those who had contracted the virus and survived often struggled to manage the intense heat within their bodies, necessitating regular doses of a stabilizer. Yet, despite the availability of this stabilizer, some subjects still face catastrophic bodily explosions due to rapid temperature spikes. To obscure the truth behind these tragic incidents, Killian enlisted an actor to portray a supposed terrorist leader, demonstrating the existence of the extremist virus. It was evident that Killian was not short on funds. His approach to Stark Industries was a strategic move to harness Stark's genius in overcoming the vulnerabilities associated with the virus. After all, in the early stages of extremist research, the inventor Johansson, a stunning botanist, had struggled to transition the technology from plants to animals. Ultimately, during a brief liaison with Stark in 1999, he casually jotted down a formula that effortlessly resolved her dilemma. Now, they faced a similarly insurmountable technical barrier, with Tony Stark being the most likely candidate to shatter it. However, the current Tony Stark was a far cry from his former self. Iron Man, Avenger, superhero. Meeting him was no easy feat thus. Killian approached Pepper, framing the extremist virus as a charitable initiative aimed at healing the disabled and soldiers who had lost limbs on the battlefield, hoping to secure Stark's assistance through her. Unfortunately, Pepper declined the proposal, prompting Killian to alter his strategy, resorting to kidnapping Pepper and injecting her with a virus as leverage against Stark. This was Killian's plan B, premeditated before his arrival. Upon Pepper's refusal, his demeanor remained unchanged. As he donned his coat and made his way outside, he gentlemanly suggested to Pepper that they dine together in a few days. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Happy and Mingyu. Happy you. Pepper observed the animosity in Happy's gaze directed at Killian and turned to Mingyu. Leo, it's been a while. The last time I visited New York to see Wanda and Pietro, unfortunately, you weren't there. How'd you been? Given the connection with Wanda and Pietro, Pepper and Mingyu shared a cordial rapport, and a genuine smile graced Pepper's face upon seeing him. I've been well. Wanda has been insisting on shopping with you. Mingyu extended his arms for an embrace with Pepper, while Killian interjected. Mingyu, the superhero, the most radiant flash of red in the Battle of New York. I never expected to encounter a superhero at Stark Industries. Thank God. Pepper, you must take me to Stark Tower in New York next time. Of course, Lee. Killian, an old friend of mine, is here to discuss a collaboration with Stark Industries. Pepper quickly introduced them, and Killian politely extended his right hand. Killian, I admire your name. My friend, Li Mingyu replied with a smile, and as their hands met, a flicker of energy coursed through Li Mingyu's palm. Wow! As they shook hands, Killian felt a jolt. Li Mingyu's keen eyes caught a flash of orange-red light beneath his neck, indicating that his sudden movement nearly triggered a transformation. Oh, my apologies, Killian. The energy within me can sometimes be uncontrollable. It possesses unique functions, such as emerging to protect me when facing danger or encountering ill-intentioned individuals. I certainly do not mean you. It was merely a minor mishap. If you truly harbored hostility, it wouldn't have been just a flicker of lightning, but rather something more formidable. It was a misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize. Pepper stifled a laugh. My apologies, I must check their badges over there. Killian, despite his irritation, refrained from showing it, accepting Li Mingyu's insincere apology and moving past the incident. Conversely, the crew-cut young man accompanying Killian, who Li Mingyu recognized as a significant character from the films, bore a heavy scowl of enmity towards him. In response, Li Mingyu returned a condescending smile. Little trash. This was Li Mingyu's attitude towards the so-called extremist warriors. Li, why are you fooling around with Happy? After seeing off Killian, Pepper turned to Li Mingyu with a frown. This has nothing to do with Happy. Li Mingyu glanced at Happy, who was busy photographing Killian's license plate, and then explained to Pepper. That guy's gaze towards you was indeed peculiar. As Tony's good friend, I merely employed a conventional social courtesy among men. If one wishes to win the affection of a desired lady, one must be prepared to face the hostility of rivals and their brethren. Would you not agree? Li Mingyu shuja innocently. Childish games. Pepper rolled her eyes. What brings you here this time? Surely, Happy did not inform you to come and vent for Tony. She shot a pointed look at Happy. Of course not. This has nothing to do with Happy. In fact, I'm merely here as a courier. As he spoke, Li Mingyu produced a red box and handed it to Pepper. Wanda and Pietro selected a Christmas gift for you. They saved their allowance for quite some time to send it with me. The necklace, adorned with red diamonds intertwined with gold, perfectly complemented Iron Man's armor while exuding femininity. Wanda had evidently put considerable thought into this gift, with Pietro contributing a mere fraction of his allowance. Wow, thank you. Those kids have grown up. I haven't even had the chance to prepare gifts for them. Please thank them for me, Lee. The necklace aligned perfectly with Pepper's aesthetic, and her genuine delight was evident. By the way, Wanda specifically instructed me to ensure you wear it. If she sees you on the news next time without that necklace, I'll be in big trouble. You wouldn't want to witness my demise at the hands of two little children, would you? As Li Mingyu spoke, he helped Pepper fasten the necklace around her neck before turning to Happy with another box in hand. Tapte nurantasis, Li Mingyu's arrangement. Happy's injury. Li Mingyu retrieved a watch from a box, its face adorned with a sketch of Happy, and the overall appearance was quite impressive. Thank you, Happy exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he accepted his gift. The workday had concluded, and although Li Mingyu had directly traversed through a portal from the East Coast to the West Coast, the distance was still considerable. With warmth, Pepper invited Li Mingyu to dinner that evening, which he graciously accepted. They journeyed in Pepper's vehicle back to Stark's grand estate. During the ride, Li Mingyu seized the opportunity to inform Pepper about Stark's recent predicaments. Oh my God, I always sensed he was somewhat distracted lately, and I even reproached him for it. I had no idea. Pepper lamented. It's not your fault, Pepper. Tony tends to internalize his troubles. I wish to speak with him, but it seems he is reluctant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned from New York. I believe only you can mend his troubled heart. As they conversed, the car arrived at the estate, where they were greeted by an enormous rabbit standing at least 3 meters tall. It was a plush rabbit doll with distinctly feminine features, adorned with a cowboy scarf that bore the words, Pepper, Merry Christmas. Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight, and had Li Mingyu not mentioned Stark's issues earlier, she might have been utterly devastated. What do you think? Li Mingyu said, rubbing his eyes in exasperation. I can only say it's quite unique. It's very Tony. Unlike the original narrative, Stark was not in a frenzy over creating armor, but the atmosphere was still tense. Upon entering the garage, the acrid scent of gunpowder was unmistakable. Various armors bore signs of wear, indicating Stark had recently confronted Hydra. Stark had assumed Li Mingyu was there to counsel him. But Li Mingyu merely shared a dinner with them before taking his leave. Resolving Stark's inner turmoil would require time, and it was best left for Pepper, his confidant, to heal him. After not intruding upon their intimate moment, Li Mingyu returned to New York through a portal. The following days passed uneventfully until one weekend evening when a shrill alarm blared from a communicator Li Mingyu possessed. Rushing from the shower, he hastily dried himself, slipped on clothing, and opened a portal in haste. Upon entering, he was met with a scene akin to hell. Outside the Chinese theater in Los Angeles, it appeared as if a solar storm had swept through, with melted metals, plastics, and human ashes littering the ground. The air was still tinged with the residual heat of the explosion, and behind a severely deformed metal food cart, Li Mingyu spotted Happy's figure. Thanks to the Christmas gift from Pietro, the modified watch Li Mingyu had given Happy not only contained a tracking device, but also a small protective mechanism, a power block fashioned from the energy of the space stone, which would automatically trigger a blue energy shield in times of danger. Stark's inspiration and Banner's prototype had proven invaluable, preserving Happy's life. While Happy should have sustained severe burns from the explosion, he had merely been knocked unconscious by the shockwave and suffered a few broken bones. The short-haired man under Killian's command, the desperate warrior, had already departed. Li Mingyu surveyed the scene. Aside from Happy, there were no survivors. He swiftly opened a portal to Stark's private hospital in New York, as he was unfamiliar with the local doctors and dared not move Happy himself. Once the portal was established, he summoned a few professionals from the hospital to assist in transferring Happy onto a stretcher. Once Happy was inside the operating room and the doctors had entered, Li Mingyu dialed Stark's number. As he awaited a response, a video surfaced on television featuring the Mandarin, who claimed responsibility for the horrific explosion and shifted the blame onto the current president of the United States. The video was rife with provocation. The Mandarin's beard and calm demeanor exuded a quintessential image of a terrorist, prompting Li Mingyu to silently commend the actor for his portrayal. This incident transcends politics and the Pentagon. It is the most archaic form of revenge. Mandarin, you are a coward. Listen, my address is Los Angeles, Marbury. On the television, Stark, surrounded by reporters, boldly challenged the Mandarin's terrorist organization. Meanwhile, Langley, observing from afar, pondered over the Mandarin's image on his computer. Tony, have you acted impulsively? You've revealed your address. That is practically disclosing the location of Stark Tower. At least there, every individual is deemed an avenger. Is Pepper not in grave danger? Not long after their separation, Li Mingyu witnessed Stark, encircled by journalists at Stark Industries, issuing a challenge to the Mandarin. Echoing the original narrative, upon my emergence, I was met by throngs of reporters. I acted without forethought, and Stark Tower is in Manhattan. They could deploy human bombs. If several were to infiltrate, there are hundreds, if not thousands, working inside. Rest assured, I will manage this. If the need arises, I will contact you without hesitation. After concluding the call, Stark immediately sought out Colonel Rhodes. I require all available information regarding the explosion, all of it, Rhodey. Stark's voice was laced with anger. Happy had been by his side for nearly 2 decades, surpassing the bounds of mere employment. To Stark, Happy was akin to family, much like a distant relative's simple-minded cousin. Hey, Tony, I understand what transpired, and I am deeply saddened by Happy's plight. However, all of this is classified. Do you comprehend? This explosion marks the 4th incident to occur in public. In fact, there have been 10 explosions recently. The government was at a loss, while the Mandarin had almost weekly invaded the airwaves to provoke them. The White House felt embarrassed, and the public's sense of security was waning, leading the president to prefer they resolve the matter independently. This is a White House issue, an American issue. We do not wish to involve Iron Man or the Avengers. Do you understand? Chapter 97. An old flame approaches in the wake of the government's obstinacy following the Battle of New York. Its credibility has plummeted to unprecedented lows. The infiltration of Hydra, the nuclear bombardment of Manhattan, and the orchestrations of the World Security Council, executed by SHIELD, have effectively transformed into Hydra's insidious plan for the eradication of dissent. It is not an exaggeration to assert that any member of the Avengers, if presented as a candidate in a presidential election, would undoubtedly garner more support than the current president of the United States, with the exception of Hulk and Captain America. The Hulk would find no support, while Captain America, since World War II, has enjoyed a popularity that rivals that of any international superstar or sitting president. Consequently, in the aftermath of the New York battle, the White House is eager to demonstrate to the public its capability and commitment to safeguarding its citizens. Ironically, when the bombing occurred before the public's eyes, the first response from the White House was not a new counterterrorism policy, but rather the rebranding of Colonel Rhodes's Iron Patriot suit, a remnant of Iron Man's past discarded creations. Even so, as the Mandarin repeatedly infiltrated television networks to openly challenge the U.S. government, the White House still refrained from seeking the Avengers' assistance. This explains why Rhodes found himself in such a precarious position before Stark, as he had rarely denied Stark's requests in the past. However, as circumstances often unfold, Rhodes succumbed to Stark's insistence, and the incident involving Happy provided Stark with ample justification. His loyalty to the president crumbled within mere minutes. Armed with all the pertinent information, Stark activated JARVI's full computational power to investigate the anomalous temperature events that had transpired across the nation in recent months. This led him to uncover a human bomb incident that predated the Mandarin's emergence. A veteran in Tennessee had executed a suicide attack, claiming the lives of 6 civilians, including his own. "This is it," Stark declared, fixated on the news segment featuring the victim's mother's poignant remarks, as Stark delved into the investigation of such bombings. In Miami, Killian and his most competent assistant, Eric Savon, the buzzcut man, were watching Stark's challenge to the Mandarin's organization on television. Tony Stark, Iron Man, the playboy who relies on his armor and high technology to fight, alongside a motley crew of mutants and self-proclaimed deities known as the Avengers. They stole the limelight during the New York battle with a pilfered nuclear bomb. This band of clowns will eventually be toppled from their lofty perch. Savant scoffed, believing that true heroes were the soldiers who had sacrificed their limbs in service to their country, deserving of public adoration. "Fear not, my friend. Once our plan comes to fruition, each of you shall be hailed as the greatest heroes in the world. I will ensure you stand before the masses, basking in flowers and applause, a debt this nation owes you, does it not?" Killian reassured Savant, recalling that the initial group of test subjects were all injured veterans, heroes in their own right, who found themselves at a disadvantage in civilian life. It was inevitable that they struggled with feelings of inadequacy, and Killian exploited this, not only to heal their bodies, but also to manipulate their minds through psychological conditioning, compelling them to serve him. "Before that, I intend to send this arrogant Iron Man down to hell," Savant declared, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he fixated on the television. The following morning, Pepper and Stark engaged in a heated debate. Pepper argued that they should temporarily relocate to New York, as Stark had unwittingly revealed his address. Regardless of whether the terrorist organization would retaliate, the presence of numerous media outlets and helicopters from various networks capturing the scene made their current residence untenable. Stark, however, believed that since he had already spoken publicly, he must stand his ground and confront them head-on. He insisted that Pepper could leave, but he would not. As their argument escalated, an all-too-familiar doorbell rang. Those who knew Stark's address typically had permission to enter, such as Rhodes and Mingyu, or former SHIELD agents who could easily bypass JARVI's security protocols. The sound of the doorbell was a rarity. "I will not accept any interviews from reporters. Send them away," Stark replied tersely without turning. "Sir, it is not reporters at the door. It's a lovely lady here to see you. She claims to be your friend, Maya Hansen." JARVI's responded with a hint of mischief, aware that Stark seldom declined the company of attractive women. Yet its algorithms cautioned against such comments in Pepper's presence, indicating JARVI's had begun to exhibit characteristics of artificial intelligence. Maya Hansen? Stark casually activated a small screen on the wall to reveal the visitor. Though more than a decade had passed, Maya Hansen remained vividly etched in Stark's memory among his fleeting romantic encounters. Not only was she a brilliant botanist, but she had also developed a challenging strain of a virus capable of rejuvenating plant life, with potential applications for human use. "All right, let her in," Stark said, feeling a twinge of anxiety, not from fear of Pepper discovering his past liaisons, but rather from the possibility that Maya might arrive with a child in tow, one he had not seen in years. Clang, clang, clang. Despite recognizing her, Stark donned his armor with caution. "Wow, your house seems even larger inside," Maya commented, slightly awkward as she stepped into the expansive living room of Stark's mansion. "Please don't tell me there's a 12-year-old boy waiting for me in your car, one I haven't seen in years," Stark blurted out, voicing his greatest concern. "You actually wear your armor at home," Maya exclaimed, pointing at Stark in surprise. "I've been facing some difficulties lately, but you don't seem to be here to cause trouble," Stark replied, disengaging from his suit before turning to introduce Pepper. "Maya Hansen, botanist and my friend." Pepper smiled at Maya, her expression playful as she mused, "A friend who might be bringing a child along to see you? Oh, we hardly qualify as friends. It was merely a one-night affair." Maya shrugged, attempting to appear relaxed. "A one-night affair indeed. Well, it's fortunate that you and he only had that fleeting encounter. Otherwise, I assure you, you would have regretted it." Pepper, with her executive poise, exhibited a remarkable grace, lightening the mood with her playful banter in the presence of Stark's former lover. Chapter 98. In a father's embrace, do I truly appear that dreadful? Stark gazed incredulously at Pepper Potts. "It is undoubtedly worse than you can imagine," Pepper asserted. "Enough of this futile discussion. You need to gather your belongings immediately. I have instructed Lee to come and escort us. You're Maya Hansen, correct? Miss Hansen, regardless of your purpose for being here, I must kindly ask you to wait momentarily as we have pressing matters to attend to." An unequivocally formidable woman, she effortlessly commanded the situation for both individuals, maintaining politeness while rendering them speechless. After all, what could a one-night stand possibly want? Either a child, money, or perhaps a plea for reconciliation. Surely nothing of grave significance. In contrast to Pepper, Maya Hansen exuded a far simpler demeanor. Or perhaps it was merely the stark contrast in their statuses that diminished her presence. She was not only being led, but also assisted Pepper in collecting her luggage. "Put that bag down," Stark ordered Maya Hansen, then turned to Pepper. "You should leave with Lee to New York and await my arrival. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I didn't intend for it to be dismissed, Tony. Happy is also my friend. But you have a team, why go it alone? I told you this is not." Before Maya Hansen, the two engaged in yet another heated argument. Hey, enough of this noise. May I inquire if this is happening outside?" Maya Hansen interjected loudly, pointing to the wall where images from 3 television channels displayed aerial views of Stark's mansion. In the footage, 3 armed helicopters were flying in a triangular formation, aimed directly at Stark's residence, maintaining an altitude level with the cliffside home. The most alarming sight was the lead helicopter locking onto its target and launching a missile at the house. The screen clearly depicted the missile hurtling toward them. "Oh my God!" Pepper and Stark exclaimed in unison. However, Stark, while speaking, gestured toward Pepper, prompting the nearby suit to swiftly move to her side, enveloping her within its layers. Boom! The missile struck the base of the house where it met the cliff, causing a catastrophic failure that compromised the structure. The glass in the living room shattered into countless fragments, hurtling towards them. The 3 were thrown towards the door by the shockwave, fortuitously finding relative safety near the entrance. "Get her out first, quickly." Stark attempted to summon the suits from the garage, but was met with silence. The newly manufactured suits were equipped with a remote auto-lock system for Stark, yet each display case had automatically blocked external signals, only accessible via a control system in the garage. Typically, when Stark summoned them, Jarvis would activate the corresponding display cases, but it seemed the controller was likely damaged in the explosion. "Damn it, I should have listened to Lee and sent all the suits to the satellite," Stark grumbled, watching as Pepper swiftly carried Maya Hansen out. He thought it might still be manageable. Once they were outside, he could retrieve the suits in time. Such was his hope. But Eric Savon aboard the aircraft would not afford him that luxury. After witnessing the initial strike, he pressed the button to launch another missile at the target. Whoosh! Another missile surged toward the house. Damn! As Stark awaited Jarvis's alert that Pepper had reached a safe zone, he saw the missile heading directly for him. Fear not. My dear, come to Father's embrace. A blue energy circle emerged just in time, accompanied by Li Mingyu's teasing voice from the portal. Before the sound arrived, a bolt of red and purple lightning shot through the portal, traversing the entire house and leaping off the cliff to intercept the incoming missile. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, sending debris and remnants of the structure cascading like a storm towards the pair. Li Mingyu stepped forward, shielding Stark, who was still half-seated on the ground, absorbing the shockwave as force. How is that for a sense of security? If you beg a little more, I might just teach these charming little foes a lesson. Li Mingyu quipped, raising an eyebrow. My cigars and wine cellar have been blasted into the ocean. From now on, you'll have to go to auctions for good wine. Stark retorted, uttering words that ignited Li Mingyu's fury. Those wretched fools, if they're here, they might as well stay. Li Mingyu flicked his wrist, and his sword, Xiaoyao, materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he drew it, sending it spiraling toward the three-armed helicopters in the sky. The blade crackled with lightning, moving at a speed akin to a flash. Before the pilots could react, the sword arced gracefully, piercing through the cockpits of all three helicopters. Boom! 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 The energy from the blade triggered a series of explosions, turning the helicopters into fireballs, their wreckage plummeting toward the ocean below. Li Mingyu, standing on the hilt of his sword, soared into the sky, surveying the raining embers. His voice echoed for miles. An organization that hides in the shadows. Who grants you the audacity to bomb an Avenger's residence? Please, next time you challenge us, bring at least 2 divisions for a taste of true combat. I await your bold confrontation. If you lack courage, then cower in the corners. Should you dare to show yourselves, I shall ensure your heads meet the Hulk's backside. Surveying the area, confirming every media outlet captured his declaration, Li Mingyu executed a graceful turn in the air, gliding back into the now half-destroyed mansion. Meanwhile, in Miami, Killian watched the unfolding scenes on television, from the missile striking the house to a lightning bolt intercepting the second missile, followed by a flying sword obliterating 3 helicopters. The final segment of Li Mingyu's grandstanding felt like a resounding slap across Killian's face. The conquest of the world had yet to commence, and his foremost general, Eric Savon, had already met his demise. A flicker of rage ignited within Killian's eyes, his body ablaze with intensity. Just as he was on the verge of transforming to vent his frustrations, an underling rushed in, phone in hand. Boss, there's a call for you. The caller claims to be from Hydra. Chapter 99. Li Mingyu's plan in the Stark Tower. Li Mingyu sat at the bar, where Black Widow, clad in a short skirt and a shirt, with a silk scarf around her neck, bore a striking resemblance to a flight attendant. However, today, her role was that of a bartender. Vibrant cocktails of various hues poured from the shaker, filling the bar to the brim. Bartending was one of Black Widow's passions. She found the act of shaking cocktails both invigorating and a delightful way to relieve stress. Additionally, enjoying a few drinks during her leisure time led her to delve into the art of mixology. Since Li Mingyu could hold his liquor, he naturally became her ideal test subject. In truth, Li Mingyu was not particularly fond of alcohol. His palate was distinctly Chinese when it came to food, yet he found himself gravitating towards Western spirits, struggling with traditional Chinese liquor and being indifferent towards beer. He preferred beverages infused with fruity flavors. Initially hesitant, he gradually grew fond of the slight raspiness that alcohol imparted, ultimately developing a taste for cocktails tailored to a feminine palate. By the time he descended, the bar was adorned with dozens of colorful cocktails. Indeed, I cannot get drunk, but I never claimed I wouldn't need to use the restroom after drinking, he remarked, eyeing the array of drinks with a smirk. I never said these were all for you. As she spoke, Black Widow presented a simple tea tray, featuring a fairness cup and a small teacup. This is red tea mixed with an alcoholic beverage. Give it a try. Who else is here? Li Mingyu raised the teacup and downed its contents in one go, nodding in approval. Steve, only you 3, Thor, you, and I, are immune to intoxication. Thor has gone to spend Christmas with his scientist girlfriend, so it's just the 2 of you who can help me with this. Before he could finish, the elevator chimed, and Captain America emerged, clad in a workout t-shirt and shorts, his impressive physique glistening with sweat, clearly just returning from a rigorous training session. Why the relentless effort? It seems those routines are of little benefit to you now, Mingyu commented as he poured a cocktail with red tea. My instructor once told me that a person is akin to a machine. Too long without movement will lead to rust. After being stagnant for 60 years, I must make up for lost time. Captain America retorted, unabashed, as he chose a cocktail that caught his eye. After sampling it, he nodded appreciatively at Black Widow and downed it. Good habits. How is Bucky doing? Mingyu inquired, nodding towards Captain America. Huh? Captain America looked surprised at Natasha. She had already suspected, Mingyu explained. After all, on the night you went missing, I went looking for you and was caught by her. Don't worry. She won't spill a word. I didn't mean to keep this from you, Natasha, but this matter involves Bucky and Tony, and I truly wish to keep it under wraps. Captain America raised his glass apologetically. With a gentle smile, Black Widow placed another cocktail in front of Captain America, indicating her understanding. He then turned back to Mingyu. They've made contact with Killian. Bucky has volunteered for the experiment. 3 of the minions controlled by you with the Mind Stone have entered Killian's lab, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Mingyu had previously consulted with the Ancient One on how to wield the powers of the Infinity Stones. The ability to directly control others with the Mind Stone proved more effective than Loki's use of the scepter, as it did not emit that eerie blue light. However, the average person could not harness the power of the stones. It seemed that Mingyu's absorption of the Space Stone's energy allowed him to do so. Others, without Loki's scepter, would struggle to wield any power from the stones without risking backlash. A flicker of concern crossed Captain America's face. Rest assured, the success rate for the super serum is significantly higher than that of the extremist virus. If we could withstand that, this will be manageable. Moreover, this is Bucky's choice. He wishes to atone for his past, doesn't he? Mingyu comforted Captain America, and Black Widow, being the most qualified to speak on the matter, interjected. Indeed, I have experienced that feeling. Even if one cannot control it, the guilt remains. He needs to do something. Otherwise, he won't be able to forgive himself. All right. Captain America conceded, having contemplated the situation and recognizing Bucky's need for redemption. As the trio conversed, Captain America's phone vibrated with a text message. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. Killian has captured Pepper. The words sent shockwaves through the room, altering the countenance of both Captain America and Black Widow. Mingyu, however, remained unfazed, leisurely switching to another drink and savoring it. Both Black Widow and Captain America turned their gazes toward him. Don't look at me like that. I anticipated this. I encountered Killian in Los Angeles, and his gaze toward Pepper was unsettling. I only just learned of this news. Mingyu raplia nonchalantly. Wanda bought a necklace for Pepper, each pink diamond embedded with the energy of a space stone. If she is in danger, the energy shield can withstand any attack for a few minutes. I even left a small tracker on it. Mingyu alaburata calmly. What are we waiting for? We need to set off and rescue Pepper. Captain America exclaimed urgently. Calm down, Captain. Since I am fully confident in her safety, why not let Bucky handle the rescue? Helping Stark eliminate Killian or saving Pepper from his clutches, what would earn Stark's gratitude more? We may not expect them to become friends, but at the very least, we can ensure Tony won't take action against Bucky in the future, right? Mingyu raised his glass and clinked it gently against Captain America's. Meanwhile, in Rosetown, Tennessee, Stark had enlisted a child as a guide to investigate the case of the veteran-turned-human bomb. He quickly sensed something amiss. However, Killian was equally swift, dispatching an extremist warrior to silence witnesses, targeting the mother of the explosive soldier. Stark found himself nearly killed by a female extremist warrior, but with the child's assistance. They managed to send her skyward. On a shadowy rooftop, Falcon bore witness to the unfolding events, slowly retracting his mechanical wings and the energy shield Mingyu had provided. With Stark unharmed, it was time to proceed according to plan. Chapter 100. The Falcon's Rescue. Everyone assumed that the reactor in Iron Man's chest served as the power source for his armor. However, apart from the earlier models, it had transformed into a backup energy source, enabling the suit to operate independently under JARVISS command. During the confrontation between Tennessee and the extremist warrior, Stark's main battle armor, constructed from vibranium and URU metal, had sustained minimal damage. Yet, following a surprise attack, the subsequent counteroffensive depleted a significant amount of the suit's energy. To ensure a smooth continuation of the battle, Stark left the armor to recharge at the home of the young boy, Harry, knowing that as long as the armor was sufficiently powered, he could summon it at any time. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Ordinary households lack electrical circuits capable of exceeding safe voltage levels. This oversight resulted in the armor not being fully charged when Stark arrived at the base of the Mandarin in Miami. After much contemplation, Stark resolved to take the risk of infiltrating the base. This tendency to act impulsively was one of his character flaws. Had Captain America been in his position, he would have devised a flawless operational plan or called upon his ever-available ally, Mingyu, for support. Stark, on the other hand, chose to venture in alone. Initially, the operation went smoothly. The outer sentries of the villa were merely ordinary bodyguards, caught off guard by the various modified circuits and hardware Stark had procured from the supermarket. He swiftly made his way to the Mandarin's chamber, only to discover that this so-called leader of a terrorist organization was merely a stage actor. Just then, Killian, accompanied by the extremist warrior, appeared, seizing the unarmed Stark. In a departure from the original storyline, due to the delayed capture of Pepper Potts, Killian, who was anxious to orchestrate a plot involving a false war machine to apprehend the president, had yet to arrange for Pepper's involvement in the extremist virus experiments. In truth, even if he had made arrangements, Bucky, having surpassed the third stage, would have chosen to save her. Faced with the sight of Pepper being captured, Stark reluctantly agreed to fulfill Killian's demands to refine the extremist virus, buying time for the armor to recharge, while Maya Hansen was left in Pepper's vicinity. This also marked a turning point in Maya Hansen's fate, indirectly influenced by Mingyu. In alignment with the original narrative, War Machine, now referred to as Iron Patriot, had fallen victim to a deceptive address provided by Killian, leading him into an ambush by an extremist warrior, which resulted in his capture at the Miami base. Killian, having just reached an agreement with Stark, entered the room where Rhodes was imprisoned. Rhodes' armor was securely fastened to a rack, rendered immobile for over 7 hours. "He still refuses to come out, sir," Killian's subordinate reported, helpless against the reinforced titanium exterior designed by the military. "Perhaps you have been too gentle with him," Killian remarked as he removed his suit jacket. "No matter what methods you employ, I shall never relinquish the armor. You shall not obtain Iron Patriot from me," Rhodes retorted defiantly from within the suit. Though he was increasingly uncomfortable, having endured heat, thirst, hunger, and an urgent need to relieve himself. "Then let us see how long you can endure, Colonel Rhodes." Killian rolled up his sleeves, his right hand transforming into a magma-like substance, which he pressed against the abdomen of the armor. In an instant, the outer layer of the suit began to glow red, and the temperature in the room soared. "You will damage the armor, sir," one of his subordinates cautioned, recalling their earlier hesitance to employ such a tactic for fear of ruining the suit. "You need not worry. If I ruin it, we shall still have a chance to repair it, will we not?" A simple choice indeed. Killian increased the intensity of his grip, the heat becoming more searing. Inside the armor, Rhodes was oblivious to the external events, feeling only the intense heat that felt akin to entering a sauna, the temperature relentlessly rising. Enter. Damn it, I cannot hold on any longer. The unbearable heat exceeded what an ordinary human could withstand. At a critical point, Rhodes shouted, and the front of the armor collapsed, fully opening. In that instant, Rhodes leapt high, delivering a precise uppercut that caught Killian off guard, sending him staggering backward. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Rhodes, fueled by pent-up frustration, surveyed the remaining 2 individuals in the room, 3 in total, and felt confident he could dispatch them all before finding a way to escape. Just as he prepared to fight, Killian, recovering from his stumble, roared at Rhodes, his entire torso morphing into an orange-red hue. To Rhodes' astonishment, flames akin to molten lava erupted from Killian's mouth, shooting forth over a meter in his direction. Quick-witted, Rhodes sidestepped the fiery attack, only to witness the metal railing nearby melting into molten iron. "Are you telling me you can breathe fire?" Rhodes exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Killian. At that moment, One of Killian's subordinates approached and delivered a heavy punch, knocking Rhodes unconscious. Meanwhile, within Stark's confinement, he found himself bound to an upturned, disassembled spring mattress. The red digital watch that Harry had lent him emitted a persistent beep beep beep. A wave of joy washed over Stark. The alarm indicated that the charging process had completed. "Do not touch my watch. It is a limited edition." Stark quietly gestured to summon his armor, having injected a locator specifically designed for it into his arm. Limited edition? Killian's subordinates, observing the still beeping watch with ill intent, discarded it onto the floor and crushed it underfoot. "What are you going to do about it?" taunted one with long hair. "Well, I do. I will be the first to kill you," Stark replied confidently, maintaining his sharp tongue. "You kill me? Huh. Bound to a mattress, without your armor. I am curious to see how you plan to accomplish that." The long-haired man stepped closer, mocking Stark. Just like this. Stark dramatically flicked his wrists, startling the man momentarily, who then retreated, realizing nothing had occurred. "You nearly frightened me to death, Iron Man, but it seems nothing is happening." The long-haired man continued to provoke. "You shall die soon, my friend. By the way, how far is Tennessee from here?" Stark inquired innocently, to which the long-haired man replied candidly after a brief pause, "About 800 miles. Is there a problem?" "Now I know. Stark's meet at Zuptli," calculating the time required for the armor's arrival while continuing his banter. "You are about to die. 1, 2, 3. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist once more. Crack! Just as Stark finished his count, the upper row of windows shattered and a winged figure soared through the opening.